In the northern reaches of the Qian dynasty, within the halls of Zhejiang sect, Iron Man outer netting garments emblazoned with the four-clawed flying fish motif concealed himself in the shadows. His demeanor gramagent life licked the blood from his long blade. At last, I can depart. Hemmer mured to hilf, yet before Othelist syllabized his lips. A steady and authoritative voice echoed through the air, as imposing a rockfall, rendering emotionless. Myson, how could he outtake your life? Such heinous deeds must be met with the strictest familial discipline. Half a day later, within a chamber thick with tension, amid a league Edmund with a squarge a wanda noreo fun spoken authoritative cadastern gaze upon the man before him. Hoberethamarks off bat lean dung a shaden shame. With a sudens lapofish angiponthetable, a crack splinter read across its surface. Beside him, a stunning libutafule will make an opulent tatter whipsolently, Hirias brimming with zarau. The youth student stun excellence, the father sirine tensifying. Speak. His voice ethendered like eadem pest, the forciofit sending Theunman reeling backward, his bewildered eye slowly widening. Weary you shouting so loudly? The youth instinctive lighted, and a profound silency descended upon the room. Chung Yu felt a wave of pain wash over him, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of shock. The thirds, what is happening? Eine days, hebigen torializeth they that might have perished, yet hegany felt tutorial. No, this was wrong. He surveyed his surroundings, recognizing that thighs was not world hinu. Memory is surged forth like a tidy in his previous life. Hehud tulled under the oko faternical rear. Struggled to support this familian lato be betrayed, and in despair, hacho sinto in his own life. Could it be? I have traversed worlds. Assad Kadelong aficionado literature, Chung Yawaswell first in the tropes of transmigration. Otherworldly demons, extraordinary talents, invincible sign systems. An inexplicable thrill surged within him. However, as Marian formation flooded his mind, this million chunks gradually faded. Heliftidis gazeta the formidable figure soft timidly gedmanand. Woman before him, their imposing presence accentuated be their lavish adornments. Glancing down at this Kala Sedhins, his dusty black attire, and Pthalongbla thighs wist. Here Elizad had been reborn Azajan Yi Winder the command of Fain Emperor Thichan dynasty. Chung Yu's memorius revealed the held from humbly origins, possessing mediocre talents. And the tisparent shade endured countless hardships to ensure could navigate this perilous martial world. After 50 years of bitter struggle, Hefenali as and dedo Therenko Fahunyer yet this parent Shadsik Kumantoexhaustion. At this juncture, a pair of extraordinarily powerful individuals, Suftamauchungang. The letter off Zhejiang sectande top-tier martial artist in Jianghu, his biological father, accompanied by his wife. Chung Yu had hoped to rekindle familial bonds, only to discover that in his father's eyes, he was merely a source of disdain. From his father's gaze, Chung Yu perceived a loathing for the embroidered Springbladian flying fish garb, coupled with an affection for his siblings. The revelet in the privilege and affection of the family, while he remained like a forgotten release in the shadows. 18 years of hardship fada humanata thesency of twirled to Chung Yu, forging high minto a resilient tan-sharp individual. Yet, when he endeavored to integrate to this family, have found of everything to be cruel. The Qin family pride itself in his rivalry boot condemn them, for his violent tendency is fused to nurture high myatudno himnally. Ultimately, he was driven to thebring cough desperation, compelled to flee secrecy. Alas, fate seemed to conspire against them. He was threatened by a discipliwo demandudra sources, and subsequently, the matter was reported to Zhenjiang. Enraged, Chung Zhenjiang punished him severely. In a moment of despair, Chung Yu fatally struck the disciple, incurring his father's wrath irrevocably. Just as Chung Yu faced the imminent three-tough death at the hands of his father, his soul was usurped by the transmigrated Chung. Asha processed the memory as flooding his mind. Heckle no thelp claim. Is this the so-called paragon of righteousness? Hahas effective condemne the sonsentodiath. At that moment, duetto Chung Yu's instinctive retort, the atmosphere in theorem grew of more charged. Chung Jinjiang Shan trim bled slight liba forite kama crashing down, fracturing thedabalin. Scoundrel, how dare you speak back? Is this the Philly Alpata you have learned? Chung Jinjiang's fury was palpable. In his chivalrous philosophy, filialpity held paramount importance. Apotherme chastise, Budison must never counter his father. Heberated Chung Yu for his lack of decorum, his insolence towards soldiers, his garb base a court enforcer. His ruthless disposition and his disgraceful behavior that brought shame upon the Cheng family. Cheng Yu's expression grew colder. He distinctly recalled the disdain in Xinjiang's Steppenlern and Goff state Sasajinui. Thelabels of court enforcer, ruthless, and a source of scorn and Jiang Hufelt-like brands seared into for being inescapable. Yet, a flame of indignation ignited within him. Had been cast aside by Cheng Junjiang, leading to his circumstances now. Has spoke with such sanctimony and righteousness so absurd. Just as Shepherd Pered tortured, ackling voice echo Edenhezer. Ding. Hosts diseri tav indicateth genues be indetected. The genie was systemis no activated. Please a select your genie a y path. Cheng Yu Zanger ways instant like quelled. A golden finger happered. Hainhul deeply, calm lip perusing the option spree scented be the system. Standard route? A straight gaunt the roadside? Cheng Yu shuki shaden resignation. Thunder cover it? Become a spy? Have found the notion laughable. Asked the Sanofta Northern Martial Arts Salient Sea Leader, how could a possibly become a traitor? Special route, Cheng Yuzi slid up. Executive fear stand report ladder, empowered be imperial rivalage. This waste genie Waihin vision de luf, formidable. And decisively ruthless, without hesitation, Heko saith this special route. Who says this system is subpar? This is system magnificent. Cheng Yu reveled inwardly, eagerly anticipating Themamento showcase themai tof genie we androp the words. At that moment, Cheng Zhenjiang's voice rang utinsmuri. Hekis Cheng Yu of disrespecting Iselders, showing nor morse. And ordered him to apologize before the corpseof to discipline to, transcribe the deed soft thyr ancestors 100 times. Cheng Yu lifted his shedkali. Apologize? In your dreams. Though Zuho Harmony servideth, his tenu was resolutian dunyielding. Cheng Junjiang, up in hearing this, was consumed beerage, pointing at Cheng Yu's embroidered springbladiusha scolded. Bio your logic, if I were to harm ya, wu die out then zikto kill me and drazy, or family? Cheng scoffed coldly, you must certain linla tree. Chapter 2. Whether there is one more of me or one less, it matters not. Cheng Yu endured the pain and rose to his feet. He straightened his originally bent back, his eyes filled with an icy resolve. The Imperial Guards ought to embody the dignity of their rank. How could they appear so pitiful when faced with humiliation? The so-called parents, with their grandiloquent words, belittled him to the point of worthlessness. They believed him to be ruthless, lacking in strength, and thought him inferior even to the ordinary disciples in their sect, devoid of any chivalrous spirit, having become a disgraceful Imperial Guard, bringing shame upon their entire family. Yet, had they ever inquired about the hardships he endured over the past 18 years? 18 years of relentless toil. His adoptive parents had toiled so hard that they passed away prematurely, and he had exhausted every effort just to attain a modest position within the ranks. A mere dismissive remark labeling him as a hound of the court could render all his struggles utterly worthless. Cheng Yu felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Were it not for their blood ties, Cheng Junjiang and his wife would likely regard him as nothing more than an eyesore, a mere ant that could be crushed underfoot for being bloodied. Even with their kinship, had he not been effectively condemned to death by their actions? They engaged in the heinous act of forsaking their own flesh and blood while deluding themselves into preaching lofty ideals. What merit was there in respecting such parents? As for the deeds of his ancestors, Cheng Yu lifted his head, recalling with disdain the few books they had forced upon him. Were they referring to Cheng Yuan, the rebel who was executed and displayed to the public for following Prince Qing in rebellion during the 372nd year of the Great Qin dynasty? A rebel! The very word struck Cheng Junjiang, who had been furious, into a momentary stupor. In the next instant, a torrent of rage erupted from him. Wretched spawn! What are you saying? Cheng Yuan, an ancestor who had risked everything to assassinate a tyrant for the sake of the common people, was a point of pride for the Cheng family, and you dare to insult him in such a manner. Dare you repeat that? Faced with this terrifying aura, Cheng Yu showed no fear if others belittled his worth. He had no obligation to respect their values. Are you speaking of a hero who, after his death, had his family confiscated and thousands of slaves seized, causing financial and social harm while constructing countless pavilions? A man who, for the sake of the common folk, attempted to assassinate a monarch who had abolished taxes for 10 years, allowing the people to live in peace. Cheng Yuan and his compatriots conspired to usurp the throne and entered the palace to kill the reigning emperor of Great Qin. only to be ambushed by the imperial guards and captured, their heads displayed at the city gates for 15 days, seen by countless passers-by. A mere rebel, others avoided him like the plague and severed ties. Yet a century later, it had morphed into a story of glory. Cheng Yu's tone was indifferent, but his words were sharp, as if he did not consider this ancestor as his own. The system's voice echoed in his ears. The host fears not the powerful, justifying the honor of the imperial guards. Reward. Heal wounds. Reward. Inner strength. A warm sensation surged within him, flowing effortlessly through his meridians. Inner strength. His injuries healed at an astonishing speed. Cheng Yu nodded in his heart, marveling at the system's support. This reward of inner strength equaled nearly half of what he had cultivated over 18 arduous years. Unfortunate family, you have birthed this disgrace to our ancestors. Kneel before me! Cheng Junjiang erupted in fury, his terrifying aura bearing down upon Cheng Huaiyud, as a renowned hero in the martial world. Cheng Junjiang would not outwardly display anger at insults directed at him. However, this revelation of his family's secrets was an entirely different matter. A hero, a descendant of a rebel. The one uttering these words was his own son. Unfortunate family. Cheng Yu remained undaunted, standing tall and immovable. His mother, Zhao Shichuan, who had been weeping, froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend his words. How can you say such things? That is our Cheng family's ancestor. Our family is built on chivalry and compassion. Speaking like this at home will anger your father and bring shame upon us when you go outside. Quickly apologize to your father. Zhao Shichuan, hailing from an illustrious background herself, was taken aback by Cheng Yu's words. Yet, he paid her no heed. Now you know how to speak. Why were you silent and only crying moments ago? Bring shame upon us? I think not. I have already been humiliated enough in this so-called family. Fear not. When others hear this, they will only think I am an enemy of the Cheng family. There is no way to tarnish the reputation of you two heroes. After all, you both are renowned figures in the martial world, with unparalleled status and strength, and your 3 children each possessing remarkable talents, inheriting your esteemed reputation. The most illustrious among them is already a genius on the list of heroes I see. Whether there is one more of me or one less, it matters not. With this declaration, Cheng Junjiang, who had been enraged by Cheng Yu's disrespectful words, fell silent for a moment. He began to understand. Cheng Yu's lengthy discourse ultimately conveyed only one sentiment. He felt that his parents had not raised him and thus were unworthy to instruct him. Setting aside this fact, was this truly the attitude a son should possess when addressing his parents? Such a lack of filial piety. Moreover, Cheng Junjiang's time was devoted to upholding justice in the martial world, leaving him little opportunity to seek out Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu should take pride in this. Why should he not take pride in it? How could he adopt the ruthless demeanor of his parents? As the head of a vast family and sect, Cheng Junjiang was upright and respected, honored by the world as Hero Cheng. How could such a rebellious offspring emerge from him? I know you have suffered alone. But that suffering is for the sake of the people, not an excuse, as my son. Should you not be more magnanimous? Can you not empathize with your parents' hardships? How did you become such an ungrateful wretch? Lacking in compassion for your own parents, Cheng Yu felt no fear, responding loudly, I am unworthy, alone. I carve out my own future. What need have I for your judgment, at the mention of being alone? Tears streamed down Zhao Shichuan's face. Not finding you is your father and I's fault. Please do not say such things. Mother is heartbroken, but being a kind and righteous child is never wrong. How could your parents harm you? Countless nights, Zhao Shichuan had awakened in tears from dreams of her lost son. Yet, upon their true reunion, confronted with the ruthless young man, clad in bloodied attire, she felt nothing but despair. Why had her son transformed into such a terrifying figure? In her heart, her child should be a gallant hero, noble and kind. Other children excelled, upright and full of hope, especially her youngest son, who was obedient, honest and kind, ranking among the heroes at a young age, with a promising future ahead, already embodying the traits of a hero. How could her own sons be so vastly different? Heartbreak, at such a moment. You would ask me to be silent? Do not feign ignorance. If you truly felt heartache, would you have spent 18 years without seeking me out? Cheng Yu's gaze was icy. Zhao Shichuan's eyes widened as she recalled how she had often intended to return to find her son, only to be delayed by trivial matters forgetting about it in her busyness. If she truly felt heartache, could she forget? She shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to dismiss such terrifying thoughts. What mother does not love her own child? It was simply helpless. Enough. Be obedient. Do not act impulsively. After all, we are still family, united by blood. Apologize to your father and promise to amend your ways, to learn righteousness, and let us live harmoniously as a family. As she spoke, she sobbed, glancing at Cheng Junjiang for support. Cheng Junjiang snorted in discontent. Although he was deeply displeased with Cheng Yu for killing that disciple, he dared not oppose his wife openly and turned his head away in tacit agreement. Though he remained unsatisfied. Though he may have erred in not finding his child, what parent in the world would admit fault to their child? Observing Zhao Shichuan's hopeful expression, Cheng Yu chuckled coldly. It was all an act, after all, yet, no matter how much was said, it was futile. He only knew one truth. The original Cheng Yu is dead, family? I cannot contend with you virtuous individuals, though I have taken many lives. I cherish my own. Zhao Shichuan's hopeful expression faltered, as if she had not anticipated Cheng Yu's words. How can you say such things, child? How could your parents treat you this way? Your father is a hero, the leader of the martial world, and he will surely protect you. If one day I become the target of the world's wrath and they seek my life, what then? Cheng Yu posed this question, waiting for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Zhao Shichuan did not respond, but her silence spoke volumes. Cheng Yu let out a bitter laugh, mocking the hope he once held. Zhao Shichuan, noticing his reaction, broke down in tears. How can you ask such a question? Mother would never allow such a situation to occur. Trust in me. Nearby, Cheng Junjiang watched his wife's sorrow with immense fury. This rebellious son dared to leverage such a question against his parents. Utterly lacking in righteousness and respect, you wretched child. Is this how you treat your parents? Kneel and apologize to your mother. Cheng Junjiang rose from his chair, a palpable aura of power emanating from him. Cheng Yu felt an immense force pressing down upon him, yet he stood his ground, instinctively reaching for the dagger at his waist. The host fears not the formidable, fully embodying the spirit of the Imperial Guards. Reward. Inner strength. As his inner strength surged, the pressure upon Cheng Yu lessened. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. His younger brother, Cheng Feng, a prodigy on the list of heroes. The arrival of this beloved son, nurtured with care, was far more pleasing to Cheng Junjiang than the rebellious child before him. Look at your brother. How righteous he is. He must be worried about you, asked the elder brother. Do you not feel ashamed for being unfilial and unjust? The handsome Cheng Feng, impeccably dressed, bowed to his father and went to his mother, wiping away her tears. Fenger, quickly persuade your second brother not to act foolishly. Perhaps Ergu harbors resentment towards me. Cheng Feng shook his head. That disciple who was killed could be considered his follower. In a certain sense, he is inextricably linked to this incident. However, on the other hand, he does not mind witnessing the current scene. From the day his parents brought Cheng Yu home, he believed Cheng Yu was unworthy of being his family. Merely a weakling, a disgraceful minion of the court, utterly ignorant of the chivalric ways of the Jianghu. Were it not for the bond of blood as his elder brother, he would not have deigned to cast a glance at such a person when out in the world. Now, the useless one has indeed proven to be a waste. Cruel and ruthless, provoking his father's fury and his mother's tears. Far from advising Cheng Yu, he would rather see him roll as far away as possible. Chapter 3. There was no debt of life, nor was I nurtured. Without kindness or obligation, what is there to feel guilty about? Cheng Junjiang, upon witnessing Cheng Feng's apparent maturity, felt his anger towards Cheng Yu rekindle. How could I have such a son? Bringing disgrace to my name. Just look at your brother, such spirit and strength. He does not dare to defy our parents because he understands the code of chivalry. He could not comprehend how such a vast chasm could exist between the two children. One is virtuous and unmatched, the other so vile. Ha ha! Cheng Yu laughed heartily. He is undoubtedly your good son. I, a ruthless minion of the court, can hardly compare. Yet, if he is so exceptional, why must you come to torment me? Cheng Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan stood in shock. Cheng Yu actually claimed they were here to harm him. After struggling for over a decade to resolve their grievances, he dares to label them as his tormentors. Cheng Junjiang, taken aback, could not muster his anger in time. Cheng Feng, accustomed to a life of privilege and pride, was unprepared for such words. You? How dare you speak to and you? Before he could finish, Cheng Yu interrupted. Outsiders may not know I am your elder brother, but you do. Why did you not pay your respects upon entering? Where is your so-called pride and righteousness? An ungrateful and disrespectful wretch like you. How dare you claim the title of a youthful hero? Cheng Feng, who typically encountered only those who flattered his chivalry, was taken aback by Cheng Yu's reversal of accusations. It was simply an inversion of the heavens. Anger surged within him, and as murderous intent grew, he sternly declared, Father and mother, Ergu has succumbed to madness. Further discourse is futile. Those who tarnish his reputation shall face death. Cheng Junjiang nodded, acknowledging that words were futile against such a rebellious son. Cheng Feng rejoiced, coldly stating, I shall take it upon myself to educate Ergu with that. He struck out at Cheng Yu. Fenger, no. Both Cheng Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan, fully aware of their son's abilities, hurriedly attempted to intervene. Yet, for reasons unknown, their resistance remained verbal. This child is far too unruly. Some hardship may do him good. Cheng Yu, taken aback by Cheng Feng's immediate attack, swiftly unsheathed his embroidered spring knife to defend himself. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. The disparity in their upbringing was stark. Cheng Yu, having received 2 internal power boosts, could barely fend off Cheng Feng's casual strike. The blade of his knife cracked under the force, and even with much of the power dissipated, the remaining strike sent blood spilling from his lips. The host stands firm against a stronger foe, preserving the dignity of the Jinyui, reward of internal strength. Feeling the internal strength coursing through him, healing his wounds, Cheng Yu coldly raised his head, biting his lip. Seeking death, he grasped the broken knife once more. Aiming for Cheng Feng's vital points, Cheng Feng, surprised by Cheng Yu's retaliation, hesitated momentarily. Yet, before he could evade, a powerful force struck Cheng Yu's knife from his hand, sending him reeling backward. It was Cheng Junjiang who intervened. Zhao Shichuan, witnessing Cheng Yu spitting blood, felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Are you all right? Truly, the son of a great hero, striking against his brother. This is the chivalry of the Cheng family. When he strikes at me, he shows no concern, yet when I retaliate, he immediately intervenes, truly deserving of the title of the world's most just hero. Zhao Shichuan trembled at this. Do not speak such nonsense. Cheng Junjiang's eyes widened, realizing they had reached a critical juncture. How dare you? What did you just call me? To refer to me as Cheng Zongzhu, is that not to acknowledge this utterly failed father-son relationship? Such a revelation would be a blow to my dignity. It is absolutely intolerable. Cheng Yu wiped the blood from his lips, his expression remaining calm. You all claim I am ruthless? Yet had I not been so, I would have long been beaten to death by the tyrants plaguing our village at the age of 9. Where were you when I had to hide a dagger to slay a brute who sought to harm me? You sheltered flowers in a greenhouse. What right do you have to call me ruthless? His words, laced with blood, were delivered in an icy tone, his eyes cold as frost, as if he spoke of another. Cheng Junjiang's heart trembled, his anger intensifying. Such complete disregard for chivalry. No justification can serve as an excuse for ruthlessness. His unwavering belief in chivalry dictated that he could not allow Cheng Yu to argue for his own ruthlessness. Zhao Shichuan's tears streamed down her face. Stop talking, my child. Cheng Yu, cradling his injured arm, coldly shook his head. The chivalry you speak of is nothing but worthless nonsense in my eyes. If you find me, a vile and ruthless man, repugnant, then kill me. If you do not wish to kill me, then let us part ways, never to cross paths again. His words fell like thunder. Cheng Junjiang, previously silent, now bore a transformed expression. What? Dare you repeat that? To commit such unfilial and unjust acts? How can you face your father and mother? Zhao Shichuan gaped, her eyes wide. How has it come to this? Cheng Yu stepped back, positioning his embroidered spring knife. Cheng Zongzhu and madam, please show some respect. I am but a minor officer of the Jinyui. And you, denizens of the Jianghu, have no authority to command me. The host displays the dignity of the Jinyui without deference, reward of knife technique comprehension. You gave me life without inquiry. It was a personal decision. There is no debt of life, nor was I nurtured. Without kindness or obligation, what is there to feel guilty about? Cheng Yu's voice was frigid as he turned to Cheng Feng. That strike just now. I shall remember. I am a man of vengeance, and retribution shall come in due time." With that, he turned to leave. Zhao Shichuan rose hastily, intent on stopping him, but was halted by Cheng Junjiang's furious voice. "Enough of this rebellion. Do not stop him. Let him go." That phrase, without kindness or obligation, pierced his heart like a dagger. What great hero or warrior could endure such words, especially one who had long been called chivalrous? To sever ties over a trivial matter? Now I understand. He has descended into the depths of depravity, determined to become that blood-soaked minion of the court. Then let him go. I shall see how such a vile and weak individual survives without the backing of the Cheng family and the Jietong sect. Cheng Yu left without looking back, laughing as he departed, like a bird escaping its cage, gradually fading from view without a trace of hesitation. Zhao Shichuan stared blankly at her son's retreating figure. An immense sorrow swelling within her heart. "Dumb son, why have you become this way?" As his wife wept, Cheng Junjiang's fury escalated, his pent-up rage erupting as he smashed various objects within the room. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! I do not have such a son." Cheng Feng, witnessing this, was filled with joy. That wretch had finally departed. He could hardly be bothered to concern himself with what that failure might cause. Nothing could compare to his own brilliance. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a short while, a pair of young and beautiful women approached, puzzled by the scene before them. "Father, mother, what has happened?" The elder sister, Cheng Yu, who was slightly older than Cheng Yu and renowned as a talented disciple of the Jietong sect, spoke up, her beauty striking. Beside her, the delicate and charming younger sister, Cheng Si, furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. As Cheng Junjiang gazed upon his three children, his frustration with Cheng Yu deepened. A vile temperament, lacking the concern for parents that his siblings displayed, and audacious enough to sever ties. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, shouting, "Bring me that ungrateful wretch's belongings and throw them out. They are an eyesore." A servant hurriedly appeared, his head bowed and stammering. "Second young master, there are no belongings. For some time now, he has been under my care, but I have been restricted by Cheng Junjiang, merely serving to monitor him." The words hung in the air, and everyone present was taken aback. Cheng Yu had been living in the Jietong sect for nearly a month, and yet he possessed nothing? What nonsense is this? How could he possibly have nothing? The second young master does not have his own room. He usually resides in the disciple area, only coming and going at dawn and dusk. So naturally, he has no belongings. The servant trembled as he spoke. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Everyone thought they had misheard. How could this be? Even the servants of the sect have their own rooms. Yet he, as a young master, had none. Cheng Junjiang's eyes widened. How can this be? Did you not know to arrange for him to have a room? Is there not room for one more? A bunch of useless fools. It was the sect master's directive. He said the second young master had significant temperament issues and needed to refine his character, so he arranged for him to stay in the disciple area. And it has been that way ever since. The room fell into silence again. Zhao Shichuan looked incredulously at her husband, unable to believe that he would deny their son even a single room. At that moment, when I beheld him clad in the tattered garb of a court hound, his entire being smeared with blood, a surge of indignation compelled me to assign him to the disciples' quarters for a few nights, only to subsequently forget about it. Yet, was he not troubled by this? Would he not utter a word about his discontent at not residing in his own home? Cheng Junjiang muttered to himself, failing to regard the expressions of his child and wife. Lacking even a room to call his own, could this truly be deemed a home? Was he left with nothing at all? Zhao Shichuan, in a moment of desperation, probed the servant, lamenting that with her son now gone, there remained nothing to commemorate his existence, leaving her, as a mother, utterly desolate. If one were to insist, there was indeed something. The servant pondered briefly before producing a battered, deformed iron hammer. Zhao Shichuan hastily snatched it from him, only to discover it was an utterly ordinary long-handled hammer. What is this? It is the relic of the couple who adopted the young master. They were blacksmiths. The mention of the adoptive parents' relic left the group momentarily shaken. Indeed, they had only focused on the temperament and strength of Cheng Yu, neglecting to consider that, from another perspective, he was merely a youth recently bereaved of his parents. The weight of his adoptive parents' passing left him without even a room to call his own here. while others evaluated him through an entirely different set of standards. What profound desolation this was. Realizing the sorrow within her son, Zhao Shichuan's lips quivered. The relic, how could it have come to be in such a state? How had the cherished possession of his adoptive parents been reduced to this dilapidated form? Yet still retained by a duh? Cheng Junjiang scoffed, attempting to mask a hint of his own unease. Carelessly discarded and damaged, it seemed this item held little significance for him. It appeared his adoptive parents were similarly indifferent. After all, he was a man of cold-heartedness, devoid of gratitude or righteousness. If he could not honor his biological parents, how could he possibly care for such things? His ire towards Cheng Yu simmered. Here was a rebellious son, stained with blood yet unrepentant, unworthy of sympathy. However, the servant then softly replied. It was because the sect leader destroyed this item and cast it aside that the young master assumed it was lost. In truth, I had hidden it away. Eyes immediately turned towards Cheng Junjiang, and no one uttered a word, yet the meaning in their gazes was unmistakable. He had destroyed the relic of another's adoptive parents. What kind of biological father was he? The two daughters instinctively took a step back. Zhao Shichuan flushed with anger, exclaiming, "No wonder you wished to leave. Who could bear to coexist with a father like you?" "Impossible. Why would I meddle with his belongings?" Cheng Junjiang faltered for a brief moment, casting a stern gaze at Ada. "What nonsense are you spouting? Did that rebellious son instruct you to say this? What benefit did he bestow upon you? This is an injustice." The servant hastily knelt, shaking his head. That morning, the young master was observing this item while speaking to himself. You approached and admonished him to take life seriously, criticizing him for his lack of diligence and cultivation before directly smashing the item. Cheng Junjiang paused, recalling that indeed, such an event had transpired. But that was not my fault. Who told him to be lazy and neglect his training? What is there to fear in pain or discomfort for us as martial artists? No wonder his skills are so lacking. Yet, the young master had only just finished an all-night session of cultivation and encountered you shortly thereafter. Your actions were too swift, depriving him of the opportunity to explain. Chapter 4. Cheng Yu in training, inciting trouble for his son. Cheng Junjiang's words painted a grim tableau before the others. Cheng Yu, acutely aware of his parents' dissatisfaction with him, had toiled tirelessly through the night, and upon concluding his efforts, sought solace in the relic of his deceased adoptive parents. Yet, someone appeared, without discernment, accusing him of idleness and laziness. Without any chance to defend himself, the relic was snatched away and destroyed. That individual was none other than his own biological father, leaving him without the right to express his anger, forcing him to swallow his sorrow in silence. In such circumstances, where could warmth be found? What constituted a home? Zhao Shichuan gazed at Cheng Junjiang in disbelief. Her son had been subjected to such treatment, and as a mother, she had remained utterly oblivious. Cheng Junjiang, my son has endured 18 years of hardship, and after finally finding his family, this is how you treat him. No wonder he longs to depart. You must provide me with an explanation today. The formidable aura of an 8th-grade martial artist emanated from her, sharp and unyielding. Cheng Junjiang's countenance grew peculiar. Although he was a powerful 9th-grade practitioner, how could he contend with his wife's fury? He never mentioned it. Had he informed me that it was something significant, I would never have acted as I did. As he spoke, he adopted an air of lamentation. I acted rashly in a moment of desperation. But if it were not for that rebellious child, who has adopted such vile traits, devoid of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and filial piety, would I, as a father, have felt such trepidation? The fault lies not with him. If it were my younger son Cheng Feng in the same situation, I would merely perceive him as taking a well-deserved break amidst his efforts. Ultimately, this is Cheng Yu's fault. Had he been more diligent, none of this would have occurred. In light of this explanation. Aside from the younger daughter Cheng Si, whose expression grew increasingly peculiar, the others were left with a sense of sorrow tinged with helplessness. Cheng Junjiang was a well-respected hero in the martial world, and they believed his grievous actions were undoubtedly driven by urgency. A father's love, akin to fire, could lead to scalding when one is pressed by anxiety. Zhao Shichuan's gaze fell, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she looked despondently at the servant. Had Yuer truly left no trace behind in this home? Had their reunion after 18 years been but a fleeting dream? As a mother, she found this utterly unbearable. To have callously abandoned her young son once, and now to witness him depart a second time, yet find nothing to commemorate him. Chung Foreign, indeed. There is nothing left. Wait. At this moment, Chung Junjiang slammed his fist, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Zhao Shichuan with a comforting expression. I remember, my dear. When that rebellious child returned, did I not have the artist paint a portrait of our family? At the very least, he would leave behind a likeness. Where is it? Zhao Shichuan's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Although her second son had many unlikable traits, he was still flesh of her flesh. Having a semblance would be a comfort. Go fetch it. Yes. Chung Junjiang quickly instructed the servant to retrieve the painting while muttering to himself. That rebellious child truly embodies a vile temperament, utterly ignorant of filial piety, declaring severance of ties. What are we, as parents, to do? The sharp words he uttered before leaving resonated painfully within him, yet his discontent prevailed. Regardless of their circumstances, how could children behave in such a manner? Moreover, all actions were undertaken for his benefit. Cruelty and treachery are ultimately not the righteous path, as he pondered. The servant moved swiftly, soon returning with a scroll, however. An inexplicable expression colored his face. Quickly, let me see. Zhao Shichuan snatched the portrait of her son and hastily unfurled it to alleviate her heartache. Chung Junjiang stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back, expressing his sentiments. Truly a rebellious son, utterly devoid of understanding of filial duty. Had I not suggested a family portrait, he would have left no trace whatsoever behind. As he spoke, he found himself rooted to the spot upon seeing the depicted image. The others furrowed their brows in confusion. The painting clearly did not feature Chung Yu's upright figure clad in black, but rather the heroic silhouette of a youthful swordsman facing an adversary. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the elegant form of the younger son, Cheng Feng. Why is it him? How could it be Fenger? Has there been a mix-up? Zhao Shichuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, questioning the servant. The servant's peculiar expression grew more pronounced as he shook his head. There was no error. Lady Chung may observe the inscription beside it. Zhao Shichuan hurriedly glanced at the inscription, which read 5 large characters. Cheng Yu in training. Could it be a mistake? This is clearly not Yuer, but Fenger. Just as Zhao Shichuan remained perplexed, Chung Junjiang, the esteemed leader of the martial alliance, felt a chill in his gaze. Was the artist deliberately humiliating us? Clearly depicting Fenger, yet labeling it as that rebellious child. Summon him here at once. It is not the artist's fault. The servant lowered his head, his voice quivering as he replied. Chung Junjiang's expression shifted dramatically, his fury ignited. If he made a mistake, it is not his fault. Is it my fault then? Is there such logic in the world? The servant trembled, yet mustered the courage to explain. That day, you instructed the artist to only paint within the sect's martial arena, ensuring that it showcased the best aspects of our Zhejiang sect. He was merely adhering to your demands. In the martial world, reputation is paramount, and artworks endure for ages. Thus, one cannot casually overlook their facade. It is perfectly reasonable to ask the artist to select the most favorable backdrop for the portrait. And then, according to my instructions, the result is that I am missing one son from the painting. It was you who mandated that the artist only paint within the martial arena. What sort of reasoning is this? I ask you, where is that rebellious child mentioned in the inscription? The young master is in training. You forbade him from entering the martial arena, so he could only practice elsewhere. Once this was uttered by the servant, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone instinctively glanced at the inscription Cheng Yu in training, then looked back at the painting devoid of his presence, an overwhelming sense of absurdity washing over them. He was indeed in training. All were aware that, for various reasons, Chung Junjiang had prohibited him from appearing in certain places. This absence, however, led to his being forgotten. In that moment, Zhao Shichuan could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as her teeth trembled with rage. A person yearning for familial affection repeatedly faced such adversity. How cold must their heart be? Chung Junjiang, is this your benevolent deed? The father, oblivious to the absence of his son in every aspect, even in portraits, finds himself engulfed in his wife's scathing reproach. He remains utterly unaware that this is what it means to embody fatherhood. Cling to your hollow notions of chivalry, for your son has been driven away by your actions. Oh, my dear child. How could you depart without leaving even a trace of your thoughts behind for your mother to cherish? Chung Junjiang, listening to his wife's invectives, is rendered speechless and agitated. His every endeavor is aimed at upholding the dignity and reputation of their sect, seeking to redeem his wayward son. How has he come to such a dismal state? Is it truly a folly to adhere to the principles of chivalry? At that moment, a voice, tender and youthful, breaks through the turmoil. Father, these matters are trifles for second brother. He can endure them. What I wish to understand is why he left in the first place. Cheng Si, the younger sister, had been listening intently, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity, finally voicing the question that had weighed on her heart. Having left home at a young age for special reasons, she had spent years apprenticing before returning just a year prior. Unlike the rest of the family, she did not harbor resentment towards Chengyu, her second brother. Instead, she sought him out for conversation, captivated by his tales of the intricate and perilous world he traversed, thus satisfying her curiosity about the hardships of the lower echelons and gaining insight into her brother's struggles. Chengyu's maturity far surpassed those around him, leaving a profound impression on her. As the family member who communicated most with Chengyu, she harbored deep discontent over his departure. Tioher, despite his lack of strength, every step he took was a testament to his relentless efforts, gradually leading him to his current state. How could someone of such character so easily sever ties and abandon their kin? Upon hearing his daughter's inquiry, Chung Junjiang's countenance darkened as he recounted the incident of Chengyu's attack on a disciple. I taught him to be magnanimous, yet he resorts to violence over trivial matters. Such behavior is intolerable in the realm of chivalry. To my dismay, he disregarded my counsel and continued on his ruthless path, leading to the loss of life. I had no choice but to administer familial discipline, and he could not bear the consequences. He continued, detailing how Chengyu had awakened with a vehement attitude, spouting disrespectful words and ignoring his mother's pleas to stay. Chung Junjiang recounted his son's numerous transgressions, carefully omitting the part where he had nearly beaten Chengyu to the brink of death with his disciplinary methods. After all, he is not dead. Cheng Si trembled at this revelation, fully aware of the severity of familial discipline. With Chengyu's strength, it could very well lead to fatal consequences. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind as she pondered the disciple's audacity to threaten her brother. Knowing full well he was the son of the sect leader and possessed formidable strength, Cheng Si clenched her teeth in frustration, recognizing that her father's actions had exacerbated the situation. She loathed that disciple who, enjoying the sect's resources, had the gall to betray the family. Chung Junjiang's expression twitched at her question, and after a moment of silence, he replied gloomily, that disciple initially did not dare to threaten him. After he reported to me, in my anger, I instructed him to test that rebellious child, hoping to temper his bad temper. Who could have foreseen that he would resort to such lethal violence after my admonitions? You incited this? Cheng Si and the others gasped in shock. Could such a father truly exist? To incite a disciple to deceive his own son, forcing him to commit murder. How could you act in such a manner? Cheng Si took a step back, retreating behind her mother, Zhao Shichuan, her eyes brimming with tears. What do you intend to do, Chung Junjiang? Can't you communicate directly with your son? Why must you resort to such coercion? Cheng Si's face was etched with worry. Second brother has suffered punishment and sustained injuries. His life may be in jeopardy. We must find him urgently. Hearing this, Zhao Shichuan trembled, the weight of guilt and sorrow overwhelming her. How could she have forgotten that her child was still injured? If anything were to happen, it would haunt their family for eternity. She berated herself for being such an irresponsible mother. I must go find you. He has endured enough suffering. With that, Zhao Shichuan wiped her tears and immediately employed her superior agility to rush outside. Chung Junjiang's expression fluctuated between concern and hesitation. After all, this rebellious child was his son. It was a lie to say he was unconcerned about his life. Yet, rushing out in haste would only serve to affirm the mistakes he had made as a father. He could not allow that. The world would mock him. Father. Cheng Si noticed Chung Junjiang's hesitation and paled, about to persuade him when darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, causing her to collapse. Her elder sister, Chengyu, swiftly caught her, sensing her sister's icy demeanor and the ominous aura surrounding her. Alarmed, she realized that her sister was experiencing another episode. Zhao Shichuan, who had not gone far, hurried back in concern, embracing her daughter. Quick, summon the elder physician and elder Yaoshan. Cheng Junjiang gazed at his beloved daughter. Worry etched on his face. Which elders? Bring them all. He wished to exhaust all resources of the sect to ensure his daughter's safety. Just a moment ago, they had been discussing Chengyu, yet now it seemed he was forgotten entirely. Chapter 5. The embroidered spring blade is business-oriented. The demon-slaying sword is athletic. At the foot of the Jiejin mountain, Chengyu turned back to gaze at the magnificent and perilous peaks adorned with pavilions. An indescribable sense of comfort washing over him. Ever since his arrival in this realm, the lingering frustration in his heart had finally dissipated. The Jiejin sect, with its formidable strength and numerous heroes, had always been a place of aspiration for martial artists across the land. Yet, Chengyu was acutely aware of the reality. Within the Jiejin sect, every individual was a powerhouse, each one possessing strength akin to that of a bull. Consuming food quantities that far exceeded those of 3 average adults, they spent their days in seclusion, practicing their martial arts while reveling in indulgent feasts of wine and meat outside. Where did this abundance come from? It was cultivated from the vast farmlands tended by the common folk surrounding the sect. The Dacian dynasty, weakened, could no longer maintain such a top-tier sect, rendering the imperial taxation moot. The sect's members extracted the sweat and toil of the people, claiming a staggering 80% of their earnings while evading the law under the pretense of safeguarding the region. In trivial matters, they either favored their own or left it to the authorities, leaving the officials in despair. Only in times of dire emergency would they deign to intervene, and even then, their actions were solely for self-preservation. Such brazen plundering masked behind the guise of righteousness was all too evident to Chengyu. A group of hypocrites who were lenient towards themselves yet harsh towards others. He could no longer endure their duplicity. Now that he had shed his burdens, he was free to pursue his desires, seeking vengeance and revelry with abandon. Having ascended from the bottom ranks, he had long grown accustomed to the facade of benevolence in the martial world, which often concealed its darkest deeds. With the rise of various factions in the martial world, many sects were cultivating forces capable of resisting armies. Being a member of the Jinjiang was no simple task. The martial experts of this realm were not the kind who could be easily worn down by regular troops. They were like certain esports players who could not grasp the fundamentals. Each one was cautious of their lives, retreating when exhausted and returning to fight once rejuvenated, rendering them nearly invincible. Individual prowess was paramount. Finally leaving the Jiejin sect, Chengyu contemplated his future. Having longed for a world where martial arts reigned supreme, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation as he embarked on this journey as a transmigrator. Thanks to the system's presence, his best option was to take up the position of a minor officer in the Jijiang the world of martial artists. Ranks ranged from 1 to 9, inversely corresponding to the ranks of court officials. For ordinary individuals, the greatest hurdle was reaching the first rank. Chengyu had tirelessly persevered for 18 years, overcoming numerous obstacles to finally achieve the late stage of the first rank. This level of prowess typically corresponded to the status of a minor officer in the Dacian Jinjiang, responsible for matters in rural districts, with subordinates being lesser martial artists serving as bodyguards and captains. His solid strength at the first rank had allowed him to secure a decent position amidst a sea of connections. Jiangnan, a prosperous region, presented complex circumstances but also offered greater opportunities, far better than spending a lifetime hunting bandits elsewhere. Just before assuming his post, he encountered Cheng Junjiang and his wife seeking to acknowledge their kinship. Since he had chosen the path of the Jianghu nightmare within the system, he would pursue it relentlessly. The thought of plundering households filled him with anticipation. The very notion of looting was exhilarating. The various sects and powerful families lived like local emperors, indulging in extreme extravagance. Take the Jiejin sect, for instance. Its wealth was built on the contributions of millions over centuries, with its own mines and medicinal mountains serving as treasure troves. The martial alliance's leaders below the supreme leader were also compelled to offer tribute. From what he understood, the sword carried by his brother Cheng Feng could easily be exchanged for a grand estate in the capital of Dacian. If he could seize that, he could hardly fathom the joy it would bring him. Though for now, such a heist was not feasible. Chengyu shook his head slightly. Setting aside the formidable Cheng Junjiang, a martial master at the 9th rank, even Cheng Feng was a distant dream for him. Achieving 4th rank at such a young age, he had earned a place on the 100 Treasures Pavilion's ranking board. undoubtedly a genius. A single strike from him would be beyond Cheng Yu's capacity to withstand. Yet, he remained undeterred. With the system's support, those who currently surpassed him would eventually be outpaced. If he was to become a nightmare in the martial world, then it was only fitting that even a minor lord of the ranking board, let alone top-tier experts, should find themselves overshadowed by him. Only then would his journey be worthwhile. Cheng Feng's strike against him, Cheng Junjiang's harsh discipline, all of these events were etched into his memory. One day, he would surely return to the Zhejian sect to settle the score. Before that, he needed to open the grand gift package bestowed by the system. North Yuan City, a grand stronghold of Dakian. Standing against the northern invaders, Cheng Yu returned to his rented lodgings, system, opened the reward package. To forge oneself as a capable member of the Jinjing, one must possess a solid foundation. Relying solely on bravado would only lead to suffering. What mattered now was whether this system package could yield a turning point. Ding! Your reward package has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the reward, True Martial Inheritance, the Demon-Subduing Classics. Congratulations! You have received the reward, Supreme Treasure, the Demon-Subduing Sword, Fragment. Congratulations! You have received the reward, 100 Battles Reincarnation Blade Technique. Congratulations! You have received the reward, 100 Forging Spring Embroidery Blade. Cold Silk Flying Fish Garb. Hist is this not the world of martial arts? How have I been granted the true martial inheritance? A series of notifications left Cheng Yu in a daze, and after a moment, he gasped in astonishment. The techniques of martial arts overlords do not possess such elevated ranks. This is a rhythm of cultivating martial arts while embarking on the path of immortality. What a fortuitous event, indeed! Though shocked, he felt a greater sense of satisfaction. He was about to engage in a venture of pillaging and extermination, a nightmare of the martial world, without a bit of strength. How could he proceed? His gaze fixed upon the first reward. The true martial inheritance, the demon-subduing classics. Do you accept the inheritance? Accept. Ding. Inheritance has been accepted. Congratulations. You have entered the realm of the demon-subduing classics. A supreme aura, non-existent in this realm, began to flow into Cheng Yu's body. This essence did not operate along the conventional pathways of internal energy, but rather along a scarcely perceptible trajectory. As if it were not even present within him as the aura meandered, Cheng Yu felt himself transcending both physically and mentally, experiencing a sensation akin to being washed clean and floating like an immortal. After a considerable time, the aura gradually ceased its movement, completely entering his expanded meridians, purifying his internal energy to an unprecedented degree. Cheng Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling an unparalleled comfort and ease. Truly, the true martial inheritance. Its cultivation is indeed distinct from the arduous practice of martial arts. Were those martial overlords to behold his method of cultivation, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. It is too advanced. Beyond the aura, countless memories flooded into Cheng Yu, containing innumerable legacies encompassing everything from martial insights to alchemy and treasure forging. An absolute compendium of knowledge. Among the most crucial information were several fundamental principles of the true martial inheritance: the way of arms, the way of water, the way of life and death, and so forth. These concepts were too distant for Cheng Yu at present, requiring further opportunities for unlocking. Claiming the other rewards, Ding. Please collect your rewards. As the system's voice echoed, the spring embroidery blade and the flying fish garb he wore shimmered briefly. Soon, the radiance faded, revealing the somewhat worn spring embroidery blade, now exuding a chilling glimmer. Capable of severing hair with ease, an evident rarity among weapons. The previously stained flying fish garb transformed into a snug and comfortable fit, its patterns becoming increasingly exquisite and vibrant, accentuating his tall and graceful stature. An unparalleled blade technique instantly coalesced in his mind, achieving an elevated realm. The 100 Battles Reincarnation Blade Technique, a supreme martial art of the heavenly grade. In this world, martial arts are classified from low to high, lower, middle, upper, human, earth, and heavenly grades, each further divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The supreme martial art of the Zhejian sect, known as the Zhejian sword, is merely of the lower earth grade. The power of the 100 Battles Reincarnation Blade Technique is thus self-evident. Now, paired with the 100 Forged Spring Embroidery Blade, It is sufficient to crush formidable foes. Among these rewards, the most captivating to Cheng Yu was a 3-foot-long sword with a black sheath. Drawing the sword unleashed a fearsome martial aura that shook the items in the room, causing them to tremble and fall. The demon-subduing sword, truly a divine weapon. Cheng Yu held the demon-subduing sword, as if he had come to grasp the essence of swordsmanship. With a casual swing, he could sense various flaws in his technique. Correcting his exertion based on his understanding, he swiftly made remarkable progress, and the might of his sword strikes grew increasingly formidable. Such enhancement in swordsmanship might very well be linked to the way of arms within the true martial inheritance. The demon-subduing sword is indeed a supreme treasure, albeit a fragment. While slightly regrettable, Cheng Yu felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Wielding this sword, he felt capable of contending with foes far beyond his current realm. Yet he suddenly realized that his internal energy was depleting rapidly. His hand trembled slightly, and a faint pain coursed through it. His body could not withstand prolonged use of the demon-subduing sword. After some contemplation, he surmised that his ability to wield the sword stemmed from the purifying effects of the demon-subduing classics on his internal energy. Otherwise, others would not only struggle to use it, but might also suffer grievous injuries from its malevolent aura. He could manage only 4 or 5 strikes. Reluctantly, Cheng Yu sheathed the demon-subduing sword and placed his hand upon the spring embroidery blade. Old friends are to be cherished. The spring embroidery blade is more suited for business. While the demon-subduing sword leans towards martial prowess, after wielding a blade for over a decade, the spring embroidery blade remains his most familiar companion. Moreover, as a member of the Jinyue, it is only fitting for him to wield the spring embroidery blade. After organizing his gains, Cheng Yu nodded in satisfaction. Next comes the appointment to commence his journey as a small flag officer in the Jinyue. His accumulation of strength and elevation of realm would rely on this. He would report to the Qianwei Division and then proceed to his duties in Jiangnan. The Qianwei Division of the Jinyue in Beiyuan City. Cheng Yu emerged holding the wooden identity token representing his small flag officer status. He had previously served as a laborer in Beiyuan City and later passed the examination to become a small flag officer in the Jinyue. Everything went smoothly. No one with ill intentions troubled him regarding his month-long absence. The Jinyue, caught between the court and the martial world, was in a difficult position, and Cheng Yu's choice to serve in Jiangnan was set in stone. There, he would be expected to toil like a beast of burden, naturally drawing no ire. Looking at the small flag token in his hand, he sighed. The earnest hopes of his adoptive parents lingered in his mind. They had devoted everything to their son, who bore no blood relation. I will live as a person for you, so that no one can look down upon me. I shall trample upon this hypocritical martial world beneath my feet. The world is harsh. I must live with purpose. Just then, a discordant voice pierced the air. Cheng Yu, you still know how to come back. Where have you been hiding all this time? Cheng Yu furrowed his brow and looked up, encountering a face he found utterly detestable. It was Luo Xian, his former superior from his days as a laborer, now a small flag officer. Previously, he had bullied Cheng Yu for lacking a background, assigning him the heaviest and dirtiest tasks. Cutting his pay and hoarding resources, he had long been consigned to Cheng Yu's death list. However, Luo Xian had since been promoted to the second tier, now capable of serving as a larger flag officer. Leaving Cheng Yu with no immediate recourse, Cheng Yu, however, merely curled the corners of his mouth in a slight smirk. How fortunate that I have come to him. It saves me the trouble of seeking revenge, personally. Chapter 6. I have slain this subordinate. Let the captain come to clear the air. What business do you have with me, Luo Xiaoqi? Cheng Yu replied coolly, his gaze steady upon the avaricious Luo Xian before him. This man was renowned for his insatiable greed, squandering the wealth he extorted from his subordinates without restraint. Once his funds ran dry, he would coerce and threaten his underlings to extract more from the common folk. His approach to Cheng Yu was undoubtedly malevolent. Luo Xian lowered his head slightly, his eyes scanning Cheng Yu greedily. I heard that Brother Cheng has been appointed as a small flag officer. As your former superior, I am naturally delighted. You are heading to Jiangnan, a prosperous land. Surely you can show some appreciation for your brothers? He swallowed hard, eyeing Cheng Yu's exquisite cold silk flying fish garb, revealing unabashed threats and greed. Every small flag officer who ascended from the ranks was expected to pay a token of gratitude for his nurturing. Cheng Yu had not paid in over a month. And Luo Xian had been waiting for him all this time. What should I express? Encourage them, perhaps. Tell them that if they spent less time bullying others and chasing after women, they might actually improve. Cheng Yu's expression remained calm, though he harbored a cold smile within. The current ranks of the Jinyue were largely composed of scoundrels colluding with the martial world to oppress the common people. And there were ample opportunities for him to act. What do you mean by that? Luo Xian, seeing Cheng Yu deliberately change the subject and evade the matter of the gratitude payment, grew increasingly furious. A mere nobody thought he could flaunt his authority simply because he had become a small flag officer. I intended to have a civil conversation with you, but it seems you are ungrateful. Do you believe that nonsensical talk will allow you to slip through my fingers? I will give you one more chance. I have dealt with you for years, and I can still do so now. Luo Xian could not believe Cheng Yu's dismissive attitude, his voice rising in anger, drawing the attention of several fellow Jinyue officers around them. Most of them were laborers and minor officers, and upon recognizing Luo Xian as the greedy scoundrel who plundered from his subordinates, they were filled with disdain. While making his subordinates toil like beasts, he also cut their salaries by 7 or 8 parts. He treated them less than human. Unfortunately, the Jinyue was currently weak, caught between the pressures of court officials and martial factions, and had no time to deal with such matters, allowing Luo Xian to run rampant. Luo Xian's actions represented the state of most Jinyue members. Superiors bullying subordinates, greedily cutting pay, and subordinates in turn oppressing those below them, leading to layers of exploitation. Ultimately, the suffering and pressure fell upon the lowest ranks and the common populace. The laborers watching Cheng Yu's plight felt a sense of empathy. TOB under Luo Xian's command meant few rewards and plenty of trouble. Yet Cheng Yu had managed to elevate to the position of small flag officer, truly a remarkable feat. Had it been under normal circumstances, it would have been a breakthrough, but alas, it was heard that Luo Xian was soon to be promoted to a higher position. A calamity that would linger for ages. I know Cheng Yu. He comes from humble beginnings, yet acts with determination and ruthlessness. It is no wonder he has risen to the rank of small flag officer. Especially in the prosperous Jiangnan. Unfortunately, he has encountered such a situation. It seemed he could only endure Luo Xian's extortion now. After all, Luo Xian merely had a bit of strength and background. As the surrounding voices grew increasingly raucous, Luo Xian's arrogance became more pronounced. He did not believe that Cheng Yu would dare to embarrass him in front of so many people. If that were the case, Cheng Yu could forget about being a small flag officer. A mere nobody like him had several methods to deal with such insolence. In this particular scenario, Cheng Yu maintained an air of calmness, unfazed by the presence of Luo Xian, who now seemed utterly insignificant in his eyes. Memories of his past surfaced, recalling the times he was exploited and oppressed while serving as a laborer, feeling powerless and burdened by the concerns for his 2 adoptive parents, forcing him to swallow his frustrations. However, with the assistance of the system, his strength had surged dramatically, and he no longer feared Luo Xian. Furthermore, with his adoptive parents gone, the weight upon his shoulders had been entirely lifted. It was the perfect moment for revenge and catharsis. Having traversed to this world, how could he let the opportunity for retribution slip away? He spoke casually. I wonder if Luo Xiaoqi behaves in such a manner when facing Lord Qianhu. Upon hearing these words, Luo Xian froze momentarily, his expression quickly contorting into one of rage. Lord Qianhu was a formidable figure of the 5th rank, a person of considerable stature in Beiyuan City. Luo Xian would typically bow and scrape before him, wishing to kneel and lick his shoes. More importantly, everyone knew that Luo Xian had risen to prominence by currying favor with Lord Qianhu, indulging in sycophancy to such an extent that he could act so arrogantly without restraint. Cheng Yu's question insinuated that Luo Xian was merely a bully who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. While he could act in such a manner, it was unacceptable for others to voice it, especially not someone as lowly as Cheng Yu. His audacity was truly reckless. If he did not deal with this insolent brat appropriately today, how could he ever hold his head high in front of others? How could he continue to exploit his subordinates for profit? You little wretch, dare you repeat that? He bellowed. Though you think that just because you've become a small flag, I cannot manage you? Let me tell you. There are countless ways for me to end your life. Kneel and apologize, or you shall not enjoy a moment of peace today. Seeing Cheng Yu remain unresponsive, Luo Xian's fury escalated. He spat vicious curses while launching a palm strike toward Cheng Yu's face. As a tyrannical superior who relied on intimidation, he was not merely all bark. His physical prowess was formidable. The wind from the palm strike, emanating from a second-rank martial artist, bore down on Chengyu, causing the onlooking Jinhui to tense up instinctively. An incident was imminent. Yet, the next moment unfolded in a manner they could scarcely fathom. Chengyu did not evade the incoming attack. Instead, he appeared utterly indifferent. In an astonishing display, he seized Luo Xian's palm with a firm grip, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he effortlessly neutralized the force of the strike. The sound was akin to that of a pig being slaughtered, and Luo Xian let out a blood-curdling scream. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes, swallowing hard in disbelief. What was happening? Wasn't Luo Xian already at the second rank, capable of serving as a commander? Although he had not unleashed his full strength, how was he so easily thwarted? Gasp! Had he truly crushed Luo Xian's hand? The very sound sent shivers down their spines. This Chengyu was audacious indeed. He had irreparably offended Luo Xian, surely inviting retribution. Yet, more astonishing than Chengyu's displayed strength was his method. To break his superior's hand was an act of sheer ruthlessness. They had not anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Chengyu callously discarded the mangled hand, coldly observing the howling Luo Xian. "Ah, you are finished today? You will die?" Luo Xian trembled as he looked at his shattered hand, consumed by rage. He was determined to end this little wretch today. Luo Xian of Beiyuan City, maliciously extorting others and violating the regulations of the Jinhui, has already faced punishment, Chengyu remarked indifferently. The host is rectifying disorder and punishing internal corruption, thus cleansing the Jinyui's reputation. Reward: increase in internal strength. His internal energy surged once more, advancing toward the mid-level of the second rank. What was he saying? The rules of the Jinyui. Who was concerned about such matters now? The others listened, bewildered by Chengyu's words. In these tumultuous times, with the Daiqian court appearing weak, the Jinyui had become the lowest of the low. Merely earning a meager living was commendable, let alone worrying about trivial regulations. Especially at the grassroots level, it was commonplace for superiors to beat, scold, and extort their subordinates. Chengyu's remarks, though absurd, sparked a peculiar sentiment among many. You, Luo Xian, incensed by Chengyu's disregard for his threats and his talk of meaningless rules, grew more furious. "I will repay you tenfold for this transgression, or I shall not bear the surname Luo. Just wait and see, you little bastard. Today, no one can save you. Do not think I am unaware of where you have been this past month. My men saw you descending from Jiejing Mountain." The Jinyui were strictly forbidden from clandestinely associating with the sects of the martial world, facing severe punishment for such offenses. Some powerful figures might disregard this rule, but for most, it was an unspoken agreement. Who cared about alliances as long as they could profit? However, if Luo Xian harbored a grudge and clung to this incident, it would be an entirely different matter. Now you understand the stakes, do you not? Hurry up. Just as Luo Xian was issuing threats, an unexpected sound pierced the air. Shing! A blade was drawn. A sharp arc of light slashed through the air. Impossible! He instinctively drew his sword to block, yet it was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chengyu's meticulously forged knife effortlessly cleaved Luo Xian's weapon in two, the momentum unrelenting as it continued toward Luo Xian. You dare? Ha! Why would I not dare? Chengyu wielded his blade with precision, severing Luo Xian's head from his shoulders, blood gushing forth from the neck. Has anyone ever mentioned to you how loud you are? He slightly bent to lift Luo Xian's head, finding the gaping wound repugnant. With a swift motion, he struck downward thrice, obliterating Luo Xian's chest and heart. The blood flowing profusely. The blade was flicked and sheathed, the blood falling to the ground without staining the weapon. He stood, holding Luo Xian's head aloft, addressing the onlookers with a resounding voice. Luo Xian, due to personal grievances, sought to harm his colleagues. According to the law, he is to be executed without mercy. I have slain this colleague. You are to report to the Baihu and Qianhu to clear the air. With a final, penetrating gaze at the crowd, he discarded the head and departed. The Jinyui ought to uphold their dignity. Host has eliminated a traitor within the Jinyui, instilling fear and reinforcing the Jinyui's authority. Reward: minor lightness skill, Mian Shibu, attained. The surrounding onlookers were left in disbelief. gazing at the headless corpse gripping the intricately forged knife, the chest reduced to a bloody pulp. They were drenched in sweat. Swallowing nervously, their eyes wide with fear and astonishment. The timid among them even fell to the ground, terrified by Cheng Yu's gaze. "Do not kill me! Do not kill me! A monster! A born killer has emerged from the Jinyui." On that day, Cheng Yu of Baiyuan City departed, head in hand, leaving behind chaos. Upon learning of the events, Lord Xianhu was furious, yet powerless to intervene. Chapter 7. Those extravagant acts of chivalry may cost him his life. In Baiyuan City, a formidable procession moved through the broad streets, a sight to behold. Numerous armored warriors, wielding weapons, flanked the sides, each one a master of profound internal energy. Two fierce crimson lions drew a lavish carriage. Exuding an intimidating aura, at the center of the procession stood the formidable Cheng Junjiang and his family. Passers-by hurriedly made way, fearful of being trampled and left without recourse. Who are these people? I have never seen such a grand display, even when noble lords traverse the capital of Deqian. Who dares to intervene? Who would dare? This was the leader of the Northern Martial Alliance. The head of the Jejing sect, the esteemed Cheng family patriarch, Cheng Daxia. Were it not for his disdain for ostentation, given his stature in the north, he could easily command a display surpassing that of the Daiqian emperor. The title of leader, sect master, and hero. The carriage was filled with people. The procession ultimately halted before the Jinyui's pacification office in Baiyuan City. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Why had Cheng Daxia come to the territory of the court's enforcers? Was he not known for his cautious demeanor, avoiding dealings with such individuals? At the entrance of the pacification office, before Cheng Junjiang's entourage could approach, a middle-aged man clad in a dark red flying fish uniform stepped forward. Bowing deeply to Cheng Junjiang, "Lord Cheng, the leader of the Jinyui in Baiyuan City, who greets you. Has the esteemed leader come to the pacification office with a request? I will do my utmost to assist." Before a 6th-rank pacification officer, facing a 9th-rank supermaster like Cheng Junjiang, his legs trembled uncontrollably. All pretense of the Jinyui's rules regarding bowing before outsiders was cast aside. "I seek a small flag by the name of Cheng Yu. Have him come forth to see me." Cheng Junjiang's expression was frosty, his words few, seemingly reluctant to engage further with the Jinyui personnel. Understood. Upon hearing that the inquiry was for a member of the Jinyui, the pacification officer pondered that it must be that impudent fellow, a mere small flag daring to associate with a titan of the martial world. He hastily dispatched a subordinate to locate him. "Cheng Yu. Why does that name sound so familiar?" Not long after, the dispatched subordinate returned in haste, yet he brought no one back with him. "Humph!" Cheng Junjiang scoffed. "Could it be that this ungrateful child is deliberately avoiding me? Truly lacking in respect and understanding toward his elders. What a disgrace!" The pacification officer, unaware of the true situation, was startled by Cheng Junjiang's displeasure, casting a wary glance at the returning subordinate. "Useless. Where are the people?" The subordinates, with furrowed brows, hurriedly whispered into the ear of the town's pacifier. Upon hearing the name Cheng Yu, the pacifier was taken aback. No wonder it sounded so familiar. He realized that this was the very person who had incited his subordinate. The Thousand Household, to rage. The ruthless individual who had slain his former superior and departed without a backward glance. Even after leaving, such turmoil ensued. The pacifier felt compelled to muster his courage. "Chief Cheng." Cheng Xiaoqi has already left Baiyuan City and is en route to Jiangnan for his new appointment. As these words left his lips, Cheng Junjiang had yet to respond, but behind him, Zhao Shichuan's expression shifted. Revealing her distress, "My son is still injured. How could he depart so swiftly? Does he truly hold such disdain for us, his family?" Tears began to fall as she spoke. This revelation left the town's pacifier in shock. That Xiaoqi was the son of Chief Cheng. He felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. It was over. How could he have encountered such a narrative in his lifetime? It was well known that the internal strife within the Jinyui often saw the powerful oppressing the weak. Cheng Junjiang's son was no exception to this fate. Cheng Junjiang's eyelid twitched slightly, yet he restrained his reaction due to his status, casting a cold gaze at the pacifier. Was it not entirely commonplace for a young man to take up an official position elsewhere? Why the excessive agitation? Do you harbor some guilty secret? Speak the truth. His voice boomed, the imposing presence of a 9th-grade expert sending ripples through the crowd, causing onlookers to stumble back in shock. Many had come specifically to meet the chief, yet they were powerless against the overwhelming aura. Truly, the might of a top-tier warrior was fearsome. In their hearts, they marveled at the identity of Cheng Xiaoqi, the son of a martial arts titan. How had he found himself in the least esteemed Jinyui, barely managing to hold the position of Xiaoqi? The town's pacifier, frightened by the ninth-grade expert, blurted out everything he knew. Early that morning, Cheng Yu had reported to his 1,000-household post and then received orders to depart for Jiangnan. Upon leaving, he encountered his former superior, and after a disagreement, he killed him and severed his head before leaving. Cheng Daxia, that is all I know. Kill someone? Cheng Junjiang's heart sank, quickly turning to AI once claimed to be a member of the Chiha gang, but it turns out I am merely a Jinyui. And I have been foolishly bowing my head. As he brushed off the dust and muttered halfway through, he suddenly heard a piercing sound of wind, a chill brushing past his ear, causing his back to turn cold. Just answer my questions, no need for unnecessary chatter. Cheng Yu silently sheathed his embroidered spring blade, a strand of the old man's white hair slowly drifting down. Passers-by halted in their tracks at this scene. This newly arrived Jinyui was surprisingly fierce. He nearly committed murder. Murder, murder, the old man exclaimed. Was this Jinyui truly about to kill him? Cheng Yu scoffed coldly. The old man trembled all over, forcibly suppressing his fear and cries. He felt a warm sensation below, urging him to remain silent, afraid of provoking Cheng Yu's wrath. Sir, I assure you, I speak with complete honesty. Host intimidates those who disrespect the Jinyui, altering their attitude, rewarding internal strength. Feeling the pure internal energy manifesting within him, Cheng Yu shook his head inwardly. Too little. If it weren't for the trouble and the difficulty in communicating with the other party, he would have no desire to flaunt his authority over an ordinary old man. Who governs Qinghe County these days? What is the Chiha gang? Why do they exhibit such an attitude upon encountering the Jinyui? The old man hurriedly provided detailed answers to several questions, fearing that Cheng Yu might be displeased and strike him down. Before long, Cheng Yu's doubts were resolved, and he allowed the old man to leave. He glanced indifferently at the passers-by who hastily retreated in fear, then stepped towards the direction of the Jinyui garrison in Qinghe County. The garrison was located in the city center and was easily found along the main road. Upon displaying his token to enter, Cheng Yu was met with a rather peculiar sight. Despite Qinghe County's affluence in Jiangnan, the Jinyui garrison under the Emperor's command appeared dilapidated and neglected. Many doors were tightly shut, and cobwebs filled the corners. The training grounds and other facilities lay abandoned. Aside from the initial reception personnel, few Jinyui could be seen. When he finally encountered a few, they all bore a dispirited demeanor, heads bowed, lacking any semblance of a martial artist's spirit. Some had nearly touched the threshold of internal strength, merely the level of a small flag, yet they stood without any presence, appearing even less formidable than ordinary, unremarkable fighters. Cheng Yu pondered, in this prosperous Jiangnan, closer to the capital of Deqian, how could the Jinyui garrison be even inferior to the north? No wonder people were less fearful upon learning he was a Jinyui. It turned out that the Jinyui here were of such disposition. Cheng Yu shook his head and found his way to the main hall. After declaring his identity, he was led to meet a middle-aged man dressed in an imposing flying fish uniform. Wu Lingang, the head of the Jinyui garrison in Qinghe County, a second-grade martial artist. Cheng, the small flag, was quite young yet had achieved the first rank in martial arts, indeed a promising talent. Wu Lingang's tone was neither warm nor cold, showing little reaction to Cheng Yu's arrival. Cheng Yu cupped his hands and nodded. I am new to this place and unfamiliar with the surroundings. I still have much to learn. I hope to trouble you, General Wu, in the future. Very well. Wu Lingang replied. Noticing Cheng Yu's youth and modest demeanor, his attitude softened a bit. Since you've come all this way, it is only right for me to extend hospitality and treat you to a welcome feast at the tavern. Having partaken in his welcome, matters of business could then be discussed more easily. I appreciate your kind offer, General, but as I am new here, it is imperative that I first understand the workings of our garrison. We can forego the welcome feast. Cheng Yu promptly declined, as he was here on official business and awaited the opportunity to seize a home. Engaging in pleasantries would be a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingang's expression cooled slightly. An invitation had been rebuffed, and his offered courtesy had been cast aside. Cheng Yu was unaware. Wu Lingang stood up, shaking his head. The affairs of Jiangnan are not akin to those of the north where you hail. In this small Qinghe county, various powers intertwine, and a mere thread can unravel a great tree. If you bury your head in work, it will indeed be a struggle to move forward. The threat in his words was no longer concealed. Having refuted Wu Lingang's face, disobedience would mean accomplishing nothing. No need for that. Even the most tangled threads can be unraveled. I am a person of action, preferring to do rather than speak. Cheng Yu shook his head, choosing to disregard the other's threat. You? Wu Lingang slammed the table in anger, causing the teacup to topple over. I had thought you sensible, but you are merely obstinate. I have seen many like you. Full of self-importance at first, only to meet a poor fate in the end. Since you are so eager to work, perhaps you should accompany someone on night patrol these next few evenings. He added, and what are you wearing? The flying fish uniform is the Jinyui's facade, and yours is garish and vulgar, bringing disgrace upon us. With that, he turned to leave. Cheng Yu couldn't help but chuckle coldly, feeling a sense of melancholy. Indeed, Jiangnan was different from the north. Even a mere garrison chief had learned to belittle his subordinates. Wu Lingang's actions mirrored those of malicious superiors from a past life, deliberately assigning undesirable tasks and critiquing matters unrelated to work. In the past, he might have felt anxious and helpless under such treatment, but now it was markedly different. Just then, a panicked voice rang out from outside. General, that Sha Eryi from the Qinghe gang is here. He is causing a ruckus at our garrison again. Wu Lingang, upon hearing this, immediately turned and rushed outside, his face filled with anger and anxiety. Why is he here again? Didn't we just let him have his fun last time? Why does he keep pestering us? What a wretch! He cursed under his breath, suppressing his fury. What does he want today? The Jinyuri lieutenant reporting the situation kept his head bowed, speaking timidly. He said he wants to act as a general to capture a little girl, and he wants our men to accompany him as soldiers. A worthless man wants to be a general. Why don't all those from the Qinghe gang accompany him instead of coming to bother us? Wu Lingang gritted his teeth. Alas, who made him fortunate enough to have a good brother? Find a few clever ones to entertain him. Yes, the subordinate promptly took his leave. Cheng Yu frowned at the side, troubled. How could the esteemed Jinyui be reduced to playing babysitter? No wonder they were looked down upon. They had lost their dignity. Just then, Wu Lingang suddenly noticed Cheng Yu's frown and felt a stir in his heart. You should go too. Don't you wish to work? There is a significant task for the garrison at hand. The younger brother of the Qinghe gang leader. If you serve him well, I shall reward you. Seeing Cheng Yu hesitate to agree immediately, Wu Lingang sneered. Or do you intend to defy a superior's orders? This young man from the north, feeling self-important and unaware of the dangers of the world, would soon learn the harsh realities of the Jianghu. The younger brother of the Qinghe gang leader? Cheng Yu recalled something. According to the old man who had been frightened into submission, the Qinghe gang was the largest force in Qinghe County, filled with skilled fighters and oppressing countless ordinary citizens. Among them, Sha He, the younger brother of the Qinghe gang's leader, Sha Yu, was particularly notorious and fearsome, behaving like a mischievous child. He would seize what he liked, smash what he disliked, and commit arson and robbery at the slightest displeasure, wreaking havoc in Qinghe County. His elder brother was a third-grade master, leaving others powerless against him. Wu Lingang's insistence that he accompany Sha He revealed his ulterior motives. Cheng Yu cast a calm glance at Wu Lingang and nodded in agreement. I shall certainly entertain our esteemed guest properly. With that, he turned to leave, leaving behind Wu Lingang's derisive laughter. Outside the garrison, a grotesque man in genie attire, resembling a standing, portly pig, was seething with rage. Why is there only a bunch of incompetent soldiers? How can I lead them to capture a little girl without a deputy? This is utterly disgraceful. A group of cowering Jinyui warriors trembled nearby, too frightened to raise their heads. You didn't mention that before. A man in black beside Sha He coldly remarked, didn't you hear Sha Eryi ask for a deputy? Quickly have your general find someone, preferably a small flag with some capability. The warriors hesitated, none daring to move. If they sent for a small flag, they would undoubtedly offend someone. Sha He grew increasingly furious, but then suddenly noticed something and burst into laughter. Perfect. He is just right to be my deputy. A few Jinyui recognized Cheng Yu, the newly arrived small flag, and felt relieved, realizing they would not have to offend anyone. However, Cheng Yu was unaware of the danger he was stepping into, having just disrespected Wu Lingang, and now he was about to endure the humiliation from this rotund figure. Come here, hold my horse and accompany me to lead the troops. Let the people of Qinghe see the might of their general. An old man beside Sha He displayed his internal strength, revealing his entry into the second grade. Didn't you hear my young master calling for you? Cheng Yu stepped forward, gazing silently at Sha He without uttering a word. That moment. Sha He's beady eyes lit up at the sight of Cheng Yu's beautifully crafted embroidered spring blade. What a stunning knife! If I have it, the beautiful maidens on the road will surely be smitten with me. If they are disobedient, it will serve well. Let me see it, the old man beside him demanded. His eyes wide. If you like it, then savor the experience. Cheng Yu nodded slightly, reaching for the blade. Sha He instantly rejoiced, thinking he was about to acquire a beautiful weapon, but in the next instant, a cold glimmer flashed across his neck, and a pig's head fell to the ground. If you like it, then truly enjoy. Chapter 9. If I were to be so cowardly, I would have already used the embroidered spring blade to end my life. Ah, murder! As passers-by witnessed the gruesome scene of Cheng Yu slaying a man, they scattered in all directions, desperate to escape. Nearby, several members of the Jinyui were paralyzed with fear, having seen Cheng Yu, in a fit of rage, mercilessly dispatch Sha He. They collapsed in terror, lamenting their fate. It was over. They had irrevocably offended the Qinghe gang. None of them would escape this calamity. The thought of Sha Yu, the most formidable warrior in Qinghe County, a third-grade martial artist, surely filled with wrath, left them in utter despair. Second Master, the elder tasked with guarding Sha He, witnessing his master's decapitation right before his eyes, had his eyes bulging with rage. You beast! You shall pay for the life of Second Master. The old man, driven by vengeance, reached for the broad blade at his waist, intent on avenging Sha Er. However, before he could draw his sword, a familiar flash of steel cut through the air once more, blood sprayed forth like a fountain, and a head rolled to the ground, still adorned with a look of fury, as if the victim had yet to comprehend his demise. Why must they always shout before striking? Host has slain a villain for the first time to maintain order, establishing the prestige of the Jinyui reward. Superior level horizontal training technique, the 13 protectors of horizontal training. Mastered! Cheng Yu felt a surge of internal energy flowing through his veins, reinforcing his muscles and bones, rendering him extraordinarily resilient, ultimately returning to his dantian to circulate once more. Horizontal training. He sensed an invulnerability to blades and arrows. Though the name of the technique struck him as peculiar, the 13 protectors of horizontal training, it was a typical child-esque practice, a waste if one were to break it. Nevertheless, Cheng Yu was preoccupied with his rampage. Indifferent to such thoughts, he wiped the fresh blood from his face, shook off the remnants from his blade, and raised his weapon to inspect the edge of the meticulously forged spring embroidery blade. Not a drop of blood adhered to it, and after slaying 3 men, the blade remained impeccably sharp, truly a quality product from the system. As he examined his weapon, he spoke casually. Sha He of the Qinghe gang has committed numerous atrocities, causing untold suffering and accumulating a grave reputation. He has now met his end. You should swiftly clean up this mess. Do not tarnish the beauty of the gate. His tone was calm yet exuded an undeniable authority that left the fallen Jinyui trembling as they hurriedly rose to gather the 2 corpses. Master, what should we do with these bodies? One stammered, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Wherever they came from, return them there, Cheng Yu replied, his voice leaving no room for dissent, before he turned and entered the station. Leaving the Jinyui in despair, sending Sha He's body back to the Qinghe gang would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Inside the Jinyui headquarters, Cheng Yu, with blood still staining his face, walked nonchalantly toward the main hall. You must be Cheng Xiaoqi, a voice suddenly called out. Noticing the wooden token hanging at the waist, the speaker was also a junior flag-bearer. Cheng Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, another who lacked an understanding of human sentiment. The young flag-bearer, Su Feng, covertly mocked him but maintained a smiling facade. I am Su Feng, a few years your senior. I hope you will look out for your elder brother in the future. Though they were both junior flag-bearers, Su Feng harbored disdain for Cheng Yu, yet he could not directly express his displeasure to Wu Lingung. Of course, no offense taken, Cheng Yu replied with a light smile. Recognizing the familiar disposition of the locals, martial artists typically valued strength above all, and Su Feng's approach of discussing age was a clear attempt to assert dominance, intending to manipulate him for personal gain. Cheng Yu remained unfazed. Should Su Feng step outside and witness the aftermath, he would soon grasp the gravity of the situation and realize he was playing with fire. After exchanging nods, they parted ways. Youthful yet lacking in depth, Su Feng silently scoffed at Cheng Yu, having encountered too many impassioned young men who ultimately became seasoned veterans. Their reckless actions would only sow future troubles, as he pondered. He arrived at the entrance of the station, only to be confronted by a group of distressed Jinui warriors, their faces drawn with worry, surrounded by pools of blood and 2 burlap sacks. What is going on here? Su Xiaoqi, the warriors greeted, their hearts heavy with grief. In that moment, the usually stern Su Feng appeared almost benevolent compared to the lethal Cheng Yu, who had just taken a life over a trivial dispute. I am asking you a question. How did this happen? Su Feng's voice turned icy. The warriors trembled as they responded. Cheng Xiaoqi killed Sha Er from the Chiha gang. We are merely here to manage the situation. They dared not return the bodies, planning instead to wrap them in sacks and dispose of them in a mass grave, each taking a share of Sha He's belongings to escape. He killed someone? Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Who did he kill? Sha Er from the Chiha gang, decapitated by Cheng Xiaoqi, blood and fat spewed forth. The others glared at the one who spoke, irritated by his detailed account. Sha Er? Su Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Rushing to one side to tear open the burlap sack, a grotesque head, swollen and grotesque, met his gaze. It was indeed Sha He. The other sack contained the head of a senior devotee of the Chiha gang. Slightly stronger than Sha He, Su Feng staggered back, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He had killed Sha He? No wonder Cheng Yu had been so nonchalant. It was clear now that he possessed the strength to eliminate him with a single strike. A wave of dread washed over him as cold sweat poured down his brow. How ruthless, to commit murder right at the station. He feared that should he act against Cheng Yu's wishes, he too would meet a swift end. In the main hall of the station, Cheng Yu observed Wu Lingong sipping hot tea, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he realized that the latter had arranged for him to accompany the gang members while he enjoyed the comforts of life. Surely, the tea would soon be abandoned. Greetings, Wu Zongqi. How did you return so swiftly? Wu Lingong inquired, surprised by Cheng Yu's early arrival. How did you fare with Sha Er? You must now understand the depths of Qinghe County's dangers. Returning so quickly, it suggested youthful impulsiveness in response to Sha He's insults. Yet Wu Lingong remained unfazed, sipping his tea. Now you see that some matters are best left unaddressed. Yes? I have been a Jinuri longer than you have lived, so I naturally understand more. You should go and apologize to Sha Er. Do not provoke others, and I will discuss matters with you later. His approach was a mix of soft and hard tactics. No need, Cheng Yu replied, his gaze calm and even carrying a hint of a smile. I treated him quite well. He did not utter a single word of complaint. Wu Lingong looked up in astonishment. Sha Er did not trouble you? That is not in keeping with his erratic behavior. He did not trouble me. Rather, I troubled him, Cheng Yu stated truthfully. Indeed, he had not uttered a word of dissatisfaction. Nor would he in the future. Wu Lingong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Sha He would behave in such a manner. Just then, a frantic voice interrupted, Zongqi, something terrible has happened. Su Feng rushed in as if propelled by the wind, a look of sheer panic on his face. What has occurred to warrant such haste? Gasping for breath, Su Feng's gaze fell upon Cheng Yu, who stood to one side, his expression serene. In an instant, he was taken aback, noticing the bloodstains on Cheng Yu's face, evidence of the recent violence. Su Feng's body trembled as he stammered. A calamity has struck. Sha Er from the Chiha gang has perished, right at our station's gate. Sha He is dead? Impossible. Wu Lingong's teacup shattered on the ground as he stood, disbelief etched on his face. How could Sha Er be dead? Just moments ago, he was alive and ready to fight. Who did this? Wu Lingong struggled to accept the news, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Su Feng. The latter's panicked demeanor suggested sincerity, causing a chill to creep into Wu Lingong's heart. Who did this? How dare anyone commit murder before the Jinuri station, showing such disrespect to the Emperor's personal guards? Dispatch men to apprehend the murderer and seize their property. We must give the Chiha gang a satisfactory explanation. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand on the table, his fury boiling over. Which fool dared to cross my path? Yet, as the reality of the situation began to sink in, Wu Lingong realized the importance of distancing himself from the incident. But as Su Feng continued to tremble, he remained unresponsive. Wu Lingong felt a sense of unease wash over him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Su Feng's gaze shifting nervously to one side. Zhongqi, we cannot apprehend Cheng Yu. At that moment, a realization struck Wu Lingong like a thunderbolt. He recalled Cheng Yu's calm assertion. He did not utter a word of dissatisfaction, nor would he in the future. Tio silenced the unruly Shahi. Was murder the only solution? Cheng Yu met Wu Lingong's incredulous gaze with an air of calm composure. He has insulted the dignity of the Jinyui time and again, causing countless deaths. By law, he deserved to die. I have merely resolved your predicament. You need not thank me excessively. I need not thank you at all. Wu Lingong's eyes bulged as he glared at Su Feng. Was there no one guarding Shire? How could this have happened? If there were no guards, how could a mere junior flag-bearer have slain Shahi with such ease? There were indeed experts present. Cheng Yu not only killed Shahi but also eliminated a senior devotee of the Chiha gang. Killed a second-grade warrior? Wu Lingong's expression contorted with rage as he glared at Cheng Yu. Filled with regret over having assigned him to deal with Shahi, do kill a second-grade warrior. Why did you not mention this sooner? Were you waiting to have me killed as well? Faced with the reality of the situation, Wu Lingong felt utterly helpless. The junior flag-bearer had killed the brother of the Chiha gang's leader, and there was no way to extricate himself from this connection. Have you lost your mind? To dare kill him? He slammed his fist on the table, exploding in anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Yu. Upon the demise of Shahi, the leader of the Chihi gang is undoubtedly going to be infuriated, causing significant trouble. You have truly lost your mind. The esteemed Jinyui is being ridden upon like a horse, and you dare to speak to me. If I were you, such a spineless captain, I would have long since ended my own life with the Xiao Chun Dao, a worthless wretch, bringing disgrace upon the Jinyui. Cheng Yu's tone was chilling as he reprimanded. As if he were the captain chastising a subordinate. Dare you insult me? Wu Lingong was seething with rage at being humiliated by such an inferior officer. However, the thought of the dire consequences that might follow if the death of Shahi were mishandled made his anger dissipate slightly. You are precisely the kind of useless fool I speak of, to kill a criminal and yet utter such nonsense. Are you simply cowardly? Wu Lingong retorted, fuming. Do you realize the magnitude of the consequences that will arise from killing Shahi? Can you withstand the wrath of Shayu? If he is as formidable as you claim, let him come for me. If I die, it is merely a matter of skill. Do not presume that everyone is as contemptible as you. The host's words condemned the negligent, upholding the operational integrity of the Jinyui reward, inner strength. Cheng Yu sneered disdainfully, feeling an increase in his inner strength. He had now reached the mid-level of the second rank. As he spoke, Wu Lingong found himself at a loss for words, having been continuously insulted by his subordinates, his fury stifled within. Shahi deserved to die. It was merely that no one had dared to execute the deed. Could he possibly bind Cheng Yu and apologize? Such an act would surely bring doom upon his entire family. The current predicament of the Jinyui was dire, but that did not imply they were mere turtles willing to expose their necks for trampling. Engaging in conversation with you is futile. If you wish to kill or punish, feel free to attempt it. If not, do not trouble me further. Cheng Yu's tone remained icy as he turned to leave. Su Feng, already terrified and drenched in sweat, hastily vacated the area. This man is exceptionally fierce. Wu Lingong glared at Cheng Yu's departing figure, wishing he could gnash his teeth in frustration, contemplating countless methods of revenge. Yet now, he could only be anxious due to the death of Shahi. How lawless! I will make you pay. Just you wait. Had he known what Cheng Yu was about to do, he would have surely knelt and begged for mercy. Desperate to prevent Cheng Yu from proceeding. Chapter 10. Indeed, he was overjoyed, positively elated. Cheng Yu paid no heed to the attitude and emotions of his superior, Wu Lingong. Killing Shahi was part of the Jinyui's duties. Matters beyond that were not for him to consider. Having been granted a second chance at life, if he were to remain hesitant over the troubles that had plagued him in his previous existence, would he not merely become a beast of burden once more? Since he had come this far, it would be better to act decisively. Shahi was an abomination. He had provoked Cheng Yu, and now he would face the consequences. Shayu, the leader of the Chihi gang, a third-rank martial artist, was certainly not insurmountable. If there were any hidden connections, he would readily engage in that contest. Let us see who is truly superior. As for Wu Lingong, that worthless fool, he would merely be allowed to flounder for a few days, while Cheng Yu had other matters to attend to. He intended to gather his subordinates. When significant action commenced, it would be beneficial to have some capable hands ready. Engaging in complex raids and assisting in operations was not something he needed to undertake alone. As he made his way toward the location of his newly appointed subordinates, he unexpectedly overheard a cacophony of sounds emanating from a nearby room. "Hey, money. Keep owing me. I'll pay you back when I win." "Damn, my luck is terrible. Li DePeo, how much do you owe me? Hurry up and pay, or get lost if you can't. I heard our new flag officer is from the north. What will we do if he comes and starts causing trouble?" "Ha! A brash young northerner under 20 thinks he can dictate our affairs in Jiangnan? When he arrives, I'm going to have my fun regardless of what he says." Cheng Yu followed the sounds and pushed open a half-closed door, revealing a disarrayed scene. A dozen men, clad in the attire of the Jinyui, were squatting within the room, playing cards and chatting. The stench of alcohol pervaded the air, their martial prowess feeble, spirits dissipated. Were it not for their uniforms and the scattered Xiao Chun Dao, one would hardly recognize them as Imperial Guards. Bang! Just as they were engrossed in their game, the door was abruptly kicked open, startling them. "Who the hell kicked the door? Are you insane?" One of them began to curse, only to be struck in the face by a wooden token, rendering one eye blackened and bruised. "Damn you!" The man who was struck seethed with rage, ready to retaliate, but upon seeing the wooden token that had struck him, his legs turned to jellied. The flag officer's token. The group, having their gambling interrupted, were initially furious, but upon recognizing the wooden token, each lowered their heads, secretly cursing the one who had spoken earlier. Who would have thought the young flag officer would be so youthful? Truly, heroes emerge from the young. One of the stronger men reacted swiftly, immediately turning to Cheng Yu with a sycophantic demeanor, bowing as if to pay respects. Yet before he could complete the gesture, he felt a sharp object pressed against his head, drawing blood. "Ah!" Cheng Yu kicked the man aside, gripping his Xiao Chun Dao coldly as he glared at the others. Gambling and neglecting duties could warrant execution according to Jinyui regulations. Those with a flag officer should return to their posts and ensure their dogs are properly managed. If you cannot find your superior, it is only natural that I am your flag officer. I have no need for a bunch of misfits who enjoy making a ruckus. Flag officer, spare us. We will never do it again." The group of strongmen and officers repeatedly bowed their heads in apology. It was customary for the Jinyuri to bully the weak. They were genuinely afraid of Cheng Yu's wrath, fearing he might actually act. The host intimidates the disgraceful subordinates, upholding the authority of the Jinyui. Reward: inner strength. Cheng Yu surveyed the disheveled group before sheathing his blade. With a cold gaze, he declared, "I am in need of capable individuals, and thus, I shall offer you an opportunity." Upon hearing this, his subordinates sighed in relief, believing their new flag officer was merely performing for show. They had feared. "You have 5 minutes to engage in combat with one another. The victor will prepare and accompany me, while the losers and those who cannot decide a winner within 5 minutes shall await their fate." "Huh? Sir, when do we start?" "You have 4 minutes left." The hearts of the subordinates, which had just settled, immediately raced again. Was he really this ruthless? Though they harbored resentment, each fixed their gaze fiercely upon their neighbors. "Forgive me, Li DePeo. You should have just returned my money. Damn. I haven't even drawn my sword yet." After a cacophony of clashing sounds, all were wounded, yet only half remained standing, while the others lay groaning on the ground. The combat among these second-rate martial artists was controlled by Cheng Yu. Ensuring no one was killed, it was not ruthless enough, but for now, it would suffice. The losers should go bandage their wounds and practice, while the victors should prepare to depart with me. Yes, after a brief period of organization, Cheng Yu led 10 men out of the guard station, exuding an intimidating presence. One of them ventured to ask, "Sir, where are we headed to stir up trouble, HM?" Cheng Yu shot him a glance, remarking, "What do you mean by stirring up trouble? As a recipient of the Emperor's grace, I must dutifully fulfill my responsibilities." "Yes," the subordinates responded, yet internally they pondered. The years they had served in the Jinyuri had yielded no shocking cases. They had barely profited from the Chihi gang and local families. What could they possibly accomplish? Suddenly, Cheng Yu raised his hand to halt them, inquiring, Is there a casino nearby? Preferably an unregulated one. The subordinates, taken aback, soon exchanged knowing glances, realizing their new flag officer was not as earnest as he appeared. Yes, of course. We might not know about other places, but we are quite familiar with the casinos. Especially the unscrupulous ones. If you lose, just brandish your Shou Chun Dao, and you might escape without paying. However, they advised against several establishments owned by the Chihi gang, as their dealings were notoriously murky, and the captain had strictly prohibited visiting them. Chung Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. Controlled by the Chihi gang, that is precisely what I seek. Let us go. The subordinates, perplexed yet unwilling to question further, followed Cheng Yu as he led them onward. They soon arrived at a large, well-decorated two-story casino. The entrance was filled with jubilant patrons, while others emerged weeping, their eyes red from despair. Cheng Yu peered inside. Spotting numerous individuals being coerced by burly men to sign contracts, dragged away from the gaming tables, he nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Onlookers began to murmur quietly upon seeing the Jinuri approach the Chihi gang's casino. Wondering why they were not fleeing from the gang members like mice from a cat, I don't know. Perhaps they came to gamble. Wait, doesn't that young leader look somewhat familiar? He asked the new flag officer who brandished his knife at an old man at the county entrance. Brandishing a knife at an ordinary citizen while avoiding the bullies, truly a coward. The casino, known for its exploitation and coercion, was notorious for its unscrupulous dealings. How could he not confront them? Cheng Yu's earlier actions had taken place at the busiest part of the county entrance, witnessed by many. Some of those who had suffered from oppression were now voicing their grievances. Yet in the next instant, the murmurs ceased abruptly, as the young flag officer was seen kicking the casino's door down with a single kick, causing the sign to crash to the ground. The thugs within the casino rushed out, brandishing weapons and shouting in outrage, only to be met with Cheng Yu's blade, which felled 3 of them instantly. This is the Jinuri enforcing the law, shutting down illegal casinos. Those who obstruct shall face death. Smash it. Before his command could finish, 2 more men fell, their blood staining the streets. The onlookers were left in disbelief, momentarily forgetting their panic. After a long pause, a cry of alarm erupted. Murder! The Jinui guard station in Qinghe County. Wollongong sat restlessly in his seat, his eyelids twitching incessantly, unable to calm the turmoil within him. That fellow surnamed Chung, to his surprise, possessed some skills. If you have the ability, so be it. But why must you go so far as to eliminate Shahi? And to make matters worse, you had to sever his head. I can't even fabricate a plausible reason. He cursed Cheng Yu hundreds of times in his mind, wishing fervently that Cheng Yu could take Shahi's place in death, thus sparing him a great deal of trouble. After much contemplation, he remained at a loss about how to deal with the vengeful leader of the Chihi gang. Shayu. A couple of years ago, members of the Jinui had crossed paths with Shayu, exchanging a few harsh words. Not long after, they met a grim fate in the streets, illustrating his notoriously violent temper. Now, with his brother slain at the gates of the guard post, how could Wollongong, the highest-ranking flag-bearer, disentangle himself from this affair? Seeking assistance from superiors was out of the question. Those in the face of an even stronger local force could hardly safeguard themselves, let alone the fact that the Chihi gang had its own backing. Although the Jinui claimed to govern the martial world under the decree of the Great Qian Emperor, in terms of scale and strength, they were no match for local tyrants. Engaging with the Chihi gang would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. After much deliberation, Wollongong gritted his teeth. Whoever stirs up trouble must resolve it. If worst comes to worst, I can always deal with the aftermath later. The thought of Cheng Yu's arrogant demeanor filled him with resentment. He resolved to hand Cheng Yu over to Shayu, thereby absolving himself of responsibility. He instructed Su Feng to prepare some gifts to accompany him to the Chihi gang's headquarters. Equally troubled, Su Feng arrived and, upon learning Wollongong's intentions, felt a chill run through him. As the chief flag-bearer of the Jinui, after one of his subordinates had slain a notorious bully, his decision was to offer up his subordinate in exchange for safety. In that moment, he realized the truth in Cheng Yu's derisive words. Not a single one was unfounded in Qinghe City. The Qing River flows into a lake on the outskirts. Ata Broad Dock stood a grand structure, guarded by dozens of burly men, bare-chested and armed. Among them were a few individuals who appeared to have cultivated internal energy, poised to become skilled martial artists. Wollongong and Su Feng, clutching their gifts, ventured into the territory of the Chihi gang, A large, muscular figure sat upon an imposing seat, his countenance fierce, embracing a beautiful woman who appeared visibly terrified. What wind blows the esteemed Wu Darren to my Chihi gang? In the face of a sixth-rank official from the Great Qian, Sha Yu, the leader of the Chihi gang, did not rise to greet him, displaying an air of arrogance. Wu Lingong and Su Feng bowed respectfully before the imposing Sha Yu, who was a well-known figure in Qinghe County. Wu, filled with admiration, expressed his gratitude for the visit and presented the expensive gifts to a servant. Sha Yu's ugly visage broke into a grin upon seeing the offerings. Ha. Wu Darren, you flatter me. Sit down and enjoy some wine. Servants, bring wine for these two esteemed Jinuri officials. Wu Lingong hastily urged Su Feng to drink with him, then leaned forward. I actually have some matters to discuss with you. Sha gang leader. Not so fast, let's have a few more drinks. My brother used to enjoy visiting your establishment. He must be having a splendid time now, so I must toast to you a few more times. At this, Wu Lingong's hand trembled, spilling a few drops. Indeed, he was overly thrilled, excessively so. Just as Wu Lingong's heart filled with dread, a frantic voice broke through the conversation. Gang leader, there's trouble. Someone has smashed our large casino on the western edge of the county and killed several of our brothers. Chapter 11. Sha Yu's fury. Raiding the coal mine. The Chihi gang's casino was destroyed. Who would have the audacity? Stunned by the report, Wu Lingong could hardly believe it. The Chihi gang was the most powerful force in Qinghe County, centered around it and radiating influence through the surrounding areas, controlling significant waterway traffic across numerous other counties. Moreover, Sha Yu was the strongest martial artist in Qinghe County, having reached the 3rd rank, commanding over a dozen skilled fighters who could easily serve as flag-bearers within the Jinui. Who would dare to provoke the Chihi gang so brazenly? Wu Lingong couldn't fathom who in Qinghe would dare such an act. Yet his heart raced inexplicably, an unshakable sense of panic washing over him. Sha Yu's eyes widened with a terrifying glare as he abruptly tossed aside the beauty he held, sending her crashing to the ground. Bloodied and motionless. Who dares to smash my casino? Do they court death? The casino was his golden goose. The messenger, trembling with fear, continued, not just the casino in the west. We've heard they are now heading towards the coal mine in the north, intending to seal it off. Bang. At this revelation, Sha Yu's expression twisted into a more sinister snarl. He kicked the chair before him to splinters. They are truly courting disaster. They intend to oppose my Chihi gang. Wait. What does seal off mean? Who dares to confront me? Initially, he had presumed it was an enemy from the martial world seeking revenge, but suddenly he sensed something amiss. Sealing off a coal mine. Those from the martial world wouldn't use such terminology. They would merely say that the deserving should occupy it. Sha Yu's gaze instinctively fell upon Wu Lingong, who trembled, swallowing hard, the image of Cheng Yu's indifferent eyes flashing vividly in his mind. Surely not? The Chihi gang members hurriedly bowed their heads. Apologies, in my haste. I forgot to mention that it was the Jinui who attacked us. A minor flag-bearer led men to smash our casino and kill our men. And after sealing it, they headed towards the coal mine. Jinui? How dare they? Sha Yu felt a surge of confusion, suddenly recalling Wu Lingong's presence. He roared, Wu Lingong, did you come here to conspire against me? Wu Lingong quickly raised his hands to placate him, feeling an icy chill course through him as if struck by a massive weight. Cheng Yu truly wanted him dead. Merely half a day after killing Shahi, he had already led men to vandalize the Chihi gang's casino and seal their coal mine. Wasn't his level of aggression a bit excessive? If the 3rd-ranked Sha Yu were to strike him down, returning would be out of the question. The actions of that minor flag-bearer are entirely against my will. I had no knowledge of this. You had better not be lying. Sha Yu restrained his murderous intent. Though his anger remained palpable, the act of personally killing a flag-bearer was far too severe. Seeing that Sha Yu refrained from further harassing him, Wu Lingong felt a surge of relief. He immediately clasped his hands in respect to Sha Yu. This was the misdeed of my subordinate flag-bearer, who acted without my knowledge. Gang leader, feel free to send someone to resolve this matter. I will bear no grievances, as a testament to the Jinui's amicable stance towards the Chihi gang. That minor flag-bearer, Cheng Yu, hails from the north and is quite skilled among 1st-rank martial artists. Do not underestimate him, for I was deceived by his youth. Internally he sneered. Cheng Yu, oh Cheng Yu, you are far too audacious. Daring to provoke even the Chihi gang. You shall learn the harsh lessons of the martial world in your next life. Sha Yu, known for his brutality, would undoubtedly not spare Cheng Yu for this affront. Su Feng remained silent, feeling an icy dread settle over him. The chief flagbearer was essentially inviting the Qi He gang to hunt down Cheng Yu, a situation that stirred feelings of sympathy for the rabbit after witnessing the fox's demise. Very well. I hope you are not deceiving me. With a face contorted by rage, Sha Yu nodded and shouted, "Send Feng Bo to deal with that minor flagbearer. Do not kill him if possible. Bring him back to me. I want him to witness the consequences of opposing me." Yes, Wu Lingong felt elation at this command. Feng Bo was one of the deputy leaders of the Qi He gang. A second-rank martial artist, he would undoubtedly have no trouble handling a minor flagbearer. No matter how skilled Cheng Yu was, he would find it hard to escape this calamity. If he wished to provoke the gang, he must be prepared for the consequences. On the northern outskirts of Qinghe County, Cheng Yu arrived at the entrance of a coal mine with two subordinates. The entrance was guarded by numerous members of the Qi He gang. Within the fenced area, over 100 laborers, poorly dressed and grimy, toiled away, while several arrogant individuals wielding weapons stood by, mercilessly lashing out at any laborer who dared to slack off, leaving them bloodied and screaming. A few men were bound together, wailing for their mothers, presumably captured while attempting to escape. Their fate was unlikely to be a pleasant one. Was this the kind of business the Qi He gang engaged in? Cheng Yu scoffed, cursing, "Wu Lingong is nothing but a waste." His remaining subordinates were taken aback by their flagbearer's scathing remarks about the chief flagbearer, yet they soon reconciled themselves to the reality. On his very first day, he had led them to disrupt the Qi He gang's operations. It was only natural for him to disdain someone like Wu Lingong. Have the others arrived? Cheng Yu had only brought two subordinates to scout the situation, instructing the rest to return for the standard Jinyui gear of bows and crossbows. This coal mine was unlike the casino in the bustling market. Its defenses were considerably stronger, although Cheng Yu dismissed those guards as inconsequential. With only a dozen men under his command, losing even one or two would pose a significant problem. Reporting to Lord Cheng, they will arrive shortly. At the entrance of the Qi He gang's coal mine, a somewhat skilled member of the gang held a thick hemp rope which bound four emaciated men, their faces ashen. "How dare you enter my Qi He gang's coal mine and attempt to leave? You shall suffer for this." These unfortunate laborers, seeking to escape, would be taken to the most perilous depths of the mine, where their lives would be in constant jeopardy. One of the laborers bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. "I borrowed just a few coins, and now I am forced to sell myself for 300 taels to mine. What will happen to my wife and children if I perish?" The other two shared his despair. "Why, life is so miserable. Who will come to save us?" The Qi He gang member dragging them along chuckled mockingly. "Who would come to rescue you? The heroes from the stories or the great Qin court? Ha ha, what audacity they possess. The heavens of Qinghe County belong to me, the Qinghe gang." Just as the words lingered, a small arrow sliced through the air, piercing deeply into his neck. His followers uttered not a sound. Clutching their throats as they collapsed. 3 laborers gazed in disbelief towards the direction from which the arrow had come, only to behold a dozen figures clad in flying fish attire standing resolutely. Among them, the leader donned the most exquisite garments, accentuating a robust physique. Could it be that someone has truly come to rescue us? Cheng Yu calmly knocked another arrow onto his crossbow and withdrew his Baiduan Xiuchuan knife. Producing a resonant sound of metal against metal, a booming voice echoed. "The Jinyui are here to investigate illegal coal mines. Everyone, lay down your weapons and surrender. Those who resist shall be killed." The guards at the entrance, upon witnessing the violence, felt a mix of rage and amusement. Did these mere Jinyui dare to meddle in the affairs of our Qinghe gang? Seeking death, yet before they could encircle, they were swiftly pierced by a volley of arrows, turning them into porcupines, lifeless on the ground. Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, his subordinates were rather inept, unable to hit a throat from such a close distance. Thankfully, they were obedient. Those of the Qinghe gang who defy the orders of the Jinyui shall be taken down. Yes. A dozen men surged into the coal mine, targeting those who were fully clothed and armed for execution. After all, each one had been chosen for the Jinyui, possessing some martial prowess, making it trivial to dispatch the relatively weak members of the Qinghe gang. The disheveled laborers, witnessing the chaos, paid no heed to anything else and fled in haste. Desperate to escape this hellish scene, the atmosphere turned chaotic. Cheng Yu, amidst the turmoil, remained remarkably composed. making his way towards the center of the coal mine. Along the way, he encountered a few brutes, dispatching them with ease. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a wooden hut, which was fortuitously ajar. What's all this commotion outside? A disheveled member of the Chiha gang emerged, appearing to be a minor leader with the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Upon spotting Chengyu in his flying fish attire and witnessing the distant clash between the Jinui and the Chiha gang, he exclaimed, "How audacious! They dare to disrupt the very foundation of our Chiha gang. Truly, they are courting death." Before he could finish, a cold Shochuan knife pressed against his neck, the blade reflecting his panicked visage. "So swift." Chengyu spoke in a calm, clipped tone. "How will you handle this coal? To privately operate such a vast coal mine with so many laborers is a grave matter. Ordinary individuals would not dare partake in this trade." The minor leader was greatly intimidated by Chengyu. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. What handling? It's merely some worthless coal. The flash of the blade came. The minor leader suddenly realized he was staring at his own body, headless. He had no time to ponder why Chengyu had killed him so swiftly. "If you refuse to speak, the next shall be you." Chengyu withdrew his knife and entered the wooden hut, discovering a naked woman suspended from the rafters, her limbs thrashing wildly. It appeared that the minor leader had taken his own life the moment he stepped out. With a swift motion, a stone struck the hemp rope, causing the woman to fall. Chengyu retrieved several ledgers from a cabinet and turned to leave, having offered the opponent an opportunity for a fresh choice which was already ample. Outside, his formidable subordinates had efficiently cleared the common members of the Chiha gang. With their capabilities, the advantage of bows and crossbows proved overwhelming, resulting in no casualties while accomplishing their task. "You should assess the condition of this coal mine and see if there is anything of value." "Yes." Chengyu then found a chair, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest, as the system's voice echoed in his ears. "Host has sealed an illegal coal mine, fulfilling the duties of the Jinui. Reward: inner strength." His pure inner strength surged once more. Shortly after, the Jinui completed their assessment of the coal mine. "Reporting to you, my lord, this coal mine has been fully excavated, with over 100,000 jin of coal remaining. In addition to 400 taels of silver unearthed." Chengyu took 3 banknotes of 100 taels each from his subordinate. "The rest is yours." Upon hearing this, the laborers erupted in cheers. Elated at the prospect of over 100 taels of silver, a substantial reward for each. Cheng Xiaoqi, though puzzled, had never witnessed such generosity. "My lord, shall we seal the coal mine and depart now?" someone inquired. Chengyu shook his head, remaining steadfast in his chair. "We have only just begun. Prepare the bows and crossbows, and do not spare the arrows." Yes, as Chengyu anticipated, it was not long before the sound of urgent hooves echoed outside the coal mine. "Get out here, you dog servants of the court, and prepare to die." Chapter 12. Slice your throat and seek reunion with your brother. Numerous figures surged outside, reinforcements from the Chiha gang. The expressions of the Jinui warriors shifted from joy to apprehension. Their elation over the silver was short-lived, as it seemed they might earn their money but lose their lives. Chengyu remained seated, unperturbed, as someone fetched him a silk cloth to clean his knife. Observing their lord's calm demeanor, the others felt a slight sense of reassurance. Soon, the intruders rushed inside, bare-chested members of the Chiha gang, far more skilled than those initially managing the coal mine. They had captured several fleeing laborers, dragging them back with ropes. The leader of the Chiha gang was a short man with a rat-like mustache. Though diminutive in stature, he was muscular. One of Changyu's subordinates gasped. "Fang Bo, the deputy leader of the Chiha gang. A second-tier martial artist." Chengyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a worthy adversary had arrived so swiftly. This was no longer a futile endeavor. Fang Bo struck the wall with an iron whip, causing the earthen structure to crumble. "Which blind fool dares to trespass on my Chiha gang's territory? Do you seek death?" His furious shout, imbued with inner strength, caused the unranked martial artists present to stagger. Chengyu remained unfazed, continuing to clean his knife. "It is you, you little bastard, who has brought your men here." Fang Bo recognized Chengyu among the Jinui, noting that while everyone else stood, he remained seated. Such audacity for a mere child to come to the territory of the Chiha gang, killing and causing a ruckus. "Do you wish to be expelled from Qinghe County? Submit and kneel, and perhaps Fang might leave you with a whole corpse." In the short span of half a day, The Jinui had already sealed a large gambling den and a coal mine belonging to the Chiha gang, a direct assault on their foundation, a deadly feud. If they did not capture the intruders completely, the Chiha gang would surely be humiliated. When did the Jinui become labeled as troublemakers for sealing illegal establishments on Dacian territory? This coal mine and gambling den had long exploited the lives and fortunes of the Dacian citizenry and deserved to be dismantled. Cheng Yu's aura was equally imposing as he spoke, his subordinates echoing him in unison, creating an extraordinary momentum. It must be dismantled. How audacious! Fang Bo seethed with rage. The heavens of Qinghe County belong to the Chiha gang. I say you are causing a ruckus, and thus you are. These paupers sell their lives to the Chiha gang and are treated like cattle. So what? If I am displeased, I will kill as I wish. With that, he struck a laborer beside him with his whip, instantly turning the man's chest into a bloody mess, who fell lifeless before he could react. Help! I do not wish to die. The laborers, gripped by terror, fled in a panic, screaming in despair. Fang Bo gestured, and the members of the Chiha gang brandished their blades, severing the heads of the laborers one by one. Come on, if you have the guts. Capture me too, today. He intended to kill in front of the Jinui, demonstrating who held authority in Qinghe County. Cheng Yu observed the scene with a cold gaze, pausing his knife cleaning. Have you finished speaking? If so, it's my turn. All Jinui, empty your quivers, leave no survivors. He stood, raising his knife towards Fang Bo. Yes. 10 crossbows, already loaded, unleashed a torrent of arrows. 4 or 5 unranked members of the Chiha gang were shot dead on the spot, while several ranked individuals struggled to evade the onslaught. Seeking death, Fang Bo had not anticipated Cheng Yu would fire arrows without warning, and as he swung his whip to deflect an incoming arrow, he shouted, Brothers, charge! Kill these court dogs, we have the numbers, kill! The crossbows needed to be reloaded, giving them enough time to rush forward and engage in battle. Yet in the next moment, the Jinuri swiftly drew another set of well-strung crossbows. Unleashing another wave of arrows, the members of the Chiha gang, rushing forward, could not evade in time. All arrows found their mark, killing 9 outright. Fang Bo's eyes widened in fury. He had brought only 30 men. All skilled fighters. Half had been slain in an instant. With a furious kick, he lunged towards Cheng Yu, whip at the ready, determined to suppress him personally. However, he was met with yet another volley of arrows. As the Jinui followed Cheng Yu's command to draw their short bows and take aim. Though not as precise as the crossbows, they all targeted Fang Bo, leaving him no escape. Fang Bo swung his whip to block the arrows, dodging as best he could, his face turning a deep shade of red as flames of rage ignited in his eyes. As a second-tier martial artist, he held a high position within the Chiha gang. He had never endured such humiliation in Qinghe County. He was determined to ruthlessly punish these Jinui seeking death, especially that little flag. Having evaded the arrows, he suddenly charged forward, shattered stone whip, but in the next moment, the air was filled with the sound of a slicing blade, a sharp arc of light cutting through. Cheng Yu's Shochuan knife struck at Fang Bo just as Fang Bo reacted. He found the blade poised before him. How is he so fast? His second-tier strength was insufficient to evade. What made this man so formidable? Confusion clouded his mind as Cheng Yu delivered a swift, diagonal slash, severing his head along with one of his hands. The martial prowess of the heavenly stairs, embodied in the cyclical blade technique, is such that even a single, seemingly simple move is beyond the comprehension of Fang Bo. Alas, it is over. How could this be possible? The vice leader has perished. The remaining members of the Chiha gang, paralyzed by fear, witnessed the swift execution of their formidable vice leader by a solitary blade, an accomplishment that even the leader himself might struggle to achieve. How can they possibly withstand such might? One by one, they hurriedly turned to flee. The members of the Jinui, equally incredulous, gazed at Cheng Yu in disbelief. Their small banner proved unexpectedly powerful, dispatching a second-tier martial artist with a single strike. No wonder they had the audacity to oppose the Chiha gang. Filled with excitement and profound admiration, they looked towards Cheng Yu. Even the looming threat of retaliation from Chiha gang's leader, Sha Yu, seemed less daunting. Leave no survivors, Cheng Yu declared, and the astonished warriors, still reeling from the terrifying display of strength, quickly regained their composure and pursued, annihilating the remnants of the Chiha gang. The battle concluded swiftly. Not a single Jinui was harmed, while the Chiha gang, including the second-tier martial artist Fong Bo, faced total obliteration. Host has slain the leader of an illegal faction, showcasing the prowess of the Jinyui. Reward: 10 Nizhuang Dan. A small vial of elixirs appeared in Chang Yu's hand. According to its description, the Nizhuang Dan aids in refining meridians and assists martial artists in advancing in rank, an ideal means to bolster his subordinates. Meanwhile, his followers busied themselves clearing the battlefield and presenting the spoils. Why, Lord, this is what the brothers have scavenged. That fellow Fong, who has tyrannized Qinghe, indeed amassed a considerable amount of ill-gotten wealth. He had a staggering 800 taels of silver notes on him. 800 taels. It would take them 50 years to earn such a salary, enough to buy 500 pigs to trample them. Cheng Yu accepted the silver notes and tucked them away. Let us prepare to depart. To the banner station? Allow me to fetch the horses for you, my lord. Someone immediately offered, eager to please. There's no rush to return. Cheng Yu replied, shaking his head lightly, we are Jinyui. We have merely finished slaying our foes. The most crucial step has yet to commence. The crowd looked on in confusion. Cheng Yu smiled gently, realizing that the Jinyui had seemingly forgotten their traditional craft. Where does Fong Bo reside? I refuse to believe that a second-tier martial artist possesses a mere 800 taels in total wealth and dares to resist me. Bring his head, and let us raid his home. At the headquarters of the Chiha gang, Wu Lingang sipped his drink, unable to meet the displeased gaze of Sha Yu. The liquor felt fiery, and he was engulfed in frustration. Sha Yu had forcibly detained him here. Awaiting the triumphant return of Vice Leader Fong Dai in the meantime, he had to rely on the terrified Su Feng to manage the situation. Sha Yu's actions were twofold: to guard against Wu Lingang potentially betraying Fong Bo, and to instill fear in him. Wu Lingang gulped down another cup of liquor. Once Fong Bo returns, this affair will no longer concern me. After that lad's demise, I shall devise a way to handle the inquiries from the government. A second-tier martial artist in action, Cheng Yu undoubtedly had no chance of survival. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. He instantly looked up. News had arrived. Cheng Yu had undoubtedly met his end. Yet the information was far from what he had anticipated. A grave matter. Vice Leader Fong has also been slain by that Jinyui, and they have ransacked our home. Wu Lingang felt as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening, the cup slipping from his grasp. Cheng Yu killed Fong Bo? Such a ruthless figure. If he were to learn that I had come to the Chiha gang to betray him, wouldn't he that mean? Wu Lingang, you seek death. Sha Yu roared at Wu Lingang, his eyes blazing with fury. Look at the fine mess your Jinyui have made. If you wanted to sever ties with the Chiha gang, you could have simply stated so without all this subterfuge. In a few swift strides, he lunged forward, seizing Wu Lingang by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Wu Lingang instinctively resisted, but was thrown back by Sha Yu's immense strength. Although he had anticipated this, the other's power still filled him with dread. A third tier. Calm yourself, Sha gang leader. This has nothing to do with me. I had no prior knowledge. He had dared not offend Fong Bo, who had just arrived in Qinghe County. Who could have foreseen such events? Wu Lingang pleaded earnestly, ultimately managing to quell Sha Yu's wrath. Killing a grand flag leader for the sake of venting anger was far too unworthy. At that moment, another voice broke in as another gang member entered. Leader, someone asked me to convey a message to you. Who? Sha Yu inquired coldly. What did they say? The member stammered. It is a young man dressed in black, who inquired whether you miss your brother. If so, you could take a knife and cut your throat to reunite with him. What? As the words fell, Sha Yu's massive form appeared before the gang member in an instant, his facial muscles twitching. Whoever could slay Fong Bo would surely be able to date Cheng Yu. Heedless of the consequences, dashed out to play the hero, leaving him in a state of acute discomfort at the Chihi gang. In a fit of anger, he kicked over an object on the ground. A hero, is it? I shall show you what it means to be a hero. After venting some frustration, Wu Lingang lifted his head and was suddenly struck by the sight of a tall, imposing figure in the banner hall. Cheng Yu's gaze was iced up. Wu Zongqi. What a fine time to return from outside, he remarked. Aware that Cheng Yu possessed the strength to slay Fong Bo, he understood that he was equally capable of eliminating Wu Lingang. The banner master, he dared not maintain his facade any longer, and his expression softened immediately. I have matters to attend to, and have only just returned. It seems that the young hero Chang has made quite a name for himself in Qinghe County in just a day. Cheng Yu nodded slightly and turned to leave. Phew, thankfully I did not provoke this madman. Wollongong let out a long breath, suddenly feeling an unbearable awkwardness. Clearly, he was the banner master, the highest-ranking individual in the Qinghe County Genie Wei. Why had he just been explaining his whereabouts to Cheng Yu and indulging in flattery? It made it seem as though Cheng Yu was his superior, and he was the subordinate. His resentment towards Cheng Yu intensified. That arrogant fellow, never mind. You won't be able to bounce around for long. I shan't hold it against you. Wu Lingong consoled himself and hurried after Cheng Yu. Cheng Xiaoqi, now that you have achieved victory, I have prepared a celebratory feast for you at the largest Wei Jialu in the county. Please do not refuse my goodwill. To ensure that Cheng Yu would not decline, Wu Lingong added the latter part of his sentence. A celebratory feast? Cheng Yu was well aware that Wu Lingong harbored ulterior motives. He was the one who had disrupted the balance in Qinghe County. Rather than celebrating him, it would be a miracle if he were not punished. A celebratory feast? It was likely a trap, however. What harm could come from a trap? Thank you for your trouble, Zongqi. I shall tidy up and join you shortly. Excellent. I shall await your arrival. Seeing that Cheng Yu exhibited no suspicion and accepted the invitation, Wu Lingong was overjoyed. This reckless madman, who thrived on chaos, feared nothing but the betrayal of his own kind. Having agreed to the invitation, Cheng Yu returned to his territory. Standing before his jubilant subordinates, he issued an order. There may be situations tonight. Yu Tin should take this inner strength pill first. Cheng Yu tossed the bottle of inner strength pills to those who had accompanied him today. Their combat prowess was somewhat lacking. After refining the pills, they should gear up and wait for my command near Wei Jialu? Yes. The warriors opened the pill bottle, astonished by the potent medicinal energy of the inner strength pills, and were instantly elated. Upon opening the box, they beheld 10 exquisitely terrifying crossbows gleaming with light, far superior to the bows and crossbows issued by the headquarters. Having acquired such valuable items, their loyalty to Cheng Yu deepened. Had they known that risking their lives would yield such rewards, they would have done so long ago. Wei Jialu, usually bustling with customers, was eerily silent. The prominent figures of the Qi gang had booked the entire establishment without spending a dime. Cheng Yu paid no mind to the strange quietude as he ascended to the most luxurious third floor with Wu Lingong. Cheng Xiaoqi, the table I reserved is right ahead. Wu Lingong led the way with a look of eager anticipation. Yet his eyes glinted with malice. Let us see how arrogant you truly are this time. Cheng Yu nodded. The Dynamo Dao Dian had purified his inner strength and heightened his senses, allowing him to detect a notable aura of inner strength not far away at a master, yet he felt no fear. Those who dared to oppose him would face the consequences. The two quickly reached the largest private room. And just as Cheng Yu stepped in to observe the guests, the door behind him was suddenly shut. Wollongong locked the door and fled. Ha! What a coward! You want to scheme against me but lack the guts to act yourself? What a disgrace to the Genie Wei! Cheng Yu scoffed. The seated guests, including Sha Yu, were taken aback by Cheng Yu's calm demeanor, which contrasted sharply with their own surprise. At last, I see this little brat. Sha Yu, having just endured the pain of losing his brother and the death of his subordinates, erupted with fury. His inner strength, a third-grade warrior's prowess, was unrestrained. Anyone who dared to harm him and disrupt his territory would find no salvation for Cheng Yu. Little brat, even if you kneel and apologize now, it would be too late. I will carve your flesh piece by piece. Sha Yu roared, his visage twisted with rage. Your brother is dead. Faced with Sha Yu's blatant threat, Cheng Yu showed no reaction, merely replying indifferently, you are courting death. A few simple words provoked Sha Yu immensely, prompting him to charge forward wielding his weapon. In his grasp was an exceedingly broad cleaver, akin to a door panel, glimmering ominously under the force of Sha Yu's might. The other masters of the Qi gang trembled at their leader's display, a mighty strike. This was a middle-grade, low-tier martial art. Sha Yu, being a third-grade early warrior, possessed strength comparable to the esteemed official has matters to attend to and thus departs first. Cheng Xiaoqi, you may partake at your leisure, as long as nothing amiss has occurred. All shall be well. Wu Lingong, steeling himself, began to explain. He raised his hand to dismiss the others. Enough! It is late. You should return. I still have matters to attend to. Cheng Yu shook his head. Continuing forward, I must patrol tonight, as you instructed. There is no need for you to patrol. Return at once. This is an order. As Wu Lingong approached, He could no longer suppress the panic in his tone and instinctively raised his voice. No patrol is fine, but there is still one matter. Cheng Yu's gaze remained indifferent. What matter? Wu Lingong asked, drenched in sweat. Go slay the traitor, to eliminate the internal saboteur who has stabbed his own comrades. Cheng Yu replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingong fell to the ground in shock. Could Cheng Yu truly dare to kill him? What do you intend to do? This is the Jinyuri headquarters. Do you dare to rebel? I am well aware of who colluded with outsiders to harm our own. There is no need for further elaboration. Cheng Yu remained unfazed by Wu Lingong's accusations. If one dared to betray him, then death was the only outcome. It was a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Wu Lingong stumbled to his feet, attempting to flee, hastily explaining that Sha Yu deceived me, claiming he wished to discuss matters with you. How was I to know he would dare to act against a flag officer so brazenly? It is all his fault. I had no part in it. Do you take me for a fool? Cheng Yu's tone was icy as he stepped in front of Wu Lingong, raising his embroidered spring blade towards him. Wu Zongqi, you should be well aware of the consequences when Jinyui colludes with outsiders to harm their peers. Confiscation of property and extermination of families. Wu Lingong trembled, muttering to himself. The Jinyui were the emperor's personal soldiers, expected to be unwaveringly loyal. Even in their current weakened state, colluding with outsiders was the gravest of crimes. Disloyalty. Using this as a pretext to kill me, no one would dare speak a word in my defense. That is not your concern, Cheng Yu replied, resolute. Today, he was determined to slay his superior, the flag officer. Such a traitor could only bring calamity if left alive. Realizing Cheng Yu's murderous intent was unwavering, Wu Lingong understood there was no longer any threat to stop him. Despairing fury flashed in Wu Lingong's eyes. A mere newcomer flag officer dared to take his life? In a sudden burst, he struck out with both palms, launching a surprise attack at Cheng Yu's sides. Cheng Yu, seemingly caught off guard, did not dodge or block, merely holding his blade aloft. Wu Lingong felt a surge of triumph, thinking the other unprepared for the assault. Foolish boy, injuring you would allow me to flee far and wide. At worst, I could abandon this wretched Jinyui title. However, as his palms made contact with Cheng Yu, he was utterly stunned. He felt as though he had struck solid steel. Not only did Cheng Yu remain unshaken, but the impact forced Wu Lingong to withdraw his hands in pain. Martial arts? Who are you? With the protection of his cultivated skills, Cheng Yu remained unscathed, laughing lightly. I am the one who will kill you. Spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Cheng Yi, I shall never dare again. Crack! The embroidered spring blade pierced Wu Lingong's chest, and he collapsed, still bearing a look of pleading on his face. Cheng Yu cast a dispassionate glance at Wu Lingong. When you were groveling before those forces of the underworld, you likely bore a similar expression, did you not? Wu Lingong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend. The face of the Jinyui? What era are we in for anyone to still speak of this? The Jinyui are ridiculed by those in the underworld. We possess no dignity. Regret washed over him as he realized Cheng Yu's fervent desire to uphold the Jinyui's responsibilities, feeling he had met his end due to such absurdity. He would not yield. Wu Lingong's eyes closed in resignation. Host has eradicated internal traitors within the Jinyui, restoring order, reward, 20 inner strength pills and 5 Shinhan crossbows. As Cheng Yu surveyed the rewards from the system, he nodded. He indeed needed to cultivate his subordinates well. Currently, everyone looked down upon the Jinyui, which was truly a loss of face. There was no one more concerned about the Jinyui's development and dignity than he. If asked who wished for the Jinyui to regain its former glory the most, even the emperor of the Qin dynasty would pale in comparison to him. The next day, at the Grand Dock by Qinghe, the atmosphere at the headquarters of the Qinghe gang was peculiar. The usual clamor and noise were replaced by an eerie silence. It was rumored that, apart from the Jinyui's closure of the Western City Casino in the northern coal mine yesterday, a major incident had occurred overnight. The lowly subordinates were uncertain of the details but knew that this morning, nearly all the martial artists in the Qinghe gang, including the leader, had vanished. What could have transpired? Surely, nothing truly catastrophic could have occurred. With the Qinghe gang standing in Qinghe County, how could anything go awry? Under the leader's suppression, who would dare to act recklessly? Indeed, it seems our leader must have gone to apprehend those short-sighted Jinyui who dared to touch our Qinghe gang's interests. Truly reckless. The subordinates, unaware of the situation, chose to place their faith in Sha Yu. The only third-tier martial artist in Qinghe County, he was their bulwark against any misfortune. As long as Sha Yu was present, the Qinghe gang would remain unscathed, allowing them to continue their rampant oppression of the common folk. Just as the Qinghe gang's members sought to reassure themselves, a loud shout rang out. The Jinuri have sealed off the Qinghe gang. All unauthorized personnel retreat, and those who obstruct shall be met with death. The members of the Qinghe gang turned to see who dared to make such bold proclamations at their headquarters. A line of over 20 figures clad in black, flying fish attire appeared at the dock, all of them at the entry level of martial prowess, poised with their crossbows, from the center of the Jinuri formation. A tall and imposing figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura. Cheng Yu glanced at the vast dock and the grand structures of the Qinghe gang. Countless laborers and vessels bustled about. He nodded faintly. No wonder Sha Yu is so arrogant. No wonder the Qinghe gang once held the greatest power in Qinghe County, with its lifeblood firmly in their grasp. The Jiangnan region relied heavily on water transport, and with dominance over the docks, the Qinghe gang naturally grew formidable. Who are you, to dare invade the territory of my Qinghe gang? Get out! A dozen irate members of the Qinghe gang rushed over. Shouting angrily, however, before they could finish their threats, arrows flew through the air, piercing their throats. Others who attempted to rush in to assist were momentarily stunned, not expecting such brutality from the newcomers. Who dares to kill us? Do they not fear our leader's wrath? Before the words could settle, a severed head was tossed forth. It was none other than Sha Yu's head. Leader? How could this be possible? The once menacing members of all the land deeds seized by the Qinghe gang have been returned, and those who were coerced into selling themselves have been released. Thank you, my lord. The subordinates, upon hearing this, were filled with immense excitement. With Sha Yu dead, it would be an effortless task to raid the Qinghe gang, and they had not even lifted a finger. Such generosity from Cheng Xiaoqi, with no one else to claim any rewards, made them increasingly devoted to Cheng Yu. If he were to offer money, they would gladly call him grandfather. As for the rules stating that the plundered wealth could not enter the coffers of the Jinui, they conveniently overlooked this detail. Without Cheng Xiaoqi, they would never have obtained any of this. Not far from the dock, a crowd had gathered, watching from a distance. Whispers of a young Jinui, akin to a celestial being descending, filled the air. Just yesterday morning, he intimidated an old man at the city gate. Who could have imagined that today, he would raid the notorious Qinghe gang? The head of Sha Yu still hung as a trophy. The common folk, long tormented by the Qinghe gang, were overwhelmed with emotion at this sight. Yet, a thought lingered in their minds. The world is filled with crows of the same blackness. They were merely exchanging one form of oppression for another. This time, under the Jinui, their joy diminished considerably. As several imposing Jinui warriors approached, the crowd instinctively recoiled. Go and summon everyone you know. My Xiaoqi intends to distribute the grain, oil, ironware, and other goods seized from the Qinghe gang. Each of you shall receive your share according to your numbers. If any of your properties were forcibly taken by the Qinghe gang, come later to reclaim your deeds. If any of your kin were abducted by the Qinghe gang, remember to identify them. Distributing goods? Reclaiming deeds? The common folk could hardly believe their ears. The Jinui had raided the Qinghe gang and were to give them provisions. How could such a fortuitous event occur? Surely, they must be jesting. The warriors speaking sensed their disbelief and grew somewhat irate. My Xiaoqi is a formidable figure who has slain Sha Yu. Would he stoop to trifling with you commoners? At that moment, Cheng Yu stepped forth and calmly declared, the Jinui are the emperor's personal army. Having eradicated the scourge, it is only natural to return the plundered goods, if you do not wish to accept them. So be it. With that, he turned and departed through the parting crowd. Upon hearing this, the common folk finally believed, bursting into tears and kneeling down to Cheng Yu in gratitude. Oh, heavenly Lord! You are indeed a Bodhisattva incarnate. We bow before you. They lamented for their lost children. At last, you may return home, my son. Your grace is a debt we can never repay. They expressed their gratitude for the eradication of evil. Host sweeps away unlawful forces, enhancing the reputation of the Jinui, and receives a reward. Mid-grade armor, cold ghost mask. Holding the chilling and ominous fanged mask in his hands, Cheng Yu nodded in satisfaction. This item, besides offering facial protection, could emit a frigid aura, rendering its wearer nearly undetectable at night. With this, raiding and killing would become far easier in the future. On the expansive official road of Jiangnan, which was once reserved for nobles and bureaucrats of the Dacian military, now anyone could traverse it. Merchants, wealthy magnates, wandering heroes, and even common folk were present. The flow of travelers was incessant, among which a particularly formidable caravan stood out. At the forefront, at least 5 fifth-rank martial artists paved the way. Such skilled individuals could only serve as escorts, indicating the extraordinary status of the person within the central carriage. Sister, did we not agree to first seek out Physician Ma for your treatment and recuperation? Why are we heading toward Xinjiang Prefecture instead of Longyuan's Physician Mountain? The stunningly tall Chengyu complained to her sister, as the eldest disciple of the Zhejiang sect's younger generation. She was accustomed to directness and was displeased with her sister's deception. Sister, it's just an old ailment. It's not urgent, Chengxi replied, her delicate face displaying a cunning expression. I have inquired in Beiyuan City, and my second brother happens to be in Xinjiang Prefecture. I thought I would check on him. The mention of Chengyu, who had severed ties with the family, caused Chengyu to nod faintly, her mood somewhat subdued. Her feelings toward her brother were complex. He had appeared and vanished mysteriously, suffering greatly at home for various reasons. As the Zhejiang sect's eldest disciple, she felt compelled to uphold her father's teachings of chivalry and justice, resisting the ruthless and unfeeling nature of Chengyu. Yet, when she considered his experiences, she found it hard to remain resolute. Overall, while Chengyu's unique circumstances were somewhat understandable, she believed that Cheng Junjiang's teachings on righteousness were undeniably correct. It was Chengyu who lacked understanding. Understanding and empathizing with their parents' shortcomings was a duty of children. Some matters, while excusable, should not overshadow loyalty, righteousness, filial piety, and propriety. Alas, even our parents have their faults. They drove their son away and did not seek him out, only finding excuses for other pursuits. Chengxi leaned on her chin, clearly agitated. Cheng Junjiang and his wife had planned a journey to Longyuan together, but upon hearing Cheng Feng's intention to break through to the 5th rank, they immediately decided to stay in the north, seemingly forgetting about their eldest son. Sister, do not speak so. Our younger brother is about to break through to the 4th rank. This is a crucial opportunity for him to ascend the rankings. A significant matter for his entire life. The status and reputation within the martial world were of utmost importance to someone like Cheng Junjiang, and Cheng Feng felt the same. Cheng Si frowned at this. What nonsense. It is merely a worthless list. What significance do a few names hold? Can they compare to our second brother? In her view, neglecting their second brother to chase after such meaningless pursuits was utterly incomprehensible. Sister, you simply do not understand. Cheng Yu's expression darkened at Cheng Si's words. The rankings of the Baibao building, Tian, Di, and Ren, are recognized as fair within the martial world. How many heroes wish to leave their names there but cannot? Take our father, for instance. If he had not entered the 9th rank of the Tianbang, would others respect him as the leader of the Northern Martial Alliance? The ability of her younger brother to make progress in the rankings would have immeasurable benefits for him. The Cheng family and the Zhejiang sect's reputation. Let me be clear. If you find our second brother, treat him as an elder brother should. Do not listen to his tales of violence and bloodshed. Cheng Yu habitually lectured her sister, continuing on. Yes, yes. Cheng Si covered her ears, unwilling to hear her sister's incessant chatter. She felt that some things could never be clarified with her stubborn sister. Was chivalry and reputation truly that important? Their father had preached about chivalry all his life, earning respect, yet in the end, he had driven his son to sever ties. Oh, second brother, I wonder how your wounds are now. Do not let anyone bully you. Seer is still waiting to hear your stories. Days passed, and the Cheng sisters' carriage arrived at the entrance of Qinghe County. At last, we have found it. Cheng Si leaned out to gaze at the name written on the city gate. No wonder it was so hard to find. It is such a small place. Cheng Yu also looked out, having visited mostly grand cities and fortresses, and had never been to such a diminutive locale. Oh, little sister, what a hasty display. Just as Cheng Yu began to complain, she saw Cheng Si swiftly jump down from the carriage and grab the arm of an old man by the roadside. Elder, are you from here? The old man, seeing her armed, instinctively bowed his head, but upon realizing she was a delicate and charming young girl, he refrained from kneeling. I am a native of Qinghe County, well acquainted with all matters of the county. The old man spoke confidently. Pray tell, elder, do you know if a young Jinui named Cheng Yu has recently arrived in Qinghe County? Upon hearing this, The previously confident old man suddenly wilted. His head bowed as he glanced at the ground, his face filled with shame and regret, and he turned to flee. What was going on? Chen Yu, who had also dismounted, was somewhat displeased at this sight. Father was right. Common folk lacking in chivalry truly have no manners. Cheng Si, however, wore a look of confusion and concern. The old man's reaction to her brother's name suggested he might be embroiled in some trouble. Just then, passers-by, witnessing the old man's flight, erupted in laughter. That old man once looked down on Lord Cheng, only to be so frightened by the Sichuan knife that he wet his pants. Now, just hearing Lord Cheng's name, he feels utterly ashamed. Lord Cheng? Cheng Si was puzzled. Was the status of the Jinyui so high? Did he bully ordinary elders with his blade? Cheng Yu, on the other hand, found a unique perspective, realizing that Cheng Yu indeed had not shed his ruthless nature. As a role model for the younger disciples of the Zhejiang sect, he always emphasized the behavior of his juniors, ensuring it aligned with chivalry. If it did not, immediate correction was necessary. He could never tarnish the sect's reputation. How dare you speak thus? Is Cheng Yu someone you can insult? Where did this little girl come from, daring to speak ill of Lord Cheng? Truly, beneath that innocent exterior lies a heart full of malice. Get out of Qinghe County! Upon hearing her words, the crowd rallied in defense of Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu's expression shifted. She had never been insulted in such a manner, and now faced a chorus of ordinary folks' censure. Unable to counter with words against the crowd and restrained by her upbringing from resorting to violence, she felt a surge of anger, convinced that Cheng Yu's infamous reputation had intimidated these people into silence. Chapter 16. Lord Cheng is blameless. It turned out that her second brother held such a high status here. Cheng Si nodded inwardly, impressed by how rapidly he had established his reputation. Just as she was about to inquire further and enter the city to find Cheng Yu, the sound of urgent hoofbeats rang out behind her. Clear the way! Clear the way! 5 riders wielding whips urged the crowd aside as they charged into the city. All were clad in the flying fish attire of the Jinyui, with the leader emanating the aura of a third-rank martial artist. Cheng Yu crossed her arms, displaying an expression of displeasure. Was it customary for his subordinates to behave so arrogantly, oppressing the common folk? Sister, how can you think this way? The leader possesses formidable strength, at least at the late stage of the second rank. How could he possibly be associated with the second brother? Cheng Si quickly retorted. The preconceived notions had already influenced Cheng Yu, leading her to associate the brutal voice with Cheng Yu De. As she spoke thoughtlessly, the people of Qinghe County grew increasingly discontent. How dare this woman insult Lord Cheng? What nonsense! If the brothers of the Jinyui under Lord Cheng were to commit such acts, they should prepare to face punishment in this world. Aside from the Bodhisattva, no one is more benevolent than Lord Cheng. Speak further, and beware of retribution. Cheng Yu, subjected to public outcry, felt utterly humiliated and found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the second brother was not a man of heinous malice. Cheng Si's eyes brightened. Yet he pondered, how could such a powerful Jinyui come to this remote place? The highest position of a county's Jinyui is that of the chief flag, at the second rank. However, judging by the reactions of the townsfolk, they did not recognize the Jinyui leader who had just ridden past. Disaster! A passerby suddenly recalled something, his expression changing drastically. Could it be that Lord Cheng has faced repercussions for killing that old dog Wulingong? Is the estate here to demand justice from him? He killed a chief flag. Is the second brother in trouble? Upon hearing this, the reactions of the two women diverged significantly. Cheng Yu, who subconsciously sought fault with Cheng Yu, gradually realized that her younger brother's safety was paramount, and she ceased her complaints. Where is Cheng Xiaoqi? Cheng Si inquired anxiously. The second brother was certainly no match for the Jinyui leader. The concerned townsfolk quickly replied. Lord Cheng has ventured out to eradicate bandits. As the villagers reported that they were obstructing and oppressing farmers. Eradicate bandits? Cheng Si thought it imperative to locate Cheng Yu without delay, lest any misfortune occur. In his anxious state, he suddenly felt a chill. As an old ailment resurfaced, and he fainted. Little sister. The host has cleared the mountain bandits, safeguarding the territory under the Jinyui. Reward. Inner strength. A modest infusion of pure inner strength entered his body as Cheng Yu, standing with hands clasped behind his back at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, turned around. His subordinates emerged carrying chests of silver. The bandits had been thoroughly eliminated. They were to search for their stolen belongings and, if not found, to go to the county town for compensation. Thank you, great lord, for protecting us. The farmers, hiding not far away, wept profusely upon witnessing the demise of the bandits, kneeling down in gratitude. After bowing for an extended period, they expressed their heartfelt thanks before retrieving their possessions. Cheng Yu's imposing figure evoked a sense of awe among his subordinates, who regarded him as a radiant hero. Indeed, the young flag lord is a paragon of virtue. He not only eradicated bandits but returned the plunder, ensuring safety and justice. Those who could not find their stolen items were still able to claim compensation. Such benevolence is rare in this world. They remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was part of Cheng Yu's painstaking efforts for the future of the Genie Highway. By steadily building his influence, he earned rewards to elevate his strength, thereby increasing his stature. Let us return. With the mountain bandits now eliminated, Cheng Yu led his men back home. Upon reaching the gates of Qinghe County, two unfamiliar Jinhui officers awaited them. Upon seeing Cheng Yu and his men return with a significant haul, the two displayed expressions of greed. Approaching with an air of authority, one said, "You must be Cheng Yu? Come with us. My superior, Li Shiba, is waiting for you inside." Without awaiting Cheng Yu's response, he turned to leave. Evidently assuming that Cheng Yu would follow under the weight of Li Shiba's name, it appeared they intended to confront me. Cheng Yu remained motionless on his horse, silently observing the two. The evidence against Wu Lengong was irrefutable. It seemed those behind the Qinghe gang were hastily sending someone to prevent me from discovering their secrets. Meanwhile, the two officers noticed that Cheng Yu's men had not followed and began to scold him in dissatisfaction. "Hurry up, do not keep my lordly waiting." Cheng Yu chuckled softly, riding past the two as he entered the city. The officers grew increasingly brazen. A mere flag officer believes he can overturn the hierarchy after killing a chief flag? In the end, he will still have to obey our lordly. Hearing that they had seized considerable loot while clearing bandits in Qinghe County, they were delighted at the prospect of filling their pockets. Their gaze instinctively drifted towards the chests carried by Cheng Yu's men. However, upon turning back, they found 10 figures standing behind them, their expressions ominous. "What do you want? You two blind fools, have you come to provoke Lord Cheng?" As they spoke, an uncountable number of fists and feet rained down upon the two. How dare these lowly lackeys provoke our esteemed Lord Cheng? In Qinghe County, Cheng Yu listened to the rewards his subordinates received for dispatching the riffraff as he approached the flag office. There, a cold-faced man stood at the entrance, fixing a stern gaze upon Cheng Yu. He must be Li Da, the trial officer sent from Xinjiang Prefecture. "I am Cheng Yu. Are you Li Shiba?" Li Da nodded slightly in acknowledgement, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Noticing that the other party was unwilling to even respond to his words, Cheng Yu showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, he smiled. "Since you have come all this way, shall we discuss matters inside the flag office?" No need at Li to remain standoffish, refusing to grant Cheng Yu any courtesy. A mere flag officer daring to strike down a chief flag? Next, will you attempt to kill 100 households? I must show Cheng Yu a taste of authority. Seeing that Li Da was unwilling to speak or enter, Cheng Yu lost interest in conversing with him further. He simply walked past Li Da, disregarding his presence. Anyone can come before him and put on airs. If he enjoys pretending, then let him linger at the entrance. Li Da did not expect Cheng Yu to so bluntly ignore him and walk away, and his previously cold expression transformed into one of furious embarrassment. How dare a mere flag officer treat him, a trial officer, with such disdain? He turned and shouted, "Cheng Yu, do you know your crime?" This voice rang out loudly, imbued with the force of a martial artist, echoed throughout the street in front of the Jinhui office. Many passers-by turned to look, witnessing a stranger among the Jinhui hurling insults at Cheng Yu. What crime could there be? Cheng Yu, unfazed by Li Da's admonishment, paused and asked, "You are most aware of your own actions." Still speaking in riddles, Cheng Yu did not reply, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. If he was to be accused, then let the accuser state the charges. Only a fool would entertain such nonsense. "You, Li Da," seeing Cheng Yu turn away once more, his disdain apparent, became increasingly enraged. "Stop right there. You dare to commit the grave offenses of killing your superior Wu Lengong and acting independently against the Qinghe gang and other factions? Do you dare to claim you are innocent? I did indeed commit those acts, but what of it?" Cheng Yu calmly regarded Li Da. "My actions are beyond reproach. Both Wu Lengong and the Qinghe gang were deserving of death. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with others. Just as Li Da was about to retort, the commotion outside grew louder. Yes, Lord Cheng has done nothing wrong. Hearing that Li Da had come to confront Cheng Yu regarding the Chiha gang, the surrounding villagers hastily defended him. The Chiha gang has brought great harm to Qinghe County, committing heinous acts, while Wu Linggong, as a chief flag, did nothing but enable their tyranny. They were both deserving of death. Since Lord Cheng's arrival, he has rescued us from the clutches of the Chiha gang, a true benefactor. Do not attempt to frame him. Do not presume that all officials are like you. Lord Cheng is different. Cheng Yu had eradicated the Chiha gang and generously redistributed their ill-gotten gains. No one remained untouched by his kindness, naturally rallying to his side. As for Li Da and his ilk, they only appeared now. After the villagers had suffered, their words sounded good, yet the villagers regarded them as accomplices of the Chiha gang. You ignorant and obstinate commoners, be quiet. Li Da, sent with orders from above, was taken aback by this unexpected situation. Never had he encountered a Jinyui so defended by the populace. Jealousy and fury welled up within him. He bellowed, "Do not try to quibble. Right and wrong will be made clear in due course. You will come with me. Do you possess 100 households token or an official order?" Cheng Yu suddenly inquired. "No, why do you ask that? Am I to forge an order without a token or official order?" "Your words are meaningless." Cheng Yu scoffed, displaying an expression as though he were addressing a simpleton. Did he truly believe that mere titles could intimidate him? If that were the case, he might as well discard the finely crafted dagger at his waist. "You?" Li Da, incensed by Cheng Yu's demeanor, felt his anger escalate. He clearly saw the contempt in Cheng Yu's eyes. How dare a mere flag officer act in such a manner? Li Da was accustomed to being welcomed and revered in every county. This Qinghe County was utterly lawless. Just because he could kill a chief flag, he now felt so self-important. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside erupted in laughter at Li Da's predicament. Ha ha ha, what a grand figure, only to be revealed as someone wielding a chicken feather as a command. No, he cannot even produce a chicken feather. A clown. Hearing the commoners mock him so brazenly, Li Da's face flushed red, his rage boiling over. He looked at Cheng Yu with increasing loathing, with a sharp tongue. "I shall teach you today what the rules of the Jinuri entail." With that, he simply drew his long knife and charged at Cheng Yu. The Jinuri appoints 100 households at the prefectural level, with 100 household officer at the 4th rank and a trial officer at the 3rd rank. Lida, at the 3rd rank, was comparable to Sha Yu, the former leader of the Chiha gang that once dominated Qinghe County. The blade emanated a chilling and terrifying aura, its fearsome presence bearing down upon Cheng Yu. The standard technique of the Genie Way, the mid-grade cold ghost fierce blade. He had mastered this move to the point where it surged forth with formidable power. "Let us see if you dare to show disrespect now. Kneel before me." With a single slash, Li Da's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Cheng Yu to refrain from drawing his sword in defense. Instead, Cheng Yu's foot shifted slightly, evading the strike like a gliding serpent, a manifestation of the low-grade lightness technique, the soft snake step, lightness technique. How could you possibly wield such skill? Chapter 17. I'll notify you once more. Leave. Various martial arts are categorized into 6 major levels based on their profundity: heaven, earth, human, upper, middle, and lower. While some martial arts may share the same rank, it does not imply that their value is equal. Basic weaponry and hand-to-hand combat techniques are ubiquitous. In contrast, lightness techniques and body training methods are far more precious. Cheng Yu effortlessly evaded Li Da's strike with his lightness technique, undoubtedly catching his opponent off guard. "I have investigated your background. It is impossible for you to possess such skill. Speak. Where did you learn this technique?" Li Da's jealousy boiled over. He yearned for a lightness technique of his own, yet remained empty-handed. Concealing his true strength and reporting falsely to his superiors must indicate ulterior motives. "Today, I shall take you back to Qingjiang Prefecture." Li Da was resolute in his determination to capture Cheng Yu and force him to divulge the source of his technique. Today would prove worthwhile. "Capture me?" Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised by Li Da's audacity to attempt to seize him without evidence, clearly a man accustomed to reckless behavior. As a 3rd-grade martial artist and a trial officer of the Genie Way, he indeed possessed the capital to act with impunity. However, today, he was destined to encounter misfortune. In this moment, the blade would speak for him. He reached for the intricately crafted Xiao Chun Dao at his waist. preparing to retaliate. You wish to fight back? Are you rebelling? Li Da barked, placing an enormous label upon Chengyu. Chengyu, disinterested in further discourse, resolved to let his blade do the talking. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wait! A melodious yet commanding voice called out, as a graceful yet spirited young woman stepped forth from the crowd outside. With a remarkable stride, she appeared as light as a swallow. The woman, adorned with a waist-sheathed sword and dressed in a delicate crimson outfit, approached Chengyu. Upon seeing Chengyu ready to engage in conflict, she frowned with disapproval. You are once again engaging in reckless combat. Chengyu, during his time at the Zhejiang sect, had never been one to temper his fighting spirit. Even when outmatched, his strikes were always fierce and dangerous, devoid of restraint, which she found utterly contemptible. Now he was once again raising arms against his superior. Indeed, he had grown accustomed to such belligerence. Step aside. Chengyu barely acknowledged Chengyu, casting her a cold glance. Only sheltered flowers disdain the fierce. Others who are not fierce are only destined to be bullied. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Chengyu was taken aback by Chengyu's response. As the eldest disciple of the Zhejiang sect, she was accustomed to addressing others with a tone of authority, even to her somewhat unfamiliar younger brother. In the past, Chengyu would nod in acquiescence to such reprimands, ensuring his sister's pride remained intact. Now, however, he displayed a flagrant disregard for etiquette, daring to speak to her in such a way. Her sympathy waned as she reflected that Chengyu's severance from their relationship was not entirely unrelated to his obstinate character. So what? You barged into the Jin Yiwei's headquarters and presumed to issue orders. Do you expect me to treat you with respect? What do you mean? I am your biological sister. Chengyu, as the daughter of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance's leader, was accustomed to deference from everyone she encountered. She was shocked to discover her own brother would speak to her in such a manner. Very well, I shall not waste further words on you. Chengyu shook her head, grasping Chengyu's hand. Come, we must return and apologize to mother. You have no idea how heartbroken she is. Chengyu immediately withdrew his hand, casting a frigid gaze at Chengyu. I have severed all ties with you. Your mother's sorrow bears no consequence to me. As for you barging into the Jin Yiwei headquarters, leave at once. You? Chengyu huffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chengyu. She had assumed his declaration of severing ties was merely a moment of emotional outburst, and he would inevitably calm down. After all, what child would dare to blame their parents? Yet, to her astonishment, days had passed, and Chengyu remained resolute in his stance, appearing truly as a ruthless orphan. Just as Chengyu's temper flared, Li Da's cold voice interrupted. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare you interfere in Jin Yiwei's affairs? Get out of my way. Should you hinder my capture of this rebellious Chengyu, I assure you, you will not escape unscathed. It was only then that Chengyu realized, in her agitation, she had overlooked the presence of Li Da, who had been confronting Chengyu. The two were on the brink of confrontation. Chengyu thought that the Cheng family were individuals of righteousness and could not act without reason. They needed to resolve this matter before discussing anything further with Chengyu. I heard everything you said. Chengyu, you admit to having killed someone, and this cannot be hastily concluded. Chengyu turned to Chengyu, adopting a commanding demeanor akin to that of a senior disciple. He is your superior in the Jin Yiwei, and it is improper for you to defy him. You must first offer an apology. If there are extenuating circumstances, you can discuss them with this Li Shibai afterward. They will not harm you without cause. She laid out precisely what Chengyu should do, emphasizing the importance of adhering to the principles of chivalry and hierarchy. Apologize to him? Chengyu found himself laughing in disbelief at Chengyu's words. Li Da had come to his territory, flaunting his authority, and even attempted to strike him. Such a person was not worthy of an apology. What nonsense! The Cheng family, in their quest for so-called righteousness, had truly lost their minds. In this situation, to walk away with Li Da would surely be a one-way ticket to disaster. Where was the opportunity for reason? Father taught us to be kind to others. Treat others with respect, and they shall not trouble you. Chengyu nodded, wholly convinced of her perspective. In her memory, wherever she went, people would heed Cheng Junjiang's reasoning. The martial world was one of reason and chivalry. Having a just cause allowed one to traverse the world. Indeed, Li Da, too, was taken aback by Chengyu's stance, his heart swelling with delight. Cheng Xiaoqi, come with me. The rights and wrongs will be determined by the officer in due course. They will not make things difficult for you. You see, I speak the truth. You cannot resolve issues through violence. Chengyu proudly raised her head, looking at Chengyu. You think so? Chengyu inwardly cursed. Li Da's words could only deceive someone like Chengyu. He had uncovered substantial property from various officers while in the Qi River Gang, even seizing account books. Colluding with underworld forces for personal gain was a capital offense within the Genie Way, one that would certainly lead to execution. How could they simply let him off the hook? If you refuse to comply, it seems you truly are a brute who knows nothing but violence. How could your parents possibly have raised such a child? Chengyu, seeing Chengyu's obstinacy, grew increasingly furious. She was trying to assist him, yet he showed no gratitude whatsoever. Silence. This is not your game. I have no relation to you now. If you continue to prattle on, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chengyu, losing patience, interrupted with a decisive shout. How dare you raise your voice at me? Chengyu, already not the most temperate individual, was incensed by Chengyu's outburst. Her internal energy erupted instinctively, manifesting her formidable strength, which caused the stone floor to crack. As the eldest disciple of the Zhejiang sect and the leader's daughter, Chengyu's prowess was indeed remarkable. At a mere young age, she was already at the late 4th grade. Her display of strength startled Li Da, causing his legs to quiver. How could this woman seem even stronger than the officer? Upon closer inspection, he noted Chengyu's exquisite attire, adorned with glittering jewelry, and the intricately designed scabbard of her sword, which indicated her noble lineage. He recalled her remarkable lightness technique upon entering. If she truly is Chengyu's sister, could he have kicked a steel plate? As Li Da's fear grew, he realized that the relationship between the siblings was far from what he had imagined. Chengyu summoned her full presence and coldly addressed Chengyu. I shall ask you one last time. Will you return with me to see mother or not? I shall not see her. I have no relationship with you hypocrites. Encountering you only fills me with disgust. I shall notify you once more. Leave. Chengyu's tone was unwavering, showing no trace of familial sentiment. No wonder father agreed to sever ties. It appears you truly are a heartless miscreant. In that case, we shall no longer concern ourselves with you. You can continue to be the government's hound. If trouble arises, no one will come to your aid. Chengyu felt a chill run through her as Chengyu's resoluteness struck her. Yet, being called hypocritical ignited her fury, akin to a tiger whose tail had been stepped on. With a stomp, she utilized her lightness technique to leap away. Having just been startled by Chengyu's display of power, Li Da now regained his composure, his expression morphing into a sinister grin. I thought I had tangled with some noble, but it turns out you are merely a homeless wild dog. Let us see who can save you today. Practitioners of martial arts adhere to the principles of chivalry. With filial piety at the forefront, Chengyu's severance from his family placed him in a grave transgression, severing all ties with his parents and siblings. Now, Li Da could act with impunity. There was no longer any justification for retaliation against him. Today, you are finished, however. Just in case, I shall not end your life. I will spare you a dog's existence. Before Li Da could finish his boastful words, several glimmers of cold steel suddenly flashed before his eyes. So much talk. Chengyu, already in a foul mood, saw Li Da's demeanor and decided to draw his blade. The relentless assault of the 100 Battles reincarnation blade technique pressed directly towards Li Da's vital points, forcefully suppressing him. Seeking death, Li Da did not anticipate that Chengyu would take the initiative to strike, each blow aimed at ending his life. Fear and anger surged within him. After hastily parrying a few strikes, dread began to creep in. He realized he was no match for Chengyu. Moreover, it seemed Chengyu truly intended to kill him. How dare such a lowly official? After a few more exchanges, the 100 forged embroidered spring blade repeatedly grazed his scalp. Li Da's heart filled with dread, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and retrieve a steel pellet from his bosom. The life-saving concealed weapon he had exchanged half a year's salary for. He hurled the iron ball at Chengyu's feet, and a thick cloud of smoke erupted. Iron needles shot forth from the smoke. Interrupting Chengyu's assault, Li Da felt elated. Even if he did not perish, he would be gravely injured. I shall return to claim your traitorous head. He did not overestimate himself, immediately seizing the opportunity to flee. Yet, just as he took a step, a cold voice echoed behind him. Empty the quiver, shoot his legs. Li Da's heart sank. Could it be that Cheng Yu had suffered no injury? With no time to ponder, he suddenly noticed a line of Imperial guards standing in formation before him, a multitude of arrows launching from their crossbows. Cheng Yu's subordinates had returned. Hearing Cheng Yu issue commands without hesitation, they unleashed their arrows to prevent harming Cheng Yu. The Imperial guards aimed for Li Da's legs. Even if they missed, they would pin him to the ground without causing collateral damage. Seeing the dense volley of arrows, Li Da hastily retreated. After several steps back, he suddenly remembered Cheng Yu was still behind him and turned to look. Just in time, he witnessed a terrifying flash of steel slicing through the air, exuding a menacing aura. With a swift motion, the blade fell. Buzz! The 100-forged embroidered spring blade emitted a sound akin to slicing through the void. Li Da's entire arm, which held the weapon, fell to the ground. The embroidered spring blade clattering against the floor, blood gushed from the wound, and excruciating pain surged through him as he clutched his injury, screaming in agony, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. He never imagined Cheng Yu would possess such audacity, truly daring to inflict such grievous harm upon him. You dare treat me this way, and you shall pay. With his arm severed, Li Da's hatred reached its zenith. Cursing Cheng Yu in torment, you openly attacked a colleague. No one can save you. The captain will avenge me. When that time comes, I will ensure you suffer the most horrific torment in retribution for this great grievance. He shouted hysterically, picking up his severed arm and attempting to flee. Unlike Wollongong, who colluded with outsiders and deserved his fate, Li Da had already lost an arm to Cheng Yu. If he dared to kill him now, it would be an unforgivable crime. As long as he could escape today, he would certainly not let Cheng Yu go. But in the next moment, Cheng Yu's embroidered spring blade coldly rested upon Li Da's shoulder. Did I permit you to leave? You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for? The blade sliced across Li Da's neck, and he felt a warm trickle flow forth. Confronted with the terror of death, he even forgot the agonizing pain of his severed arm. Trembling, he swallowed hard. Turning back in fear, he gazed at Cheng Yu. You cannot kill me if you do. You will never escape the death penalty. Did you not have this awareness when you struck first? Cheng Yu's tone was frigid, applying a fraction more pressure, deepening the wound on Li Da's neck. I act on the orders of the captain. It is because you refused to confess your crimes that I took action to apprehend you. That is not a justification for your murder. Killing me now would still lead to your demise. If Cheng Yu dared to slay Li Da like this, the captain would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Li Da invoked the captain's name solely to intimidate Cheng Yu into avoiding a dead end. But upon hearing Cheng Yu's indifferent response, he was left utterly hopeless, a chill enveloping him. A reason to kill you? That is far too simple. Conspiring with outsiders and attacking one's colleagues for profit. Does that suffice? Li Da's expression shifted dramatically. He admitted to attacking Cheng Yu in a moment of desperation, but what did conspiring with outsiders even mean? Cheng Yu was attempting to slander him. Do not slander me. When have I ever done such things? Just moments ago. Rest assured, you will confess yourself. Li Da trembled all over. This was an attempt to force him into an admission of guilt. Impossible. I will never confess to crimes I did not commit. Do not spout such baseless accusations. You have already confessed. Cheng Yu paid no mind to Li Da's resistance, smiling as he whispered in a tone only the two could hear. The Captain Li Da, who confessed to his crimes and, knowing his wrongs, assaulted others again, shall be slain on the spot. The dead cannot refute. You? Li Da's eyes widened as he stared at Cheng Yu, utterly unable to comprehend that the other would employ the Imperial Guard's method of ensuring silence against him. This tactic was one he had typically wielded against others. He never imagined he would one day be the victim. At that moment, he felt completely devoid of hope for survival, weakness from excessive blood loss washing over him. In despair, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The host demonstrates the methods of the Imperial Guards, effortlessly breaking through the enemy's psychological defenses, rewarding a set of mid-grade superior concealed weapons, Tangmin poison darts, 12 pieces. Cheng Yu sheathed the 100-forged embroidered spring blade and toyed with a small, intricately crafted poison dart. Having just found Li Da's iron ball to be exceedingly effective, the system immediately rewarded him with concealed weapons. He glanced at the unconscious Li Da and chuckled coldly. Bring him to the prison and lock him up, then find a doctor to staunch his bleeding. I wish to interrogate this man. In his heart, He pondered the captain of the Imperial Guards in Xinjiang Prefecture, Elida, was merely a subordinate of that individual. Upon learning of the Chiha Gang's affairs, he must have wished to reclaim his interests while fearing Cheng Yu might uncover something and threaten him. Thus, he sent Li Da to deal with Cheng Yu, not realizing he had kicked a metal plate. Those who dared to target me must be prepared for repercussions. In the dark, damp prison, Li Da opened his eyes, feeling a pervasive pain throughout his body. Realizing his right hand was empty sent him into a panic as he sat up. All around him were foreboding walls, permeated by a stench of decay. With heavy shackles binding his feet, it dawned on him that he had arrived in Qinghe County. He had thought it was merely a matter of dealing with an unruly low-ranking official. But unexpectedly, he was met with a severed arm and threats of death. Cheng Yu. Li Da ground his teeth, yet felt no spark of hope. Having long dealt with ruthless and insane individuals, he instinctively sensed Cheng Yu's murderous intent. This was no jest, he surely harbored thoughts of killing him. Li Da then began to ponder. If he had resolved to kill me, why would he keep me alive? The captain would undoubtedly not allow him to escape. Wait, could it be that he truly knows something and intends to interrogate me? He finally grasped the situation. Cheng Yu might have genuinely uncovered some secrets and sought to extract information through interrogation. He could use this to threaten the captain of the Imperial Guards in Xinjiang Prefecture. This thought, Li Da trembled all over. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to interrogate others. Using terrifying methods to extract confessions, he had never imagined he would find himself in such a position. Recalling the methods of the Imperial Guards, he could not help but shake in fear. Yet he gritted his teeth. I cannot reveal anything. Here, I am but one man suffering. The captain will avenge me. If I dare utter a word, my entire family will be doomed. He resolved to keep his mouth shut. No matter what, he would say nothing. He had seen those interrogation methods before. He was prepared. Just as Li Da solidified his resolve to remain silent, the prison doors swung open. Cheng Yu walked in, hands behind his back, casually observing the steadfast Li Da. He offered a slight smile, his youthful face emanating an inexplicable warmth. Upon seeing this, Li Da realized Cheng Yu was merely a 20-year-old youth. Yet, recalling the moment when he had ruthlessly severed his arm, tension flooded back. How dare you imprison me? Release me at once. Otherwise, you shall all face dire consequences. I shall ask you a few questions. If you answer obediently, there may be a chance for you to leave. Cheng Yu stated calmly, as expected. Li Da's suspicions were confirmed. He gritted his teeth. I will say nothing. Very well, if you choose silence. Then silence it shall be. Cheng Yu remained unfazed by Li Da's defiance, turning to his subordinates. Blindfold him and hang him up for whipping. Let us see if he remains obstinate when the whip strikes his flesh. The Imperial Guards swiftly subdued Li Da, covering his head with a sack and suspending him from the beams. They retrieved a whip braided with iron wire and began to lash Li Da mercilessly. Crack, ah, crack, 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 ah, ah. The heart-wrenching cries echoed in tandem with the whip sound, resounding through the prison in a wretched symphony. Yet, being a third-tier martial artist, Li Da gradually learned to endure the pain. His screams grew fainter, and he even found the strength to shout defiantly, If you have the guts, kill me. The captain will not spare you. None of you will escape. Seeing Li Da still had the strength to shout, Cheng Yu was not angered. Instead, he chuckled. I relish this kind of tenacity. Bring a sack of salt over. Dip the whip in salt before striking. It will be just the remedy for our valiant friend. Yes, crack. The whip, laden with salt, struck Li Da once more with ferocity. This time, the pain of the lashes was compounded by the excruciating agony of salt in his wounds. Li Da felt as though countless insects were gnawing at him, emitting cries of despair unlike any he had ever uttered before. Just as he had begun to acclimate to the torment of the whip, he was subjected to further torment, and his defenses crumbled entirely. He began to wail, please, stop, stop. I'll confess to anything, just don't strike me again. Upon witnessing this, the subordinate ceased his actions. My lord, he has confessed. Confessed? Cheng Yu, seated nearby with a cup of tea, raised an eyebrow. He has confessed before I even had the chance to ask? Surely, he seeks to deceive us. How dare this prisoner act so arrogantly? Continue the beating. I haven't even asked him anything yet. Confessed? Confessed to what? At Cheng Yu's words, Li Da felt a dual assault on both body and spirit, utterly breaking down as he cried out in agony, begging for mercy. The whip danced across his back once more, each strike eliciting increasingly horrifying screams. After a considerable duration, Li Da's cries began to diminish, not from an adaptation to the suffering, but rather from an utter depletion of strength to scream, no matter how much pain he endured. Only then did Chengyu command the cessation of the punishment, allowing the battered and barely conscious Li Da to slump down. Now, may I pose a few inquiries to Li Shibai? I swear. I will say anything. The once defiant Li Da now appeared utterly feeble and devoid of his earlier bravado. Host strictly interrogates, suppressing the arrogance of disobedient subjects, rewarding inner strength. Before long, Chengyu had completed his questions. As he had anticipated, Li Da had indeed come at the behest of Ma Yuan, the captain of the Genie Wei from Xinjiang Prefecture. The goal was to recover the account books and, incidentally, to bring Chengyu back if he possessed any knowledge. Should Chengyu refuse to comply, they would find a way to compel his return. Regrettably, Ma Yuan had underestimated Chengyu's capabilities, as even a third-grade Li Da could not subdue him, leading to his own entrapment in Qinghe County and revealing everything. What Chengyu had not expected was that the Qi gang and influential figures like Ma Bai who were not equal partners in collusion. In truth, Sha Yu and the Qi gang were merely puppets propped up to extort the common folk. The interests backing the Qi gang were far beyond what a mere third-grade individual like Sha Yu could withstand. It was their powerful connections that kept them from being targeted. Ultimately, Chengyu swiftly apprehended them, giving them no chance to call for reinforcements. As Li Da concluded his revelations, he began to plead for mercy. Lord Cheng, I have divulged everything. Please spare my life and cease this torment. Very well. With a swift motion, Chengyu plunged the blade into Li Da's chest. You deceived me. The once feeble Li Da's eyes widened in shock as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Gasping, you promised to spare my life. I did spare you. But I did not specify where you would be spared to as sending you to the underworld, not a form of release. Chengyu sheathed his blade and rose. No longer regarding the lifeless Li Da the moment he dared to strike at Chengyu, he should have been prepared for the consequences. Chapter 19. He merely wishes to avoid witnessing your hypocritical facade. Host eliminates internal vermin, rectifying the overall ethos of the Genie Wei. Rewarding mid-grade item, Bu Yun Su. First, let us tidy this place. After uncovering the secrets he sought, Chengyu departed from the prison. Upon donning the newly issued Bu Yun Su, he felt an extraordinary lightness beneath his feet, his agility noticeably enhanced. Chengyu nodded in satisfaction. The charges against Ma Yuan for colluding with outsiders to seek personal gain were inescapable. Should I submit a confidential report to the Emperor, someone would undoubtedly be dispatched to address this matter. Ma Yuan of the Genie Wei in Xinjiang Prefecture, along with other figures he had allied with, was not limited to the Qi gang alone. Such collusion existed in nearly every county, exploiting the common folk's resources for their own lavish indulgences. Among the conspirators were numerous officials of Xinjiang Prefecture and influential families in the martial world. This was a grave offense. The Genie Wei, ostensibly the personal army of the great Qian Emperor, was meant to ensure unwavering loyalty. Over the years, the great Qian court had grown weak, leading to extensive personnel bloating and ineffective oversight within the Genie Wei. They had increasingly begun to resemble ordinary governmental military entities, losing their original prerogative of executing orders without prior approval. Their functions of monitoring and gathering intelligence for the great Qian Emperor had diminished. It was a fact that the Genie Wei was not what it once was, but that did not mean its members could conspire with outsiders for personal gain, especially with the very martial factions and families that were meant to be monitored on behalf of the Emperor. Maintaining a facade of balance was one thing, but exposing it would be tantamount to treason against the Emperor. Chengyu simply needed to leverage the Genie Wei's power of information transmission to the Imperial Palace to ensure Ma Yuan faced dire consequences. However, I cannot afford to sit idly by. Firstly, that would be too slow, and secondly, if the issue were resolved so easily, what would my role be? He quickly made a decision. A confidential report must be sent. But it cannot be the sole course of action. I must also take initiative. The principle of executing first and reporting later should not confine him to waiting for orders before acting. To be appointed as a Bai Hu, one must possess at least fourth-grade strength, and this individual had conspired with numerous influential families, making him no trivial opponent. Chengyu, currently at the early stage of third-grade cultivation. Could contend with a fourth-grade martial artist using his trump cards, but facing multiple opponents would undoubtedly pose a risk. The Genie Wei should act decisively and overpower their foes. Being ambushed and unable to retaliate is unacceptable. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to first eradicate the bandits surrounding Qinghe County, perhaps even extending his efforts into neighboring counties. Once his strength was bolstered, he would invade Xinjiang Prefecture and apprehend those involved, starting with the families and powers allied with Ma Yuan. None of them would escape the net. In the following days, Cheng Yu, accompanied by his subordinates, fervently eradicated the vicious bandits, ensuring peace in the region, allowing the common folk to enjoy their meals and provisions without fear. Meanwhile, in a tavern within Qinghe County, Cheng Yu rested her chin on her hand, frowning as she gazed out the window. A procession of individuals carried supplies through the streets, the spoils of the Genie Wei. She muttered in dissatisfaction, "They are out there slaughtering innocents again. If word got out that the son of my father wields his blade against the weak daily, what would people say? To prey upon the weak is a disgrace to the chivalry of the martial world." Moreover, they return with severed heads to display at the county gate, a truly monstrous act. Cheng Yu was discontented with Cheng Yu's indiscriminate killings and had contemplated intervening on multiple occasions. Yet, recalling Cheng Yu's attitude toward her and the people's reactions, she could only grit her teeth and watch. She had never considered that those who were slain were once tyrants in their own right, stained with the blood of the innocent. All she could see was that, regardless of the circumstances, killing was inherently wrong. What she found even more intolerable was the fact that the ignorant common folk, upon witnessing Cheng Yu, the so-called butcher, felt no fear or disdain. Instead, they revered him, calling him benevolent. It was utterly absurd. A bunch of foolish commoners who understand nothing of chivalry or propriety, only aware of their immediate benefits and unaware that such brutal actions violate the very essence of righteousness. It is no wonder they remain weak and impoverished. They are devoid of understanding of benevolence and righteousness. This world is the stage for those of chivalry. As she lamented, her keen ears suddenly caught a faint sound emanating from the bed. "My sister has awakened." Cheng Yu was instantly filled with joy, ceasing her complaints. She hurried to the bedside, taking Cheng Xi's hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, pouring her a glass of water. "Sister, how long have I slept?" Cheng Yu gazed affectionately at Cheng Xi, feeling a sense of injustice for her sister's frail health. "You fell into a deep slumber after completing the tasks I assigned you. It has been a whole day since you last awakened. Once you rest a bit more, we shall head to Shunyi Mountain to seek treatment for you." "All right," Cheng Xi nodded, but suddenly recalled something. Before she fell asleep, she seemed to have implored her elder sister to find their second brother. "Sister, did you go to find our second brother? He went to eliminate the bandits. Nothing has happened to him, right?" Cheng Yu's expression soured upon hearing Cheng Xi mention Cheng Yu. The very thought of the one who had sought to sever ties and abandon the family. Why not worry about their younger brother? Cheng Feng, who was diligently striving to reach fourth grade. You need not concern yourself for him. That ruthless individual preying upon mere bandits. He's only capable of killing others. She scoffed. Moreover, you should no longer refer to him as second brother. He has severed ties with the family and likely does not wish to acknowledge you as his sister. Cheng Yu's impression of Cheng Yu had plummeted to an all-time low. Traveling such a distance to find him only to be treated with such disdain. She had never endured such humiliation. Oh, Cheng Xi sensed her sister's dissatisfaction but then suddenly realized something. Why had her elder sister's attitude toward their second brother shifted so drastically? "Sister, did something happen when you met with him?" Cheng Yu, not one to conceal her feelings, replied angrily. "When that fellow encountered the Genie Wei upon our arrival here, he was met with a blade that he narrowly evaded." The more she recounted the incident, the more her indignation grew. "I am certain he could not have been a match for a third-grade warrior. In a moment of desperation, I rushed to assist him, only to find that he disregarded my goodwill and even humiliated me. In a fit of anger, I chose to ignore him thereafter." The mere mention of this incident stirred a sense of sorrow within her. It was disheartening to offer guidance to her younger brother on the proper way to handle conflicts, only to be met with such humiliation. "Ah? That Genie Wei confronted my second brother. Is he unharmed?" Cheng Xi's anxiety was palpable. Rest assured, on that very day, he was up and about, actively hunting down bandits. When it comes to killing, he is more skilled than anyone else. I wouldn't be surprised if he managed to outwit them. Chung Yu spoke with a tone of utter disdain. Devious, treacherous, and ruthless, such individuals, in her eyes, were the most contemptible in the realm of martial heroes. Cheng Si, finally relieved to hear that Chung Yu was safe, inquired, "Sister, what were you planning to do to assist our second brother?" Deep down, she had little faith that her rigidly educated sister would take any action, and of course, I would appeal to reason and emotion. That man accused him of a crime, yet he denied it. The two were at an impasse, so I intended to persuade him to return to the estate with that person. A debate over right and wrong would suffice. After all, facts speak louder than words. As long as he has done nothing wrong, he should be fine, far better than a bloody confrontation. Chung Yu expressed her thoughts, feeling unjustly treated. Huh? Sister, have you lost your senses as the senior sister of the Zhejiang sect? Hearing Chung Yu suggest that Chung Yu should return to debate, Chung Si's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, a surge of inexplicable anger rose within her. The other members of the Cheng family, having long resided in high positions within the Zhejiang sect, were all outwardly benevolent, yet they were mere flatterers. Having encountered many matters of the martial world while studying outside, she was well aware of its treachery. She had initially believed that her parents and elder sister were straightforward and idealistic in their notions of chivalry, only to discover their profound naivety. "Why are you so agitated, little sister?" Chung Yu was taken aback by Chung Si's intense reaction. "Is there something wrong with my reasoning? That man has already drawn a blade against our second brother. How could you possibly allow him to go with that person? Isn't that akin to walking into a trap?" The drawing of a blade might have stemmed from a misunderstanding of Chung Yu. If they were to clarify things, wouldn't that suffice? Can one truly turn black into white in this world? Such reasoning is non-existent in the martial realm. Chung Yu remained steadfast in her belief that she was in the right. "Sister, haven't you heard the people of Qinghe County say that our second brother killed to rid the world of evil? If that is the case, why would the Genie Wei press him so aggressively? There must be some ulterior motive at play. If our second brother were to accompany him back, it would only lead to peril and potential doom." Cheng Si, filled with anger, helplessly explained her stance to Cheng Yu. Having never encountered such issues within the Zhejiang sect, she was now painfully aware of her elder sister's naivety. Hearing Chung Si's serious tone, Chung Yu felt a twinge of panic but still gritted her teeth in defiance. In the martial world, one cannot advance without adhering to righteousness. The Genie Wei has no reason to act against him. If there were any danger, it would stem from his own violent actions, not from others. "Sister, that is our second brother, your own sibling." Upon hearing Chung Yu's obstinate words, Chung Si could no longer hold back her tears. Was this truly how their second brother was perceived by everyone? For the sake of righteousness, they would willingly send him into danger without a second thought. What did it matter that he was her own brother? One must bear the consequences of their actions. Aiding him in such a time would only bring him harm. Cheng Yu, resolute in her reasoning, continued to defend her stance. But if it were Chung Feng in such a predicament, would you still cast him into danger? Of course, to this question, Chung Yu suddenly fell silent. "Of course, I would unconditionally support my brother." This thought struck her instinctively. Chung Si discerned her moment of hesitation and coldly remarked, "Sister, while our second brother may have erred in some ways, he has spoken a truth worth noting. Our parents have often overlooked him, espousing lofty principles that ultimately reflect their indifference towards him. Our second brother does not care whether you regard him or not. Over a decade has passed. What does a mere month signify? He simply does not wish to witness your hypocrisy." Chapter 20. The bloodline of the Cheng family may be inept, but it must possess virtue. This statement pierced Chung Yu's heart like a sharp blade, rendering her countless excuses and justifications futile against this stark reality. Regarding a relative who had endured so much hardship while being cast out, they had shown little genuine concern. "Impossible!" With a loud cry, Chung Yu shattered the teacup she had intended to hand to Cheng Si. Having been steeped in the teachings of chivalry and morality for years, she had always held an unwavering confidence in her adherence to benevolence and righteousness. Yet, the current reality revealed that she was merely a hypocrite incapable of caring for her own kin. Chung Yu could not accept this truth, her humiliation transforming into rage. "It must be that fellow who has led you astray. Such a person has never learned anything good and only spouts twisted logic to deceive others. Did he even have a choice? Not everyone is the son of the leader of the martial world." Cheng Si, sitting on the bed, regarded Cheng Yu with an expression of profound sorrow. Their second brother could have blossomed in a world of beauty, yet he was forced to struggle through the mire. The elder sister enjoyed a happiness that was rightfully his, all the while disparaging him for his supposed shortcomings. It was no wonder he chose to leave. In such a family, every moment was suffocating. Just thinking of Cheng Yu's situation within the Cheng family filled Cheng Si with despair and sorrow, causing her heart to ache unbearably. Her condition flared up once more, and she fainted, her vision darkening. Little sister. Thousands of miles away, at the Zhejiang sect, a resounding call broke the silence of the skies as a remarkably agile little raptor soared swiftly towards them. This was an exceedingly rare messenger bird. In an instant, it descended from the heavens, landing in the hands of a commanding middle-aged man. Chang Junjiang removed the letter from the bird's leg, his expression brightening. "Madam, come quickly. Yuer and Seer have sent a letter." A figure, swift as the wind, appeared by his side. None other than the excited Zhao Shichun. "My children, I wonder how Seer's health is, and whether there is any news of Yuer?" Having finally managed to calm his wife, Chang Junjiang's mood was quite good. The promptness of the letter suggested that the young man had come to his senses. However, upon opening the letter, the smile on his face instantly froze. "Dear parents, your eldest daughter Cheng Yu writes, my younger sister has suffered 2 relapses of her illness, and time is of the essence. I have taken her to the Divine Dr. Mountain in search of Dr. Ma for treatment. Additionally, I have found Cheng Yu. He is currently serving as a genie Wei in Longyuan Prefecture, Xinjiang. According to reports, on his first day in office, he eradicated the local gang known as the Chiha Gang, killing and beheading the third-grade warrior leader and others." Upon reading the contents of the letter, Chang Junjiang's expression shifted dramatically. Killing a third-grade warrior? When did that rebellious son acquire such strength? How dare he deceive his parents? How can there be such an unfilial son in this world? Regardless of his rank, it was impossible for him to have attained the ability to kill a third-grade warrior so swiftly. Cheng Yu must have deceived them. The thought of having shown his displeasure over Cheng Yu's abilities filled Cheng Junjiang with embarrassment and humiliation. The illustrious Cheng hero had been deceived by his own son. Yuer is in danger. For him to make such a significant move upon arrival, he will undoubtedly attract attention. Zhao Shichuan, however, was focused on a different aspect. Given her age and understanding of the martial world, she was well aware of the reasons behind the 100 Houses' pursuit of Cheng Yu. Having killed so many, stained with countless blood, he is bound to attract trouble. Isn't he the one who enjoys concealing things from his parents and severing ties? I doubt he fears the trouble he has stirred up. Cheng Junjiang understood this as well, yet his anger over Cheng Yu's concealed strength was overwhelming. "What do you mean by that, Cheng Junjiang?" Hearing her husband speak with such sarcasm, Zhao Shichuan's anger flared. "That is our son. He is in danger, and you do not prioritize his safety. What use is that? If I had known that this ruthless young man possessed such skills, I would have disabled his martial arts to prevent him from bringing disgrace upon the Cheng family and the Zhejiang sect. The bloodline of the Cheng family may be inept, but it must possess virtue." Cheng Junjiang scoffed. As the esteemed leader of the martial world, he could easily resolve the matter concerning Cheng Yu with a mere word. Yet, he was deeply concerned about maintaining his own reputation and was reluctant to involve himself in the affairs of the genie Wei. Fearing the potential backlash, seeing that her husband was utterly unyielding when it came to his obsession with reputation, Zhao Shichuan felt a surge of urgency. "If you are so concerned about your reputation that you would forsake your own son, then I will go protect him myself. He has suffered enough. As his mother, I cannot bear to watch him endure any more hardship." With that, she immediately made to leave, only to be stopped by Cheng Junjiang. "You are not to go either. Which man of the Cheng family is not a hero with responsibility? If he has caused trouble by taking lives, let him resolve it himself. At least it will spare me the shame of Cheng Junjiang." Stopped in her tracks, Zhao Shichuan grew even more anxious, unleashing her anger upon her husband. Face. All you care about is your status as the leader of the martial world. You would forsake your son for the sake of your reputation. I understand that you harbor dissatisfaction with his concealment of his true capabilities. However, regardless of his attempts at subterfuge, he remains merely at the 3rd tier of power. Do you truly wish to stand idly by while your own son is harmed? The individual capable of manipulating that so-called leader must undoubtedly possess strength beyond the 3rd tier, and with Cheng Yu's recklessness, he is no match for them. Do you not feel a pang of sympathy? Cheng Yu and Cheng Si are accompanied by formidable warriors tasked with escorting them to the Divine Healer Mountain. Presently, Cheng Yu is indeed a solitary figure, and when trouble arises, he can only rely on himself to resolve it. Upon hearing this, Chang Junjiang suppressed his anger, for he could not bear to watch his son encounter peril. Very well, I shall arrange for assistance to resolve his predicament. Just as Chang Junjiang relented, a powerful aura erupted nearby, originating from the secluded training chamber of the sect leader's residence. Chang Junjiang instantly cast aside his previous gloom, filled with elation. Feng is on the verge of a breakthrough. At the age of 17, Cheng Feng achieving the 5th tier is truly remarkable, a prodigy among youths. This accomplishment will significantly advance his position on the human ranking and lay a solid foundation for his future entry into the earth ranking. In time, the two of them, father and son, will each hold a place on the respective rankings, a tale that will echo throughout the martial world. It would certainly validate the dedication he has poured into his son, allowing him to take pride. Zhao Shichuan also cast aside her worries, her countenance brightening with Joy Feng is finally emerging from seclusion. I must go see him, having not seen her younger son for several days. Her heart ached with longing. Chang Junjiang laughed heartily, truly deserving of being my son, a veritable hero amongst men. Now that Feng has broken through, I must celebrate this achievement and elevate his name. Summon everyone. We shall host a grand feast at the Jiejing sect to honor Feng's breakthrough to the 5th tier. The joy brought by the breakthrough of her younger son overwhelmed both of them, causing them to completely forget their concerns for another son's plight. That evening, the Jiejing sect was alive with festivities as the sect leader hosted a lavish banquet to celebrate the young master's accomplishment. The elders and disciples who came to offer their congratulations were left in awe of Cheng Feng's striking appearance and exceptional talent. The young master, at merely 17, ranked 69th on the human ranking, truly the son of a hero. With this breakthrough to the 5th tier, his rank may very well ascend by dozens more places, bringing glory to our Jiejing sect. The sect leader's prowess is beyond reproach, and his ability to nurture such extraordinary offspring is admirable. The Earth ranking encompasses the last 3 tiers, with only those of the 7th tier and above able to enter. Apart from the exceedingly rare prodigies, even the most gifted individuals must cultivate until at least 30 years of age to gain entry. The human ranking serves as a battleground for young talents to compete for prominence. Cheng Feng's 5th tier at 17 positions him well within the top 50 of the human ranking, marking him as an exceptional genius. By the way, have you heard that the sect leader went to Beixian City to seek someone? He mentioned a certain Cheng Yu, a member of the Genie Wei, as his son. Genie Wei Cheng Yu? I believe I have indeed seen that individual within the sect. Could he also be the sect leader's son? How strange that he serves as a lackey for the court, yet possesses such meager strength. Seated on the elevated platform, Chang Junjiang overheard the disciples discussing Cheng Yu. Knowing that Cheng Yu is at least at the 3rd tier, his disdain for the Genie Wei identity only intensified. A court lackey, what good comes from being drenched in blood? Glancing at his spirited younger son, he felt a profound disparity. To be a gallant hero, renowned for righteousness, is the true path at that moment. However, Zhao Shichuan, seated beside Cheng Junjiang, lowered her head in sorrow. The mention of Cheng Yu's name stirred her heart with melancholy. In such a joyous moment, 3 of her children are absent, one of whom is in peril. My Yu? Cheng Junjiang, witnessing the joyous atmosphere, grew increasingly aware of his wife's sorrow regarding Cheng Yu, which only fueled his feelings of resentment toward Cheng Yu's perceived ingratitude. He grumbled, "Do not fret over that ungrateful wretch. Since he refuses to acknowledge his faults, we may as well disregard him and let him fend for himself." This only deepened Zhao Shichuan's sorrow, and she wept. No. It was you who drove him away. I cannot permit him to languish in suffering. He must be brought back. Cheng Feng, overhearing this, felt a tinge of displeasure at the thought of his parents not being able to remain at the Jiejing sect. The joy of his breakthrough to the 5th tier diminished, and resentment toward Cheng Yu grew. Had it not been for Cheng Yu's actions, his elder sister and younger sister would be here, and their family would be celebrating together. Instead, it had turned into this, a moment of his own triumph. His parents were consumed by sorrow. What was the purpose of his return? It would be better if he were dead. This dirty, shameless wretch deserves to had it not been for the soul of his own daughter being ensnared at such a tender age. He would never have uttered a single word to a person like Cheng Junjiang. Always spouting grand philosophies, it was one thing for him to be twisted himself, but he relished imposing his expectations on others. Hesitant in action, fearing even the slightest misstep, Zhao Yi held a profound disdain for such individuals. Yuer was not merely a disciple of brother Junjiang. He was the son lost during that catastrophic fire, which had claimed so much from them. Zhao Yi's expression fell instantly upon hearing this. A fire? During that inferno, Yuer was by your side, while Fenger and Seer had yet to be born. Where could there be another son? His eyes widened in disbelief at his daughter's revelation. Zhao Shichuan's tears flowed uncontrollably. There was another child who went missing and was never found. Brother Junjiang and I feared it would grieve you, so we kept silent. Fearful of my sorrow? It seems that fellow was more concerned I might obliterate him. Zhao Yi's fury flared, casting aside his fishing rod to unleash a tirade of curses. That time, Zhao Yi was abroad, and upon hearing of the turmoil both within and beyond the borders, Cheng Junjiang had incited some enemies due to his temper, who took the opportunity to retaliate against his daughter's family. Enraged, he rushed back to Deqian, exacting vengeance upon those foes. However, he had drawn the ire of a formidable hidden master who severely injured him. The very architect of this chaos, Cheng Junjiang, had the audacity to blame him for the bloodshed. Zhao Yi's rage was boundless. For the sake of his daughter and grandchildren, he refrained from severing ties completely. Yet their interactions dwindled significantly. Had he known that his grandson was lost due to this, he would have pursued retribution with relentless fervor, ensuring the demise of those responsible, including that worthless son-in-law Cheng Junjiang. To Zhao Yi, apart from his kin, all others were expendable. He glowered at his daughter, his beard bristling. Why have you not told me all these years? We feared you would worry, given your condition. Zhao Shichuan lowered her head, sorrow etched upon her face. Zhao Yi instantly recognized this as Cheng Junjiang's scheme to shield himself from his wrath. Indeed, he bore injuries. Yet, as a dignified ninth-tier warrior, few could pose a genuine threat to him even in such a state. His fury was unquenchable, yet the sight of his daughter's sadness softened his heart. According to your words, my eldest grandson has been found, so why the concern? That child. Zhao Shichuan had initially come to seek her father as protection for Chengyu, and thus she divulged everything about him, his character, and the tribulations he had faced at home. Yuer was too impulsive and ruthless in his actions. Now, he likely found himself entangled in insurmountable troubles, prompting us to seek your assistance in safeguarding our grandson. Seek my aid? Is it not the duty of parents to ensure their children are not driven away, compelling others to intervene? Even as he had been worried about his daughter's feelings moments before, Zhao Yi could no longer restrain himself. Was this the role of a father and mother? After losing their son for over a decade without searching, they had finally found him only to drive him away. And now they sought to shift the responsibility onto him, the elder. That is not the case, Zhao Shichuan quickly defended. Fenger requires our supervision as she breaks through to the 5th tier. Hence, an excuse. If you both are unable to leave, can he not, as the esteemed leader of his sect and the martial arts alliance, dispatch someone on his behalf? Zhao Yi directly exposed the hypocrisy in his daughter's words. Ultimately, you deem my grandson inferior to his trivial reputation? The gravest threat to Chengyu stemmed from within the Jinui. Cheng Junjiang could manage matters as a father without issue, but should he dispatch someone in his capacity as the Northern Martial Arts Alliance leader, it would render him vulnerable to manipulation. Could any leverage compare to that of one's own son? Brother Junjiang's unique position necessitated further considerations, all for the sake of the children's future. Excuses. All this talk merely signifies your indifference. If you truly cared, would you force him into severing ties? Zhao Yi, filled with pity for his grandson, angrily dismantled Zhao Shichuan's pretexts. Upon hearing him, Zhao Shichuan felt a dawning realization. Had she truly been as concerned for Chengyu as she had imagined? This was an unbearable thought for someone who had always considered herself a good mother. Indeed, if I were a competent mother, overflowing with love for my child, would I have allowed matters to deteriorate to this extent? Over a decade of separation, countless opportunities for reunion, and now, after Chengyu's departure, she had countless chances to act and alter their fate. Yet, she had done nothing. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential downpour, as her guilt and sorrow reached a breaking point. Yuer, I am so sorry. Sighing, Zhao Yi witnessed his daughter's profound heartache and felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. He had indulged her to the point of believing the world revolved around her, naively simplistic, even to the point of foolishness. After aligning herself with someone like Cheng Junjiang and becoming accustomed to the flattery of the heroic wife, she had grown increasingly self-centered. Do not weep, my daughter. I shall go, for he is my own grandson. Even without your urging, I would have gone. Anyone who dares to harm my Zhao Yi's grandson has yet to be born. Thank you, father. Zhao Shichuan's tears finally abated somewhat. Once the matter with Feng was settled, she would surely make amends with you. Zhao Yi shook his head in resignation. Let us return. You weeping here by the river will only embarrass that boy further. Indeed, by the way, father, if you have the time, do visit the other children. They miss you dearly, especially Feng, who insists on bringing you honor after her breakthrough to the 5th tier, ensuring that no one in the martial world dares to speak ill of you. Zhao Shichuan wiped her tears and left, filled with sorrow. Zhao Yi watched her depart, then turned his expressionless gaze toward the tumultuous, muddy river. Come forth. If your skills are lacking, do not embarrass yourself. As these words left his lips, a figure adorned with a golden mask emerged silently from the churning waters, exuding formidable internal energy with no attempt to conceal it. However, the sight was rather peculiar. He was tethered by a rope to a string of sizable fish, each weighing over 10 pounds. The masked man scratched his head. Mr. Zhao, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I did not anticipate my concealed technique would fail to elude your notice. Forgive my clumsiness. Zhao Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. I cannot discern your hidden skills, but those fish are well hung. Do not do so again. The masked man was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the flaw in his concealment had arisen from his fishing efforts below. But wait, as an esteemed 8th-tier master, he had practiced diligently for so long, his hands steady to the utmost. Would hanging fish on one end cause the line to break on the other? How did you discover this, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Yi replied indifferently. Is it not common sense that one should not fish in the Qi River? The masked man stood frozen, astonished that such an oversight had occurred in this place. He had unwittingly flattered the young lady from Jiangnan. After a brief pause, the masked man finally spoke. There may be none in the river, but one can still catch some. Does that not showcase your fishing skills? My fishing skills need no embellishment from you. Zhao Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he tossed the fishing rod to the ground. Let us not dwell on that. Did you hear what I discussed with someone just now? Aside from the moment when you gestured towards the river, I managed to evade some of your words, but I caught everything else. The masked man replied straightforwardly, bowing to Zhao Yi. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao, on your grandson entering the 5th tier. He is indeed a prodigy, and he holds you in deep affection. Humph. Zhao Yi's expression betrayed no joy, even carrying a hint of melancholy. That wretched boy Feng resembled his father too closely, eager to distance himself from someone like me. Yet he seeks to bring me honor. Surely, it was that girl Shichuan tricking me. Clearly, he did not harbor fondness for his most lauded grandson in the martial world. The masked man, unsure how to navigate such familial complexities, wisely changed the subject. Then allow me to congratulate you on acquiring another remarkable grandson. Zhao Yi's expression finally shifted to one of amusement. A rascal who has severed ties with his family, possessing mediocre martial skills, and eager to become a court hound. What is there to celebrate? The masked man shook his head, earnestly explaining. Coming from humble beginnings, he rose to the 3rd tier through sheer effort, concealing his sword's edge so that even Cheng the hero could not discern his strength. He is decisive in action, leaving no room for hesitation. Such a young hero is indeed exceptional, unmatched in the realm. As for being a court hound, I would scorn that label as well. I would never endorse it. Ha ha. Zhao Yi finally allowed a genuine smile to break through. From the moment he heard his daughter's description of Chengyu, admiration and joy had welled up within him. What sort of youth could emerge from such trials, not only standing firm but possessing the audacity to rebuild from the ground up? Among all those celebrated young heroes in the martial world, who could match his resolve in such circumstances? This individual was, after all, his own grandson. Who would have thought that the seemingly hypocritical Cheng Junjiang could produce such a remarkable figure? It must be that my daughter has inherited my admirable qualities. Mr. Zhao is indeed formidable, the masked man quickly echoed. Very well, let us prepare. My grandson is intent on becoming a Jinyu, and as his grandfather, I cannot neglect to assist him. You are planning to take action? The masked man was instantly electrified. The action he referred to was distinct from Zhao Shichuan's plea for intervention. This involved the Grand Court of Deqian, a realm known only to a select few, where the elusive ninth-tier master, the enigmatic Zhao Yi, resided. Apart from the superlative masters of the martial world, there exists a rather unexpected figure of agility, the former Grand Chancellor who retired from the court of the Deqian dynasty 2 decades ago. Once a titan of political power, he stood resolutely against the encroachments of both the martial world and foreign adversaries, with the Emperor of Deqian beseeching him to return to service. Yet to no avail. The masked man rose through the ranks of the officialdom under his patronage, accompanying Zhao Yi back to his hometown upon retirement. The influence of the martial world began to overshadow that of the court. The knights and warriors looked down upon the bureaucratic enforcers. This decline began in earnest after the resignation of Chancellor Zhao. Now, with Zhao Yi returning to the fray for the sake of his grandson, it seems a significant upheaval in the realm is imminent. In the southern lands, far removed from this turmoil, Chengyu remains oblivious to the impending changes in Deqian's landscape. His sole focus is on rapidly amassing strength to systematically uproot those in Xinjiang Prefecture who cannot evade their just deserts. Standing before a modestly sized sect, he directs his subordinates to knock on the door. Yes. One of his men, perplexed, inquires, Lord Cheng, given that the charges against Qingfeng's sect are as solid as iron, why not simply storm in? Chengyu does not chastise his subordinate for his boldness. He had encouraged the Genie Wei to cultivate initiative and critical thinking in order to foster independent action and enhance their operational capabilities. After all, they are a sect, not a bandit gang, and a hasty invasion would be ill-advised. Chengyu explains with a calm demeanor, however, during the previous encounter, you did not hesitate to seize everyone directly. That requires you to ponder the nuances involved. Genie Wei. One must consider their own dignity rather than merely observing the actions of others. His words, shrouded in profundity, leave his subordinates in a state of bewilderment. Yet they are increasingly in awe of the formidable Lord Cheng. It would not do to reveal that this was merely a display of authority. After all, the more convincingly one acts, the greater the rewards. At that moment, the subordinate who had gone to knock returned. My lord, someone from Qingfeng's sect has arrived. Chengyu raised his gaze to see two figures clad in martial attire, a middle-aged man and a young woman, emerging from the gates. I am Xiaolin, the sect leader of Qingfeng. What brings you to our periphery? Xiaolin, a seasoned warrior approaching the third rank, bore an austere expression and spoke with an air of detachment, immediately locking eyes on Chengyu, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, a formidable opponent. Chengyu remained silent, having conducted several demonstrations of knocking before he ceased to engage in every detail himself. One of his subordinates stepped forward with great bravado, declaring, "We are the Genie Wei under the banner of Qinghe County, and we have discovered that your sect is harboring the family of the traitor Sha Yu. Step aside at once. We must conduct a search." Upon hearing this, Xiaolin's demeanor flickered imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure. Qingfeng sect is a member of the martial alliance of Deqian's Jiang'an. How could you demand a search on mere words? Longer, close the door. Xiaolin's voice dripped with hostility, as beside him stood his daughter. Xiaolong had consistently displayed open hostility towards all Genie Wei present and, upon her father's command, was about to shut the door. Before her hand could touch the door, a crossbow bolt zipped through the air, embedding itself deep into the door panel mere inches from her palm. What are you doing? On a clear day, you dare to attack without cause. This is sheer lawlessness. Xiaolin, witnessing his daughter nearly harmed, erupted in fury, no longer concealing his animosity. Who fired that shot? Stepped forward. He drew his sword, fixing a cold glare upon the Gene Ewei. The current landscape of the martial world. Such attitudes towards court officials are entirely commonplace. Those who practice chivalry naturally feel no obligation to respect the enforcers of the regime. Chengyu, having retracted his finely crafted crossbow, stepped forward with a tranquil expression. If I were the sect leader Xia, I would not make a decision that I would regret for a lifetime. You? Xiaolin glared at Chengyu. Suppressing the urge to strike, he was aware that the young Genie Wei who apprehended the leader of the Chihi gang, Sha Yu, was most likely this very individual before him. Although uncertain of the methods employed against Sha Yu, Xiaolin dared not underestimate the situation. Men, drive them away. With that, Xiaolin commanded his disciples to retrieve their weapons and expel the genie Wei. He remained oblivious to the reports of other sects being raided, assuming these spineless genie Wei were merely paper tigers. They might dare to confront a vile gang like the Chihi gang, but surely they would not have the courage to engage a legitimate sect. He expected them to retreat as they had before. However, what Xiaolin did not anticipate was that this group of genie Wei was unlike any he had encountered previously. All remained resolute, displaying no inclination to withdraw. Xiaolin remarked coldly, "You do exhibit some spine, but I advise you to think carefully. Why risk your lives for another? For every grievance, there is a rightful party. I shall seek retribution for that arrow shot at my daughter." "No need," Cheng Yu replied with a smile. "I prefer not to let grudges linger overnight." His expression suddenly turned grave. Qingfeng sect obstructs the actions of the genie Wei, and thus they shall be dealt with alongside the traitors. All arrows at the ready. Eliminate the traitor Xiaolin, and cleanse Qingfeng sect. Yes, upon command. Over 20 genie Wei unified their voices in agreement, swiftly drawing their crossbows to aim at the members of Qingfeng sect. Xiaolin could hardly conceive that events would escalate to this point. "Quick, take cover." He brandished his sword to deflect the incoming bolts. But his disciples were not so fortunate. Many fell to the ground, struck by arrows. "You dare to kill my sect's disciples?" Xiaolin bellowed in a frenzied rage, unleashing all his strength as a late-stage second-rank warrior against the genie Wei. Yet, a chillingly sharp embroidered spring blade severed his final counterattack mercilessly. The clash of blade against blade echoed, and as fragments of his sword scattered to the ground, disbelief etched itself across Xiaolin's features. Cheng Yu's blade sliced through his chest, and with a flick to remove the blood, he sheathed his weapon, stepping upon Xiaolin's lifeless body. "The traitor has been vanquished. Cleanse Qingfeng sect." The disciples of Qingfeng sect, paralyzed with terror, were captured in mass, like pigs driven to slaughter. The genie Wei surged into Qingfeng sect. Half an hour later, Cheng Yu stood with hands clasped behind his back at the entrance of Qingfeng sect. His subordinates were leading away the captured members in a long line. The coal mines left behind by the Chihi gang were in dire need of labor. "My lord, we have apprehended everyone. They indeed harbored the family of Sha Yu. It turns out Xiaolin is the brother-in-law of Sha Yu's lawful wife." Cheng Yu nodded, his mind occupied with other calculations. There may still be fish that escaped the net. He noted the absence of the system's voice, indicating that there were still those at large. "Very well, let us depart." In the dim recesses of the well, the trembling Xia Long listened to the receding footsteps above. Her racing heart gradually slowing. Weak in her legs, she sank onto the damp ground. In the chaos, she had seized the opportunity to hide, narrowly escaping the search. "Those damned enforcers of the court, the ones who killed my kin. I shall have my revenge." In this dire predicament, her hatred for the genie Wei, particularly for the leading Cheng Yu, surged to an all-consuming intensity. Having lived a peaceful life at Qingfeng sect, she could not fathom being punished for sheltering her homeless aunt. The malice of those court enforcers was utterly abhorrent. From a young age, she had admired the chivalry of various heroes, yearning for righteousness, and could not accept the brutality of the genie Wei. "I will report this matter to the Martial Alliance and avenge my blood feud." Fueled by vengeance, Xia Long began to ascend the well, her mind brimming with plans for retribution. But a voice, laced with mockery, interrupted her thoughts, plunging her back into despair. Lord Cheng is truly a genius. He has indeed left behind a fish that slipped through the net." Looking up, she found 3 genie Wei, clad in black hats, gazing down at her with amused expressions. Chapter 23. Those who seek death shall find it. The last person was apprehended, and immediately, the system rewarded Cheng Yu. Host has eradicated the forces harboring criminals, demonstrating the strength of the genie Wei. Reward: internal strength. His internal power surged, effortlessly breaking through an elusive boundary to reach the late 3rd rank. Beyond this lay the formidable threshold from the lower 3rd rank to the mid-3rd rank, and eventually to the 4th rank, a challenge requiring far greater accumulation than before. That moment, Xia Long was brought forth, witnessing Cheng Yu's satisfied demeanor. Surrounding Cheng Yu were the bodies of those who had attempted to resist or flee. "Demon, you wicked fiend! May you meet a grim fate!" She screamed in despair at the sight. Slap! The genie Wei officer escorting Xia Long delivered a sharp blow to her face. "Impudent! How dare you disrespect the esteemed and great Lord Cheng?" Do you think we are mere lambs? Chengyu, seeing that they were about to strike her again, raised a hand to stop them, smiling at Xia Long. I am merely acting according to the rules. How does that make me a demon or a fiend? You have destroyed my sect, slaughtered my family, and committed unspeakable sins. What else could you be but a demon? Xia Long retorted, her face marked by the red imprint of the slap. Her teeth clenched in fury. You may have honed your martial skills, yet you remain blind to the principles of chivalry. You disgrace all martial artists. Chengyu, intrigued by her familiar rhetoric, countered, principles of chivalry. You say? I am not particularly fond of discussing that. I only have one question for you. Have you ever killed anyone? Certainly. I have slain highway robbers. I have killed corrupt officials like you. Xia Long responded with a hint of pride, perceiving this as her act of chivalry. Then we are not so different after all. Chengyu laughed heartily and turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, the vengeful Xia Long felt her faith insulted. With a roar, she shouted, I have only killed those who deserved it, ridding the world of evil. You, who slay the innocent, shall not escape your doom. Just then, one of the Jin Yi officers seized Xia Long's exquisite jade hairpin from her grasp. The jade hairpin glimmers with a subtle green hue, adorned with exquisite gemstones, eliciting gasps of admiration from the Jin Yi. Such a fine ornament, yet a humble farmer could scarcely afford to purchase even one in a lifetime of toil. Do not linger. Even if it were to transform before your eyes, it would not belong to you. Instead, it would be far wiser to diligently learn from Lord Cheng. Should you excel, he might reward you with a gift to take back to your wife. I have no desire for it. I once encountered an identical pin while infiltrating the Qi He gang. A merchant passing through Qinghe County had his entire family slaughtered by Shayu, who seized their wealth, and in a fit of despair from the humiliation, his wife took her own life with such a pin. Originally, there were two, yet here lies one. The following day, at the Jin Yi flag station in Qinghe County, Chengyu stood in the training hall, which had been recently cleaned and reinstated. Su Feng and several other minor officers trembled beside him, scarcely daring to lift their heads. Before them stood 30 Jin Yi lieutenants and strongmen, each brimming with inner strength, nearly reaching the level of first-tier martial artists, equipped with exquisitely crafted cold iron crossbows. Individually, each could contend with a first-tier warrior. It was hard to believe that just days prior, these individuals had resembled a ragtag band of mercenaries. The catalyst for this transformation was none other than Chengyu. All the Jin Yi gazed upon him with expressions of reverence. How long has Li been in Qinghe County? Chengyu inquired. He arrived 3 days ago. If we delay another day or two, I fear the prefecture will send more men, Su Feng hurriedly replied. Upon learning that Chengyu had detained the trial 100 from Xinjiang prefecture, he was left dumbfounded, yet resigned to being entirely bound to the Xinjiang flag station. Such actions would certainly taint the reputation of every Jin Yi in Xinjiang County in the eyes of the trial 100. Chengyu nodded and said coolly, after we eradicate the Qi Yi gang, we must investigate the substantial backing they possess. I have already reported this to the capital through secret channels of the Jin Yi. But there are matters we cannot afford to wait for others to address. He turned to the assembled Jin Yi, issuing orders with unquestionable authority. Numerous families within Xinjiang prefecture were involved with the Qi Yi gang. All are suspects, and it is our duty as Jin Yi to pursue this. Su Feng trembled at this. Lord Cheng, what are you planning? Chengyu smiled faintly. Naturally, we shall act decisively and report afterwards. As permitted by imperial decree. All Jin Yi, arm yourselves fully, gather ample arrows, and proceed to Xinjiang prefecture to seize the implicated families. Under Chengyu's leadership, the group moved with remarkable swiftness. By evening, they arrived at the gates of Xinjiang prefecture. Before entering the city, they beheld the towering gates, far grander than those of Qinghe County, bustling with pedestrians. Upon seeing the mounted riders, passers-by hastily stepped aside. Ordinary folk hurriedly retreated, knowing they could not provoke those with martial prowess. Those with skills discerned that the riders were Jin Yi clad in their distinctive flying fish garb, rolling their eyes in disdain as they moved away. The current scene mirrored Chengyu's previous predicament, indeed reflecting the overall situation of the Jin Yi of Deqian. Chengyu scoffed and shook his head, paying little mind as they rode into the city toward their destination. The procession moved forward, pedestrians parting to make way. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. A young man, dressed in resplendent attire and holding a fan, stepped into the street, blocking the path of the 30 riders without flinching. Genie Wei are conducting business. Outsiders, step aside. A Genie Wei lieutenant barked, cracking his whip to drive the man away. To their astonishment, the young man did not flinch but instead stood at the roadside, fanning himself leisurely. No one anticipated such audacity, and as the Genie Wei charged forward, the lieutenant was on the verge of colliding with him. In the next moment, another figure darted from the side, raising his hands in a powerful push, sending the Genie Wei lieutenant and his mount crashing down. Cheng Yu raised a hand, signaling the others to halt as he observed the unfolding scene. Do you not have eyes? Did you not see my young master passing by? The man who had toppled the Genie Wei stood proudly, his inner strength unabashedly apparent, a formidable martial artist. Recognizing Cheng Yu and his companion's attire, his expression turned increasingly disdainful. Who amongst you is the leader? Step down and bow in apology to my young master, or my family, the Chui clan, will not spare you. The Genie Wei turned their gazes toward Cheng Yu. Without a word from him, they remained mounted. Onlookers noted the confrontation between the Genie Wei and the Chui family's young master. Chui Yin, who was known for his arrogance. Look at them, thinking they can ride roughshod in the city. Now they've run into trouble, murmured the crowd. The Genie Wei were unfamiliar faces. Were they not from the Trial Hundred? The Trial Hundred's Ma Yuan would not dare offend the Chui family, and now these men were in deep trouble. Chui Yin, known for his violent temper, observed the Genie Wei. Noting their refusal to bow in submission, he declared coldly, Ma Yuan, you ought to understand just how stubborn these men are for colliding with me. Can you not hear the shouts? Those who cannot see and seek death deserve their fate. Cheng Yu replied indifferently. What did you say? Chui Yin was taken aback by Cheng Yu's retort. No one in Xinjiang Prefecture dared to speak to him in such a manner, igniting his fury. The onlookers were equally shocked. This young Genie Wei was unduly bold, daring to insult even the young master of the Chui family. It seemed bloodshed was inevitable today. Get rid of this man. Chui Yin commanded furiously. He has insulted my young master. He must die. A middle-aged martial artist from the Chui family assumed a combat stance, advancing toward Cheng Yu. Unfazed by the approaching threat, Cheng Yu maintained an utterly calm demeanor. Fortuitously, the Chui family was indeed one of the clans complicit with Ma Yuan in supporting the Chihi gang, and he had encountered the implicated party upon entering the city. Although the Chui family was not his target today, adapting his plans was not a concern. Attack the Genie Wei in public. Kill without mercy, he ordered coldly. Upon hearing this, Chui Yin burst into laughter, thinking it absurd for such a lowly group to threaten him. Both he and the middle-aged martial artist were second-tier warriors, easily able to handle a mere group of Genie Wei. You think you can kill me? How amusing. However, his laughter abruptly ceased when a flurry of arrows suddenly surged toward him. The two from the Chui family were taken aback, unable to believe the Genie Wei would strike so fiercely. Caught off guard, they were struck, sustaining significant injuries. They've killed someone. The onlookers, witnessing the Genie Wei unleash crossbow attacks, scattered in terror. Though Chui Yin wore inner armor and avoided fatal wounds, he clutched his injured arm, seething. You truly dare to act? Kill that leader, he bellowed. I refuse to believe they would dare harm a member of the Chui family. Today, I will make him wish he had never been born. Yes. The middle-aged martial artist pulled out several arrows embedded in him and lunged forward. Yet, he was met with the glint of cold iron crossbows. Loosing another round of shots. This time, he was unable to evade or defend himself, collapsing into a pool of blood. Chui Yin stared wide-eyed at the fallen martial artist, unable to fathom the scene before him. How could anyone dare to kill a member of the Chui family within Xinjiang Prefecture? It had always been others who fell before him. These Genie Wei were courting death. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu dismounted and approached deliberately. Seeing him advance, Chui Yin instinctively stepped back, perceiving Cheng Yu as a madman. He quickly flicked his fan, revealing it as a deadly weapon. Those who kill my Chui family shall not go unpunished. Cheng Yu regarded Chui Yin with a detached gaze. I feel the same way. Before he finished speaking, he drew his embroidered spring knife and struck at his opponent. Chui Yin, a second-tier warrior, had no time to react. His head fell. Host has slain an insolent individual, upholding the dignity of the Genie Wei. Reward, inner strength. Cheng Yu kicked Chui Yin's head, then turned to his awestruck subordinates. Wherever the Chui family is, they litter the streets like refuse. We have higher standards and shall return what we have found. Chapter 24. I indeed have witnesses. Let them see. In the street, Cheng Yu beheaded the young master of the Cui family, a sight that terrified those nearby, especially the martial artists, who felt an even greater dread upon witnessing Cheng Yu's formidable prowess. How could someone so young overpower a second-tier warrior? When had Xinjiang Prefecture produced such a Jinti Wei? Everyone trembled in fear, with timid souls collapsing to the ground. In their terror, they looked again at the cold figure of Cheng Yu, who wielded a bloodless, well-forged embroidered spring knife that glimmered ominously, poised to strike at any moment. Clad in the dark flying fish garb of the Jinti Wei, Cheng Yu evoked an unsettling chill, resembling a fearsome specter of the night. For years, the insignia of the Jinti Wei had been the subject of derision from the people of the martial world. Yet now, it instilled dread in the hearts of many. All of this stemmed from the emergence of a ruthless individual within their ranks. The entrance of the Cui residence, Cheng Yu and his men dismounted, beholding an imposing mansion marked by a grand Cui family plaque, occupying half a street and exuding an immense presence, bustling with servants. Why is it that no beggars or vagrants are seen in this vicinity? Upon inquiring, I have recently learned that the esteemed master of the Cui family is renowned in Xinjiang Prefecture as a benevolent individual, who cannot help but extend compassion and aid to the impoverished, earning him widespread admiration. Did he truly offer assistance to beggars and the destitute? How could that be? Such claims are merely flattering embellishments from the Cui residents. In this vicinity, anyone within a 5-mile radius is forbidden from entering, lest they be met with broken limbs and cast away. Cheng Yu, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. In the grand scheme of the Dacian, from the powerful in the martial world to local families, hypocrisy and self-deception are rampant. Yet, they take pleasure in casting aspersions upon others. What a monumental farce! Go and announce that the Jinuri have come to investigate a case. Yes. Watching his subordinate head off to deliver the message, Cheng Yu shook his head lightly. The strength of his followers still left much to be desired. In situations like this, it is always prudent to lure the adversary to the threshold before dealing with them, rather than raiding and killing indiscriminately. If they operated as the Jinui had in his memories, storming in and slaying anyone in their path, be they man or deity, he himself would face no repercussions. However, his subordinates would likely be decimated by those martial artists. Strength must be developed. These individuals are merely languishing alongside a band of spineless miscreants, waiting for death. It would be far better to join me and live with vigor. Meanwhile, the servant standing at the gate of the Cui residence spotted the approaching Jinui and barked, "Halt! Uninvited persons are not permitted to enter the Cui residence." The Jinui responded, "We are here to investigate a case. Summon your steward." The Cui servant, upon hearing their declaration, remained unmoving and even let out a sneer. What are the Jinui? The men from the 100 Household Division have always feared the Cui family and dared not act arrogantly in their presence. Humph! Do the Jinui dare to investigate the Cui residence? Begone! If you do not leave, I shall break your legs." Before the gatekeeper could finish his threat, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck as several sharp blades were pressed against him. "If you do not hurry and report back, you shall regret it." The servant had never encountered such a situation before. The normally obsequious Jinui were now audaciously assertive. Leaving him frightened, he fled into the estate to deliver the news. Before long, the portly middle-aged steward of the Cui family rushed out, his face contorted with rage. Which of the 100 households' lackeys dares to flaunt their authority over the Cui family? As the steward vented his frustrations, he was taken aback upon seeing Cheng Yu and his companions. These Jinui were unfamiliar faces. The leading figure, Cheng Yu, exuded an aura of unfathomable strength, instilling a deep-seated apprehension in him. A late-stage, second-grade martial artist, he managed to compose himself and, with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, inquired, "Who is this esteemed individual seeking to investigate the Cui residence?" "You dare to question me?" Cheng Yu's subordinates, having been educated under his influence for some time, began to adopt a semblance of the Jinui's imposing demeanor. The steward, humiliated, scoffed angrily, "To dare investigate the Cui family, you must have the guts, but you may not live to tell the tale." "Oh?" Cheng Yu chuckled coldly. "We, the Jinui, are the Emperor's personal guard. There is no place in the Dacian that is beyond our reach. You mean to say that your insignificant Cui family does not fear the Emperor?" The steward was caught off guard by Cheng Yu's words and revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. What era is this? The imperial court of the Dacian has long since weakened. To employ such antiquated rhetoric to intimidate is utterly laughable. If I were truly frightened, it would be a matter of losing face and becoming the subject of ridicule. Ridiculous. Let me make this clear. In Xinjiang Prefecture, the Cui family is paramount. Should you remain obstinate? Do not blame the Cui family for taking action. Not even the emperor himself, nor the heavenly king, could exert control over us. Upon hearing the steward's arrogant proclamation, Cheng Yu nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He turned to his subordinates. Did you hear that? We heard. The Jinyui replied in unison, though they were puzzled by Cheng Yu's intentions. Nevertheless, they felt invigorated. Cheng Yu's smile abruptly faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. As long as you heard, that is sufficient. The steward, observing this, chuckled heartily, convinced that Cheng Yu had become frightened into silence. Whether one hears or not is inconsequential. Why dwell on it? Cheng Yu continued. The Cui family has openly insulted the emperor. Harboring treasonous intentions, I hereby declare the entire family as traitors. Seize their assets. Those who obstruct shall be executed without mercy. At this, the steward's expression shifted dramatically. You truly seek death? Come, seize them. Yet before he could finish, a barrage of crossbow bolts rained down upon them. The steward was forced to evade, disbelief etched across his face. Madness. Absolute madness. Who would dare confront the Cui family within Xinjiang Prefecture with such audacity? After the initial volley, more than a dozen Cui servants fell to the ground, pierced and wailing in agony, blood spilling forth. Cheng Yu gazed towards the gate of the Cui residence, where the steward's face was a mask of resentment as he glared at him. To dare act against the Cui family, you shall pay dearly. Cheng Yu chuckled coldly, flipping his wrist to reveal 3 exquisitely crafted poison darts, high-quality hidden weapons from the Tang sect, with a flick of his wrist. The darts flew silently and untraceably, embedding themselves in the steward's forehead. The steward snorted dismissively as he removed the poison dart, a trivial matter. Yet before he could finish, he felt the world spin around him. Moments later, he was on the ground, spewing black blood. The steward lay dead, and Cheng Yu and his men stormed into the Cui residence. Upon entering the gates, a resounding voice boomed. Who dares to kill those of the Cui family? A man of imposing stature appeared at the entrance, his third-grade prowess unmistakable. You are the head of the Cui family? Cheng Yu inquired coolly. Indeed, I am. I demand to know which Jinyui you are. Even Ma Yuan would not dare to disrespect me, yet you boldly take the lives of my men. The head of the Cui family, Cui Duo, glared at Cheng Yu, seething with fury. Tio, come to the Cui residence and kill openly. Then break through the doors. This was a grave affront to his dignity. Had he not suspected the Jinyui's status, he would have acted to kill them outright. T matters not who I am. What is crucial is that your people have openly insulted the emperor. I have come to cleanse your household. Cui Duo appeared momentarily bewildered, only to glean the truth from his nearby servants about the recent events. Upon hearing the steward's defiance against the emperor, he froze. The blade had indeed been delivered by his own kin. Cursing the steward under his breath, he gritted his teeth. This person was under my watch. But he is now dead, which is of no consequence to the Cui family. However, what do you intend by investigating us? Cui Duo questioned Cheng Yu while more and more of the Cui family's elite gathered around, forming a force that could not be underestimated in all of Xinjiang Prefecture. Cheng Yu remained unfazed, calmly outlining the crimes of the Cui family. Your family has colluded with the treasonous Red River gang to harm the subjects of the Dacian. As Jinyui, we must investigate on behalf of the emperor. Upon hearing the name of the Red River gang, Cui Duo's expression changed dramatically as he recognized the young Cheng Yu from the previous year, the mad little flag from Qinghe County. He had come to Xinjiang Prefecture to investigate the Cui family. Internally cursing Ma Yuan for the oversight, he remained outwardly unyielding. I ask what you say to be taken as truth. Where is your evidence? Where are your witnesses? Cheng Yu smiled. If you seek witnesses, I possess them. Allow me to present them to you. With that, he tossed 2 spherical objects before Cui Duo. The steward, initially dismissive, lost all composure upon recognizing the items. Before him lay 2 severed heads, their faces unmistakably familiar. Yenner, my Yenner. Chapter 25. I am a diligent worker. When I say annihilation, I mean annihilation. The items Cheng Yu had thrown at Cui Duo were none other than the severed heads of Cui Yin and another. Gaze fixed upon the sight of his son, lifeless and unseeing, Cui Duo staggered back a step, only to transform into a raging beast the next moment, with a fierce glare directed at Cheng Yu. He bellowed, "Yinner, you have died a tragic death. Kill these Jinyui, avenge my son." Cui Duo roared, directing the Cui family members to assault the Jinyui. The elite of the Cui family, witnessing the head of the eldest son, were ignited with fury, their gazes fixed with venom upon the Jinyui. The band of lowly individuals dared to slay a Cui family scion and attack the Cui residents. They were courting death. They surged forward, ready to retaliate. With their superior martial prowess, they believed it would be a one-sided affair against the Jinyui. However, what the Cui martial artists did not anticipate was the Jinyui's preparedness. Cheng Yu commanded, "All Jinyui, eliminate those who obstruct us. Empty your quivers, do not hold back." As the command resonated, a flurry of crossbow bolts rained down upon the Cui family. The bolts flew with unmatched speed and power, far exceeding the ordinary as they sliced through the air. Many of the Cui martial artists found themselves unable to evade in time, collapsing with a grunt. The few who managed to avoid the initial volley were struck with horror upon realizing the arrows were poisoned. Even more despairing was the fact that the Jinyui showed no intention of pausing. After exhausting one quiver, they immediately reloaded, disregarding the condition of their targets, focusing solely on maximizing their rate of fire. The fallen Cui martial artists were often shot multiple times even after death, leaving the remaining warriors in retreat, unwilling to approach even a step closer. "Get back!" Cui Duo bellowed, as a third-grade martial artist. It was difficult for the crossbow bolts to find their mark on him. After dodging one bolt, he trembled with rage. These were the elite of the Cui family, the cornerstone of their strength. How dare these Jinyui kill them in such a manner? He roared in fury, personally charging at Cheng Yu. "Kill Cheng Yu first. The rest of the Jinyui are merely insignificant," a pair of ghastly, pale claws lunged menacingly towards Cheng Yu, wielding the cold and poisonous heritage technique of the Cui family. The cold poison claw, countless souls had perished beneath its grasp, and today, it would serve to bring solace to his pitiful child. Yet, in the next instant, Cui Duo stood frozen, utterly astonished. He could not have anticipated that when his cold poison claw struck Cheng Yu, it was as if he had clawed at an impenetrable block of frigid iron. Cheng Yu's gaze sharpened, his sinews and flesh as resilient as steel. The 13 Protector's unique refinement technique surpassed the trifling grades of low, middle, and high, achieving the formidable human-level mastery. An adversary of the same tier could not breach his defenses. He could withstand even foes of superior rank. Cheng Yu would never succumb to the attacks of Cui Duo, who was merely a third-grade practitioner. Observing Cui Duo's incredulous expression, he let slip a chilling smile before seizing the latter's throat. The pure internal force, cleansed by the exorcism manual, granted him tremendous strength, rendering Cui Duo utterly incapable of resistance. To dare strike against the Genie Wei was to invite a fate worse than death. The leader of the thieves had been captured. The Cui family would face annihilation. Cheng Yu shattered Cui Duo's limbs, indifferent to his anguished cries, and, like a dead dog, discarded him aside after clamping his shackles around Cui Duo's collarbone. As the strongest of the Cui family fell into captivity, the other skilled warriors were thrown into disarray, retreating in defeat under the relentless assault of the Genie Wei. The power of the Shinhan crossbow in the hands of the Genie Wei was formidable indeed. First-grade warriors could suffer grievous injuries, and second-grade practitioners found it difficult to evade or defend against the onslaught in scarcely any time at all. The warriors of the Cui family were thoroughly vanquished by the Genie Wei of Qinghe County. Piles of gold and silver treasures were unearthed, alongside numerous tormented female slaves who were liberated from their contracts, one of whom was merely a child of little over 10 years, my lord. Here are the account books of the Cui family, and we have also retrieved all valuable items from their treasury. The rest we could not carry away. Cheng Yu accepted the hefty silver notes handed to him by his subordinate, leaving behind one for his men before stowing the rest away. He then picked up the account books to peruse, discovering that the bullies fostered by the Cui family and other powers were not limited to the Qi River Gang, but encompassed many others throughout the entire Xinjiang prefecture. Cheng Yu had anticipated this, yet as he turned a few more pages, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Why were the shipping costs and grain consumption expenditures so unclear? What exactly was the Chui family transporting? Chui Duo, having lost the ability to fight after the severing of his limbs, lay on the ground in silence. He gazed at the corpses of his family members, witnessing the relentless dismantling of the Chui family's assets. How many years of hard work had been obliterated in an instant? I hate this. Cheng Yu cast a cold glance at him, tucking away the account book. Although Chui Duo was reluctant to speak the truth now, he would soon be compelled to do so. You loathe that you have done what you should not have. Chui Duo fixed his gaze on Cheng Yu, his boundless fury having morphed into a pitiful despair. Who are you? Why do you treat the Chui family this way? Grant me clarity in my demise. I have already stated it, Cheng Yu replied indifferently. What have you stated? Your Chui family colluded with the rebellious Qi River gang, refused to cooperate with the investigation, and assaulted the Genie Wei. All of it is justly deserved. After speaking, Cheng Yu turned and walked away. No longer regarding Chui Duo. This fellow must be kept alive for thorough interrogation later. Set this place ablaze, and then take the spoils back to Qinghe County. Yes, host has seized the family of a guilty clan. Punish the disrespectful, displayed the might of the Genie Wei, and rewarded with 30 tiger strength inner fortifying pills. Cheng Yu's heart leaped with joy at the sight of the reward. These elixirs were sufficient to elevate the Genie Wei under his command to the first-grade level. In that case, his subordinates would become a force to be reckoned with. At least some of the confiscation tasks could be managed without Cheng Yu's direct involvement. In the Qinghe County prison, Cheng Yu stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at Chui Duo, who had been mercilessly tortured to a wretched state. His body bore the scars of lashes, and his limbs were marred by various instruments of torment. Blood streamed from him, rendering him a veritable figure of carnage, on the brink of death. The Genie Wei responsible for the flogging hastily shoved a pill into Chui Duo's mouth. Revived by the miraculous healing elixir bestowed upon him by Cheng Yu, Chui Duo's life flickered back into existence. This was the miraculous medicine received from the system, distributed to his subordinates as a precaution, and it unexpectedly yielded remarkable results in such dire circumstances. The Genie Wei, tasked with inflicting punishment, brought Chui Duo back to the brink of death 2 or 3 times, yet still failed to extract any information. Ashamed, they lowered their heads to Cheng Yu Dam Wai Lord. He refuses to speak. Alas. Cheng Yu sighed, causing the Genie Wei to tremble with fear, mistakenly believing Cheng Yu was angered. Yet, they then heard him reflect. You have little experience and have not yet learned. I do not blame you. In the future, apply more thought. The traditional craft of the Genie Wei must not be forgotten, for there will be many opportunities to employ it. Yes, thank you, my lord. The Genie Wei were moved to tears. I shall interrogate him personally. The Genie Wei quickly made way, eager to witness Cheng Yu's performance. This time, Chui Duo opened his eyes. Revealing a resolute expression, he would rather die than betray. If he spoke, even the last remnant of his bloodline would be doomed. I know nothing. Whatever you ask, I do not know. Killing me yields the same answer. Better dead than subservient? Huh? Cheng Yu mused, leaning close to Chui Duo with a slight smile. I have interrogated others. They truly know nothing. Upon hearing this, Chui Duo subtly revealed a flicker of relief before quickly concealing it. Cheng Yu pretended not to notice this moment and began to speak to himself. How peculiar it is. Despite the numerous shipping costs and grain consumption, not a soul knows anything. The Chui family is truly a group of fools. Of course, no one knew, for he had personally orchestrated it all. Chui Duo dismissed Cheng Yu's taunts with a cold laugh in his heart. Yet they were not entirely foolish. Your son, Chui Yin, is quite a talent. Aware of the family's vast wealth and wary of future threats to his position as the heir. Thus, he is clever, even stalking his father. What secrets might he uncover? As he spoke, Cheng Yu produced a sheet of paper, upon which various notes were inscribed. With this, no one will dare to usurp his position as the next clan leader. Though, do you recall how you last saw your son? The scene seemed to invite a reoccurrence. Enough, enough. I will speak. Spare my son. He is the last of my Chui family's bloodline. The existence of a concealed illegitimate child had been revealed. Chui Duo, already pushed to his limits by torment, finally broke down. He divulged everything he knew without reservation. The Genie Wei, recording the details, hurriedly noted them down, their eyes filled with admiration for Cheng Yu. For he knew well that the paper he had presented contained no secrets. It was merely a ruse concocted to capture the details of a certain tonic. He had just handed it to Qingyu for show, never expecting such an effective outcome. Why, Lord, my admiration for you flows like the mighty river. How did you know this lad had an illegitimate child? Qingyu chuckled. In such a large family, there is but one son, and that son is a treacherous wretch. I refuse to believe there are no secrets involved. Moreover, even if I cannot extract the truth, I can seize the whole family. There will always be loose tongues. Such a tactic exists? The other Genie Wei nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling with newfound respect. Upon hearing Qingyu's teachings, Cui Duo widened his eyes. You deceived me? Or else, did I fall for your trick? By the way, you truly have an illegitimate child. I must search for him. I take my work seriously. If I say I will annihilate a family, I shall do so. Qingyu regarded him calmly. Pft! A mouthful of blood erupted from Cui Duo, his eyes bulging in death's grip. Host demonstrates the fine qualities of the Genie Wei. Educates subordinates, rewards with 100 torture implements. Chapter 26, The Cut-Off River Sect. Chung family, await my arrival. Cui Duo, having fallen victim to Qingyu's deception, was driven to death by rage. The Genie Wei, however, remained unperturbed. Having acquired the desired intelligence, his life held no further value. If he wished to die, so be it. They respected his choice. The Genie Wei officers gazed at Qingyu in awe, eagerly inquiring, My lord, shall we seek out this fellow's illegitimate child and eliminate him? After several days spent following Qingyu in various confiscation endeavors, they were no longer the timid souls they once were. They were no longer the court's hounds, unseen and unrecognized. Tio say they would kill you meant they would do so. Qingyu replied helplessly, Are you all idle? We've already extracted the secrets. Why waste further effort? Had the person been within the Cui estate, I certainly would not have shown mercy. But it does not mean I am idle enough to specifically hunt down the last remnant of a bloodline. You lot have turned into bandits after a few raids, forgetting the essence of the Genie Wei. Can you infiltrate? Can you interrogate? Can you secure? The traditional craft must not be forgotten. What is the Genie Wei? They are spies. Is it worth engaging in constant slaughter and frontal assaults? Following this reprimand, the Genie Wei lowered their heads, their faces flushed with shame. They had shamed Qingyu, yet upon reflection, they realized how meticulous Qingyu was about their identity as Genie Wei, and they felt profound admiration. The Genie Wei were the sharp edge of the Great Qian. Recently, the townsfolk had treated them with far more respect than before. Having long suffered scorn, they were determined to follow in Qingyu's footsteps. To restore the glory of the Genie Wei is our unshirkable duty. Host guides subordinates, corrects the erroneous practices of the Genie Wei. Rewards with 1 Shaolin Dragon and Tiger Pill. Qingyu's eyes gleamed. The Shaolin Dragon and Tiger Pill. Infused with the power of dragons and tigers, consuming it would greatly enhance one's strength and cleanse the body. It is a rare treasure even within Shaolin Temple. It seems the system is exceedingly generous with rewards for genuinely building and promoting the Genie Wei. After stowing the Dragon and Tiger Pill, Qingyu distributed the Tiger Strength Inner Fortifying Pills he had previously acquired to the brothers who had come to Xinjiang Prefecture, assuring them that they would not be treated poorly under his command. Thank you, my lord. The subordinates eagerly accepted the Tiger Strength Pill, shaken by the potent and formidable medicinal power contained within it. The last miraculous elixir had significantly enhanced the abilities of this motley crew of misfits, bringing them all close to the ranks of true warriors. Armed with the Xian Tai crossbow, they could now pursue and shoot at martial artists of the first and even second tiers. How could they have ever imagined such feats? All credit is due to the efforts of Lord Cheng Xiaoqi. No, it is Lord Cheng Zengqi. Today, the court's response regarding Qingyu's report arrived. Qingyu's merit in eliminating treachery has earned him a reward of 1,000 taels of silver and a promotion to the position of chief in Qinghe County. The dealings behind the Qi River Gang were scarcely mentioned, merely instructing Qingyu to continue his investigations and to act at his discretion. In short, 2 words: disregard. Qingyu never anticipated such a situation. He felt utterly powerless regarding the emperor's attitude. Day after day, he was branded with labels of disrespect and violations of protocol. Yet in the end, the sovereign of the Daiqian Empire seems indifferent to such trifles. Or perhaps he simply lacks the energy to concern himself with such minor matters. With internal strife and external threats, the Daiqian court and the royal family face immense challenges. No wonder figures like Ma Yuan and Wu Linggong engage in treachery so openly. For, in principle, their actions pose no real risk. They maintain a cautious approach without fanfare. Who would have thought someone like Cheng Yu would emerge? This is for the best. If experts were dispatched to take over, the spoils I acquired would be difficult to manage. Cheng Yu nodded to himself. More importantly, the collusion between the Cui family and Ma Yuan is no trivial matter. According to Cui Duo, the suspicious transportation expenditures and grain in the accounts were used to transport laborers who had been deceived and sold into servitude. The Qi River Gang acts as their dark glove, coercing and deceiving in various locales of Xinjiang Prefecture, shipping away entire boats of laborers, ultimately delivering them to several well-known sects within Xinjiang Prefecture. Yet again, these are individuals of the martial world. Cheng Yu chuckled coldly. He had long since seen through this martial society, a group of self-proclaimed chivalrous warriors, espousing righteousness, ultimately perpetrate actions that lead to ruin and despair. Their principles serve only their own interests. As for the common folk, they are but ants, unworthy of any association with chivalry. This hypocritical martial world holds no significance. When I rise to power, I shall trample it beneath my feet. Cheng Yu resolved to execute these individuals without mercy. However, the immediate priority is to proceed step by step, accumulating strength. If he can uproot them himself, the rewards will undoubtedly be immeasurable. Someone, inform everyone to sharpen their blades and fill their quivers. Preparing to set out for the raid, yes. At Cheng Yu's command, dozens of imperial guards immediately responded with fervor. The various factions in Qinghe County had nearly all been investigated and eradicated. Yet, could such a vast Xinjiang prefecture truly lack deserving targets? A few days later, under the cover of night. Who are you? Why are you slaughtering my disciples? The wretched cries echoed piercingly, amidst the flashes of blades and gleams of swords. Naturally, it is because you deserve to die. Before a sea of flames and ruins, Cheng Yu placed his foot upon the back of a struggling third-tier warrior, gazing upon the once magnificent mountain gate, now reduced to rubble. What a splendid sect it was. Now reduced to ashes, as he reflected, the Imperial Guards completed their task of raiding and searching. Report, my lord, this place indeed has connections with those sects. They were also involved in the abduction of laborers. Cheng Yu nodded, looking down at the warrior beneath his foot. With so many laborers, are you planning to rebel? Damn you, you heartless dog official. The court hounds deserve nothing less than death. Cheng Yu chuckled and shook his head. Ignoring the outburst, he inquired about other matters. This mountain gate is quite impressive. How much did it cost to build? Tell me, and I shall spare your life. I cannot remember. I have nothing to say to you. You hound of the court, cannot remember? I see. You simply cannot articulate it. How could chivalrous warriors build a mountain gate without compensating others? Well, that is only, swish, the warrior, caught off guard, had no time to react before his head was severed by the embroidered spring blade. Host cleanses the martial factions, executing their leaders, reward, inner strength. The fourth-tier barrier has drawn significantly closer. Cheng Yu lifted his gaze towards the inferno. Moments ago, this place was resplendent and grand. It inevitably reminded him of the most magnificent sect he had ever seen, which occupied an entire mountain, the Zhejiang sect. Cheng family. Await me. I hope you are prepared by then. At the same time, within the Zhejiang sect, which Cheng Yu had been contemplating, the sect leader's family was not present. In Jiangnan Longyuan Dao, the family reunited for the first time in a month. Zhao Shichuan held her two daughters tightly, tears of longing streaming down her face. You seer, mother misses you so much. Cheng Yu and Cheng Si both bore expressions of excitement. Cheng Si had received treatment from the Divine Doctor, Master Ma, on Divine Doctor Mountain. While her chronic issues had not been entirely eradicated, her symptoms had greatly improved. Upon hearing that their parents had also come to Jiangnan Longyuan Dao, she immediately accompanied her sister to pay their respects. Cheng Junjiang sat in a chair, observing his children gathered together, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The family reunion was indeed a joyous occasion. Feng had broken through to the 5th tier, and Seer's condition had improved. We must celebrate. Indeed, father speaks true. Cheng Feng eagerly nodded in agreement. As the family basked in happiness, Cheng Si furrowed her brows in confusion. Is this truly a reunion? Chapter 27. Heartless and ruthless, failing to learn chivalry is the gravest error in the world. Is the family truly reunited? The moment Cheng Si posed her question, Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere growing tense. They all understood the implications of her words. Their family was not truly reunited. How could it be considered a reunion when their eldest son, Qingyu, had been estranged for over a decade? Cheng Junjiang's smile froze on his face, and Zhao Shichuan's expression transformed into one of awkward sorrow. Little sister. Chengyu immediately poked her sister's slender waist, signaling her to refrain from making such untimely remarks. Unexpectedly, Cheng Si pushed her hand away, looking at their parents with confusion. Where is my second brother? Your second brother. Zhao Shichuan was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to convey even a hint of their son's current situation. She felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy as a mother, her head drooping in despair. Seer. Cheng Junjiang, seeing his wife's sorrowful demeanor, immediately reproached his younger daughter. Why bring up that ungrateful son at a time like this? He chose to sever ties with us. Why should we offer our warmest regards to a cold-hearted wretch? Cheng Yu had chosen to sever ties. If Cheng Junjiang were to display a desire to seek reconciliation, it would be an admission of his own parental failings. That was absolutely out of the question. It would be beneath his dignity to seek help from the father-in-law he disdained. Cheng Junjiang believed he had already made enough sacrifices. Sigh. Cheng Si let out a breath, not expecting Cheng Junjiang to reconcile with Cheng Yu. The father-son pair shared no bond of nurturing affection, and their values were polar opposites. It was unlikely there would ever be a day of filial piety. What has become of my second brother? Hasn't he encountered any misfortune? Has he? Unable to force a reunion, she inquired about Cheng Yu's status. To her dismay, she found herself without an answer even to this question. Zhao Shichuan spoke bitterly. Mother does not know how your second brother is faring. Haven't you cared for your second brother? Cheng Si's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what she had just heard. A full half-month had passed, and the illustrious Qing family could not even ascertain the whereabouts of a mere Imperial Guard's minor flag officer. Was that conceivable? It could only indicate a reluctance to intervene. At that moment, Cheng Feng, feeling displeased, began to reprimand Cheng Si. Little sister, how could you speak so? Given our father's position, how could he interfere with the matters of the Imperial Guards? If word got out, we would be ridiculed. You should show some understanding to father. An unexpected outsider's opinions mattered little. Cheng Feng grew increasingly frustrated with Cheng Yu. This so-called brother of his displayed no filial piety, continually causing distress to their parents. Beyond that, the notion of a court hound being his brother was a source of embarrassment for him, a young chivalrous figure. How could the leader of a northern martial alliance have such a background? How could he command respect in the future? Such a person should not exist in their family. Truly indifferent to Cheng Yu. A sense of absurdity and helplessness surged within Cheng Si as she gazed incredulously at Cheng Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan. Second brother is your own flesh and blood. Can you truly bear to turn a blind eye? How could this be? Mother has already. Zhao Shichuan could no longer endure her daughter's questioning and nearly revealed that she had sought Zhao Yi's protection for Cheng Yu. However, before she could articulate it, Cheng Junjiang interrupted. That ungrateful child is merely showing off. I have already stated, since he chooses to sever ties and refuses to accept guidance, we shall grant him his wish. Let him fend for himself. Has he not been living well for over 10 years? After speaking, he shot a glance at his wife, signaling her not to reveal the truth. He did not wish to mention his father-in-law in front of the children. It was best for them to have minimal contact with Zhao Yi. Such a person lacked any sense of chivalry and would only lead them astray. Mother, is what father said true? Zhao Shichuan, realizing Cheng Junjiang's good intentions, could only grit her teeth and nod in sorrow. At that moment, Cheng Si felt as though the world was spinning. The compassionate father she had always known now seemed increasingly distant in her memories. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she exclaimed, "How can you do this? Has my second brother committed some heinous crime?" Cheng Yu was taken aback, hastily restraining Cheng Si from making any more indiscreet remarks. Bang! As my son, Cheng Junjiang, to be heartless and ruthless, failing to learn chivalry, is to commit the gravest error in the world. Cheng Junjiang, seeing his daughter daring to retort, slammed the table in response. He is a hero respected by all. I do not seek a son of remarkable prowess, yet it is a profound error to insist he become a disgraceful enforcer of the court. He is your son. Have you fulfilled your duties as a father and imparted any wisdom upon him? Cheng Si glared at her father, her eyes brimming with tears, and questioned him through gritted teeth. 18 years have passed, during which he received not a shred of your guidance. On what grounds do you now demand so much from him? Should being your son entail being a paragon of virtue, even when you have contributed nothing? Outrageous. Chung Junjiang was taken aback that his daughter would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Such insolence. It is not the place of children to cast aspersions on their parents' judgments. Moreover, he has done nothing wrong. You claim I have done nothing? Who was it that brought him back to the Zhejiang sect? Who diligently taught him the principles of chivalry, urging him to learn from the qualities of our noble ancestors? Is it not he who remains stagnant, his mind consumed by thoughts of violence, unable to absorb any knowledge, ultimately leading to the loss of innocent lives and committing grievous errors? Chung Junjiang's voice rose in fervent defense. In recent days, his younger son had broken through to the 5th rank, and this had clarified many things for him. He is fully capable of nurturing an exceptionally talented son. The issue lies with Chengyu. You now assert that you have diligently taught your second brother. Yet who was it that destroyed the relics of his adoptive parents, forbidding him from entering the martial arena, leaving behind the mockery of that painting? Is it not you, Chung Junjiang, the valiant hero? Outrageous! Such audacity! Have you truly turned against the heavens? Upon hearing 2 questions he could not possibly answer, Chung Junjiang's anger grew uncontrollable. He retorted, Am I not busy caring for you 3 siblings? And now you dare to question me? Furthermore, if that ungrateful child had any issues, why did he not communicate them to me? I would certainly have addressed them. Instead, he harbors ill will and severs ties over trivial matters. Utterly selfish, casting his parents into a sea of injustice. I would rather have no such unfilial son, for all he would do is commit acts that defy heaven and reason. Chung Si's expression turned to one of disbelief upon hearing these words. Was it possible that the father she revered for his righteousness and kindness was merely a coward who shirks responsibility? She turned to her silent mother and siblings. Do you all share this belief? Zhao Shichuan lowered her head, wiping away tears, and softly remarked, Your father may indeed falter at times, but this does not justify your second brother's abandonment of kinship. After so many years apart, how could he bear it? Chengyu silently nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak. Initially, she had felt sympathy for Chengyu, but after the recent events in Qinghe County, she believed Chengyu's problems to be quite significant. His character had long been marred by a lack of virtue and compassion, marked by cruelty. Little sister, you should not speak to father in such a manner. Cheng Feng interjected gently. Father's status is unlike that of ordinary individuals. He must devote more energy to matters of the martial world. As the child of such a hero, you must bear greater responsibilities and learn to stand on your own rather than wallowing in self-pity. They all concurred. Chung Si gazed at her family in bewilderment, filled with a sense of absurdity. After 5 years of martial training, how had they all transformed into this? Or had they always been this way? Because he is the father's son, he is expected to shoulder more, yet he has not enjoyed any preferential treatment. By what right? Is this what Chung Junjiang calls chivalry? Chapter 28. A mere band of inept fools. Existing is a disgrace. Overwhelmed with confusion and helplessness, Chung Si refrained from voicing her thoughts, and in that moment, she grasped the true suffering of Chung Yu. No matter how much one articulates, all that awaits is indifference and evasion of responsibility. She lowered her head in despair, raising her pale, bloodless hand to examine it. With a resolute bite of her teeth, she made a decision. If you are all unwilling to care for my second brother, then I shall seek him out alone. Seer, little sister. The others immediately called out to her, questioning how she could venture out in her weakened state. Chung Si ignored them, turning to leave. Yet, before she could take a step, the terrifying force of inner strength halted her in her tracks. The peak power of the 9th rank, inner strength unleashed, with reddened eyes, she turned back to her father. Chung Junjiang's trembling hand rested upon the table. His entire countenance contorted in rage. You disregard your parents' counsel, favoring a court lackey. Is this what you learned at Snow Mountain Palace? Do you all presume I am easily swayed, that you may act as you please? His voice roared with inner strength, causing the entire room to tremble. Mother. Chung Si turned pale, her eyes reddened as she looked towards Zhao Shichuan, hoping that her beloved mother would intercede on her behalf. But to her dismay, Zhao Shichuan shook her head. Seer, do not threaten your father and mother with your illness. Your second brother has acted foolishly and irresponsibly. How can you follow his example? She had nearly lost one son and could not afford to let her youngest daughter act recklessly. Do not think of seeking out that ungrateful child. Chung Junjiang continued to reprimand loudly. I see you have learned this unfilial and unjust behavior from him. Yue, take your sister away. Do not let her wander. Yes. Chung Yu promptly nodded, leading her ashen-faced sister from the room. With the departure of the two sisters, the once joyous atmosphere of reunion was utterly shattered, leaving behind only sorrow and anger. Chung Junjiang took a sip of hot tea. Panting to suppress his rising fury, no villain or monster had ever provoked such agitation in this hero of the realm. Who could have anticipated that his children would incite such ire? Junjiang, my dear, Zhao Shichuan, still wiping her tears, gazed at him sorrowfully. Yue is ultimately our flesh and blood. Regardless of how despicable he may be, we cannot simply stand by and watch him plummet into the abyss without a thought of returning. Although they had entrusted Zhao Yi to look after and protect Chung Yu, it was not a long-term solution. Could they truly sever ties? In this world, there is no such thing as a severance of blood ties. Alas! Chung Junjiang let out a long sigh, filled with frustration, casting a glance at his wife and forcing a semblance of gentleness. Am I truly willing to do this? That ungrateful child is now safe and sound. Perhaps it is best he encounters some setbacks. Once he realizes that a path devoid of chivalry cannot endure, he will inevitably return to me. Bowing in repentance, he felt utterly helpless. Yet as a father, he could not take the initiative to resolve the matter, for that would imply he was yielding. This was a notion Chung Junjiang could not accept. He believed that chivalry would eventually reveal to Cheng Yu the difference between right and wrong. After stumbling along his misguided path, he would surely come to acknowledge his errors and seek forgiveness from his father. I can only hope that Yue comes to his senses soon, so we may mend the bonds of kinship lost over these 18 years. Zhao Shichuan wiped her tears and nodded. Our immediate concern remains the matter that brought us to Jiangnan. Chung Junjiang exhaled, casting a satisfied glance at Cheng Feng. Fenger has now broken through to the 5th rank. His progress is remarkable. Advancing further up the rankings is of utmost importance for our Chung family and the Zhejiang sect. Cheng Feng, the youngest son, was the source of his greatest pride and relief. At such a young age, his accomplishments were extraordinary, and he might even contend for a spot among the top 10 in the rankings, with a boundless future ahead. The hopes of the family and sect rested upon him. What was even more commendable was that Cheng Feng had embraced the principles of chivalry that Chung Junjiang himself upheld, earning a reputation as a small lord in the northern regions. Contemplating these matters, Chung Junjiang felt that all the resources and effort he had invested in Cheng Feng were worthwhile. Zhao Shichuan gazed affectionately at Cheng Feng. This youngest son embodied her doubled affection and was the most considerate. Cheng Feng, understanding this, nodded appreciatively and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, father and mother. However, since my little sister claims that second brother is in danger, we cannot remain idle. Shall I lend a hand? He suppressed his disdain for Chung Yu and reluctantly offered his assistance. What a good child. Chung Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan nodded in satisfaction. There is no need. You are currently focused on building your reputation, so do not become entangled in such chaotic matters. Concentrate on your cultivation. We will discern the situation regarding your second brother ourselves. Our journey of thousands of miles to Jiangnan's Longyuan prefecture is solely to seek a high-grade sword from the sword-forging manor for you. That is the most pressing matter. Yes, Cheng Feng nodded. Acquiring a sword from the sword-forging manor would significantly enhance his overall strength, as for his parents' decision to temporarily disregard Cheng Yu. He, as a renowned young hero in the martial world, understood the implications. On the day Zhao Shichuan had departed, Cheng Feng had already inquired about her whereabouts. His mother had gone to seek his grandfather, Zhao Yi, to handle matters concerning Cheng Yu. Upon hearing of his grandfather, the elderly man who had lost his former prowess, Cheng Feng felt more disdain than familial affection. However, as a once-renowned martial artist who had fallen from grace, he remained an essential part of Cheng Feng's network and resources. Although he harbored no fondness for Zhao Yi, he could not afford to sever ties. Yet, the thought of Zhao Yi meeting Cheng Yu incited an inexplicable irritation within him. That man was bound to disrupt the harmony of his family. It was utterly infuriating. If they were to sever ties, why not do so completely, ensuring they never crossed paths again? A lackey of the court devoid of chivalry and morality, it would be a blessing if he simply remained alive. Resolving silently within himself, He vowed to compel his parents to abandon that ungrateful and unfilial wretch. One son is enough. In Xinjiang Prefecture, adjacent to Qinghe County, in Pingpa County, the once dominant Pingshan sect, which had suffocated local officials and the court's enforcers, now stood devoid of its former vigor, its once fearsome reputation diminished. This change was wrought by a group of black-clad individuals from Qinghe County who demanded to search for evidence related to a case. A few careless words sparked a flurry of arrows and a tempest of blades. The formidable Pingshan sect, with its power echoing throughout the county, could hardly fathom the predicament they faced. Confronted by a mere contingent of the Jini Wei, they found themselves devoid of any capacity for resistance. In an instant, generations of accumulation were reduced to ashes. The host cleanses the disrespectful forces, showcasing the status of the Jini Wei, and is rewarded with insights into martial agility. Cheng Yu was supervising his subordinates from the Jini Wei, who were diligently apprehending members of various sects and seizing countless treasures of gold and silver. "What shall we do with these rascals, master? Shall we take them back to Qinghe County to dig coal?" Cheng Yu shook his head. "It's too troublesome to bring them back. Have their friends and relatives come to redeem them. Those who cannot be redeemed shall face justice on the spot." Faced with this group, who called themselves sects of the martial world but were, in truth, nothing more than tyrants, he felt no psychological burden in executing them. "You dog of the great Qian Emperor, how dare you slay my disciple? I have already dispatched someone to summon the Jini Wei of this county to make you pay dearly." A middle-aged man, whose limbs had been severed, lay on the ground, howling in despair. He was the leader of the Pingshan sect. In recent days, he had heard of the Jini Wei's indiscriminate slaughter of martial forces in Qinghe County, initially feeling nothing but anger and disdain. Yet now, faced with the reality of the situation, his heart was consumed by despair and rage. The Jini Wei of this county? Just a bunch of useless sacks of rice. Living is merely a disgrace. Cheng Yu let out a faint, cold laugh as he turned to walk away. In that moment, the middle-aged man caught sight of a corpse tied to a pillar at the entrance of the sect behind Cheng Yu. It was the very body of the local Jini Wei commander who had colluded with him. "Madman. So it was you, this madman." The middle-aged man never expected that the Jini Wei would slay even their own comrades, and he screamed in panic and despair. It was only then that he recognized the sole figure in Xinjiang Prefecture who could act with such reckless abandon. Cheng Yu, the commander of Qinghe, the man who struck fear into the hearts of countless martial artists who wished nothing more than to see him eradicated. In a moment of horror and regret, a Jini Wei plunged an embroidered spring blade into his heart. "Daring to insult the esteemed Commander Cheng, you seek your own demise, sir. This Iron Palm sect is indeed connected to the case." Cheng Yu accepted the accounts and letters presented by his subordinates and perused them. Another delivery to Longyuan Prefecture? What could they possibly need so many laborers for? Cheng Yu furrowed his brow slightly. As the investigations continued, all clues pointed towards Longyuan Prefecture. That place was far from a wasteland needing laborers. It was, in fact, the wealthiest region in all of Longyuan Dao. Moreover, unlike the intricate web of forces in Xinjiang Prefecture, Longyuan Prefecture was dominated by a single powerful sect, a sect renowned throughout the Great Qin, commanding the vast majority of the resources and populace in the entire prefecture. A nation within a nation. The name Zhujian Mountain Manor echoed in Cheng Yu's mind, sending a chill through his veins. Chapter 29. Zhujian Mountain Manor. Quick Blade Zhengping. Zhujian Mountain Manor, a name that resonated like thunder, had long been known to Cheng Yu. In the Great Qin martial world, it was celebrated for its weapon-forging prowess. Boasting immense strength and a prestigious reputation. Ranked among the top tier of the 9 major sections, the manor's master stood at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, listed among the top ranks of the Tianji Pavilion. As one of the few sects in the Great Qin capable of forging weapons of superior quality, Zhujian Mountain Manor possessed several Earth-grade weapons, rumored to even house heavenly-grade divine weapons. Those who gained the manor's favor would receive precious weapons as gifts. Thus, Zhujian Mountain Manor wielded an extensive and powerful network, radiating influence throughout the Great Qin. Martial artists across the realm regarded obtaining a sword forged by Zhujian Mountain Manor as a mark of honor. Contemplating this, Cheng Yu felt a surge of excitement. While others expended resources and energy to cultivate martial arts, Zhujian Mountain Manor engaged in a tangible exchange of weapon forging for wealth. Thriving abundantly, if he could plunder Zhujian Mountain Manor, The rewards would be immeasurable. Alas, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. The manor's master was an 8th-rank expert, adept at forming alliances through the gifting of swords. Having befriended countless formidable warriors, relying solely on himself, Cheng Yu feared he would have no opportunity to challenge them in the near future. Cheng Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. Currently, all leads regarding the smuggling of laborers pointed towards Longyuan Prefecture, and Zhujian Mountain Manor represented Longyuan Prefecture. The two were undoubtedly intertwined. It seemed imperative for him to shift his focus towards more significant powers, as they were more likely to have direct contact with Longyuan Prefecture, thereby uncovering irrefutable evidence. Simultaneously, he could amplify the situation, garnering support from the Great Qin Emperor, thus creating an opportunity to infiltrate Zhujian Mountain Manor. After much consideration, he realized that raiding was where his comfort lay. To progress and develop, he must act steadily and prudently, seizing opportunities for efficient raids. Which family should he target next? Just as Cheng Yu pondered his next target, several potential victims found themselves unable to remain idle. In the city of Qingjiang Prefecture, within the Jin Yi Wei's 100 house, Ma Yuan paced angrily, hands behind his back. The iron token at his waist clashed against the scabbard of his embroidered spring blade, producing a sharp sound. That madman, I never anticipated such strength, capable of dealing with even 3rd-rank foes. The audacity to detain Li De, and even eliminate the Cui family, truly a rebellion against heaven. Ma Yuan seethed with resentment at Cheng Yu's actions in Qinghe County and Qingjiang Prefecture. In just a month since this formidable man arrived, he had thrown the situation into disarray. The intricate web of influence Ma Yuan had painstakingly built over the past decade was nearly obliterated. He yearned to rush to Qinghe County and slay Cheng Yu, but such thoughts remained mere fantasies, as he dared not take any actual action. The death of Wu Lingong, the commander of Qinghe, and his collusion with the Qi He gang had drawn the ire of the higher-ups in the Great Qin Jin Yi Wei, who had verbally reprimanded him profusely. They ordered Ma Yuan to redeem himself through merit. If he were to personally confront Cheng Yu, he feared he would face dire consequences. While the higher command may not have the capacity to oversee every minor detail, it did not mean they would tolerate open defiance from their subordinates. In such circumstances, Ma Yuan could only endure the daily reports of Cheng Yu's raids and massacres, each one igniting his fury and causing his heart to bleed. Ultimately, those sects were no different from the Qi He gang. Entangled in interests with him, Cheng Yu's raids were, in essence, attacks on him. Yet, apart from his simmering rage, he could do nothing but suffer in silence. "Do not let me find an opportunity." Just as Ma Yuan gritted his teeth, he suddenly heard someone approaching from outside. Who could come visiting at this hour? Just in time. As he was lost in his frustrations, his eyes brightened upon recognizing the visitors. An elderly man with a white beard entered, accompanied by a tall, youthful figure whose sharp eyes gleamed with intelligence. Both walked with a steady gait, attired in martial attire, clearly formidable warriors. The arrival of Sect Master Bai was exceedingly timely. And who might this young hero be? Ma Yuan approached the two with a smile, cupping his fists in greeting and inviting them to take a seat. The two returned the gesture and settled down, with the elder, Bai Han, gesturing towards the young man. "This is my disciple Zheng Ping from Yidao Mountain. You should have heard of his name." Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan's expression changed immediately, excitement washing over him as he gazed at Zheng Ping. So, this was the renowned young hero of Jiangnan, a prodigy who had made a name for himself on the human rankings. What a pleasure to finally meet. In Qingjiang Prefecture, Quick Blade Zheng Ping, at the initial stage of the 4th rank, was ranked 101st on the Tianji Pavilion human rankings. Zheng Ping remained impassive, stating, "It's merely a fleeting reputation. I feel undeserving of the accolades." He raised an eyebrow as he spoke, deliberately avoiding Ma Yuan's gaze, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Ma Yuan understood that Zheng Ping looked down on his identity as a genie Wei. Suppressing his anger to praise, truly the spirit of the martial world, Zheng Ping glanced at Bai Han before speaking. "There is no need for pleasantries. Ma Bai Hu. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Recently, your subordinate, Cheng Yu, has committed heinous acts, violating the unspoken rules of the martial world. If such a scoundrel is not dealt with, the martial realm of Qingjiang Prefecture will surely suffer unrest. I am discussing Cheng Yu's raids and the slaughter of martial sects." Zheng Ping exhibited no trace of fear, as if he were merely speaking of an ant that could be crushed at will. "I share your outrage. That individual is nominally under my command. Yet he acts with impunity, running rampant in Xinjiang Prefecture and obliterating the Cui family. He is indeed a source of great concern for me. Ma Yuan ground his teeth in frustration. Unfortunately, I have already been warned by my superiors, and I cannot take action against this scoundrel. At this point, it is not merely about personally intervening. Should anything happen with Cheng Yu in Xinjiang Prefecture, I will inevitably be implicated. That is precisely why we are here. Zhang Ping replied calmly. You require someone to eliminate that commander without drawing too much attention. If a martial artist were to challenge him to a spar, and he were to die in the process, it should suffice to garner public acceptance, no? Ma Yuan's eyes widened in delight at this revelation. Indeed, if a martial artist were to perish during a spar, it would have nothing to do with him as an officer. Are you suggesting that you would take action? Ma Yuan exclaimed, filled with joy. If the talented Zhang Ping from the rankings were to intervene, defeating a mere nameless minor character would surely be effortless. Yet, the cunning and experienced Ma Yuan, seasoned in the ways of the martial world, did not immediately show his excitement. Instead, his expression shifted, revealing hesitation. They sought him out to deal with Cheng Yu, undoubtedly with intentions to drag him into the fray. Zhang young hero, forgive my frankness, but Cheng Yu is a brutal and merciless individual, killing without a second thought, and his strength is not to be underestimated. You, as a hero of the realm, might find yourself at a disadvantage against him. In other words, he was implying that Zhang Ping would struggle. Humph. A hero's martial prowess exists to vanquish villains. Why would I fear a nameless minor character? This man is currently exceedingly arrogant, even absent formidable foes. I shall surely prevail. No need for further words. Ma Baihu. Zhang Ping spoke with a hint of disdain. Yuan's heart leaped with joy. This was a matter he was eager to pursue. He immediately dismounted and bowed to this young master, who was significantly younger yet possessed formidable strength. The notorious Cheng Yu had wreaked havoc in Xinjiang Prefecture for a month, committing countless atrocities, prompting everyone to desire his demise. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for the common folk of Xinjiang Prefecture that the young hero Zhang was willing to take action. I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of the people. Ma Yuan was well aware of what these martial artists relished hearing, and his words lifted Zhang Ping and Baihan's spirits. Yet inwardly, he scoffed repeatedly. That rogue Cheng was a lawbreaker, unchecked and beyond reproach. But with a formidable opponent stepping in, it seemed his days of revelry were numbered. Furthermore, Cheng Yu's erratic path of carnage had led him to seek Ma Baihu's assistance this time. Zhang Ping had frequently heard tales of Cheng Yu's capriciousness and utter disregard for morality, often commanding his subordinates to shoot in unison with crossbows. He had no desire to confront such a figure. Naturally, I ordered him to be summoned. As long as he refrains from acting immediately in Xinjiang Prefecture, all will be well. In Qinghe County, Cheng Yu furrowed his brow as he reviewed the spoils of his recent raids, clutching the command letter in his hand. What was Ma Yuan implying? Was he attempting to replicate Wu Lengang's infamous banquet of betrayal? Beside him, his subordinate, perplexed by the term banquet of betrayal, wore an anxious expression. My lord, do not place your trust in Ma Yuan. He surely harbors ill intentions towards you. It matters not. I was truly at a loss for how to deal with this old boar. Cheng Yu shook his head and glanced at the finely crafted spring blade at his waist, alongside the incomplete demon-slaying sword he kept close. The disparity between the third and fourth ranks was greater than one might imagine. He remained in the late third rank. Yet, with the pure inner energy refined through the cleansing essence, coupled with divine weapons and skills, he was not intimidated by Ma Yuan, a fourth-rank warrior. Should he truly dare to act against him, he would cause a ruckus at this so-called banquet of betrayal. At tea times, a blade could convey far more than idle chatter. Chapter 30. A rustic wanderer challenges me. Do you think you are worthy? On the official road of Xinjiang Prefecture, Cheng Yu rode swiftly toward the city, choosing not to bring his subordinates from the Jinyue, opting instead to send them to a neighboring county to raid weaker factions. He discovered that even without personally participating in the raids, as long as his subordinates executed their tasks with the Jinyue, rewards would still be distributed. Thus, he saw no reason to waste time on futile endeavors. One man was sufficient to attend Ma Yuan's banquet of betrayal. Cheng Yu galloped onward. Dust billowed behind him, and the horse, fueled by inner strength elixirs mixed with fodder, galloped like the wind. The host strategizes and commands the Jinyue to raid the implicated factions, rewarding 10 mid-grade detoxification pills. His subordinates in the Jinyu, previously languishing in their martial training, had been bullied by the ruffians of the Qi River Gang. Now that they had the opportunity to turn the tide, they cherished this chance far more than ordinary warriors would. With this, the speed at which I could gain rewards and enhance my strength would only accelerate. While Cheng Yu contemplated his future, a figure suddenly appeared on the broad official road, standing proudly with a blade in hand. The vehicles and horses hurriedly made way, fearing for their lives, passers-by on foot. Spotting the unfolding spectacle, quickly paused to watch from a distance in the flourishing martial atmosphere of the Great Qian. Both warriors and many common folk who admired martial prowess delighted in witnessing duels and skirmishes. Cheng Yu cast a glance at the disruptor of the traffic, too disinterested to engage. Just as he intended to ride past, he suddenly heard the arrogant voice of the obstructionist. "Does the illustrious General Cheng Yu of Qinghe County fear me and retreat? You don't seem as formidable as the rumors suggest." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu was taken aback, realizing the individual was indeed addressing him. He pulled on the reins to halt his horse and coldly regarded the young warrior before him. "Who are you?" "I am Zhang Ping of the Leaf Blade sect, honored by my fellow martial artists with the title Swift Blade." Zhang Ping spoke nonchalantly, revealing his identity. Those nearby, upon hearing the name Zhang Ping, were genuinely astonished. Someone exclaimed, "It is the Swift Blade Zhang Ping, a fourth-rank master. The genius of the Leaf Blade sect who has ascended the Tianji Tower's ranking list." Indeed, Xinjiang Prefecture had only one talent on the rankings list, and to encounter him today for a duel seemed a stroke of fortune. The status of the Tianji Tower's 3 lists held immense weight in the hearts of martial artists. Those who ascended were regarded as the most exceptional among the 108 individuals of the Great Qian's 3 stages. Zhang Ping, as the sole representative of Xinjiang Prefecture on the list, undoubtedly affirmed his status as the foremost talent of the younger generation. The onlookers grew increasingly excited, drawing more people to witness the event. To see the martial prowess of the Swift Blade Zhang Ping would be a rare experience indeed. At this moment, some began to question, who is that rider? Their attire resembles that of an official, and they seem quite young. How could Zhang Ping possibly face him? Just then, someone recalled, "Wait, he called him Cheng Yu. I remember who he is now." The recognition struck like lightning. The crowd's complexion turned pale as they took a step back, some stumbling awkwardly to the ground. Just as onlookers were about to mock the fallen individual, they noticed the blood drain from his face, and confusion spread among them. "I remember. Cheng Yu is the infamous general who has slaughtered over 20 martial factions." The moment this was mentioned, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they gazed at Cheng Yu with fear. For nearly half a month, the people of Xinjiang Prefecture had lived in dread, with weak sects retreating behind closed doors, all thanks to this young demon. What could Zhang Ping possibly want with him? Could it be that he seeks to rid the people of this menace and slay this ruthless hound of the court? Certainly. This individual has committed so many sins, and the chivalrous souls of the martial world would naturally rise to eradicate this blight. "Go, young hero Zhang. Vanquish this villain." The crowd erupted in fervor, many shouting encouragement, hoping that the ranked hero Zhang Ping would slay the wicked Cheng Yu. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the excited throng stood a mysterious figure clad in coarse clothing, a staff-like object wrapped in cotton on their back with deep, weathered eyes fixed on the distance. They muttered softly to themselves. A voice only they could hear, "To rid the people of evil?" As for Cheng Yu, upon hearing Zhang Ping's self-introduction, he frowned. "Swift Blade? I've not heard of you. Are you truly that fast?" Prideful Zhang Ping, taking offense at Cheng Yu's words, felt his ire flare. He could not fathom that someone in Xinjiang Prefecture would be unaware of him, the only warrior on the rankings list, and perceived Cheng Yu's remarks as an affront. Drawing a slender, leaf-shaped blade, he pointed it at Cheng Yu. "You, a perpetrator of countless crimes, will face my challenge today, as I seek to uphold justice." Yet, while he spoke of justice, excitement flickered in his eyes. Should he succeed in slaying Cheng Yu today, his fame would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Exchanging the life of a hound of the court for renown was an exceedingly worthwhile transaction. "Oh? I did not anticipate that you intended to end my life," Cheng Yu mused, quickly discerning Zhang Ping's intentions. It was not difficult to surmise the other's desire for glory. Being ranked must mean he was at least a 4th-rank warrior, daring to challenge Cheng Yu, a 3rd rank. Martial artists were indeed hypocritical and shameless for the sake of meaningless fame. Nonetheless, He did not fear his opponent and lowered his gaze at Zhang Ping. I am the general of the Jinyue, a personal guard of the emperor. You, a rustic wanderer, dare to challenge me? Do you think you are worthy? Unaware of his own audacity, Zhang Ping, feeling insulted by Cheng Yu's words, drew his blade with fury, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Mid-grade martial arts, swift blade. Yet, as he made his move, a few concealed projectiles suddenly whizzed toward him from Cheng Yu's direction. Zhang Ping's expression changed dramatically. He was using hidden weapons. He hastily swung his blade to block, creating a web of blade light around him. Clang, clang, clang. Several Tang-sect poison darts fell to the ground. Indeed, a wretched hound of the court. Vicious and unscrupulous. How dare you insult me? You seek death? Cheng Yu coldly dismounted. Martial artists could hardly tolerate being labeled as brigands, and Zhang Ping's eyes flared with rage as he charged forward. Today, he would slay this hound of the court. Cheng Yu did not hesitate. He drew his own blade and engaged in combat. The skilled techniques of the 100 Battles reincarnation blade art emerged seamlessly, combined with the purified inner strength he possessed, allowing him to engage in a fierce battle against Zhang Ping, who was at the peak of the 3rd rank. Zhang Ping's swift blade struck relentlessly. Yet Cheng Yu met each attack with his own formidable technique, blocking every strike. I expected something different from you. Yet you are merely a 3rd rank. Zhang Ping sneered, yet internally, he was astonished. A 3rd-rank warrior could withstand his assaults? What genius was this Cheng Yu? He could no longer afford to be lax, and his blade shimmered with a faint green glow. When Cheng Yu clashed blades with him again, he found the strength of the impact difficult to bear. His hand numbed from the reverberation. Inner energy infused into the weapon. Cheng Yu's gaze turned icy. This was a technique reserved for 4th-rank warriors, providing them with a significant advantage over those in the lower tiers. Infusing inner energy into weapons allowed for a seamless connection between body and blade, a chasm of difference. Moreover, those with exceptionally strong inner energy could wield their weapon with extraordinary prowess. Zhang Ping could not achieve this level, but it still posed considerable challenges for Cheng Yu. Let us see how you handle this, you corrupt official. Chapter 31. He is dead, but his masters, elders, and kin still live. Cheng Yu was startled by the infusion of inner energy. Zhang Ping's expression brightened, growing ever more arrogant as he unleashed a barrage of strikes, determined to annihilate Cheng Yu. Yet, Cheng Yu remained unperturbed, employing the 100 Battles reincarnation blade art to staunchly withstand the disparity. The spring embroidery blade strikes with an imposing ferocity, yet maintains a comprehensive defense, proving to be both offensive and defensive, even growing more formidable with each exchange. Remarkably, relying solely on his 3rd-tier prowess, he begins to subtly shift the tide, suppressing Zhang Ping. Here lies the 100 Battles reincarnation blade technique, a celestial-grade martial art of immense worth. How could this be? Zhang Ping never anticipated that Cheng Yu's swordsmanship could be so profound. The path of the Great Tao is inherently simple, devoid of unnecessary complexity, yet it is replete with myriad transformations. His heart swells with increasing astonishment and anger. Cheng Yu's strength is on par with his own. There is no way this can end peacefully today, and he can no longer afford to hesitate. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, Zhang Ping grits his teeth and retreats, retrieving a jade talisman from his bosom, which he clutches tightly in the next instant. A surge of internal energy floods through him, his eyes turning red. Today, I shall slay you, you dog of the court. Zhang Ping charges at Cheng Yu once more. The green internal energy on his blade becoming ever sharper. Bystanders are instantly taken aback. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower's Heavenly Mechanism Talisman. Its price is exorbitant. By using it, Zhang Ping forcibly elevates himself to the 5th tier. The cost, however, is that he will become exceedingly weak in 10 minutes. His months of arduous training regressed. Zhang Ping's eyes gleam with madness, his visage contorted with ferocity. Once I kill you, I shall be hailed as a hero of Xinjiang Prefecture. Renowned throughout the Jiangnan region, everything will be worth it. Having used the Heavenly Mechanism Talisman, he has no path of retreat. As Cheng Yu faces Zhang Ping's frenzied onslaught, he finds himself struggling to parry the attacks. The 100 Battles reincarnation blade technique incorporates Zhang Ping's own tactical advantages. Yet, at this moment, he is unable to keep pace. Zhang Ping's speed is too great. Ha ha ha. I can kill you before a single incense stick burns out. Zhang Ping bellows with laughter. Cheng Yu labors to block one strike, his gaze turning icy. He suddenly steps back, sheathing the spring embroidery blade, and draws forth an unremarkable, shattered black sword. I need but a breath to slay you. With a swift motion, the sword is raised, and without warning, a surge of sword intent erupts forth. A clear ringing resonates, and all who witness this scene feel a jolt run through their bodies. Their eyes stinging from the sword energy, forcing them to shut their eyes. When they reopen them, Zhang Ping's grotesque head has already tumbled to the ground. He has not even registered what has transpired, his face still bearing traces of shock and savagery. Cheng Yu calmly sheathes the bloodied demon-slaying sword and proclaims, Zhang Ping of Xinjiang Prefecture, who brazenly obstructed and assaulted the imperial guards, has met his just end. Host has slain a notorious highwayman of the rankings, demonstrating the might of the imperial guards. Reward, medium-level insights into sword techniques. A torrent of experiences and understandings regarding swordsmanship floods Cheng Yu's mind. His comprehension of the 100 Battles reincarnation blade technique deepens further. Initially hindered by his lack of speed, he was unable to withstand Zhang Ping's swift leaf-like blades after the activation of the Heavenly Mechanism Talisman. Now, however, he possesses a different strategic mindset. By leveraging his martial arts advantages, he can swiftly resolve the conflict with Zhang Ping, even without the demon-slaying sword. As Cheng Yu assesses his rewards, the onlookers, both martial artists and ordinary citizens, tremble, losing all color in their faces. Ah, young Master Zhang is dead. How could this be? Cheng Yu has slain young Master Zhang. Spare me, spare me. The sole-ranking figure among the younger generation of Xinjiang Prefecture has fallen at the hands of the imperial guards. They are all engulfed in extreme fear. Chivalry has perished at the hands of brutality. The crowd erupts into chaos, scattering in all directions, unable to accept the grim reality. Yet, before they can flee, a cold voice rings out. I wonder who dares to take a single step today. You shall surely die. Cheng Yu's commanding shout resonates as he surveys the crowd. He forcefully drives the spring embroidery blade into the ground. Those nearest to him falter in their flight, compelled by terror to kneel and beg for mercy, acknowledging their faults. They dare not show even a hint of defiance, resembling docile sheep. They have provoked the living king of hell clad in the flying fish attire. He truly kills. Cheng Yu glances around at the throngs kneeling before him and speaks indifferently. Who has perished? Zhang Ping. Those who had intended to refer to him as young Master Zhang immediately revised their words. Cheng Yu, hands clasped behind his back, inquires coldly, which sect does he hail from? He is the chief disciple of the Yi Blade Mountain in Hongxi County, stammers the kneeling individual, fear gripping him. He speaks without hesitation, revealing Zhang Ping's background. Only after speaking does he realize the peculiarity of Cheng Yu's inquiry. What does it matter now that the man is dead? In the next moment, the kneeling bystanders suddenly lift their heads, exchanging glances of alarm. Their faces tremble, cold sweat cascading down like rain. Zhang Ping is dead, but his master and elders are still alive. The Yi Blade sect is doomed. The Yi Blade sect, indeed. Audacious. Cheng Yu mutters the name of the Yi Blade sect, hoisting Zhang Ping's head as he departs on horseback. The prostrate onlookers remain paralyzed with fear, burying their heads low, terrified of drawing the attention of the living king of hell. It is only after Cheng Yu has ridden far away that they dare to rise. Trembling and drenched in cold sweat, haunted by trepidation, young Master Zhang Ping is truly dead. He was the only prodigy in our Xinjiang Prefecture's rankings. How could this be? This Cheng is remarkably youthful, yet he can overpower the ranking geniuses, truly terrifying. With such a fierce individual among the imperial guards, the fate of Xinjiang Prefecture is surely destined for upheaval. Amidst the collective lamentation and fear, within the crowd, a man clad in coarse garments, his long sword wrapped in cotton, gazes intently in the direction of Cheng Yu's departure, his eyes ablaze with excitement and fervor. When Cheng Yu drew the demon-slaying sword in battle, he was the only one who did not close his eyes, unwilling to miss the essence of that sword energy. The supreme sword intent, embodying the utmost principles of swordsmanship, reached its pinnacle of perfection. Devoid of any extraneous techniques or internal force, purely sharp and majestic, the purest sword. Elder, you were right. I have finally glimpsed the future of the sword in the city of Xinjiang Prefecture. The urgent sound of galloping hooves echoes through the streets. causing all to retreat in alarm. This is due to the fearsome severed head bound to the horse. Cheng Yu arrives at the 100 house of the Imperial Guards, dismounting with Zhang Ping's head in one hand and the spring embroidery blade in the other as he strides inside. Who dares to intrude upon the 100 house? Get me? Ah! The guards of the 100 house are taken aback by Cheng Yu's fierce demeanor, startled by the arrival of such a killing star. Had he not been clad in the flying fish attire, they might have thought someone had come to annihilate the 100 house. Upon noticing the severed head at Cheng Yu's waist, they instantly recognized the visage of yesterday's guest. Ma Baihu, their legs weaken, and they collapse to the ground, their minds in turmoil. He has slain the swift blade Zhang Ping. Not a single one dares to utter a sound, nor to obstruct the path of this Lord of Death. Within the grand hall of the Xinjiang Prefecture's Imperial Guards 100 house, one man leisurely sips wine, a smile gracing his lips. Once they deal with that Cheng fellow, I shall pack up all the wealth he has amassed these days. Let these fellows understand that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ha ha ha. With the ranking genius dealt with, Ma Yuan feels that his burdens have been lifted. The lost properties can not only be reclaimed but also yield a substantial profit. Elated, he continues to drink in the 100 house. However, as he sips, darkness suddenly envelopes his vision. An object is hurled onto the table, scattering wine and dishes everywhere. Who lacks eyes? Ma Yuan, his enjoyment abruptly disrupted by the unexpected event, rises in fury. Yet, before he can express his anger, he suddenly realizes what has landed on his table. A severed head, unmistakably resembling Zhang Ping's visage from their encounter just yesterday. He stands frozen, a chill coursing through him. Am I drunk? Is this a hallucination? How could the esteemed ranking genius Zhang Ping possibly be dead? You have not erred, that a cold voice pulls Ma Yuan from his bewilderment. Turning, he meets the youthful yet imposing face of Cheng Yu, radiating an aura of chilling authority. Though he has never seen this face in person, he has raged at its likeness many times in portraits. Ma Yuan cries out, retreating as if confronted by the most fearsome of demons. Yet in the next moment, the cold blade of Cheng Yu rests against his neck. What good fortune has befallen you, Ma Baihu, to be so inebriated in broad daylight? Do you require my assistance to sober up? Chapter 32. Departing for Hongxi County, tonight, we annihilate the Yi Blade sect. Smack. Ma Yuan, terrified, falls to the ground. Cheng Yu sheaths his sword, his demeanor indifferent. Might I inquire what business Ma Baihu summoned me for? Ma Yuan's features tremble uncontrollably, struggling to suppress his astonishment and fear. Cheng Zongqi, why you need not rush into your matters. What is the meaning of this? He stammers, pointing a trembling finger at Zhang Ping's head. The more he gazes, the more the world spins around him. Zhang Ping has perished at Cheng Yu's hands. How could this be possible? Moreover, he appears completely unscathed. With such strength, it would be trivial to kill him. Ma Yuan Dado? You inquire of me? Cheng Yu's enigmatic smile surfaces as he responds to Ma Yuan's question. On the road, I encountered a bandit who dared to threaten my life, and now he has met this fate. I wonder who informed him that I would traverse the official road to this place. How peculiar. Yuan shudders at Cheng Yu's deeply significant tone. He is certain this incident is intertwined with his own affairs. Forcing himself to swallow his fear, he steels his resolve. How audacious to attempt to assassinate a member of the Imperial Guards. They deserve death. Cheng Zongqi, you have done well. You believe I have done well? Cheng Yu nods with a smile, yet his tone turns icy. However, I feel it insufficient. Those of Yi Blade Mountain dare to openly assault the Imperial Guards, clearly harboring rebellious intentions. Ah? Ma Yuan trembles at this revelation. What does Cheng Yu intend? Cheng Yu continues calmly, rebels, naturally, do not warrant mercy. I wish to request some of your subordinates to assist me in exterminating those treacherous officials and bandits. Let them witness the consequences of daring to strike at us. The Imperial Guards, he does not conceal his threat towards Ma Yuan. Those who dare to act against him will undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Were it not for the temporary usefulness of sparing Ma Yuan's life, he would not have wasted so many words. Isn't that somewhat irregular? Upon hearing Cheng Yu's words, Ma Yuan, as the superior, trembled. Cheng Yu had truly lost his mind. He actually intended to investigate Yi Dao Men, one of the three major sects of Xinjiang Prefecture. Did he believe that a sect capable of nurturing Zhang Ping was akin to the forces he had previously dismantled? Cheng Yu cast a cold glance at him. A motley crew of scattered soldiers, to put it bluntly, akin to bandits claiming territory. Those who dare to act against the court must be prepared for retribution. This might be beyond our capabilities. Are we to allow them to act with impunity against us? Those who offend us shall be killed without mercy. The rules of the Jinhui are the only rules that matter with this. Ma Yuan finally understood Cheng Yu's stance. After the assassination attempt, he was irrevocably at odds with Yi Dao Mountain. Indeed, he was a vengeful and reckless individual. Yet, gritting his teeth, he resolved, I cannot agree. He could not allow Cheng Yu to lead the men of the 100 Household Division to attack Yi Dao Mountain. Should that occur, regardless of success or failure, Ma Yuan would certainly meet his doom. Cheng Yu had refrained from exposing his betrayal, undoubtedly out of concern. By holding out, Ma Yuan at least had a chance of survival. If he dared to support Cheng Yu's plan today, tomorrow the forces of the Jianghu would retaliate, ensuring he would be left without a burial place. With this thought, Ma Yuan made his decision. Gritting his teeth, he said, the rebels must be eradicated, but Yi Dao Mountain is one of the 3 major sects of Xinjiang Prefecture, intricately intertwined with the other 2 powers. If we act, we might find ourselves outmatched. It would be best to let this matter rest for now. What Ma Baihu says is also true. Cheng Yu cast Ma Yuan a lingering glance, choosing not to speak further, and turned to leave. For now, he would spare Ma Yuan's life. As he watched Cheng Yu depart, Ma Yuan gasped heavily, feeling the pressure from the other party was akin to that of the esteemed Hu Darren above him. The terror and dread in his heart grew ever more profound. He had actually killed Zheng Ping, a genius of the ranking list. How had such a character emerged? Ma Yuan gritted his teeth, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Fortunately, Yi Dao Mountain was, after all, one of the 3 major sects of Xinjiang Prefecture, with numerous experts. Though he possessed strength, he would be outnumbered, and any confrontation would certainly lead to suffering. Once Yi Dao Mountain regained its senses, martial artists would surely come to handle the situation. Those who delight in plundering and exterminating families would not allow him to remain. Personal vendettas, according to the rules of the Jianghu, should not involve those nearby. Cheng Yu's desire for bloodshed and plunder was far too ostentatious. He would undoubtedly pay the price for his arrogance. Outside the city of Xinjiang Prefecture, 30 Jinhui received Cheng Yu's orders and hastily arrived. Fully armed, we have seen the esteemed sir. After Cheng Yu allowed them to rise, he plainly stated his purpose. Prepare yourselves to follow me. We shall depart for Hongxi County tonight to annihilate Yi Dao Men. Yi Dao Men? Upon hearing this name, the previously eager Jinhui immediately changed their expressions. Why had the General Cheng targeted such a formidable opponent? They were all somewhat taken aback. Why Yi Dao Men, as one of the 3 major sects of Xinjiang County, had its leader, Bai Han, at the 4th rank, and within its ranks was the prodigy Zheng Ping. All were of the 1st rank, and upon hearing they were to face 2 4th-rank martial artists. Their hands and feet grew cold. Yet, out of respect for Cheng Yu and unconditional trust, they did not exhibit excessive fear. The general would not lead them to their deaths in vain. Understood, Cheng Yu nodded. Given our numbers and strength are inferior to Yi Dao Mountain, we shall execute a surprise attack to eliminate the sect leader Bai Han swiftly and ruthlessly. The remaining members will surely collapse into disarray. You will follow me to fend off the rabble, gather intelligence, and bring back the spoils of war. Yes, as long as we kill Bai Han, the leader of Yi Dao Mountain, their ranks will be left without a head. The other 2 major sects will undoubtedly be unable to sit idly by and will seek ways to seize Yi Dao Mountain's territory. At that time, it will be his opportunity to sweep away the 3 major sections. Just as Cheng Yu finalized the plan and was about to set off, a peculiar man with an ordinary appearance approached from a distance. The Jinhui immediately drew their swords and glared. The man spoke calmly, I am a friend, not an enemy. There is no need for weapons. Who is Cheng Yu, the general of Qinghe County? It is I. Cheng Yu replied, subtly taking a defensive stance. The man's steps were steady, yet upon closer inspection, he exuded no internal energy. Only through his refined perception could he discern that the man was wearing a human skin mask. His pure internal energy was concealed. Forming a core within his right palm, it was evident that the other party was a powerful martial artist with meticulous control over his internal energy, likely of the upper 3rd rank. We have seen the esteemed sir. I come to deliver an item from my master to you. The man bowed to Cheng Yu, producing an object from his bosom and handing it over. Cheng Yu caught it and was astonished to find it was a copper talisman carved in the likeness of a fierce tiger. With this tiger talisman, you can summon the troops of Qinjiang Prefecture. As the man explained, Cheng Yu's pupils constricted slightly. A tiger talisman. How had someone sent him such an item? It was known that the Jinyuri had authority over soldiers, a privilege that had long since faded. Whoever sent this must be a person of power and influence within the Daiqian court. Who is your master? Why give me this? My master's identity is not important. You will meet him in due time. The man replied unhurriedly. As for the tiger talisman, it is naturally meant for a hero like you to wield. A hero, you say? I indeed require this item. Please convey my thanks to your master, and in the future, I shall repay the favor. Cheng Yu stored the tiger talisman away. With this item, he could sweep through the 3 major sections. The man smiled and said, If you have matters to attend to, I shall not keep you for a banquet. I wish you great success, and we shall have a feast when we meet again. Very well, I hope I will recognize you when we meet next time. Cheng Yu smiled. Departing with the Jinyui, he left behind this remark, causing the man's smile to freeze on his face. Chapter 33. The swordsman seeks not fame or wealth. To hear the way of the sword is to die without regret. Cheng Yu led his men away. The man, standing still, was left in a daze by Cheng Yu's parting words. However, he quickly shook his head with a smile. No matter how talented, he was merely a third-rank martial artist. Even if he were a scion of a prestigious lineage, it was impossible for him to perceive the extent of his concealment. With a casual wave, the human skin mask vanished, replaced by a silver mask. He glanced at the tall, luxurious tavern not far away. With a swift movement, the man vanished from the spot, leaving only a slight stir of dust. In the tavern, Zhao Yi withdrew his satisfied gaze from the window and took a hearty gulp of fine wine. Setting the cup down, the masked man appeared before him. Zhao, sir, your young master Cheng is indeed remarkable. I am truly impressed. I have witnessed it all. Zhao Yi stroked his white beard. He had been silently observing since Cheng Yu entered the 100 household division with the head in hand. His grandson was neither servile nor arrogant, displaying decisive courage, far more pleasing than the pretentious hypocrites of the Jianghu. He bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yi's own youthful self, who had been unafraid of all. Gazing down upon the world, Zhao Yi was immensely satisfied and spoke with a hint of indifference. You simply need to deliver the item to him. There is no need to go to the trouble of changing your face. We are bound to meet again now. My grandson might have sensed something amiss with you. The masked man paused. Recalling Cheng Yu's parting words, he shook his head and chuckled, lifting a cup of wine. I, a mere ordinary fellow, delivering a tiger talisman to him would be truly troublesome if he didn't find it strange. He did not perceive any issue with his disguise. Not so. Zhao Yi's gaze deepened. He not only noticed your disguise but also discerned your prowess, instinctively drawing his weapon in vigilance, fixating on your right palm. How could this be? The masked man was taken aback, his hand holding the wine freezing in place. The palm of his right hand was the key to his martial arts. Preventing access to it would thwart much of his power. A third rank could kill a fourth rank, yet their vision would remain limited. How could they possibly perceive this? Zhao Yi shook his head, sighing. Do not underestimate the heroes of the world. My grandson, rising from humble beginnings to reach this point, can no longer be judged by the common standards. He glanced towards the direction of the 100 household division in the Jianghu. Those in power often cling to the notion of birthright, touting the hypocritical rules set by the elite, treating them as sacred, and even imposing them on others. In their discourse, they mislead not just others but themselves, truly believing that those outdated rules are the righteous path. They forget that true power comes solely from the strength in one's hands. My grandson possesses extraordinary talent, acts with decisiveness, and most importantly, sees through the Jianghu. He is bound to stir up great upheaval in the future. The masked man, sitting to the side, could no longer remain still upon hearing Zhao Yi's grandiloquent discourse. It seemed that Zhao Sir's expectations for his grandson were far beyond a mere guardianship for his daughter. This was a profound hope, a hope bestowed by the legacy of a supreme expert. Zhao Yi cast a smiling glance at him, not hiding his intentions. Viewer is an unbridled dragon, with a heart encompassing the entire Jianghu. Those pretentious individuals who obstruct his path will not be spared. As his grandfather, I must offer my full support. Offer full support. The masked man gazed at Zhao Yi in shock, a 9th-rank expert of the current generation, a former master, a pivotal figure in the Daqian court, was ready to lend unwavering support to a third-rank martial artist. Cheng Yu's future was destined to soar to great heights. The following day, Cheng Yu led the Jinyue at the relay station in Hongxi County, preparing for departure. Since the assistance from the troops of Xinjiang Prefecture is available, there is no need to stealthily attack Yedao Mountain in Hongxi County under the cover of night. Last night, a temporary respite was in order. Rather than seeking vengeance, which is a trifling matter, he prioritizes thoroughly confiscating the assets of one of the three major sects of Xinjiang Prefecture, and subsequently uprooting the other two sects to instill fear in the martial realm of Xinjiang Prefecture. Anyone daring to provoke the Jinyue must be prepared for the consequences of having their homes pillaged and families annihilated. More importantly, he feels that he is on the cusp of achieving the fourth rank. Cheng Yu, accompanied by the Jinyue, had just emerged from the post station, preparing to rendezvous with the station troops when a figure, bearing weapons, obstructed his path at the entrance of the station. Just as the Jinyue were about to draw their swords, the newcomer knelt before Cheng Yu, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Lord Cheng. I beseech you to take me as your disciple." Cheng Yu looked at the individual in confusion, suddenly recalling something. During his confrontation with Zhang Ping yesterday, the sword energy of the DNGM sword had swept through the area, and he distinctly remembered that this person had not closed his eyes in reverence. Clearly, he possessed some degree of strength. Yet, curiously, this individual did not exhibit any internal energy, nor did he employ the same concealment techniques as the one who had been entrusted with the Tiger Talisman yesterday. Rather, he appeared to be entirely devoid of internal energy. The absence of internal energy, which is the foundation of a warrior, inexplicably instilled a sense of danger in Cheng Yu. "Who are you?" "I am Lu Xiong. I implore you, Lord, to accept me as your disciple." Lu Xiong fervently bowed his head, eyes alight with fervor. "Get up, Jinyue. What use do I have for you, and why should I take you in?" Cheng Yu inquired, prompting laughter from the Jinyue at his side. A mere individual devoid of internal energy, thinking that bowing could earn him the privilege of being Lord Cheng's disciple. How naive! They were already aware of Cheng Yu's accomplishment in slaying Zhang Ping, and no one in Xinjiang Prefecture dared to defy their lord now. Still bowing his head, Lu Xiong intently replied, "From observing your actions, I have glimpsed the true essence of the sword path, and I am profoundly moved. I only wish to serve you for the rest of my life, bringing you tea and water. As sword practitioners, we seek neither fame nor fortune. To hear the sword path is to have no regrets in death." The true essence of the sword path. Cheng Yu was taken aback by Lu Xiong's words. He had obtained the Jinwu Dao Canon, which contained a critically important portion of the legacy of the Path of Arms. With the divine weapon DNGM sword in hand, his comprehension of the sword path was indeed remarkable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Cheng Yu was the person closest to the pinnacle of the sword path in the entire world. Lu Xiong, as a sword practitioner, came to seek him as a master. His reasoning was sound. However, Cheng Yu still shook his head. "Why should I accept you?" Upon sensing Cheng Yu's diminishing doubts about his intentions, Lu Xiong eagerly proclaimed, "I possess some understanding of the sword path and can serve in combat, protection, or even menial tasks. If you command me to die, I would do so without hesitation. I can swear an oath on my sword. Should I violate it, may I be destroyed along with my sword." At the mention of the sword oath, Cheng Yu's eyes brightened. A mysterious power sprang to mind. The FGNRN, unencumbered by the mundane hierarchies of the world. This organization comprised individuals solely devoted to the pursuit of the sword path. Each member was an idealist, willing to forsake everything for the sake of the sword path. Their loosely structured organization had never stood at the forefront of the martial realm. Yet it was not devoid of formidable experts. They did not cultivate internal energy but relied on their sword prowess to confront foes. It was rumored that the leader of the FGNRN had reached the realm of a master above the 9th rank. With the Jinwu inheritance commanding the Path of Arms, along with the DNGM sword, was this not the very future of the sword path that they sought? Cheng Yu pondered silently. "I am a member of the Jinyue. Following me may very well make you an enemy to the martial world, subjecting you to unwarranted calamity." Lu Xiong shook his head dismissively. "If anyone dares to oppose you, I will surely slay them." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword intent emanated from him. The cloth wrapping his sword was instantly torn apart, revealing a chilling and formidable long sword. Cheng Yu nodded in delight. The FGNRN do not cultivate internal energy but instead cultivate sword energy. Lu Xiong's sword energy was quite formidable. The power he unleashed surpassed that of Zheng Ping after utilizing the Tianshu talisman, comparable to a 5th-rank martial artist in the later stages. Gaining such support would greatly benefit him. Kneeling before Chengyu, Lu Xiong reverently presented the long sword he had unsheathed from his back. His sincerity evident. "Please, my lord, accept me." Offering a sword is the highest form of etiquette among the FGNRN. The sword symbolizes their life, and to present it to another is to entrust one's life to them. Given the circumstances, Chengyu was not one to be obstinate. Gaining such assistance was undoubtedly advantageous. He nodded and reached out to take the long sword. It was a fine weapon, nearly reaching the human-grade standard. A resonant chime echoed instantly. The sword emanated a fierce sword energy. Ding! Host accepts a disciple, inheriting the sword path. Jinwu Dao Cannon. The path of arms has been activated. Reward: sword immortal level comprehension of the sword path. Reduced consumption when using the DNGM sword. Fragment. Chapter 34. Guess right, and you shall spare your sects 10 lives. The path of the sword. A path governed by the Jinwu Emperor within the realm of arms. Under the influence of the divine DNGM sword, Chengyu's comprehension of this path was both swift and profound. His understanding of the sword path was extraordinary. Grasping Lu Xiong's long sword, he waved it slightly, and the sword resonated with a gentle tremor, producing a clear sound. This was an exceptionally fine sword, very close to the human-grade weapon standard, already possessing the characteristics of spiritual essence akin to the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. A coveted treasure sought by countless individuals. Lu Xiong, hearing the sword's resonance, could hardly believe his eyes. He had cherished this long sword after receiving it, keeping it wrapped and nurturing it for years without inciting its active resonance. Finding it difficult to recognize him as its master, to his astonishment, upon Chengyu's grasp, it became so obedient. The spark of excitement ignited further in his eyes. Was this the sword path realm of Lord Cheng? If he could truly become his disciple, it was not merely a matter of receiving guidance. Simply witnessing Chengyu ascend to the pinnacle of the sword path would render Lu Xiong with no regrets in life. Chengyu nodded, returning the long sword to Lu Xiong. "This is a fine sword for slaying. It grows stronger with blood. Do not confine it in darkness." Lu Xiong's eyes widened as he accepted the sword. He immediately drew it across his palm, blood staining the blade. To his amazement, the long sword became even more formidable, its spirit increasingly akin to that of a human-grade treasure. What Lord Cheng said is indeed true. Understanding the sword and wielding it is as clear as day. Could this be the realm of the sword path? "I am eternally grateful for your guidance, my lord," Lu Xiong exclaimed, bowing in gratitude. "What should you call me?" Chengyu inquired, hands clasped behind his back. Lu Xiong's eyes sparkled with joy. Disciple pays respects to master, Yedao Mountain. The once boisterous and bustling sect was noticeably quieter than usual. Recently, Xinjiang Prefecture had been unsettled, and many sects had closed their doors, fearing the wrath of formidable adversaries. As one of the 3 major sects, the Yedao sect's disciples were not particularly afraid. They were typically the ones instilling fear in others. However, the sect leader and elders had cautioned them not to venture outside casually in these turbulent times. In the grand hall of the sect, Bai Han and several elders were engaged in discussion. "Humph! My Yedao Mountain has stood tall in Xinjiang Prefecture for so many years, with the entirety of Hongxi County bowing to us. When have we ever been afraid of others, especially a mere lackey of the court? Is the sect leader afraid of that Cheng fellow upon your return? What will the martial world think of us?" With lowered heads, the elders expressed their discontent with Bai Han's directive for disciples to remain indoors. Was this not an act of cowardice? They were not afraid of the so-called Jinyui. If they dared to come, they would retaliate. "Have you all grown foolish from your martial training?" Bai Han furrowed his brow, addressing the elders with a tone of reproach. "Who told you that I fear that insignificant commander? When we roamed the martial world, he was still unknown, though my disciples' actions are for the sake of the people. They do not negate the crime of attacking a court official. If a high-ranking official from the Jinyui were to take offense, are you all prepared to handle the consequences?" At his words, the previously noisy elders fell silent. To the martial practitioners, the Jinyui were merely court lackeys to be mocked and ridiculed. However, when it came to confronting the colossal force of the Jinyui, they would not dare challenge them. Not even with 100 lives. The mere rumor of the Jinyui's commander Lu, rumored to possess the strength of a master, was enough to send shivers down the spines of nearly all in the martial world. If Zhang Ping were to kill the Jinyui commander and the Yedao sect celebrated openly, it would be tantamount to courting death. Bai Han, pleased to see the elders quieting down, stroked his beard with satisfaction. Now, what we must do is await Pinger's good news, to portray him as a hero who has vanquished a vile adversary. We must not provoke the Jinyui too much. There are naturally significant figures within the martial world who will protect us. Pinger can also seize this opportunity to establish his name throughout the martial realm. This is undoubtedly a great fortune for my Yedao Mountain. The previously disgruntled elders, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Martial righteousness is most commendable and brings benefits, indeed. We await Zheng's return to celebrate his accomplishments, truly deserving of the title of the greatest talent of Yedao Mountain. Hearing praise for his disciple, Bai Han nodded with immense gratification. His disciple had already earned him considerable prestige by entering the ranks of the human list. Now, with his reputation for slaying evildoers, Yedao Mountain would surely become renowned throughout Jiangnan. As for the possibility of Zhang Ping failing to eliminate Chengyu, such a notion never crossed his mind, nor did it for anyone else. The genius of the Renbang, possessing the strength of the 4th rank, faced with a mere commander of the Genie Wei, stood no chance of failure. As for whether Zhang Ping's use of strength against the weak was morally justified, Bai Han need not ponder such a question. When confronting a dog of the court, no one among the daughters of the rivers and lakes would feel compelled to adhere to moral principles. On the contrary, they would commend Zhang Ping for his willingness to sacrifice his own reputation to eradicate evil. Affirming the righteousness celebrated within the martial world, there was no expectation for mutual praise or flattery when it came to overpowering the weak. Should they all be expected to confront the strong with their own weakness? Laughter resounded within the grand hall of the Yidao sect, as everyone envisioned the benefits and future awaiting Zhang Ping upon his success. Yet, at that moment, a harrowing and urgent cry pierced through from outside. A great calamity has befallen us. The Genie Wei has surrounded our mountain gate with soldiers. What? The formerly jovial Bai Han and the elders instantly turned pale upon hearing this news. Bai Zhongzhu, it's dire. The Genie Wei intends to annihilate our Yidao sect. You must go and see. The disciple delivering the message gasped for breath, trembling all over, his eyes wide with terror. Bai Han and the others hurriedly made their way to the mountain gate. The mountain gate of the Yidao sect. Chengyu stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing his subordinate Genie Wei as they slaughtered the resisting disciples of Yidao Mountain. Numerous bodies of the disciples lay lifelessly on the ground, their demise a gruesome sight. He had come solely for vengeance and plunder, offering no prior warning and showing no inclination to wait. The order was simply to kill. The Genie Wei, already possessing considerable strength, wielded crossbows designed for precision targeting against formidable martial artists, while those of lesser rank coordinated to deal with the disciples. In the brief skirmish, arrows rained down like a tempest, blades flashed like shadows. The disciples of Yidao Mountain cried out in despair, fleeing in panic. Help! I do not wish to die. Where are the elders? Come save us. As disciples of Yidao Mountain, each one of them had lived as tyrants in Hongxi County, their lives regarded as trivial as weeds in the eyes of ordinary people. They could never fathom that their own lives might one day be treated with such disdain. At this moment, Bai Han and the others finally arrived, instilling a glimmer of security in the hearts of the disciples. The experts of the sect had come. They finally had a fighting chance. Stop this at once. What are you doing? Bai Han bellowed in fury as he surveyed the scene strewn with the corpses of Yidao Mountain disciples. How dare a mere handful of Genie Wei threaten to obliterate his sect? Consumed by rage, he unleashed a powerful strike that sent a Genie Wei lieutenant reeling, spitting blood. Yet, a chilling flash of a blade forced him to dodge hastily. Chengyu, steadying his injured subordinate, coldly regarded Bai Han. You are the sect leader of Yidao Mountain, Bai Han, the old dog? You. Bai Han was instantly incensed by the insult, but upon recognizing Chengyu's face, he froze in shock. You are Chengyu. How are you still alive? What has become of my disciple? He had never entertained the possibility of Chengyu's survival, as if rooted to the spot. Anxiety gripped him. Your disciple? Chengyu sneered. Guess what? If you guess correctly, I might spare 10 lives from your sect. Chapter 35 Truly deep in affection and righteousness. Rest assured, shortly you shall join them. You seek death? By Han seethed, hearing Cheng Yu's audacious claim to annihilate Yidao Mountain, offering a mere 10 lives as a reward. His fury surged, yet an even greater trepidation settled in. If Cheng Yu was indeed alive, then the one who sought to ambush him, Zhang Ping, must have a high chance of A dreadful possibility loomed in by Han's mind, and he shook his head vigorously. My disciple is a genius of the Renbang, the foremost talent of Xinjiang Prefecture. It is impossible for him to come to harm. Perhaps he had never encountered Cheng Yu at all. Cheng Yu had not traveled the official road from Qinghe County to Xinjiang Prefecture. It was that beast, Ma Yuan, who had deceived them. Observing by Han's grim countenance and his desperate self-deception, Cheng Yu revealed a cold smile. Some actions, once taken, must be prepared for the worst outcomes. If one dares to strike at me, they should not fear retribution. He regarded Bai Han with a detached demeanor and beckoned his Jin Yi subordinates. Return his disciple to him. Yes, thud, thud, a round object, wrapped in burlap, rolled to Bai Han's feet. As he looked down at it, the world spun around him, and he trembled as he reached down to uncover the burlap. His heart was filled with 1,000 unwilling thoughts, yet the reality could not be altered. Upon unveiling the burlap, the contents revealed were none other than Zhang Ping's bloodied head. The swift and fierce sword energy had struck so rapidly that he had not even had time to react. His expression still twisted in madness. Pinger, a shrill, hoarse wail erupted as Bai Han's eyes turned crimson with boundless hatred directed at Cheng Yu. You have killed Pinger. I will take your life. The culmination of his life's efforts. The disciple he had painstakingly nurtured lay dead. Bai Han could no longer consider anything else. He sought vengeance for Zhang Ping. Senior brother Zhang, disciple Zhang. The elders and disciples of Yidao Mountain were aghast at the gruesome sight of Zhang Ping's demise, particularly the disciples who could not fathom why their senior brother had met such a fate at the hands of the Jin Wei. Fear swiftly overshadowed their anger. With Zhang Ping's strength at the 4th rank, only Bai Han could rival him within Yidao Mountain. If he had fallen to Cheng Yu, what hope was there for the rest of them? In that moment, some timid disciples, paralyzed by fear, began to flee, igniting a wave of chaos. Do not panic, Bai Han shouted in an effort to quell the fleeing disciples with his authority. Return at once, or do not blame me for cleaning house myself. Yidao Mountain has no cowards. Clap, clap, clap. Cheng Yu coldly observed the scene, clapping his hands. Zhongzhu Bai is indeed a great hero, however. I must say, if these disciples are so terrified, it would be best to let them go. I have no desire to chase them down. Why waste lives? Upon hearing this, many disciples found themselves conflicted. They did not wish to die. Do not speak nonsense, Bai Han roared in response to Cheng Yu's words. This was an attempt to sow discord within Yidao Mountain. What a cunning and treacherous dog of the court he was. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Yidao Mountain is now at odds with the world. Have you forgotten Cheng Yu's notorious reputation? Will he allow you to escape? An image of a ruthless figure, a living embodiment of death, loomed in the minds of the disciples. Escape? Had anyone from the sect ever successfully fled? Bai Han, seeing the utter despair among the disciples, felt their will to fight wane. Gritting his teeth, he continued, they are merely a handful of Jin Wei led by a single commander. They have only sent a few dozen, while we have over 100 disciples of Yidao Mountain. As long as we are not afraid and join forces to slay the bandits, the advantage shall be ours. We will slay these dogs. And surely, some great figures of the rivers and lakes will come to our aid. Bai Han, a true leader, skillfully rallied the disciples with a few succinct words. The Jin Wei were outnumbered, and they had the upper hand in numbers. Upon hearing their leader's words, the disciples nodded in agreement. They were warriors of the rivers and lakes. Although the Jin Wei appeared formidable, they were far fewer in number. They were not mere fish on a chopping block. We shall slay these dogs. Bai Han noted the disciples' newfound resolve and glanced at Cheng Yu with seething hatred. Elders, let us pursue the bandit leader and avenge Pinger. Yes, Cheng Yu watched as the people of Yidao Mountain were stirred into action by a few words, shaking his head in cold amusement. Turning away, he raised a hand. Since no one wishes to preserve their lives, then let them all perish. Release the arrows. With his command, dozens of Jin Wei readied their crossbows, and suddenly, 100 armored soldiers emerged. drawing their bows to unleash a storm of arrows. A deluge of arrows filled the sky. Raining down upon Yi Dao Mountain, duck, Bai Han yelled, yet upon seeing the soldiers, despair enveloped him completely. Why are there so many soldiers? The elders reacted quickly, drawing their weapons to shield against the arrows. The disciples, lacking such strength, found many of their number struck down, collapsing into pools of blood, eyes wide with shock and despair. Hadn't they claimed to have the advantage in numbers? Where had these soldiers come from? Those fortunate enough to evade arrows or survive their wounds were paralyzed with fear, the scene descending into utter chaos, their fighting spirit extinguished. I do not wish to fight. I do not wish to fight. I want to live. Do not kill me. Cheng Yu coldly observed this spectacle, drawing forth his 100-forged Xiuquan Dao and pointing it directly ahead. Kill. Leave no survivors. He had offered a chance, but none had seized it. The blades of the genie Wei and the long spears of the soldiers emerged, mercilessly reaping the lives of the fleeing disciples of Yi Dao Mountain. I will slay you, you fiendish beast. Bai Han and the elders, witnessing the slaughter of countless disciples, felt the foundations of Yi Dao Mountain crumbling. In their fury, they lunged at Cheng Yu, the true instigator of their calamity. Fear not, none shall escape. Cheng Yu unsheathed his 100-forged Xiuquan Dao, the blade's radiance fierce yet harmonious, flashing in a series of arcs. 100 battles reincarnation blade technique. With a single swing of his Xiuquan Dao, the clash of metal sparked as he deflected the weapons of Bai Han and the others. The vast understanding of sword techniques he had gained from slaying Zhang Ping empowered him immensely. In just a few moves, he cleaved through several foes, taking down 3 third-rank elders. Bai Han's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how Cheng Yu could dominate so decisively, his might so fearsome. In a wonder Pinger had perished at his hands. As sorrow and rage intertwined within him, he bellowed, channeling all his internal strength for a direct assault on Cheng Yu. Swish, swish, swish. Cheng Yu, anticipating this move, unleashed 12 poison darts from the Tang sect, raining down like a tempest. Bai Han, consumed by rage, found himself perilously close to danger. His reflexes were insufficiently swift, and he failed to evade entirely, resulting in 3 poison darts embedding themselves in his flesh. With a cough, he expelled a torrent of dark blood, and the venom coursed through his veins, rendering his limbs numb as he staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Zhengzhu, the other elders, witnessing this dire turn of events, gasped in shock and swiftly turned their gazes toward Bai Han. Yet, in that moment of confusion, several blades flashed by, swiftly cutting them down. He regarded the fallen bodies with cold indifference before shifting his gaze to Bai Han, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade of blue and black. Such deep bonds of loyalty, you shall soon join them in death. Chapter 36. Countless lives lost in foreign lands. Was this your noble endeavor? You vile specter, slayer of my disciple, destroyer of my entire sect. Even in death, I shall not let you go unpunished. Bai Han, weakened and poisoned, sat upon the ground, his internal energy ravaged by the potent toxins. As he beheld the lifeless bodies of his fellow elders and disciples strewn about, despair gripped him, and he pointed a trembling finger at Cheng Yu, cursing him with anguish. You senselessly slaughter the innocent. May you meet a wretched end? Oh, Cheng Yu replied, wiping the blood from his embroidered spring blade and sheathing it. He looked at Bai Han with an expression of bemusement. You dare accuse me of wanton slaughter? Is it not your disciple who sought to assassinate me, the captain of the Jinyui? His voice resonated loudly, reaching the ears of many disciples from Yedao Mountain, some fleeing and others captured by the Jinyui. Zhang Ping has committed the grave crime of killing a government official of the 6th rank, a transgression warranting the annihilation of your entire clan. For decades, the people of the Jianghu have disregarded the Daqin court, with the murder of officials being a common occurrence, yet none dared to intervene. But when faced with me, it is different. I not only intervene, but I do so with the strictest standards. The true culprits behind your sect's downfall are you too? Seeking to make a name for yourselves at my expense, to die in a foreign land due to your inadequacies, and yet you dare to cast blame upon others. Upon hearing Cheng Yu's words, the disciples of Yedao Mountain, already cornered, suddenly realized the truth. They had long wondered how Zhang Ping had incurred the wrath of the Jinyui. It was for the sake of reputation that he had attacked a government official. To eradicate the vile officials of Jianghu was a noble pursuit, Yet what had it to do with them? To perish due to the incompetence of their superiors was a bitter reality. The thought that if Cheng Yu had not spoken, they would have remained oblivious to their own demise filled them with profound sorrow. Bai Han, still alive, became the target of their furious invectives. Damn Zheng Ping, damn Bai Han, old dog Bai. May you meet a fitting end. Is it any wonder you would not allow us to escape? It seems you are determined to drag us down with you. And I loathe you for it. The disciples cursed their sect leader with venomous rage, recognizing him as the true architect of their misfortunes. Cheng Yu regarded Bai Han with a steely gaze. You have brought ruin upon Yedao Mountain. It is time for you to perish. As he drew his meticulously forged spring blade, preparing to strike, a sudden shout rang out from behind him. Stop! Cheng Yu turned to find two martial artists bursting in from outside. Both were infused with internal energy, indicating their status as fourth-rank warriors. Cheng Yu immediately discerned their identities, the leaders of the other two sects, aside from Yedao Mountain. The number of fourth-rank warriors in Xinjiang Prefecture was limited, and to encounter them all within 2 days was unexpected. The two sect leaders, fueled by urgency, launched a coordinated assault on Cheng Yu. Employing his lightness skill, Cheng Yu evaded their strikes, gliding past Bai Han. You, who claim to uphold righteousness, how can you continuously oppress the weak with your numbers? His calm mockery drew their ire, and their expressions shifted from surprise to solemnity. There is no need for chivalry when dealing with a ruthless killer like you. One of them bent down to assist Bai Han, administering an antidote. Thank you, brothers, Bai Han said weakly, clasping his hands in gratitude. No need for formalities. Our three sects are interconnected, and mutual support is essential for maintaining stability in Xinjiang Prefecture. If not for the disciples who spotted a large contingent of Jinyue entering Hongxi County, a catastrophe would have ensued. One of the sect leaders cast a wary glance at Cheng Yu, his expression grave. Had they arrived even a moment later, Yedao Mountain would have suffered untold losses. The Jinyue were indeed intent on total annihilation. Brothers, Bai Han, though still poisoned, managed to suppress the effect somewhat, glaring at Cheng Yu with hatred. This rogue knows no bounds, and heaven has turned a blind eye to his formidable power, allowing him to commit countless atrocities. Today, we three shall join forces to ensure he remains here, lest we all be lost without a burial place. Very well. The two sect leaders nodded without hesitation, for this was precisely their purpose in coming here. If Cheng Yu were not slain, their own lives would be forfeit. You permit your men to assault me, yet I am the one condemned for adhering to the rules. What a grand joke. Cheng Yu laughed coldly. My disciple acts in the name of justice to eliminate your corrupt officials. How can you equate the two? Bai Han's true nature was laid bare, and he roared in fury. Emph! The children of Jianghu believe they fight for the world. Zheng Ping's actions are righteous. Do not insult a hero. The other two sect leaders, now aware of the situation, expressed their discontent. Their actions were driven by a sense of duty. It was Cheng Yu who was truly wicked. Cheng Yu, hearing the three most esteemed sect leaders of Xinjiang Prefecture proclaim their righteousness, could not contain his laughter. Indeed, thousands of laborers have been swindled into Longyuan Prefecture, leaving countless families without men and suffering indignities. Countless lives have perished in foreign lands. Is this also your noble endeavor? What did you say? Bai Han and the others were struck dumb, their faces pale as they processed Cheng Yu's words regarding the laborers sent from Xinjiang Prefecture to Longyuan sect. They had assumed Cheng Yu was merely arrogant and ruthless, indulging in murder for profit. Little did they realize he was investigating this matter, a matter for which countless lives had been sacrificed. Panic gripped them as they exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. This man could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, they would find themselves without a grave. What nonsense! Kill him! Without hesitation, the three struck, their weapons infused with internal energy, launching an assault on Cheng Yu. The combined might of the three sect leaders was formidable. There was no way he could withstand it. How hypocritical! Cheng Yu observed their sudden shift in demeanor, their earlier proclamations of chivalry forgotten in their desperation. They shouted of righteousness while engaging in the foulest of deeds. He stepped back slowly. Lu Xiong, it is your turn. Yes, master. A swordsman clad in tattered linen emerged from Cheng Yu's side, his scarred hand caressing the hilt of his longsword. Who dares to block our path? The three, noticing Lu Xiong's lack of the Jinyue's distinctive attire, dismissed him with contempt. You dare to call Cheng Yu your master? What a joke! They unleashed a combined assault, eager to demonstrate their superiority. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of crimson sword light sliced through the air. Reminiscent of a sea of blood and corpses, the three leaders' expressions shifted dramatically. What kind of power is this? Where did he find such a master? They widened their eyes, hastily shifting to a defensive stance. Lu Xiong's assault, however, offered them no quarter, as he struck with relentless force. Screams erupted as the three sect leaders found themselves utterly powerless against Lu Xiong's might. Within mere exchanges, 6 arms and 3 weapons lay severed upon the ground, leaving the 3 leaders writhing in agony, reduced to mere husks. Master, these 3 have been incapacitated. Please, Master, decide their fate. Cheng Yu nodded with satisfaction, stepping before the 3, whose eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could a swordsman who had so effortlessly crippled them possess such strength? Yet refer to Cheng Yu, a mere junior, as master? I warned you. Those who dare to act must be prepared for the consequences. Bai Zhengzhu was unprepared. Are you two ready? Cheng Yu's voice, calm yet chilling, bore the weight of despair. The 2 sect leaders gritted their teeth. Do as you will. We will remain heroes in our next life. There will be no next life for you. You have taken too many lives. Those laborers will not spare you. Cheng Yu's smile was devoid of warmth. But rest assured, your sect and family will soon join you. The 2 widened their eyes, about to protest when a blade flashed, severing their heads from their bodies. Now, it is your turn, Bai Zhengzhu. Bai Han, witnessing the death of the sect leaders who had come to his aid, felt his spirit utterly shatter. The loss of his proud disciple, the destruction of his sect, the curses of his disciples, all of it culminated in his complete breakdown. In that moment, he lost all semblance of dignity, consumed by the singular desire to survive. Please, spare my life. I will reveal everything, fear not, for I can uncover all even if I slay you. Cheng Yu shook his head with a cold smile. Why spare Bai Han for the new year? Suddenly, Bai Han shouted. Did you not say that if I guessed correctly about Pinger's death, you would spare 10 lives? I guessed it then. You must honor your word and spare me. Cheng Yu regarded Bai Han's shamelessness with astonishment. Is there truly such a brazen individual? I distinctly recall stating I would spare 10 dog lives. Do you consider yourself a dog? I can be, Bai Han barked, his voice hoarse and cracking. Chapter 37. From this day forth, the 3 great sects of Xinjiang Prefecture shall cease to exist. Bai Han's voice, raspy and aged, emitted a dog's bark. I am a dog. You must spare my life. His face, comically contorted with hatred, bore witness to tears streaming down the wrinkles of his countenance. Once a proud sect leader, he now resorted to such disgraceful antics. Bai Han gambled on Cheng Yu's sense of honor and integrity. As long as he remains shameless, Cheng Yu will have no trouble dealing with him. Though Cheng Yu has a penchant for bloodshed, this world, rife with treachery and betrayal, cannot be ignored. Bai Han does not believe that Cheng Yu would stoop so low as to strike when his subordinates are watching. To survive is to find a way to avenge Zhang Ping and Yi Daomin, to seek justice from the influential figures in the martial world, as long as he can witness Cheng Yu's retribution. It will all be worth it, however. In the next moment, events did not unfold as Bai Han had hoped. A foot came crashing down, shattering his skull, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, casting aside all semblance of dignity. Cheng Yu disdainfully cursed as he shook off the viscous substance clinging to his boots. Did he think he could repulse him with such shamelessness? What a delusion! The host has slain the 3 major rebels of Xinjiang Prefecture, and with the heavens still clear, reward inner strength. An unprecedented surge of pure inner strength flooded into Cheng Yu's body. With this newfound power, a certain barrier within him was breached. The torrent of inner strength instantaneously expanded his meridians, fervently nurturing his physique. 4th grade. Cheng Yu's heart stirred as he drew the finely crafted spring knife. Gently channeling inner strength into the blade, he felt it flow as smoothly as if he had wielded it 1,000 times before. Such mastery could only be achieved through exceptional control over one's inner strength. Having undergone the purification of the Ding Mdodn, Cheng Yu possessed an extraordinary affinity for inner strength. As it surged into the spring knife, the scales on the back of the blade shimmered with a heavy luminescence, while the edge radiated a dark and imposing aura that instilled fear in any who beheld it, compelling one to kneel in submission. This was the unique attribute of his inner strength, imbued with the transcendence of the Jinwu inheritance. conferring upon it an overwhelming sense of authority. Such inner strength, when channeled into weaponry, promised an unparalleled enhancement. Even in the early stages of the 4th grade, Cheng Yu was now capable, without relying on techniques or the power of his weapon, of contending with 5th-grade martial artists through the sheer force of his distinctive inner strength. Cheng Yu had finally entered the 3rd realm of martial arts, his entire being enveloped in a novel sensation. Meanwhile, Lu Xiong could scarcely believe his eyes, marveling at the spectacle before him. Did the master truly break through so effortlessly? Although he specialized in sword intent rather than inner strength, he understood that a martial artist's breakthrough required painstaking accumulation, often necessitating careful preparation and seclusion. Yet, Cheng Yu had achieved this monumental leap from the 3rd to the 4th grade with such casualness. This was indeed fitting. The master was worthy of being recognized as a peerless genius destined to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. After his breakthrough, Cheng Yu raised his knife and calmly commanded, "The entire Jinyui, search Yidao Mountain. Leave not a single strand of hair behind." He intended to show everyone the dire consequences of opposing the Jinyui. Yes, as they reached the most exhilarating part of the operation, excitement surged among the Jinyui. Watching his subordinates swarm into Yidao Men, scattering to search for clues and valuables, their methods became increasingly professional. Cheng Yu nodded in satisfaction. He then produced a tiger talisman and addressed the 100 soldiers. "You shall keep watch over the other 2 sects. Allow not a single item to leave, and those who dare to lay a hand on the officials of the court shall await the consequences. From this day forth, there shall be no 3 major sects in Xinjiang Prefecture. Understood?" Within 2 days, the 3 major sects that once dominated the martial world of Xinjiang Prefecture vanished entirely from the map. All martial forces in Xinjiang Prefecture barred their doors, refraining from any actions that might provoke trouble. Martial artists were gripped by fear, dreading that any misstep might result in the appearance of figures clad in flying fish attire, brandishing their spring knives to exact retribution. They were utterly terrified of the Jinyui. The host has eradicated the non-compliant forces of the prefecture, elevating the status and power of the Jinyui to its zenith. Reward: Baiduan Shochuan knife, top quality, upgraded to Leichie Shochuan knife, mid-quality human grade. Reward: Hungxi Feiyu suit, top quality, upgraded to Hanyuan Feiyu suit, mid-quality human grade. Cheng Yu stood atop a certain sect, gazing towards Longyuan Prefecture. Clad in his imposing flying fish attire, he exuded an aura that sent chills down the spine. Drawing the Leichie Shochuan knife, he infused it with inner strength, arcs of lightning crackling forth, his presence fearsome and overwhelming. With the filth cleared away, Xinjiang Prefecture had undergone a transformation. In these 2 days, Cheng Yu's figure appeared like a specter across Xinjiang Prefecture, heralding waves of bloodshed. Amidst the anguished cries of martial artists, the common folk remained unfazed by the carnage. They busied themselves welcoming back their kin who had suffered under oppression, reclaiming their usurped lands. While the martial artists branded Cheng Yu a demon, the commoners welcomed him with offerings of food and drink, bowing in gratitude, perceiving him as a kind-hearted benefactor, a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Cheng Yu looked upon the city of Xinjiang Prefecture with a sense of discovery. He had uncovered the truth behind the smuggling of laborers, with all 3 major sects complicit. Ultimately, all evidence pointed back to Longyuan Prefecture and the sword-forging manor. It was time to deal with the remaining scoundrels. But first, he needed to address the treacherous infiltrators. 300 miles away, a magnificent mountain towered, its colossal stone resembling a celestial sword piercing the sky. To its base, a vast city nestled against the mountainside. This was the stronghold of the southern giants, the sword-forging manor, and the core of Longyuan Prefecture and the entire Longyuan Dao. Within the grand hall atop the mountain, countless exquisite and sharp weapons were displayed. Glimmering with the light of gold and iron, overwhelming the senses, a remarkably formidable middle-aged man was berating those around him. How did we only learn of the significant events occurring in Xinjiang Prefecture now? His furious voice reverberated, causing the weapons in the hall to tremble. Others hastily explained, reporting to the manor lord, the incident was so sudden. The 3 major sects have been eradicated in just 2 days. It was truly unforeseen. Their faces bore no honor, for as the dominant power of Longyuan Dao, the sword-forging manor had failed to react to such monumental upheaval in Xinjiang Prefecture. What a disgrace! He Qin, the lord of the sword-forging manor, sighed in frustration. Let them be. They were merely a group of martial artists of no more than 4th grade, squabbling among themselves. The real issue is that our grand enterprise cannot afford to wait. Without the laborers from Xinjiang Prefecture, when could their undertakings ever reach fruition? If word got out to those in the martial world, it would spell trouble. Reporting to the manor lord. An elder promptly responded. We have already excavated to the heart of the mountain. We are getting closer to that thing, and we have enough laborers. The lord of the sword-forging manor nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. However, the elder's expression turned conflicted as he spoke. But I fear that if news spreads from Xinjiang Prefecture, those with ill intentions will discover that we have gathered so many laborers. What then? I've heard that the Jinuri who annihilated the 3 major sects is not to be trifled with. I am concerned. Do not fret over a mere fallen dog of the court. The Lord waved his hand dismissively. It is no longer 200 years ago. The mightiest force in Longyuan Dao is the sword-forging manor. Not the Daqian government. A mere Jinui cannot stir up any waves. Should he dare make a move, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Another elder continued, there is considerable discontent and resistance regarding our consumption of laborers within the prefecture. Claiming it offends the heavens. He snorted coldly, releasing an aura of an 8th grade martial artist. The sword-forging manor has been a pillar of Longyuan Dao for a millennium, bestowing kindness upon the people. They contribute to our grand enterprise. Where do these grievances arise? Anyone who dares to express discontent shall be dealt with immediately. As others listened to the manor lord's calm demeanor, they felt reassured and ready to follow his orders. Just then, a messenger burst into the hall with news. Reporting to the manor lord, the leader of the Northern Martial Alliance, Lord Cheng Junjiang, along with his family, has come to our manor. Chapter 38. Seeing that the rebellious child's matter is trivial, losing face would be a great offense. The Northern Cheng Junjiang, the renowned hero Cheng. Upon hearing that resounding name, the prominent figures within the sword-forging manor stood in unison, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Who in the martial world was unaware of the name of the Northern hero Cheng, famed for severing rivers and slaying great demons with a single sword? How could such a top-tier expert of the martial world grace them with his presence? If the hero Cheng and his family were here, they must be treated with utmost respect. I shall go to welcome him. You all prepare to receive him well, lest we tarnish the reputation of the sword-forging manor. Yes, in the reception area of the sword-forging manor, Lord Cheng, to think you have come to our sword-forging manor. We are all deeply honored. Cheng Junjiang replied, I have come to pay my respects to Lord He. My family has disturbed your peace. He, with a well-earned reputation for being approachable, exhibited no airs before He Qin, who was merely an 8th grade martial artist, showing him utmost respect. Not at all. Your visit brings great honor to us. If you have any requests, please do not stand on ceremony. The host greeted him with a warm smile. Cheng Junjiang expressed that he had prepared a substantial gift to procure a fine sword for his younger son. Cheng Fengde, He Qin's face lit up with joy as he presented a box containing rare 100-year-old Tian Shan snow ginseng, known for its rich vitality and potent effects, even beneficial for severely injured 8th grade martial artists. You truly are magnanimous, Hero Cheng. The young lord has entered the 5th grade, a true prodigy. A fine sword suits a hero. We shall exhaust all efforts to forge one worthy of him. However, the process of crafting a spiritually imbued sword is intricate. So please allow us half a month. Very well, there is no need to rush. We are not in a hurry. After watching He Qin leave to arrange the sword forging, Cheng Junjiang nodded in satisfaction. He turned to his children and imparted, do you see? As long as you are polite and honorable, the people of the martial world will open their doors to you. Brutality and stubbornness will only lead to self-isolation. Treat others with kindness and pay heed to one's words and deeds. Even without my status, one would not be disregarded. Lacking in position, identity, or strength, one can still become invincible through chivalry. The environment is no excuse for lacking virtue or integrity. Nor is it a justification for the feeble. Cheng Junjiang earnestly educated his children. When mentioning a negative example, his thoughts inevitably turned to Cheng Yu. He felt a profound sorrow at the thought of having a wayward son. Cold-hearted and ruthless, who consistently scoffed at righteousness. Was not the fact that the master of the forging manor personally welcomed him and readily agreed a testament to his reputation for upholding chivalry? Cheng Yu and Cheng Feng nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding. His gaze shifted towards his youngest daughter, Cheng Si. Influenced too much by that rebellious son, she must be taught properly. What do you think? Cheng Si reluctantly uttered a sound of agreement. While she concurred that one should be polite and reasonable, she inwardly shook her head at her father's assertion that one could rely solely on chivalry to be invincible. Had she not just witnessed someone weeping for their parents, yearning for a sword, only to be driven away in the end? They were far more polite than herself, having knelt down, yet were still expelled. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of status and strength. After visiting their host, the Cheng family temporarily settled into the exquisite accommodations provided by the forging manor, awaiting the completion of Cheng Feng's sword, which would take half a month. Once settled, Cheng Si eagerly approached her mother, Zhao Shichuan, and playfully said, "Mother, since we have to wait so long for the sword, why don't we go visit elder brother? What do you think?" Upon mentioning her eldest son, Zhao Qinxi's eyes sparkled. Seeing her own flesh and blood, who was suffering outside, was the best way to alleviate her maternal heartache. Now that both mother and children were in Jiangnan, separated by merely 100 miles, it was indeed a regret not to meet. Just as she was about to agree, Cheng Junjiang's steady voice resolutely interrupted. "No. I have said that I will not seek out that rebellious son. And neither should you. For parents to come to Jiangnan while their son does not take the initiative to pay respects, and expects them to seek him out, what kind of behavior is this? If word got out, the Cheng F there are quite a number of formidable figures present. Yuan likely ventured there with the belief that Cheng Yu would not dare to pursue him. Hoping to escape with his life. To offend me and still wish to live. He is unaware of how impossible that is, under the blazing sun. In a desolate area of Longyuan Prefecture, a convoy of carriages jolted along a narrow path. Ma Yuan, mounted on his steed, reflected on the boundary stone that had been left far behind him early that day, a heavy weight lifting from his heart as he exhaled a sigh of relief. At least he had managed to flee from Qinjiang Prefecture. The day Cheng Yu had tossed Zheng Ping's head before him had terrified him to the core. He thought that Cheng Yu would not dare to kill him, opting instead to retaliate against the dogs of Yedao sect, leading to mutual destruction. Little did he expect that Cheng Yu, that madman, had somehow acquired the power to command the soldiers of Qinjiang Prefecture. Annihilating the entire Yedao sect, he even wiped out 2 of the 3 major sects. This was akin to turning the heavens of Qinjiang Prefecture upside down. The moment Ma Yuan received this news, he collapsed in terror, hastily gathering his belongings to flee. Cheng Yu's ability to command the soldiers indicated that there was surely someone powerful backing him. To kill him would be as easy as pie. As Ma Yuan pondered these concerns, he heard the sorrowful wails of the family members in the caravan behind him, deepening his vexation. After decades of effort in Qinjiang Prefecture, how had he been reduced to such a predicament by a mere boy? Enough of the noise. Once we reach Longyuan Prefecture, you will still be wealthy ladies and gentlemen, crying as if we were heading to the underworld. After this stern admonition, the wails of the family members abruptly halted. The previously cacophonous environment fell silent, leaving only the sounds of hoofbeats and the creaking of cart wheels against the ground. However, instead of feeling at ease in this tranquility, Ma Yuan was inexplicably filled with dread. He glanced around at the desolate path he had deliberately chosen, feeling increasingly uneasy. How eerily quiet it was, yet he felt as if countless eyes were fixated upon him. He muttered to himself. Just then, he perceived the thunderous sound of hooves pounding the ground behind him, shaking the earth beneath. Who could it be? Startled, he turned around to behold the very face he dreaded seeing most in this lifetime. Cheng Yu, astride a magnificent steed, quickly caught up with the convoy. Dismounting, he blocked the way ahead, a cold sneer directed at Ma Yuan. "You, Ma Baihu, left Qinjiang Prefecture in such haste. There's some urgent matter at hand?" Ma Yuan's face trembled, a grimace twisting his features as cold sweat trickled down his brow. He gestured for the servant, pulling the carriage to halt. Dismounting, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head. "I should not have opposed a person of your caliber. I shall withdraw voluntarily now, pleading for your mercy on my family." With that, he prostrated deeply before Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu approached Ma Yuan, his expression impassive, shaking his head with a smile. "There is no need for your pleas. When you conspired with outsiders to ambush me, you had already made your choice." Upon hearing Cheng Yu's unyielding stance, despair filled Ma Yuan's eyes, and in a sudden frenzy, He unsheathed his embroidered spring blade and swung it at Cheng Huayud. As a captain of the Jinui with formidable skills, he had mastered the mid-grade cold ghost blade technique to perfection. His inner strength surged like a blade, a chilling aura enveloping him. From the very beginning, he had intended to feign weakness to launch a surprise attack on Chengyu. Then you shall meet your end. As a captain of the Jinui, Ma Yuan was no fool. With a mid-4th grade cultivation level, he was stronger than any member of the 3 major sects, capable of balancing numerous powers. With a single strike, he aimed to catch Chengyu off guard and inflict severe injury. After all, he was just a 3rd-grade brat with a bit of background. To dare pursue him alone meant death. Chengyu, witnessing Ma Yuan's abrupt assault, could not help but chuckle. His own thunder-cutting embroidered spring blade shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Accompanied by a deafening crack of thunder, Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him, the blade, charged with electric brilliance, bore down upon him with unrelenting force. What kind of might was this? Was this the power of a Jinui commander? He was utterly incapable of countering even a fraction of it. Overwhelmed by despair and regret, Ma Yuan's hands and his embroidered spring blade were shattered entirely. Kill me. Amidst the numbness and pain, he uttered his final words before losing consciousness, aware that living under the control of someone like Chengyu would be far more agonizing than death itself. Chengyu stepped upon the injured, unconscious Ma Yuan, a faint, chilly smile gracing his lips. You have offended me, and your death is not for you to decide. He glanced back at the subordinates trailing behind, his gaze landing on Ma Yuan's family, who were weeping profusely, trembling in fear. Behind them lay mountains of gold and silver, treasures far too plentiful for several carriages to carry. Ma Yuan, the Jinui captain of Xinjiang Prefecture, had colluded with outsiders to betray his colleagues. Neglecting his duties and causing havoc, he had now met his demise, and his entire family would be confiscated. Host has eliminated internal pests, cleaning up the Jinui environment. Reward: a bundle of soul-tracking incense, for tracking purposes. After putting away the soul-tracking incense, Chengyu turned his gaze to the road ahead. There, a colossal sword pierced the heavens, thrusting into the mountains. The city of Longyuan Prefecture, the sword-forging manor, lay just ahead. Chapter 40. I observe that the rivers and lakes are rife with deceivers and pretenders. Reporting, my lord. Ma Yuan's family and assets have all been accounted for. Chengyu listened to his subordinate's report, nodding slightly. Eliminate them all on the spot, leaving a few key individuals for interrogation regarding Ma Yuan. Understood. With this command, the air was filled with cries of despair. Heads rolled, and corpses littered the ground. After everything was completed, Chengyu prepared to mount his horse and return. Suddenly, he heard the sharp voice of the Jinui behind him. Jinui at work, no outsiders allowed to approach. Turning around, he saw a man clad in a silver mask, dressed in the garb of a martial artist from the rivers and lakes, making his way toward the Jinui ranks from the direction of Longyuan Prefecture. I come to find Lord Cheng. Lu Xiong, by Chengyu's side, instantly tensed upon seeing the newcomer. He drew his sword, unabashedly exuding an aura of swordsmanship, ready to confront the intruder. This is a master. His presence here is not coincidental. Do not rush. I am acquainted with this individual. Chengyu extended a hand to stop Lu Xiong. He recognized the voice of the newcomer as that of the man who had previously delivered the tiger talisman to him. He approached, clasping his fists in greeting, and smiled. Brother, what brings you here? Internally, he subtly retracted one hand, prepared to draw the demon-slaying sword at a moment's notice. Though this man had delivered the tiger talisman with good intentions, his extraordinary power and penchant for concealment, wearing a human skin mask before and now a silver one, suggested a mysterious and elevated status. It was peculiar for him to appear here again. The masked man smiled and said, My master has asked me to invite you to a banquet in Longyuan Prefecture. Thus, I am here to find you, Lord Cheng. Your master invites me to a banquet? May I ask which esteemed individual it is? Chengyu inquired, puzzled. To hold a banquet in Longyuan Prefecture, did he anticipate that he would pursue Ma Yuan here? My master forbids me from disclosing that information. But you will understand once you arrive, the masked man replied mysteriously, shaking his head. Chengyu pondered for a moment, deciding not to undermine the man's dignity, especially since he had once provided him assistance in a time of need. Lu Xiong, take them back to Xinjiang Prefecture, confine Ma Yuan in the prison, and await my return for questioning." "Yes, master." The masked man was taken aback to learn that this sword-wielding individual referred to Qing Yu as master, though he quickly masked his astonishment. "Please lead the way, brother. After you, Lord Cheng." Cheng Yu's steed was robust and vigorous, its movements graceful. The masked man no longer concealed his prowess, employing an ethereal and extraordinary gait, effortlessly keeping pace with Cheng Yu. Before sunset, the two arrived in the grand and majestic Longyuan Prefecture city, nestled at the foot of the sword-forging manor. The masked man led the way, and as they walked, Cheng Yu observed the roads and buildings of Longyuan Prefecture, far surpassing those of Xinjiang Prefecture. This was indeed a colossal city born of an exceptional land's prosperity. Suddenly, he recalled the matter of smuggling laborers. Not just Xinjiang Prefecture, but likely the entire Longyuan Dao was gathering its able-bodied men here. The two soon reached the bustling heart of the city, entering a towering and remarkable establishment, the first tavern of Longyuan. The Longyuan Tavern. Ascending the staircase to the highest floor, they found the entire level reserved, far less lively than below. A white-haired elder donned in a yellow robe sat at the banquet table. The masked man bowed respectfully to the elder, cheerfully stating, "Zhao Xiansheng, I have brought Lord Cheng to you." Zhao Yi nodded at Cheng Yu, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, a young hero. You truly possess an impressive demeanor." Cheng Yu, clad in the cold yuan flying fish attire, exuded a domineering aura in deep black, with the thunder-cutting embroidered spring blade at his waist enhancing his masculine presence. He stood tall and dignified, exuding composure, neither timid nor ostentatious. Zhao Yi was quite pleased with his grandson's demeanor. "Junior pays respects to the elder. I am grateful for your aid with the tiger talisman. Cheng Yu will remember your kindness." Cheng Yu bowed respectfully to Zhao Yi. Without the tiger talisman to summon the soldiers of Xinjiang Prefecture, the extermination of the three major sects would not have been so straightforward. He never hesitated to express gratitude to those who offered him goodwill. "Excellent, excellent." Zhao Yi observed Cheng Yu's composed demeanor with growing satisfaction. Who said his grandson was cruel and ruthless, a killer without mercy? He acted with thunderous methods, yet always showed compassion and kindness towards the common folk. This was far more genuine than the hypocritical heroes of the rivers and lakes. The three took their seats. Cheng Yu wasted no time in getting to the point. "Might I inquire why the elder summoned me today?" "Whatever I can do, I shall not shirk." He was exceedingly forthright, willing to undertake what was possible while refraining from making promises he could not keep. Zhao Yi shook his head. "I did not summon you with any ulterior motives. I am simply intrigued by you as a person." "Intrigued by me?" Cheng Yu found himself somewhat perplexed. The martial artists he had encountered in the world of Jianghu all referred to themselves as demons, claiming to have killed countless foes. What could possibly be of interest in such a claim? You may wonder why I express curiosity towards you, but before I respond, I must pose a question. What is your perspective on the current state of the Dakian martial arts world? Cheng Yu had not anticipated Zhao Yi would pose such a question, yet he was well aware that the latter had aided him in the eradication of the three major sections. It seemed he was not a hypocrite spouting chivalric ideals. Thus, he candidly articulated his genuine views. In my estimation, the present Jianghu is merely a gathering of vested interests, leading everyone in a grand charade masquerading as chivalry." "Oh?" Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, revealing a keen interest. The masked man beside him also straightened slightly in his seat. Cheng Yu continued. "The martial artists of Jianghu, who claim the moral high ground and label others as scourges upon the world, remain blissfully ignorant that they are the true culprits, especially since 18 years ago, when the barbarian tribes unleashed demon beasts upon the Dakian territory. Many righteous individuals have valiantly defended their homes and country, leading the common folk to endure the most harrowing of times. Under the guise of chivalry, Jianghu warriors engage in acts of lawlessness, disregarding the law and oppressing the weak at will, with myriad sects vying for dominance. The chaos of the world can be traced back to them in 9 out of 10 instances. It is laughable how those who betray their families and collude with brigands are so frequently found. Yet they remain vain and hypocritical, endlessly spouting notions of righteousness. In my observation, those so-called heroes are often nothing more than deceitful charlatans." Upon hearing Cheng Yu's insights, Zhao Yi raised his cup, his eyes gleaming with interest. "What, then, do you believe a true martial artist should embody?" Cheng Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. "A martial artist has never relied on empty fame or boastful claims. Their true worth lies in their strength and the sword they wield, coupled with an unyielding resolve that spells doom for any who dare oppose them. My aspiration is to be unimpeded, to slay one foe every 10 paces, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. By instilling fear throughout Jianghu, none would dare to provoke me. Why deceive oneself with hollow pretenses that only invite ridicule? At this proclamation, Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, his cup crashing to the ground, rendered speechless by the formidable aura emanating from Cheng Yu's words. Even after decades of experience, he found himself astounded. To slay one foe every 10 paces, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. What a grand ambition, to defy the mainstream and denounce the deceitful characters of the world, unleashing righteous fury. Such a magnificent demeanor. What thrilled Zhao Yi the most was how his grandson's ideals mirrored his own. Finding a kindred spirit in one's own blood is a rare gift indeed. Chapter 41. Though he falters, his grandson shall soar. What noble aspirations! Zhao Yi was deeply impressed by Cheng Yu's spirit and ambition, laughing heartily as he rose to applaud. Observing Cheng Yu's calm demeanor, his satisfaction grew. He saw in him the reflection of his younger self, brimming with vigor. However, while Cheng Yu's words were astonishing, they did not completely bewilder the perceptive Zhao Yi. He spoke gently. While your aspirations are commendable, if they remain mere words without the means to realize them, would that not render you akin to those hypocritical heroes? At this moment, the masked man stood with a smile. You speak wisely, Cheng Darren. The most reliable capital for a martial artist is their own skills and the sword in hand. I could not agree more. Might I request a demonstration, so I may witness Cheng Darren's prowess? Are you suggesting a spar? Cheng Yu inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Yi, well aware of the masked man's respect for him. Zhao Yi nodded with a faint smile, eager to assess the capabilities of his grandson. Cheng Yu understood that Zhao Yi, whose status was undoubtedly extraordinary, intended to evaluate him, and nodded in consent. Let us find a suitable place. The masked man rose with a grin. Cheng Yu shook his head. A martial contest does not necessitate a specific arena. The masked man was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a response from Cheng Yu. Zhao Yi chuckled heartily, stroking his white beard, increasingly appreciative of Cheng Yu. Then let us proceed as you suggest. My apologies for any offense. The masked man bore no resentment, clasping his fists before swiftly advancing towards Cheng Yu. Golden light gathered in his palm, accompanied by a resonant Buddhist chant, showcasing at least the prowess of a top-tier 4th-grade martial artist. Cheng Yu furrowed his brow slightly, aware that the masked man had intentionally suppressed his strength, yet he remained undeterred. He drew his embroidered spring blade to counter the masked man's assault. Clang! The blade met the masked man's palm, producing a sharp metallic sound. The two were evenly matched, momentarily retreating. Cheng Yu felt a jolt in his palm, growing increasingly cautious. The masked man's palm technique was remarkably extraordinary, able to contend with a human-level weapon. Undoubtedly the most formidable martial art he had ever faced. Impressive. However, this is merely the beginning, the masked man exclaimed with a hearty laugh, radiating confidence. Yet Zhao Yi interjected. Though the lad possesses remarkable skills, my student's internal energy has been suppressed to 4th grade, but his mastery of palm techniques and physical prowess cannot be underestimated. Sir, please refrain from such comments. The masked man protested, immediately launching another attack towards Cheng Yu. Observing his opponent's renewed assault, Cheng Yu resolved to cast aside any reservations. He summoned the pure, refined internal energy he had cultivated, allowing it to flow into the thunderous embroidered spring blade like a raging river. The blade shimmered with electric arcs, its dark internal energy radiating an intimidating aura. Cheng Yu focused intently, unleashing his understanding of the 100 Battles Reincarnation Blade technique to its fullest extent. With all his might, the blade light surged forth, evoking an awe-inspiring grandeur. Cheng Yu appeared as a demonic deity, enveloped in a deep, resonant sound of righteousness, his offensive power terrifyingly formidable, pressing relentlessly towards the masked man. What is this? As the masked man advanced, he suddenly felt a surge of dread upon witnessing such overwhelming power. The fearsome blade light, even at a distance, pierced through him with a stinging sensation. If it were to strike in earnest, the consequences would be dire. He quickly unleashed a speed surpassing that of a 4th-grade martial artist, retreating hastily, I concede. Cheng Daren's martial prowess is nothing short of miraculous. This is beyond the realm of a mere fourth grade. At 20 years of age, to possess such strength is a terrifying talent. The masked man clasped his fists and bowed deeply, fully submitting to Cheng Yu's martial arts gifts. Zhao Yi, watching from the side, was equally astonished, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. This was the prowess of his 20-year-old grandson, and entirely self-cultivated at that. Could it be that his daughter's husband had intentionally groomed him to deceive him? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. His son-in-law was incapable of producing such a true prodigy. After the initial shock, Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His grandson truly deserved to be the most extraordinary talent. What superb martial arts! Such a gifted youth is a rare find in the vast Jianghu. Seeing the masked man yield, Cheng Yu sheathed his embroidered spring blade, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's praise, he clasped his fists in gratitude and returned to the dining table. Yet, his curiosity regarding Zhao Yi's identity and intentions deepened. First, he inquired about his views on Jianghu, then he assessed his strength. Who was this remarkable figure? He lifted a cup of wine, boldly stating, "May I ask for your esteemed name, so that I may toast to you?" Zhao Yi chuckled, shaking his head. "I am quite old." "You are still young. You would not recognize my name if I spoke it, sir. You are being too modest." Cheng Daren has inquired. "Why maintain such mystery?" The masked man, smiling, glanced at Cheng Yu. "Allow me to enlighten you. Zhao Xianxing is simply known by the character embodying chivalry and was once a prominent figure in the court." "Zhao Yi? Zhao the chief minister?" Cheng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he immediately rose to pay his respects. "Oh, it is you." Esteemed Zhao. Cheng Yu had previously encountered the illustrious Zhao Gong. His heart raced with shock. Zhao Yi, the former chief minister of Daqian, who had retired 2 decades ago, had single-handedly revived the declining court, restoring its vitality, and for the first time in 300 years, had managed to suppress Jianghu, ensuring that external threats remained at bay for a decade. Had it not been for the treachery of internal and external conspirators over 20 years ago, Daqian might have regained its former glory. He was a figure Cheng Yu deeply admired. "You know of me?" Zhao Yi was taken aback that his grandson had heard of his name. "When he served as chief minister, Cheng Yu had yet to be born. I often heard my parents speak of you. During your tenure, the people lived in peace and prosperity, and Jianghu was at its most stable. There was no one who did not express gratitude towards Zhao Gong." Cheng Yu, being of common origin, naturally could not forget. Zhao Yi nodded at this, though a trace of discomfort flickered across his face. Cheng Yu's mention of parents undoubtedly referred to his adoptive ones, clearly severing ties with his biological family, as a grandfather. This revelation stirred complex feelings within him. That wretched Cheng Junjiang. How could he abandon his own son? Not only did he forsake a fine youth, but he also attempted to indoctrinate him with antiquated notions. His gravest mistake in life had been marrying Zhao Shichuan to Cheng Junjiang. "What troubles you, Zhao Gong?" Cheng Yu inquired, noticing Zhao Yi's demeanor. "Nothing. I simply feel a sense of familiarity. I wish to share a few more drinks with you," Zhao Yi replied, forcing a smile. "That cannot be. I must toast to Zhao Gong. I shall join in." The masked man interjected, "It's he last." The three began to drink heartily. After a satisfying meal and drink, Cheng Yu, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, decided to take his leave. Zhao Yi, possessing immense strength, had no fear of inebriation, watched Cheng Yu's departing figure, nodding in approval. His mind lingered on the past. In his youth, he had reached remarkable heights in martial prowess, filled with aspirations for the world. Disenchanted with the deceitful and treacherous nature of Jianghu, he chose to enter the court as an official. Bolstered by his extraordinary abilities, he had wielded a decisive hand, achieving the rank of a high minister. The Jianghu spoke of the enigmatic Zhao Yi, a free spirit who roamed without a fixed abode, a dragon whose tail could be glimpsed but whose head remained elusive, mistakenly believing him to be a wanderer traversing the world. Unbeknownst to others, he was indeed preoccupied with standing at the court, poring over the significant affairs of the realm with utmost dedication. He had even managed to briefly restore the former glory of the Great Qian in a short span. Alas, the power of the Great Qian had waned, and the might of the martial world had grown, creating an irreversibly dire situation over the past century. All of Zhao Yi's efforts were rendered futile amidst the external assaults and the treachery of his own kin. From that moment on, he retreated to his homeland, transforming into a wandering eccentric. Now in his advanced years, his descendants had taken on forms he abhorred and opposed. The fervor of his youth had completely cooled. Yet, upon hearing Cheng Yu eloquently discourse, Zhao Yi felt the embers of his former ideals reignite within his heart. Martial artists standing between heaven and earth, who would not aspire to undertake a grand enterprise? Not for any other reason, but for the sheer exhilaration it brings to the heart. Though he had grown old, Cheng Yu was still in his youth. With such innate talent and insight, Zhao Yi felt as though he was once again glimpsing the hope of his earlier days. He himself may be incapable, but his grandson could. The resources and subordinates of yesteryear still awaited him. Amidst a torrent of thoughts, Zhao Yi silently nodded, resolving to make a significant decision, to expend himself in paving a path to greatness for Cheng Yu. Chapter 42. To accomplish great undertakings, one must possess the audacity and means to dominate the world. Lixian. Inform your fellow disciples. Did they not clamor to meet me? Let them prepare appropriately. Zhao Yi concealed his satisfaction, adopting a demeanor of seriousness and composure. The whimsical and capricious essence of the eccentric had swiftly transformed into the imposing gravitas of a high-ranking official, exuding authority and confidence that commanded respect. He was no longer the enigmatic wanderer Zhao Yi, but rather Zhao Yi, the former prime minister of the Great Qian, who had once orchestrated the affairs of the realm. The masked man, Lixian, was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly removed his mask, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. If anyone from the Great Qian court were to behold this visage, they would be left agape in astonishment. Was this not the former minister of personnel? Lixian, who had resigned 18 years ago following the calamity brought by the barbarian invasion. He had been serving diligently by Zhao Yi's side all this time. Mr. Zhao, you have finally agreed to meet them? In the wake of the past calamity, Zhao Yi had learned that his daughter, Zhao Shichuan, and her family were being targeted for revenge by the enemies of Cheng Junjiang in a fit of rage. He had mobilized all his resources to seek vengeance against the hidden mastermind. His disciples, nurtured under Zhao Yi's tutelage, including Lixian, rallied in support. They comprised numerous high-ranking officials from the military and the court, nearly gathering half of the Great Qian's power. Unfortunately, the opposing forces were too formidable, with even traitorous individuals within the court, rendering Zhao Yi and his allies powerless to resist. Zhao Yi suffered severe injuries, falling from the ranks of masters, disheartened, and choosing to retire. Only Lixian opted to resign his position and follow him in service. For over a decade, the other disciples had been unable to meet Zhao Yi. Yet, unexpectedly, he now expressed a desire to see them. I cannot bear to let the efforts we invested back then go to waste. Zhao Yi was filled with nostalgia and lamented the aspirations of his earlier days. What do you mean? Lixian's face lit up with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. He understood that Zhao Yi intended to return to his former status, becoming a pillar of support for Cheng Yu. Little did he expect that Zhao Yi sought to continue the pursuits of their past. To tread upon the martial world. These 4 words were enough to send shivers of excitement through any individual in the Great Qian harboring dreams. Eager to dedicate their lives to such a cause, back then, I was disheartened, believing that the tides of the world could not be countered by a single individual. We, mere mortals, were powerless to reverse it. Now I realize that to effect a significant change in the world, one must possess the audacity and means to dominate. Cheng Yu had endured a harsh upbringing, carving out a path of hope that rivaled others through sheer determination. Despite the upheaval of his identity, his resolve remained unyielding, neither servile nor arrogant. Moreover, his martial talent was truly extraordinary. He was now capable of competing with Zhao Yi's other grandson, Cheng Feng, both of whom possessed immense psychological and experiential advantages in life-and-death battles. It must be noted that Cheng Feng had received countless resources from Cheng Junjiang. Yet Cheng Yu had achieved his current standing solely through his own merits, a testament to his remarkable innate gifts. Lixian's eyes widened. You mean, Cheng Yu? Indeed, my own grandson. Zhao Yi chuckled heartily, stroking his beard with bravado. At-20. Did you dare claim to be more accomplished than he, in either maturity or martial prowess? If I had encountered him at that age, I would have undoubtedly surrendered instantaneously. Having followed and served Zhao Yi for nearly 2 decades, Lixian, despite his peculiar temperament, shared a father-son bond with Zhao Yi. He felt nothing but joy for Cheng Yu's achievements, akin to a proud uncle, exhilarated for Cheng Yu's future. Your summons to gather the senior and junior disciples indicates your intention to muster all efforts in support of Chengyu. They are all prominent figures in the court and military, each at least of third-rank strength. Their collective backing for Chengyu would wield immense power. In a few sentences, Zhao Yi had nearly altered the trajectory of the Great Qin court and the martial world. Chengyu, I hope you will honor the support and trust placed in you by Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yi continued to instruct, by the way. Inform the Tianji Tower, should they wish to continue fabricating rankings of martial experts without fearing the repercussions. They ought to be fair. Individuals should be ranked according to their true strength. To underestimate others is a grave misstep. Lixian nodded repeatedly. The Tianji Tower had been established for a century, and its name implied a celestial insight into the martial world, ranking the strong among them, which undoubtedly ruffled feathers. However, at the end of the day, they were merely a group of eccentric individuals. For the past 20 years, in order to appease certain martial luminaries, they had refrained from placing court officials at the top of the rankings to avoid overshadowing certain heroes. Now that Zhao Yi had spoken, leveraging his former position and abundant resources, it was not beyond his means to disrupt the Tianji Tower's operations. It seemed the entire celestial, terrestrial, and human rankings were poised for a significant upheaval. The court's experts, whether or not they were ranked, would undoubtedly be well known. However, the competition for the human ranking was particularly fierce. Given Chengyu's current prowess, he was likely to secure a position among the top 40. Ready to make a name for himself across the world, Zhao Yi and Lixian, in a few exchanged words, determined the future of the Great Qin. A drunken Chengyu descended the stairs, unexpectedly encountering an unforeseen visitor. Upon stepping out of the Longyuan Tavern, he was met by two delicate and beautiful figures approaching in unison. It was none other than the Cheng sisters, Cheng Yu and Cheng Si. Accompanying them was a group of young martial artists clad in white, adorned with swords at their waists. The golden-patterned jade tokens they bore confirmed their identities as disciples of the renowned Longyuan sect. The sword-casting Villa Point two heroines of the Cheng family, we find ourselves at the most famous tavern in Longyuan, where many illustrious heroes of the Great Qin indulge in fine wine. The sword-casting villa has a reserved private room here. We would be honored to extend our hospitality. The lead disciple, tall and slender with starry eyes and sword-like brows, addressed the Cheng sisters with eager courtesy. Brother Gao Yun speaks wisely. We hope you will grant us this favor. The others chimed in enthusiastically. The two Cheng sisters were the daughters of the famed Cheng hero. Establishing a connection with them would undoubtedly carry prestige. Since the host has extended an invitation, we guests shall naturally comply. Much obliged. Chengyu, as the elder sister and master disciple of the Zhejiang sect, graciously clasped her hands in gratitude. Little sister. Cheng Si frowned, her displeasure evident. The sisters had just departed from the sword-casting villa when they unexpectedly encountered Gao Yun and his companions, who insisted on forming acquaintances. With no chance to seek out Chengyu, she felt quite unhappy. Just as she contemplated how to shake off these individuals, she was taken aback to hear her elder sister agree to dine with them, leaving her with no opportunity to escape. Little sister, remember not to bring shame to our father while we are out. Chengyu whispered to Cheng Si as she turned her head. In that moment, she unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar face, a visage like a chiseled blade, exuding a steady aura infused with a hint of formidable presence, adorned in a dark blue attire. It was none other than her younger brother. Chengyu, Chapter 43. For the sake of Seer, I shall spare you this time. What are you doing here? Chengyu was taken aback by the sight of Chengyu. Chengyu, noticing his sister's surprise, replied with a cold smile, Why can't I be here? Instead, what brings you both to this place from the north? You scoundrel! Chengyu's astonishment was quickly overshadowed by anger at her brother's lack of respect towards her. Meanwhile, Cheng Si turned around in confusion, only to encounter a figure that captured her heart and soul, leaving her momentarily frozen. Who are you? Gao Yun and the others, displeased that someone dared to speak so to the Cheng sisters, were outraged. How could such disrespectful individuals exist in Longyuan? You insolent braggart! How dare you address the Cheng heroine in such a manner? Apologize immediately. Gao Yun stepped forward, his disdain deepening upon seeing Chengyu's attire resembling that of a court constable. So, just a hound of the court, no wonder you lack manners. Quickly apologize to Miss Cheng. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences of offending the sword-casting villa. Oh? Do you know what happened to the last person who spoke to me in such a manner? Cheng Yu retorted, unimpressed by the insolence before him. Without further ado, he made a swift motion, drawing his Lei Che Xiu Chun Dao with a menacing flourish. Gao Yun had not anticipated that Cheng Yu would suddenly take action. Leaving him no time to react or defend himself, as soon as the sword was drawn, one of his arms was severed. The blade clattered to the ground like worthless scrap metal, blood gushed forth in torrents, inciting a wave of panic among the onlookers. Host, reward for 6 months of arduous training increased. He killed someone. Run, Gao Yun, overwhelmed by pain and rage, shouted. How dare you strike at me? The other disciples were equally taken aback. Gao Yun was among the top 3 strongest young disciples of the sword-forging manor, having attained the 4th rank in martial arts, enough to secure a place on the human rankings. They never expected him to fall so easily to the hands of the Jinyui. They drew their swords and began to curse. Who are you to dare lay a hand on someone from the sword-forging manor? You will pay for this. This thief is formidable. Let us join forces to deal with him. Just as they prepared to encircle Cheng Yu, an unexpected voice rang out. Second brother. Cheng Si's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Cheng Yu, holding the embroidered spring knife with a cold expression, her heart aching for him. Second brother had once said that if he did not have to claw his way through life and death, why must his blade be stained with blood? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she ran towards Cheng Yu, filled with excitement. Seer. Upon seeing Cheng Si, memories of his agonizing struggles on the banks of the river Jia flooded Cheng Yu's mind. Only in the presence of this girl, his beloved sister Cheng Si, did he feel a sense of beauty and healing. She would never reproach him for his strength or character, but would instead embrace him with incredible maturity and understanding. Her eyes pure and clean as she listened to his tales of experiences she had never endured. Without any defenses, Cheng Yu allowed Cheng Si to rush forward and embrace him. Brother, I missed you. Have you been well? Cheng Si buried her head in Cheng Yu's chest, inhaling the sweet scent of youth. I have been well. Cheng Yu retracted the embroidered spring knife and extended his calloused hand, once stained with blood, gently stroking Cheng Si's hair, just as he had done when telling her stories on the banks of the river Jia. Though Cheng Si's strength far surpassed that of the Cheng Yu of the past, she was still merely a 15-year-old girl, frightened and grasping Cheng Yu's hand upon hearing the horrifying tale. Her eyes would turn red whenever Cheng Yu recounted his life and death experiences. Cheng Yu was never a heartless demon indifferent to familial bonds. He merely concealed himself deeply, revealing his true self to only a select few. While the siblings reveled in their reunion, the others were utterly unsettled. The disciples of the sword-forging manor were taken aback, even forgetting about the bloodied Gao Yun, who had lost an arm. Cheng the heroine calls him brother? Is he truly Ching Feng, the young leader? Why is he dressed as a Jinyui and attacking people? This is not Cheng Yu, the young leader. He is engaged in martial arts discussions with the elder brothers. Then he must be Cheng the hero's other son. How could he be so ruthless? Enough! Just look at me. Gao Yun's weak voice broke through, prompting others to notice him and hurriedly administer medicine and bandage his wounds. In their hearts, they finally resolved one question. No wonder he could defeat Gao Yun in one blow. He is indeed the son of Cheng the hero, which makes sense. However, despite Gao Yun's initial disrespect, how could the son of Cheng the hero strike so mercilessly? How could such a son arise from someone who professes righteousness and chivalry? Was there another hidden truth? Cheng Yu's expression darkened upon hearing these remarks, feeling deeply embarrassed, and she yelled at Cheng Si. Little sister, come back. Why are you talking so much to someone who has brought disgrace upon our family? But Cheng Si was too caught up in reminiscing with Cheng Yu to heed her sister's words. As this conversation unfolded, the disciples of the sword-forging manor definitively confirmed Cheng Yu's identity as the son of Cheng the hero. Gao Yun gritted his teeth and sat up to speak. Cheng the heroine, I may have intruded upon your family matters, but your Cheng family is being excessively overbearing. The sword-forging manor will not allow itself to be bullied. With that, he painfully picked up his severed hand and led his fellow disciples away. Cheng Yu realized this had thoroughly embarrassed Cheng Junjiang, leaving her feeling ashamed and furious at Cheng Yu. Meanwhile, Cheng Si, having stepped back from Cheng Yu's embrace, playfully pinched her nose and waved her hand. Second brother, you reek of alcohol. I shared a drink with a kindred spirit, a venerable elder whom I deeply respect. One cannot help but drink deeply when one meets a kindred soul, kindred spirit. more like a stench of like-mindedness. Cheng Yu approached with a dissatisfied expression, her anger directed at Cheng Yu. Indeed, he is nothing more than a heartless henchman of the court. Ruthless in his actions, in a wonder father refuses to forgive Cheng Yu. Keeping such a son would only bring shame. Who are you to speak? Cheng Yu's cold voice interrupted. Presumptuous. I am your sister, Cheng Yu shouted furiously. Caught in the middle, Cheng Si felt torn and anxious, but ultimately spoke up. Sister, how can you speak so recklessly about second brother? He is a victim, caught in the contradictions of our parents' words and actions. We should stand by him. You, what has he filled your head with? Cheng Yu exclaimed, shocked that Cheng Si would defend Cheng Yu in a fit of anger. She drew her sword and pointed it at Cheng Yu. Clang! To her surprise, her sword was swiftly blocked by Cheng Yu's embroidered spring knife, which gleamed coldly, the blade resting dangerously close to Cheng Yu's neck. When speaking with me, do not wield weapons, for seer's sake. I shall spare you this once. Chapter 44. The entire Jianghu drenched in blood. Do you think I fear this? Clang! Cheng Yu's sword fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Cheng Yu sheathed the embroidered spring knife, gazing coldly at her. This woman had spent years at the Jie River sect and had been indoctrinated to be as naive and hypocritical as Cheng Junjiang, always demanding others partake in righteous acts without discerning right from wrong. Oblivious to her own shortcomings. Second brother? No. Cheng Si, seeing the embroidered spring knife poised at her sister's neck, grew frantic. Thankfully, Cheng Yu did not press further and withdrew his blade, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, she turned to Cheng Yu, expressing her discontent. Sister, how could you draw your sword against second brother? Surely she did not think this was the Jie River sect, where no disciple would dare disrespect her? In the Jianghu, drawing a blade meant one was prepared to fight for their life. Cheng Yu, having trained for years at the Jie River sect, had never encountered a situation where her sword was disarmed and someone's blade was pressed against her neck. In her shock, her eyes widened, and she froze momentarily, only to be engulfed by overwhelming astonishment and embarrassment. Here she was, a senior disciple of the Jie River sect, a mid-fourth rank martial artist, completely defenseless before Cheng Yu. More importantly, Cheng Yu had the audacity to hold a knife to her neck. She felt humiliated and enraged, especially since she was his biological sister. Hearing her beloved little sister scold her only added fuel to her fury. He almost killed me, and you dare blame me? How can you say such things? He is my second brother, not some random person. Cheng Si was taken aback, unsure how to respond to her sister's outburst. Why was her sister being so unreasonable? How could she blame someone for retaliating after being attacked? You are defending someone who would harm their own kin. Cheng Yu's eyes turned red with anger. Glaring at Cheng Yu. Is you who draws blades against family, and you deceive my little sister into being unreasonable. How could I have such a brother? Facing Cheng Yu's furious shout, Cheng Yu raised his head slightly and frowned, then shook his head calmly. So, it is only permissible for you to brandish blades at others, yet when they dare retaliate, they are deemed heartless. Is this the chivalry that Cheng Junjiang teaches you? No wonder everyone respects him. It seems those who do not follow his ways have been thrown into the Crimson River. The revered leader of the northern martial arts world, Cheng the hero, was reduced to a hypocrite in the eyes of his own son. Cheng Yu trembled with rage, unable to contain herself. How dare you say such things? He is your father, your kin. Not only had Cheng Yu drawn a blade against her, but he also dared to insult and vilify their father. Was this how one treated family? The humiliation of having her father so disparaged by his own son was a blow that would shock the Jianghu. She could hardly believe such disgrace could befall their family. Family? Nonsense. I have long severed ties with the Qing family. From now on, we are as good as strangers, Cheng Yu retorted. You draw your sword against me, and that makes you my enemy. All this talk is nothing but empty words. Upon hearing Cheng Yu's declaration of severance, Cheng Yu felt a surge of anger and shame wash over her. Indeed, he no longer regarded her as family. Why waste words with him? Stomping her foot, she grabbed Cheng Si and turned to leave. Come, little sister. Since he has said so, let us not waste our breath on such an ungrateful wretch. Let it be as he says, we are strangers from this day forth. Cheng Si was startled by her sister's sudden pull, her heart heavy with the words she had yet to share with Cheng Yu. However, she knew that if she did not follow Cheng Yu back, Cheng Junjiang would surely be furious. Torn between two family members, she hesitated for a moment, ultimately following her sister away, glancing back at Chengyu with sorrowful eyes. Second brother, I must go. Father and mother are at the sword-forging manor. You can come see them. You still say such things. Chengyu angrily dragged her away. Sister. Chengyu watched as the two departed. Upon hearing Cheng Xi's concerned words, a flicker of warmth ignited within his heart. Since childhood, he had been solitary, with no kin save for his adoptive parents. The tyrant, who had instilled fear in Xinjiang Prefecture and caused rivers of tears and blood, now bore a rare, innocent smile upon his face. In a world rife with insincerity and treachery, there remained individuals who upheld kindness. Innocent and endearing Cheng Xi, and his kindred spirit, Zhao Shoufu, were among them. Yet, soon enough, his emotions returned to a state of calm. To his astonishment, the entire Cheng Zhenjiang family had arrived at the sword-casting manor. How fortuitous! Was it not said that chivalry was a relic of the past? He was eager to show Cheng Zhenjiang the true nature of this so-called righteous world. Would the countless displaced laborers not call him Cheng Daxia with genuine admiration? In the cold, damp dungeons of the Jinyui's 100 households, hidden from the sun, Ma Yuan lay in a pitiful state, barely resembling a human. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might assume he was already dead. At that moment, the prison door creaked open. A Jinyui entered. A Yuan, filled with vanity, spoke up. Why have you come again? Have I not already confessed everything? The newcomer was a junior Jinyui officer, who, upon entering the grim, sanguinary cell, felt an involuntary shiver run through him. This place had never housed so many, and they were all grievously wounded. The previous 100 households were merely corrupt opportunists. When this prison was first constructed, it had only been hastily renovated, not even excavated underground, with a skylight for illumination. It was Lord Cheng who had ordered all the windows sealed and water diverted into the dungeon, creating such a chilling atmosphere. As Lord Cheng had remarked, this was what one called professionalism. Truly, the finest master of Xinjiang Prefecture, the shining light of the Jinyui, was he. Even Ma Yuan was no match for him. Reflecting on this, the junior officer turned to Ma Yuan. You may have confessed, but there are still matters left unresolved. Sign this. A confession document was tossed before Ma Yuan. Ha! Who would have thought that someone of such might would indulge in such trivialities? Ma Yuan sat up, a sorrowful smile creeping across his face. He was well aware that Cheng Yu relished shouting slogans from a century ago, and now, it seemed, he was not merely mouthing words but was also demanding a confession. A sense of helplessness and absurdity washed over him. Did he think that refusing to confess would spare him his life? Cheng Yu had overstepped his bounds to seize the position of 100 households. Yet, as he scrutinized the contents of the confession paper, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Long Yuan Dao's Jinyui 100 households Ma Yuan, in collusion with forces from the sword-casting manor, has unlawfully seized control of 1 million able-bodied men, flouting the emperor's authority and committing treason. With a tearing sound, Ma Yuan, consumed by agitation, instinctively unleashed his inner strength, shredding the confession. You seek death? The Jinyui was enraged. If you wish for my demise, then come. Fear not. Why bother with such futile documents? Ma Yuan's face was a mask of fury, devoid of fear, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. What scheme did Cheng Yu have in mind? If the matter of abducting laborers reached the higher authorities, even the weakened Dacian Empire would find it intolerable. Endangering 1 million subjects was akin to trampling the dignity of Dacian. It would surely provoke a tempest. Should Ma Yuan dare to sign, he would undoubtedly face annihilation from both the martial world and the court, his entire clan obliterated. At that moment, heavy footsteps approached, and a familiar voice echoed. Has he signed? Cheng Yu emerged. Lord Cheng, he tore the confession. Oh, Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow. If Ma Baihu dares to act, why would he shy away from acknowledging it? His cold voice sent shivers down Ma Yuan's spine. Yet he gritted his teeth and retorted, Are you mad? This is not a matter of courage, but one that could incite chaos throughout Dacian. An ocean of blood. Then you refuse to sign? Cheng Yu's cold laughter filled the air. Kill me if you must. My family is in your grasp, and I will never sign such a document. Ma Yuan clenched his jaw. He had relatives elsewhere, and he could not endanger them. Actually, I have been pondering a question, Cheng Yu continued, unperturbed. Why must one be alive to sign? Surely, a corpse would suffice. Ma Yuan's pupils constricted, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Cheng Yu intended to fabricate his confession, yet he found himself without any means of resistance, his heart filled with despairing cries. Cheng Yu had truly gone mad. He was challenging the sword-casting manner. It was a futile endeavor. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered, and Ma Yuan fell into a pool of blood. After Ma Baihu's confession, he took his own life, and Cheng Yu hastily signed in his stead. Cheng Yu clapped his hands, a chilling smile unfurling, a river of blood throughout the martial world. You wouldn't think I fear such a prospect, would you? Chapter 45. I am but a single son of the wind. How could I commit such deeds? Host discovers the mastermind behind the abduction of laborers in Longyuan. Reward. A Jinyuri messenger falcon. Cheng Yu emerged from the dungeon, holding Ma Yuan's confession. They had yet to begin the interrogation when the information regarding the laborers' abduction was promptly divulged. Over the past 5 years, under duress and temptation from the sword-casting manner, countless laborers had been ensnared for profit and forced labor in the entirety of Longyuan Prefecture. Only one able-bodied man had been located among 5 households, and he was sickly and maimed. Subsequently, the sword-casting manor had turned its attention to other prefectures in Longyuan Dao, utilizing their colossal influence and colluding with various factions in the martial world. They threatened the local authorities, sending a steady stream of able-bodied laborers to Longyuan Prefecture. The unscrupulous ruffians who had evaded the repercussions of this situation grew increasingly brazen, bullying the vulnerable orphans and widows without male protection. Here, in the bountiful land of Jiangnan, the common folk endured hardships far worse than those in the frigid north. Millions were affected, yet the sword-casting manor's supreme status concealed the matter. Local powerless individuals dared not interfere, even wishing to ingratiate themselves as lackeys. Those with power from outside were aware of the situation but chose silence, unwilling to provoke the sword-casting manor, fearing the wrath of countless influential figures who had benefited from the gifting of swords. The martial world was one governed by human sentiments and relations. The unfortunate millions of laborers perished in a foreign land, their families shattered, with no one to inquire after them. Cheng Yu meticulously organized the intelligence and confession, binding them to the agile, keen-legged messenger falcon at his shoulder. The falcon soared into the sky, heading towards the capital of Deqian. This method of communication was reserved for those of Jinyui at the rank of 1,000 households and above. Reaching the heavenly hearing, Cheng Yu cast a calm glance towards Longyuan Prefecture. I refuse to believe that, even in such dire circumstances, you can remain seated on your throne, feigning ignorance. Previously, through covert channels within the Jinyui, he had reported that the situation behind Longyuan Dao was far from trivial. Yet, the Daoqian Emperor had taken no action. This time, he intended to see if the sword-casting manor's abduction and enslavement of millions of laborers would rattle the emperor upon his throne. Moreover, Cheng Yu was not one to place his complete trust in the emperor's personal intentions. He had mentioned this matter during a recent drinking session with Zhao Yi. This esteemed former chancellor, with connections throughout the court, would undoubtedly arrange for this issue. Zhao Gong was aging. It was uncertain how much influence he could still wield in court, as some merely hoped for peace and prosperity while idly awaiting death. Come, Cheng Yu summoned his subordinate from the Jinyui. Spread the word beyond Longyuan Dao that a master inheritance has been discovered at the foot of the sword-casting mountain, which has been excavated for 5 years. He Qian has entered the 9th rank. Should he seize the inheritance, he could soon ascend to the 10th-ranked sect in the realm. Understood. His subordinate from the Jinyui nodded in shock. So, the sword-casting manor was gathering laborers to unearth a legacy? Truly, Lord Cheng is remarkable for uncovering such a staggering secret. Cheng Yu gazed at his subordinates, who believed they had stumbled upon a grand secret, and smiled faintly. They were unaware that the claims of a master inheritance were mere fabrications. Regardless of its veracity, as long as it reached the ears of other sects in Jiangnan, it would suffice. Only through chaos could sufficient attention be drawn to confront the monumental force of the sword-casting manor. At the sword-casting manor, none were yet aware that the martial world was stirring. Lord He Qian, the master of the manor, and the renowned hero Cheng Junjiang, husband and wife, delighted in discussions of martial virtue. Indulging in 3 days of revelry, during this time, the young master Cheng Feng was not idle either. With his strength and charisma, he won over numerous disciples of the sword-casting manor, earning the title of a hero. The trio returned to their temporary residence, awaiting the completion of their swords. Just as they settled in, before they could even sip their tea, Cheng Yu, with reddened eyes, and Cheng Si, with a troubled expression, hurried over to them. "What troubles you, Yuer and Seer? Has someone wronged you?" Zhao Shichuan quickly grasped Cheng Yu's hand, smoothing her hair. Seeing her two beloved daughters so disheartened filled her with sorrow. "What is it?" Cheng Junjiang asked, astonished. With martial skills at their disposal, they were not the type to weep. Who could provoke such distress in his daughters, igniting a flame of anger within him? "Father, we encountered Cheng Yu." Cheng Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she recounted the encounter with Cheng Yu, eliciting disbelief and shock from the family. Crash! Upon hearing his eldest daughter's account, Cheng Junjiang erupted in fury, shattering the teacup in his grasp. The imposing aura of a top-tier 9th-ranked martial artist surged forth, causing the entire house to tremble. That ungrateful wretch! To speak so disrespectfully to his own kin. Even drawing blades. I, Cheng Junjiang, have lived a life of integrity and righteousness. How could I have such a disgraceful son? Zhao Shichuan, upon hearing that her daughter had encountered their eldest son, had initially felt a flicker of hope for a reunion. Yet, she was met with this shocking revelation. Cheng Yu still bore that fierce demeanor, shockingly resorting to violence against her sister, a deed that could invoke the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. She remained resolute in severing ties, treating the Cheng family as though they were strangers. The mere thought of these matters filled her with an overwhelming sorrow. "Yuer, how could you?" Cheng Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mix of anger and astonishment. His elder sister had found herself utterly powerless against that scoundrel. Though there were unexpected reasons behind her predicament, her fourth-tier prowess was certainly not something that the worthless fool from 2 months prior could contend with. He found himself speculating, how could he possess such strength? Surely, it must be the influence of their grandfather. With this thought, a sense of jealousy and anxiety arose within him, startling him with its intensity. What right did a mere court hound have to make him uneasy? Merely a wild dog cast out from its home. He would regard him as nothing more than an insect, and in due time, he would surely avenge the harm done to his family. Aside from a few minor transgressions, how had they wronged him? Cheng Junjiang grew increasingly agitated, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. That ungrateful wretch had no sense of morality, striking with ruthless malice and spewing vile accusations. If allowed to persist, he would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon the Cheng family. It seemed imperative that he be rendered powerless, lest he tarnish the family name and become an object of ridicule. "Dad." Cheng Si trembled at the thought of Cheng Junjiang incapacitating Cheng Yu, hastily grabbing Zhao Shichuan's sleeve. "Mother, my second brother is merely straightforward. His nature isn't so malevolent. If father were to act out of anger and cripple him, given my brother's temperament, he would undoubtedly do something foolish. If it came to that, it would be something you and father would surely despise." Since that last incident, she had learned to align her words with her parents' thoughts to avoid arbitrary suppression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shichuan shuddered. With a flash of anger, she turned to Cheng Junjiang. "How could you cripple our son? Even a tiger does not eat its young. If you were to commit such an act, how could you still dare call yourself a hero? But he has already. There are no buts. Yuer is still young and has not committed any heinous crime. Cannot you make an effort to guide him?" Hearing his wife's words, Cheng Junjiang's fury subsided somewhat. After all, Cheng Yu was his own flesh and blood. He could not bear the thought of such a tragedy befalling him. As his mind swirled with thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out from outside, that of He Qin, the master of the sword-forging manor. "Cheng Daxia, I have heard that your son has harmed one of my disciples. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding." He Qin entered with a respectful bow. Cheng Junjiang's expression froze. He recalled that Cheng Yu had severely injured a disciple of the sword-forging manor. He suppressed his immense rage, and after a moment's hesitation, he glared at his family and said coolly, "It must be a misunderstanding. I have only one son, Feng'er. How could he commit such an act?" Chapter 46, That Genie Wei, who slaughtered countless sects and wreaked havoc, is none other than Cheng Yu. Almost instinctively, Cheng Junjiang made a decision within his heart, at least for the time being. He could not acknowledge that disrespectful son who had acted violently against his own sister and harmed the disciples of the sword-forging manor as his child. So it was, There must be some misunderstanding at play. He, as the master of the sword-forging manor, was no fool. Though he found the account from his disciple perplexing, he nodded without a hint of doubt. Cheng Daxia is a man of integrity. How could someone from your esteemed family possibly be a villain? If the top figure in the Jianghu claimed it was a misunderstanding, then it must be treated as such. Those who took matters too seriously in the Jianghu never ended well. With that, I shall not disturb you any further, Cheng Daxia. He had initially come to seek clarification from Cheng Daxia, not to demand justice for his disciple. Now that he had a plausible explanation and noticed the strange atmosphere within the Cheng family, he tactfully took his leave. Dad, how can my second brother not be your and mother's son? Cheng Si could hardly believe it, tears streaming down her face. At this juncture, her father refused to acknowledge Cheng Yu as his son. She felt her heart bleed. Was it true that blood ties could not outweigh the importance of appearances? Cheng Junjiang, what do you mean? Why will you not acknowledge Yuer as your son? Zhao Shichuan trembled in rage at her husband's words. Tio acknowledged that heartless and cruel tyrant as my son would be akin to allowing my reputation to be trampled underfoot. How could people in the Jianghu perceive you? How would the other children find their place? Is this fair to Fenger and the others? What else could I do but lie? My heart is bleeding. Cheng Junjiang's face twisted in anguish, a tumult of guilt and fury swirling within him. How could that ungrateful son act in such a manner without considering their plight? Was it truly that he was unwilling to acknowledge him? As the topic of family arose, especially concerning the reputation of the other children, Zhao Shichuan shuddered, her hands covering her tear-streaked face. Till lost for words, she could only lower her head and murmur, "My Yuer, I am so sorry, Dad, Mother." Cheng Yu observed this heartbreaking scene, feeling an immense pain in her heart. The family had descended into such disarray, all due to that unfilial Cheng Yu, alongside her anger. However, she was plagued by confusion. Why did father lie, claiming that only Cheng Feng was his son? Hadn't they always been taught to be honorable and upright? Having spent years in the Zhejiang sect, detached from worldly affairs, she felt her thoughts in turmoil. That scoundrel, Cheng Feng, witnessing his parents in such despair, his face contorted with rage, clenched his fists tightly. The revered Cheng Daxia and his wife, once admired as paragons in the Jianghu, had been driven to such a state by that wretched Cheng Yu. Even his father was forced to lie to preserve their reputation. These good people were continually oppressed by the wicked. His simmering anger towards Cheng Yu transformed into an abiding hatred. If given the chance, he would ensure that this detestable individual paid for his misdeeds, never allowing his family to suffer such sorrow again. Just as the family wallowed in their profound grief, the atmosphere thick with tension, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A multitude of formidable warriors from the sword-forging manor appeared, heading towards the manor as though a momentous event had transpired. What is happening outside? As the leader of the Zhejiang sect and head of the Qing family, Cheng Junjiang was acutely aware that such a mobilization was far from ordinary. He quickly summoned a servant to inquire about the situation. "Reporting to you, my lord, it is said that many prominent figures from various factions have come to visit the sword-forging manor. Nearly all the influential figures from the surrounding Jiangnan region are here. The lord of Longjing Island, the master of the divine element iron sect, and the leader of the 100 Flowers Valley. Many notable individuals have arrived." Cheng Junjiang furrowed his brow. Such a thing had occurred? These individuals were all of the third-tier realm. Though their strength might not match that of He, they were certainly esteemed figures in Jiangnan and even the entirety of Deqian. The sudden convergence of such individuals at the sword-forging manor must indicate a significant event. "My dear wife, I shall go to ascertain the situation." "Yes," Zhao Shichuan replied, aware that the matter was serious. Suppressing her tears as she nodded in agreement, the entrance of the sword-forging manor, various masters were bowing to He. "We have come to pay our respects, Master He. We sincerely apologize for the intrusion." "No intrusion at all, no intrusion at all. It is truly a fortunate occasion for me to host such esteemed heroes at my sword-forging manor." He greeted the gathered masters with great enthusiasm, instructing his disciples to ensure that no one was neglected. Yet within his heart, he seethed with frustration. What was happening? After 5 years of cautious excavation, day and night, worrying about potential mishaps, just when success was within reach, the most undesirable scenario had unfolded. At this crucial moment for the sword-forging manor, How could these individuals arrive one after another, drawn by a scent of opportunity? He was consumed by confusion and fury, yet could only maintain a smiling facade. Since you have all come, I assure you that you will feel right at home in my sword-forging manner. Please, please. The gathered masters expressed their gratitude to He, their eyes betraying a range of peculiar emotions. Some wore faintly mocking expressions, while others were filled with eagerness and excitement. Just then, a startled exclamation rang out. Chung Daxia, what brings you here? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, astonished to see Chung Junjiang approaching from within the sword-forging manor. How could this renowned hero of the Jianghu be present? Chung Daxia had arrived from the north, his news evidently reaching him far sooner than theirs. The cautious among them began to suspect. Could Chung Junjiang be in collusion with the sword-forging manor? Doubt crept into their minds, and they thought better of provoking the Chung family or the Zhejiang sect. Surrounded by numerous masters, Chung Junjiang felt his sorrow dissipate, and he smiled broadly. Greetings, esteemed heroes. I have come to inquire about a sword for Fenger. What brings all of you here? A sword? The crowd exchanged glances, suddenly contemplating a possibility. Perhaps Chung Junjiang was genuinely unaware of the rumors circulating outside, that a master's legacy lay beneath the sword-forging manor. After all, both the Zhejiang sect and the Chung family possessed such legacies. Why would they risk their reputations by coveting others? They quickly responded in agreement. We too have come to seek weapons for the younger generation. The weaponry of the sword-forging manor is unparalleled, and we would not want to diminish their prestige. Chung Junjiang nodded. Weapons, indeed. But where are the younger ones? Should they not be present to seek their own? They will be here shortly. They will be here shortly. The various sect leaders hastily signaled their disciples to summon their respective top students. He observed this scene, his teeth clenched in frustration. Their insincere demeanor made his intentions clear. They were undoubtedly after the treasures hidden within the mountain. As for forging swords, he cursed inwardly. I am forging swords, not merely churning out countless blades. After a while, the guests were all settled at the sword-forging manor. Still engulfed in confusion, Chung Junjiang awaited the return of his servant with news from the investigation. It was revealed that a ferocious Jinyui had emerged from Longyuan and had ruthlessly slaughtered the local sects, a secret he had unearthed. How outrageous! Such a heinous act amidst the current turmoil. Chung Junjiang slammed his hand on the table, suppressing his anger to continue listening. The secret disclosed that the sword-forging manor was delving into the mysteries of master-level inheritance, located within the mountains of sword-forging itself. For this purpose, they had conscripted laborers from various places to dig for 5 years. Master-level inheritance? Upon hearing this, Chung Junjiang suddenly understood why those sect leaders were so agitated and gathered together. It was for this very object. However, it had little to do with him. He merely needed to assume the role of a witness, to prevent excessive strife and chaos within the martial world, while also showcasing his own sense of righteousness. As Chung Junjiang pondered, he abruptly noticed the servant's pale face, hesitating to speak. Was there more to be said? My lord, the message also stated that the Jinyui, who massacred the sects in Xinjiang, was named, was it? Chengyu. Chapter 47. He had always been the one delivering corpses to others. Chengyu? Chung Junjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The Jinyui, a living nightmare for martial artists. Slaughtering forces in Xinjiang bore the exact name of that rebellious son. He could not possibly believe this was true, and he felt as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. How could it be that rebellious son? How could a disciple of the Cheng family commit such deeds? Chung Junjiang squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, teetering on the edge of an explosion. The new junior banner officer in Qinghe County last month was the second young master. What second young master? My Chung family has no such offspring. Chung Junjiang's fury erupted, feeling utterly humiliated. Tio think that after a lifetime of reputation, he had such a rebellious son. The usually composed image he displayed to outsiders dissipated at the mere mention of Cheng Yu. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind like a stormy sea. If it weren't for him, Cheng Junjiang, Cheng Yu would not have learned such brutality and ruthlessness outside, nor would he have severed ties with the Zhejiang sect. Everything Cheng Yu had done was inextricably linked to him. The thought of being pointed at by the martial world while being associated with Cheng Yu filled him with a fear stronger than his rage. In an instant, Chung Junjiang was unable to contain his anger and collapsed into his chair. Rebellious Son Longyuan, a bloodied sword-forging manor steward, clutching a sword, limped away from something. He glanced back frequently, and upon realizing no one was pursuing, he finally relaxed and let out a long breath. Those despicable court hounds had the audacity to come from Qingjiang to Longyuan. He had to inform the sect leader. Qianwei gritted his teeth, enduring his injuries as he quickened his pace. He had already heard that the Jinyui were investigating their manor's great secret. That secret must not fall into the hands of those court hounds. Just as Qianwei crested a hill and was about to glimpse the sword-forging mountain, he suddenly heard a chilling surge of crimson sword energy approaching from behind. If my master wishes to keep you, do not resist. Qianwei hastily turned and drew his sword to defend. But his swordsmanship paled in comparison to his assailants. He could only rely on his 6th-grade internal strength to withstand the attack. His severely injured body was knocked back, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. How could such a person serve as a lapdog for the Jinyui, aiding in the harm of the loyal? We warriors are ashamed to be in the same company as scum like you. Qianwei glared at Lu Xiong, filled with astonishment. He had intentionally chosen the most obscure path. How could he have been caught up so quickly? I have never been one of you. If anything, I am one of the countless laborers you have harmed. Lu Xiong's blood-red sword rested against Qianwei's neck, his expression cold. Just then, a tall figure clad in a handsome flying fish uniform, with a beautifully embroidered spring knife at his waist, stepped forward, leading a team of Jinyui. Cheng Yu discarded the soul-searching incense in his hand and applauded his apprentice's statements. He sneered, after chasing you for so long, it's time you divulged what you know, isn't it? Impossible. Dream on. Qianwei gritted his teeth, exuding an air of defiance. Is that so? Cheng Yu smiled, fully aware that many martial artists were initially tough in their words. Yet, with a little professional persuasion, these individuals would betray their own faster than anyone else. If you refuse to speak, do not blame us for being heartless. Bah, court hounds, come, we, the heroes, are not afraid of you. Qianwei clenched his teeth to bolster his courage. Fine, if you want to speak. Lu Xiong, have you heard of a method to compel someone to reveal the truth? Bury them in the ground with only their heads sticking out. Then cut a slit in their scalp to pour in mercury. Cheng Yu's tone was calm, yet his words sent shivers down the spines of the other Jinyui. Fear mingled with growing respect. Truly, Cheng Darren was knowledgeable and skilled. Mercury was so dense that when poured, it would flow down the head, leaving the person feeling an unbearable itch yet unable to move. Ultimately, in their agony, they would have no choice but to leap out through that slit, leaving only a bloodied mess behind. If a miraculous healing potion were to be administered at that moment, they might not even die. Alas, they would be left without skin. After Cheng Yu finished speaking, he cast a lingering gaze at Qianwei and instructed his subordinates, go find some mercury and dig a pit. Yes, wait. Hearing this, Qianwei's eyes widened in horror as he hastily begged for mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Cheng Yu smiled faintly at him. Host intimidating the villain, rewarding internal strength. Upon hearing Cheng Yu's terrifying methods, Qianwei was so frightened that he lost his composure and quickly divulged all he knew. The Jinyui gazed at Cheng Yu with increasing admiration. Lu Xiong, standing aside, lowered his head in respect, contemplating silently. Perhaps using illusion to counter reality could yield better results. Is this the swordsmanship truth my master seeks to impart? Truly, one who comprehends the essence of the sword. I must ensure the elder arrives swiftly. Amidst their various thoughts, Qianwei revealed all the secrets of the sword-forging manor. The dragon vein? Cheng Yu furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe what Qianwei had said. The rumors of master-level inheritance were already exaggerated, but now Qianwei claimed that the sword-forging manor coveted the dragon vein. There was indeed a dragon vein at the foot of the sword-forging mountain. I happened to overhear the manor's leader mention that the awakening of the Longyuan sword was influenced by something within the mountain, which must surely be the dragon vein. With the dragon vein, the sword-forging manor could plan for eternity, Qianwei lamented. The Longyuan sword, the divine weapon atop the global weapons list. Cheng Yu's heart jolted. Under the name of the Longyuan path, the sword-forging manor had established its foundation hundreds of years ago. Only a master-level warrior could fully unleash its terrifying power. Presently, the sword-forging manor could only summon half a sword in times of crisis, which was already sufficient to secure their position. It was said that the Longyuan sword was tempered by dragon blood and resonated with dragon energy. If the objects within the sword-forging mountain were not related to dragons, it was reasonable to assume they were connected to them. Speaking of dragons, Chengyu felt a surge of excitement. If he could seize both the sword-forging manor and the treasures within the mountain, he would have achieved a pinnacle in the art of plundering. However, this raised a problem. To seize the sword-forging manor, Chengyu could hardly rely solely on his own strength. He must leverage his identity as a Jinyui. Over in the capital, Zhao Gong's methods should come into play. The emperor would surely not remain idle. A few days later, in Qingjiang City, at the Jinyui Baihu office, Chengyu awaited for 3 days and finally received the answer he sought from the capital. 2 imposing figures clad in dark red python robes arrived. Jinyui commanding officers. Only those of the 8th grade realm could serve in such a capacity, and they were Chengyu's direct superiors. Upon hearing that 100,000 laborers had been enslaved and harmed by the sword-forging manor, the Daqian emperor was furious. He dispatched these 2 individuals over 1,000 miles with the imperial decree. One of them, strikingly handsome and exuding an aura of vigor, dragged a lifeless body behind him. You must be Chengyu, right? Well done. His Majesty has promoted you to Baihu of Qingjiang. I am Fan Xiu, and this is your gift. Fan Xiu coldly handed Chengyu a decree, tossing the lifeless body to the ground. Chengyu clasped his fists in greeting. What is this? This is the body of a waste, sent by Sun Wu, the Jinyui Qianhu of Longyuan. Under the emperor's orders to eliminate this trash, I hear you enjoy torturing people, so I thought I would present this to you. Fan Xiu smiled, a hint of hostility in his eyes. Chengyu naturally recognized that his words were aimed at him, and he silently marked this grievance in his heart. What does it mean to enjoy torturing people, to send him a corpse? It was akin to teasing a child. He had always been the one delivering corpses to others. Chapter 48. It is not about solving problems, but rather eliminating those who create them. Chengyu coldly regarded Fan Xiu. Asa, commanding officer of the Jinyui, a dignified 3rd-rank military official of Daqian. It was no small matter for him to belittle a mere 5th-rank Baihu. Yet, the error lay in the fact that this Baihu was Chengyu. Had he been a sycophantic coward, he would not have reached this position. He spoke nonchalantly. Fan Darren, you have enlightened me. It seems that our Jinyui is riddled with a culture of neglecting official matters and oppressing subordinates from the top down. No wonder people refer to you as court hounds. You are mostly a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Chengyu's tone was composed, neither obsequious nor arrogant, displaying no fear toward the 8th grade warrior. You? Fan Xiu had not anticipated that Chengyu would not only refuse to yield but would audaciously retort with disrespect. Anger surged within him, and a chilling internal force radiated outward. Chengyu remained steadfast, his purified and refined internal power vehemently thwarting the onslaught of his opponent's energy. The unique internal force bestowed upon him by the true martial legacy was, at this moment, sufficient to suppress all other energies. To withstand an 8th grade attack? Enough, Fan Xiu. At that moment, another commander of the Imperial Guard was taken aback, hastily interjecting to prevent Fan Xiu from continuing his aggression. Fan Xiu, too, was astonished by Chengyu's unexpected strength. Realizing he could withstand his internal force, his fury intensified, but he had no choice but to retract his power. How dare a mere child insult me? Are you not also a hound of the court? Ha! Few who dared to call me that still breathe today. Chengyu scoffed coldly, challenging him. If you can do the same, then come and suppress me. He dared to insult Qingjunjiang. So what could Fan Xiu do? Speechless at this remark, Fan Xiu glared at Chengyu with hatred, ultimately letting out a frustrated sigh as he walked away. Chengyu watched him depart, his gaze icy wide-eye in the world of martial arts. Those who humiliate the Imperial Guards do so with impunity, while discontent among comrades leads to arbitrary suppression, bringing disgrace upon the Imperial Guards. This enmity, he would remember. Host corrects chaos and confronts the misconduct within the Imperial Guards. Rewarding the high-grade sword technique, Tai Xinmin sword. Having gained nothing from Chengyu, Fan Xiu stormed off in anger. The other commander, Ai Pong, could only shake his head in resignation, sighing as he turned to Chengyu. Cheng Baihu, do not take offense at this fellow. Fan Xiu originally believed this mission would place him in charge, only for the emperor to order a thorough investigation, with everything arranged by you. A dignified commander reduced to a subordinate of a mere 100 households. Naturally, he harbored resentment. Ai Peng spoke candidly about the underlying issues. To which Cheng Yu nodded, appreciating the directness. Though you disapprove of me as 100 households? Cheng Yu inquired, puzzled. Fan Xiao has always maintained extensive connections, entangled in many affairs of the martial world. Being at odds with a superior would only benefit his reputation. As for me, I am solitary. And if I speak of relationships, it is only that of profound admiration for Zhao Gong. Zhao people. Cheng Yu's eyes brightened as he exchanged glances with Ai Peng. I am grateful to Lord Ai for coming to my aid earlier. But how could His Majesty entrust a mere 100 households with the matter of the million laborers, directly pointing to the sword-forging manner? Although Zhao Yi wields considerable power, he could not compel the emperor to make such a decision. It must be the will of the Daqian emperor. At Cheng Yu's questioning, Ai Peng revealed a mysterious expression. Only someone like you, Cheng Baihu, dares to investigate such matters in Daqian. Heroes investigating heroes? Valiant men confronting valiant men. If we truly cross swords with the sword-forging manner, we, the emperor's loyal subjects, cannot remain passive. However, if enmity arises with the sword-forging manner, it would offend the martial artists of the world. Then Ai Peng did not elaborate further, but Cheng Yu's eyes widened, instinctively recalling a familiar phrase. This incident was caused by the negligence of temporary workers. They intend to pin the blame on him. However, do not worry, Lord Cheng. This is both a crisis and a test. His Majesty holds you in high regard. Should you resolve this matter, you will surely ascend to great heights. As the Emperor's personal guards, I shall naturally abide by the imperial will. Cheng Yu pondered and nodded, a cold smile forming within. The old Emperor seeks to ensnare him, but this shall collide with his intentions, since he dares to let him oversee this affair. It is not about resolving the issue, but about addressing those who create problems. Commanding 2 8th-grade powerhouses, had it not been for Cheng Junjiang still at the sword-forging manor, he would have set forth to raid their estate immediately. As for Fan Xiao, knowing he would be under Cheng Yu's command yet still daring to show disrespect, any misfortune that befalls him could only be deemed self-inflicted. Henceforth, he shall depend on Lord Cheng's arrangements. Ai Peng chuckled and clasped his fists. I dare not. I can only serve loyally. The two shared a hearty laugh. Ai Peng then departed to examine the materials and evidence Cheng Yu had uncovered. It was only then that Cheng Yu had the opportunity to organize the rewards he had just received. Upon reviewing the reward details, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, his previous assumptions were correct. The greater the individual's strength displayed to the Imperial Guards, the better the rewards received. Earlier, when confronting Cheng Junjiang at the Zhejiang sect, he had received the most generous rewards, practically earning a reward with every few sentences. Next came the 8th-grade Fan Xiao, who directly rewarded him with a high-grade sword technique, Tai Xinmin Sword. The Tai Sword of the Wudong sect, a technique that harmonizes both speed and strength, embodying both rigidity and flexibility. Not only is the Tai Xinmin Sword itself remarkably powerful, but it also encompasses foundational techniques. Although the intermediate sword technique, Wudong Sword, is of a lower grade, Cheng Yu's understanding of the path of the sword reveals that it possesses extraordinary qualities. At that moment, Lu Xiong, clad in plain garments, appeared before Cheng Yu, bowing respectfully. Master, the elder of the sword-bearers has arrived at Xinjiang Prefecture. I hope you will permit him to meet with you. There is no harm in meeting. What kind of master is this elder of yours? Cheng Yu nodded. Thank you, master. Lu Xiong bowed in gratitude. The elder refers to himself as Jian, and we do not know his true name. He has been stagnant in swordsmanship for 30 years since a battle at Taihu, wandering the world without gaining anything from observing other swordsmen. I wish for you, master, to enlighten him on the true essence of the sword. A favor the sword-bearers will never forget. Jian, the swordsman from the Taihu battle 30 years ago. Cheng Yu found this name unfamiliar. Logically, an elder of the sword-bearers would not be an inconsequential figure. However, he soon recalled another rumor. The mysterious swordsman who once topped the Heavenly Machine Tower's rankings, undefeated in battles against 9th-grade opponents at Taihu. This man turned out to be the elder of the sword-bearers. If he could recruit him, it would be an immense advantage. Have him come to see me. After expressing his gratitude to Master, Lu Xiong quickly returned, bringing with him an ordinary-looking elder who had a wooden crutch at his waist. Into the Imperial Guard's 100 households. Upon seeing that it was the fierce swordsman disciple of Lord Cheng, the Imperial Guards did not obstruct them. Why the rush? The elder Jian was somewhat displeased at being brought into the Imperial Guard's territory by a junior. Elder, let us go. The opportunity lies before us. You say you casually accepted a master, and he is just a 20-year-old kid. How should I address him? Brother. I am 50 years older than he is. Upon hearing Jian's words, Lu Xiong stopped in his tracks and earnestly replied, Elder, I have told you before. My master comprehends the true essence of the sword, and it is our hope to witness the highest realm of swordsmanship. Does the title matter? Chapter 49. Disciple Tao de Peo seeks to become a disciple. Hearing it was for the sake of the sword, Jian found it difficult to refuse any further. However, he remained skeptical of this so-called master. He had inquired and learned that this was a person who wielded a sewing spring knife to slay others and commanded his subordinates to unleash crossbows. How could such a person possibly relate to the true essence of the sword? Nevertheless, he followed Lu Xiong's lead and entered the hall of the Imperial Guard's 100 households. I have met the master. Elder Jian has arrived. Upon seeing Cheng Yu's youthful and handsome appearance, Jian's expression turned increasingly peculiar. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally decided against emphasizing age and opted for polite address. Jian greeted Cheng Yu as Brother Cheng. Elder Jian is overly courteous. What brings you to seek out Cheng? Dressed in tattered clothing, Jian, at first glance, appeared to be merely an ordinary old man. Were it not for the overwhelming aura of sword energy emanating from him, it would be difficult to discern his formidable strength. At a glance, Cheng Yu recognized that the other's swordsmanship had stagnated, attributing it to an excess of sword energy that was overly sharp, rendering it incapable of circulating properly. Elder, please speak. Lu Xiong urged Jian. Jian stood frozen, struggling to express his concerns to Cheng Yu. Would 100 households of the Imperial Guard comprehend? How could he possibly resolve it? He cast a reproachful glance at Lu Xiong, wondering how he could have so casually accepted a master and dragged an old man into such a predicament. It's nothing at all. I merely came to see how your master is doing. Jian fabricated an excuse. Cheng Yu, observing his attitude, smiled. It appeared that Jian was not a hypocrite who immediately labeled him as a hound of the court. He was earnestly engaging in equal discourse. It was understandable that he did not believe he could resolve the swordsmanship dilemma that had plagued him for 30 years. As such, Cheng Yu chose not to speak first. Turning his attention to Lu Xiong, since Elder Jian has arrived, I shall take this opportunity to guide you, lest you accuse me of being an incompetent master. Having said this, Cheng Yu tossed a sword manual before Lu Xiong, which bore the words Wudong Sword Technique. Grateful, Lu Xiong eagerly accepted it, flipping it open, and upon reading just a glance, he felt as if struck by lightning, awakening to the treasure he had found. The Wudong sword path lies in the martial expression of the way. In the reign, the bright sword principles must be fully embraced in sword nature to achieve unity of man and sword. In just a few short lines, Jian's eyes widened in astonishment, waves of shock coursing through him. Could this truly be the method of pursuing the unity of man and sword? As if the heavens turned and startled birds took flight, rolling on the ground yet not stirring dust, in a single strike. It was as if the gentle breeze concealed the sword. Amidst a myriad of changes, only the sword was visible, not the man. Lu Xiong's excitement grew with each word he read, his entire being trembling. This was not merely a simple sword technique, but a comprehensive martial art, comparable to the fusion of several techniques. Techniques derived from the same source enhance each other, their actual grade vastly surpassing intermediate point. One such manual is sufficient for a martial artist to cultivate their entire prowess. Mastering this sword technique requires the perfect harmony of hand, eye, body, method, step, spirit, and form. Moreover, it comes with a unique cultivation heart method known as Tai Chi. Most of the techniques used by martial artists in the world are primarily offensive, enhancing their effectiveness in a direct manner, and are widely disseminated through tradition. However, aside from this, there exists the profound secret of foundation building. Those who cultivate this secret can solidify their foundation, often proving far more formidable than those who merely hone their martial techniques. Grateful for the master's bestowal of the secret, Lu Xiong was utterly incredulous that Cheng Yu had imparted such knowledge to him, immediately kneeling on the ground to bow in reverence. The method of this secret is renowned throughout the martial world as the cornerstone for establishing sects and schools. Inaccessible to the weak, rise, my disciple. I shall not neglect your training, Cheng Yu said, nodding in satisfaction at Lu Xiong's discernment and gratitude. one of the 9 major sects of the Great Qian martial world. The Zhejiang sect practices a secret called Zhejiang Qi. Cheng Zhenjiang had previously mentioned that he would wait for Cheng Yu to amend his ways before imparting it, and thus it had remained unspoken. Although it was merely of medium grade, akin to Tai Chi Chi, its accompanying techniques could not reach the level of the Shimin Tai sword. With the true martial inheritance purifying his internal energy, Cheng Yu's foundation surpassed that of all martial artists, rendering the cultivation of the secret unnecessary. This Wudong secret was perfectly suited for someone like Lu Xiong, who was starting from scratch, allowing Cheng Yu to fulfill his duty as a master. Unity of man and sword. Unity of man and sword. The elder Jian was captivated by the spirit of pursuing such unity, endlessly murmuring the phrase. He felt that while the concept of uniting man and sword was indeed profound and alluring, it was exceedingly difficult for those like them, who bore the sword. Without stable inheritance, how could one hope to ascend to great heights? At that moment, upon hearing Lu Xiong express his gratitude to Cheng Yu for the secret, he stood there, utterly dumbfounded. A secret? Instinctively, he glanced towards the secret in Lu Xiong's hands, yet he forced himself to restrain his curiosity. After all, it was a matter of someone else's sect's inheritance. Moreover, he had already amassed a full measure of internal energy. The secret was merely a means to strengthen the foundation and could not resolve his issues. Yet, he no longer dared to hold even a fraction of disrespect towards Cheng Yu as for Lu Xiong's decision to become Cheng Yu's disciple. He was devoid of any doubt. The mere fact that Cheng Yu could produce such Wudong sword techniques made him worthy. Simultaneously, Jian, who had tirelessly sought the truths of the sword for 30 years without success, felt his fading hope rekindled in that moment. Cheng Yu possessed the ability to present such techniques. Could it be that he truly had the potential to comprehend the true essence of the sword? Enough to address his own dilemmas? However, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Beside him, Lu Xiong gratefully accepted the Wudong sword technique manual, looking at Jian with immense excitement. Elder, you must implore the master. 30 years of wasted time could be rectified today. Do not speak foolishly, Jian replied, suppressing his yearning, unable to let go of his pride. He reminded himself that Cheng Yu might not necessarily resolve his problems. Perhaps the Wudong sword techniques were merely a stroke of fortune and did not represent Cheng Yu's true mastery of the sword path. He had once possessed extraordinary talent and advanced too swiftly, resulting in a chaotic sword energy. While the world lamented the scarcity of sword energy, who pondered the issue of its abundance? He had resigned himself to his fate, believing it impossible to find a solution. With defiance, he declared, a swordsman must be unyielding. How can one easily bow to others? Do not make it difficult for your master. Cheng Yu, observing Jian's stubborn demeanor, chuckled softly. You are indeed a resolute individual. Yet, no matter how obstinate, you cannot escape my grasp. He spoke calmly. Lu Xiong, there is no need to press Elder Jian. Your diligent cultivation is what he wishes to see the most. Indeed, Jian replied with a smile. If there was a means to descend, as an elder guiding Lu Xiong in the path of the sword, he felt content seeing the bright future ahead. However, upon hearing the latter part of Cheng Yu's statement, his expression abruptly froze. This is our sect's sword technique. Once you have cultivated it sufficiently, I shall pass on to you my personally authored advanced technique, the Tai Shimin sword. Cheng Yu spoke to Lu Xiong. His gaze subtly shifted towards Jian. The Tai Shimin sword, balanced in speed and strength, harmonized the soft and the hard, making it the most suitable method for someone with excessive sword energy to refine. Master's personally authored technique, refining sword energy. Lu Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively looked at Jian. Elder, did you hear that? Do not speak of yielding. Before he could finish, he witnessed an unbelievable sight. The once unyielding Jian was now prostrated on the ground, his face filled with fervor, nearly touching the earth. He implored Cheng Yu, Disciple Jian. No, Disciple Tao De Peo begs master to accept me as a disciple. At merely 20 years of age, having created his own sword technique, he was a prodigy of unparalleled talent. What need was there to discuss surrendering when the pursuit of the higher realms of swordsmanship was at stake? Cheng Yu rose with a smile, intending to assist him. Elder Jian, please rise. Simply express your wishes. Your reverence overwhelms me. I shall not rise. Those who have attained mastery in martial arts and swordsmanship are paramount. Master Cheng's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I am honored to receive such a master. Jian resolutely shook his head, turning to Lu Xiong. Lu Shixiang, please persuade the master for me. Lu Xiong's eyes widened. Shixiang? Is the elder addressing him? Chapter 50. The martial artists of Xinjiang Prefecture surely understand my intentions. As the elder of the sword-bearers, Jian A was fervently devoted to reaching the zenith of swordsmanship. The moment Cheng Yu indicated that the Tai Xianmin sword could refine sword energy, any hesitation would merely reveal a lack of purity in the pursuit of the sword path. To hear of the sword path at dawn and perish by evening is acceptable. What does it matter if one bows? Jian A had roamed the martial world for 30 years, even venturing overseas, yet had never heard of a sword technique capable of refining sword energy. The Tai Xianmin sword represented a monumental breakthrough in the sword path, a method worthy of establishing a sect. With the Wudong sword technique preceding it, its efficacy was undoubtedly authentic. Cheng Yu's creation of such a technique signified an alarming level of talent and comprehension in the sword path. Lu Xiong was not mistaken. Becoming a disciple of Cheng Yu meant pursuing and witnessing the highest realm of swordsmanship. No sword-bearer could possibly refuse. Seeing Jian A bowing in reverence, Cheng Yu found no reason to decline. A young man accepting an elder as a disciple would only provoke the hypocritical critique of self-proclaimed heroes in the martial world. In Cheng Yu's view, what was wrong with a master taking on a disciple regardless of age? He nodded in agreement with Jian A's request. "Thank you, master," Jian A exclaimed, ecstatically bowing repeatedly, then lifting his wooden crutch with both hands as an offering. "I offer this sword to pay my respects." The highest honor from a sword-bearer. The fierce and terrifying sword energy surged like a tempest, swirling around the wooden crutch, enveloping it entirely as the fierce winds of sword energy dispersed. A chillingly sharp sword materialized. The Fengyun sword, a low-grade earth weapon, was imbued with sentience, exuding an overwhelming ferocity that would cause ordinary individuals to recoil in pain at its mere sight. Hence, Jian A had disguised it as a wooden crutch to suppress its might. Cheng Yu reached out to grasp the Fengyun sword, feeling a violent gale pushing back against him, so fierce. "But do you not know who I am?" He snorted coldly and boldly seized it. The aura of the true martial inheritance, the sword of war, emanated forth. A torrent of sword energy exploded from his palm, encircling the originally fierce Fengyun sword. The Fengyun sword trembled completely, ceasing its resistance, and obediently entered Cheng Yu's grasp. With a slight swing of the sword, a tempest roared to life, wreaking havoc within the room, causing Lu Xiong to stumble slightly. Jian A, kneeling on the ground, stared wide-eyed at the scene, tears streaming down his face. Was this the manifestation of the true essence of the sword path? He never imagined he would be fortunate enough to witness it in his lifetime. Disciple thanks the master. Ding! Host inherits the sword path by accepting a disciple, gaining the supreme truth of the Gale sword path. Consumption when using the damaging demon sword, remnant, is reduced. Can invoke the highest Gale sword path. Haha, a marvelous sword. Cheng Yu laughed heartily, returning the Fengyun sword to Jian A, gesturing for him to rise. Jian A accepted the Fengyun sword, feeling the decades of fierce energy that had not been dispelled completely dissipate. Now thoroughly subdued, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Master's swordsmanship is truly unparalleled, shaking the ancient and illuminating the present. To be accepted as a disciple under Cheng Yu is my great fortune. Thus, Cheng Yu gained a remarkably powerful second disciple. While Lu Xiong earned the respect of a venerable elder, I will impart to you the Tai Xianmin sword technique to refine your sword energy. In due course, you may repay me as you wish. Upon hearing that Cheng Yu generously shared with him the unique sword technique of the world, Jian A trembled with exhilaration. Tao DePeo thanks the master. Ah, you may still call yourself Jian A. I have no strict rules regarding the use of one's birth name. Cheng Yu endeavored to preserve Jian A's image as a sword master. With his guidance, he conveyed the essence of the Tai Xianmin sword technique. Slow is fast, and softness can overcome hardness. Jian A repeatedly murmured Cheng Yu's words, his eyes shining brighter with each repetition, his demeanor bordering on mania. This was the solution to his stagnation. At that moment, two shadowy figures clad in deep red appeared at the doorway, exuding a chilling aura. Cheng Baihu, what has transpired? Was there an enemy attack? Ai Peng surveyed the disordered room, filled with confusion, glancing at the strangely ecstatic elder. He had just been reviewing intelligence reports when the violent wind drew his attention. It seems that someone is up to no good, bringing all sorts of people into the Jinju's territory. Fan Xiu remarked coldly, observing Cheng Yu and the others. Cheng Yu's gaze turned frigid, yet suddenly revealed a glimmer of amusement. He subtly signaled to Ai Peng, "Get back." Ai Peng instantly comprehended, albeit without understanding the context. Yet instinctively obeyed. "Get back? What are you talking about?" As he pondered this, he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly terrifying and sharp aura erupt violently. The somewhat deranged Jianna moved, racing towards the door like a howling gale. That peculiar old man. Ai Peng was taken aback, fleeing in alarm. Where did this terrifying elder come from? His gaze sharpened. The fierce and terrifying sword energy emanating from the elder far surpassed his own. Comparable to a ninth-grade master, fear gripped him. If he were to accidentally come into contact with that sword energy, he would not emerge unscathed. However, Fan Xiu was not as fortunate. Jianna charged. He had no time to react, his eyes widening in shock, and before he could evade, the sword energy sliced through him like a whirlwind, leaving his 8th-grade cultivated body marred by countless wounds. Blood gushed forth as he was sent flying. "Ah, do you dare to harm me?" Fan Xiu cried out in agony, as Jianna had already crossed over him to the open space in the courtyard. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth, only to witness an unbelievable scene. His heart swelled with fury, yet the flame of his wrath dimmed in an instant. Jianna was being lifted by the fierce winds generated by the sword energy. With a tempest raging around, sending dust and stones flying as if a celestial being had descended. Soon, the ferocious winds began to subside, becoming increasingly rhythmic, gently lowering Jianna to the ground. He gazed upward, his face alight with unparalleled excitement. After nearly abandoning his pursuit and resigning himself to fate, he had now surmounted that hurdle, a breakthrough. Today, he glimpsed the pinnacle of swordsmanship. From henceforth, my sword shall be governed by me, not by the heavens. The two Jinyu commanders stared in disbelief. The old man's strength at this moment was far greater than in the previous tumult, surpassing both of them. Where had Cheng Yu found such a master of swordsmanship? This power was sufficient to place him among the top ranks of the Tiangong Tower. What left them even more incredulous was the sight of the old man approaching Cheng Yu. Kneeling with profound reverence, "Disciple thanks Master for his immense guidance, a debt I shall never forget." The teacher's benevolence in imparting knowledge and wisdom touched him deeply. His excitement stemmed not merely from a breakthrough after 30 years, but also from the future he saw embodied in Cheng Yu. The sword-bearers had long dreamt of this, a legacy for those who had come before. He resolved firmly. The master is the future of the sword-bearers. Without the master, the quest for swordsmanship would be an eternal night. Following the master is the most righteous path for all sword-bearers. This act of kneeling left Ai Peng and Fan Xiu in stunned silence, unable to comprehend. He calls Cheng Yu master, a figure comparable to the 9th rank, whose every movement exudes formidable sword energy, addressing a mere Jinyu commander as master. They could hardly believe it, yet the undeniable truth lay before them. This swordsman held Cheng Yu in the highest regard. And the sword energy that had just clashed with Fan Xiu was indeed in defense of him. Their hearts were like turbulent waves. The situation had dramatically shifted. What was once mere compliance with Cheng Yu's commands had transformed into something far more significant. Could it be that an 8th-rank expert truly served a mere 100-man commander? The balance of power had reversed. Ai Peng was thoroughly convinced of Zhao Gong's insight and promptly clasped his fists in salute. "Congratulations, Commander Cheng." Fan Xiu, gritting his teeth, reluctantly returned the gesture. The host displays authority and majesty, intimidating peers and superiors, rewarding internal energy. A surge of pure internal energy flowed into Cheng Yu's body as he nodded lightly with his hands behind his back. Now, with the past behind him, he summoned all the Jinyu of Longyuan Dao and mobilized every soldier available, declaring, "Let us depart for Longyuan Manor." What purpose do we have in gathering so many Jinyu and soldiers at Longyuan Manor? Fan Xiu furrowed his brow. Shouldn't they be the few with evidence going to negotiate first? The court has always been cautious in dealing with the major sects of the martial world, lest they provoke an excessive backlash. Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy. "What purpose? You may inquire with the martial artists of Qingjiang Manor. They will surely understand my intentions." Chapter 51. we are justly carrying out heaven's will, offering their heads as a tribute to the heavens. Zhujian Mountain Manor, grand and expansive, boasted ample training grounds for disciples to practice their martial arts. At this moment, it was teeming with figures from the martial world. In the center of the training ground, young talents employing various martial arts were engaged in sparring, each technique graceful and sharp, capturing the attention of onlookers. Numerous renowned figures from Jiangnan and nearby regions gathered on the high platform before the arena, including several sect leaders whose martial prowess had reached the upper third rank. Among the leaders, 2 were seated at the center like stars among the moon. He Qin, the master of Zhujian Mountain Manor, and Cheng Junjiang, the renowned hero of the northern martial world. The 2 were observing the intense sparring in the arena. The young Lord Qingfeng was pitted against He Qing, the eldest disciple of Zhujian Mountain Manor. One wielded the formidable Zhejiang swordplay, exuding overwhelming might and profound internal strength, while the other brandished 2 precious swords, one in each hand, a display of opulence with 2 human-grade weapons. Their clash was fierce and evenly matched, drawing rounds of applause. Well fought. The young lord is indeed the son of Cheng the hero, truly inheriting the brilliance of the Zhejiang sword. He Qing's dual swords intertwined with lethal precision, proving himself no less formidable. If the young lord were to defeat the swordsman, his ranking on the martial arts leaderboard would undoubtedly rise significantly. 2 tigers contending, it was evident that Qingfeng attracted even more attention. At merely 16 years old, he was 5 years younger than He Qing, showcasing an extraordinary talent. After several dozen exchanges, Qingfeng struck with decisive force, unleashing the Zhejiang sword energy, narrowly besting He Qing in their duel. He sheathed his sword and clasped his fists. "Thank you, Brother He, for your guidance. I shall gladly accept the 27th position on the Tiangong leaderboard." He Qing shook his head with a smile, acknowledging, "If you had not suppressed your strength to the 4th rank, I would not have withstood even 10 moves." Though he felt a twinge of regret, he was not disheartened. Losing to the son of Cheng the hero was no disgrace. The 2 approached at He Qing's call, having concluded their spar. Countless sect leaders gazed at them with envy. If only their own disciples could exhibit such spirit, they would surely wake up smiling. Cheng Junjiang clapped, laughing heartily. "Fenger, well done. But do not let this success lead to complacency." He felt immense pride in his son, not just in his prowess but also in his composure in competition. This demeanor was what Cheng Junjiang envisioned for his son. Beside him, Zhao Shichuan and Cheng Yu watched with pride, sharing in their joy, while Cheng Si remained contemplative, lost in thought. "Thank you, father. I will certainly not become complacent." Qingfeng was elated by the praise, looking at the newly acquired top-grade human weapon in his hand. With this, his strength would soar, and he might even break into the top 10 on the leaderboard. If that were to happen, the gap between him and that Cheng Yu would only widen. Regardless of how insidious or cunning his opponent might be, he would surely defeat him in a single blow. With the 2 prodigies having finished their spar, the remaining juniors lost their luster. At this moment, one of the sect leaders spoke up. "The legacy of the young is the future of chivalry in the martial world. But without proper inheritance and self-exploration, they will struggle to progress. Master He, some traditions hidden away are better shared with the heroes of the martial world, so we may collectively promote the path of chivalry." Others quickly echoed this sentiment. "Indeed. We, the guardians of our sects, must support one another. We cannot be left behind." The martial practitioners, who had always espoused righteousness, were now unashamedly revealing their desire for the master's legacy. Using the pretense of chivalry as their excuse, they were eager for a path forward, disregarding the principles they once claimed to uphold. He Qing's previously warm smile diminished significantly upon hearing this. A group of bandits, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. He had already inquired and learned that these individuals were merely hoping to ride the coattails of Zhujian Mountain Manor's million-strong workforce digging for treasures. Believing the rumors of a master's legacy. "Since you all have heard the rumors, I shall no longer conceal it. Indeed, Zhujian Mountain Manor has discovered something extraordinary." He Qing spoke candidly. The others felt a surge of joy. The rumors were true, however. It was not a master's legacy, and the credibility of the court's hounds was questionable. Instead, it was the exceptional fire essence produced by Zhujian Mountain Manor's centuries of fortune. Meant solely for weapon forging, it should be shared among all, yet is ultimately of no use to anyone. Utilizing resources to their fullest potential is most beneficial to the martial world. Would you not agree? Chung the hero, upon hearing that it was not a master's legacy but rather fire essence for weapon forging, the crowd's spirits plummeted. He Qin's smile subtly returned. This was his strategy. Everyone desired face. And he would not deny the rumors, merely stating that it was something others did not need. Surely, they would not shamelessly demand to see it with their own eyes. That would make them true bandits. Mentioning Chang Junjiang further leveraged his reputation to keep them in check. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. The righteous ninth-rank hero is present. Chang Junjiang wished to avoid entanglement in such matters and was about to nod when suddenly Cheng Feng interjected. Master He, I have something to say. Fire essence is an extremely volatile substance. It cannot remain stable within Zhujian Mountain. As he spoke, he raised his palm, gathering a faint golden internal energy that seemed to resonate with the mountain. I possess a trace of dragon energy within my innate internal force, and it is responding to this place. I fear you may have misidentified the dragon origin as fire essence. Dragon origin? The crowd's eyes widened in shock. They had all heard of the young lord's innate dragon energy. Cheng Junjiang sat up straight, a sense of reverence washing over him. If it truly were dragon origin, then what lay beneath must be a dragon vein. Their desire ignited anew, far more intense than when they thought it was a master's legacy. They looked gratefully at the Qing father and son, relieved to have avoided being duped by that old fellow He Qin. He Qin's expression stiffened as he turned to Cheng Junjiang. What is your son playing at? Did he not just give you a fine sword? Knowing there is dragon origin, why not discuss it between our families? How could he casually disclose such information? Cheng Junjiang was taken aback by this unexpected gain, smiling faintly. Martial world practitioners should be straightforward in their dealings. My son speaks his mind. Master He, please understand. What impact did it have on him to disclose this? Given his status and strength, he would always take the lion's share, so he might as well share it to earn some gratitude. It would save him the trouble of being criticized later. Martial world practitioners should speak openly. Being indirect and secretive is the behavior of a villain. He Qin's eyes widened in disbelief at Cheng Junjiang's words. What a pure beast this father and son are. Just after receiving their belongings, they betray him so ruthlessly. Is this what is known as a hero? Yet, surrounded by a throng of sect leaders, he dares not express his anger and can only reluctantly concede. Young Master Cheng, your words hold merit. Perhaps we have misjudged the situation. Despite the turmoil within, vengeance is not an option. To retaliate against the esteemed Cheng would be courting death. In the absence of an outlet for their fury, they trace the roots of their grievances back to the genie Wei who spread the news, and a surge of murderous intent arises within them. It is one thing to terrify the warriors of Xinjiang Prefecture, but why must they target him at the sword-forging manor? Were it not for him, none of this would have transpired. Thus, he clasped his fists and addressed the assembly. If this is indeed related to the dragon vein, we must treat it with the utmost caution, for this matter is of paramount importance to the royal family of the Daiqian dynasty. We must keep this information well concealed, especially that Genie Wei captain who leaked the news. He surely knows something. It is said that this man slaughters without mercy, wreaking havoc upon the martial realm of Xinjiang Prefecture. We might as well act on behalf of the heavens to prevent any further leaks. Upon hearing this, He Qin reluctantly relinquished his interests, and a wave of joy swept through the crowd. Excellent! We have long heard that this Genie Wei captain is a villainous fiend. We are only fulfilling our heavenly duty by taking his head as a sacrifice to the heavens. Indeed! Let us slay that scoundrel, the crowd echoed in unison. Suddenly, the chair beneath Cheng Junjiang shattered with a loud crack, his face contorted with a strange struggle. What is the matter with the esteemed Cheng? Cheng Junjiang quickly waved his hands, taking a seat on a newly replaced chair. Nothing, nothing. The others dared not pry further, nodding in agreement before continuing. By the way, where is that scoundrel? I shall go and slay him at once. That scoundrel is the newly appointed Genie Wei captain of Xinjiang Prefecture, named Cheng Yu. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking stools echoed again, this time from both Cheng Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan. Cheng Yu? You mean that person is named Cheng Yu? Zhao Shichuan's beautiful visage displayed disbelief, as if she had heard the most terrifying news in the world. She looked around in confusion, her face marked by uncertainty. Her 3 children beside her wore expressions of disbelief as they exchanged wide-eyed glances. Others were similarly taken aback, exchanging bewildered looks, questioning why the lady of the esteemed Chung would suddenly display such strange concern over an unrelated name of a vicious court enforcer. What could possibly excite her about the infamous name of a Genie Wei? Those with sharp minds quickly grasped the underlying implications, that Genie Wei is named Chengyu. He shares the same surname. A dreadful suspicion took root in their hearts, yet no one dared voice their conjecture, exchanging glances of confusion and apprehension. Some things must not be spoken lightly. To utter the wrong words could invite disaster, while speaking the truth could stir the entire martial world of Deqian. Zhao Shichuan, in her bewilderment, turned to Cheng Junjiang. Junjiang, the Genie Wei they speak of. Cheng Junjiang forced himself to maintain his composure. The martial world is vast, and there are countless matters of renown. Let us discuss these matters later. For now, I must deliberate on significant affairs with my fellow heroes. Observing Cheng Junjiang's feigned calmness, Zhao Shichuan felt the last shred of hope within her shatter completely. How could he remain so composed after hearing the name Chengyu? She understood her husband all too well. Had their son committed such heinous acts, he would surely be filled with shock and fury, eager to resolve the situation. His current demeanor, however, clearly indicated that he already knew something, intentionally withholding the truth from her. The only possibility remaining is that the Genie Wei is their very own son. Tears welled in Zhao Shichuan's eyes as she cried out, "Discuss later? They are plotting to kill our son as a sacrifice to the heavens, and you tell me to wait? Are you willing to stand by as they murder our flesh and blood?" "My lady!" Cheng Junjiang was taken aback, never expecting Zhao Shichuan to react with such fervor. In a moment of weakness, he inadvertently acknowledged that the Genie Wei who had wreaked havoc in Xinjiang Prefecture was indeed his son. The other warriors sat in stunned silence. They had just heard the most unbelievable news of their lives, a revelation shocking enough to shake the very foundations of the world. The son of the renowned hero Cheng Junjiang had become a ruthless enforcer of the court, a villain known for his merciless slaughter of martial practitioners. How could this be? Cheng Junjiang's family was renowned for its legacy of heroes. How could a court enforcer emerge from such a lineage? It was unfathomable. The ruthless Genie Wei and the righteous Cheng Junjiang were, in fact, father and son. It was over. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the need to slay the very son of their esteemed hero. Forget about the dragon. Their own lives were now in jeopardy. As these thoughts circulated, Cheng Junjiang's complexion turned ashen, his entire being trembling with rage. How could these individuals doubt that he, a hero, would resort to such a heinous act? He shot Zhao Shichuan a stern look, urging her to remain silent. The greater righteousness must precede personal matters. With a resolute gaze, he surveyed the assembly and declared, "Friends, what do you take me for? I am not a hypocrite seeking fame and fortune. I am a true hero who has slain great demons to maintain peace in our realm." The others exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and unease. Cheng Junjiang's reputation had been built over years of righteous deeds. How could his own son commit such acts against the martial community? Surely, he must have been driven to the brink. They did not mean to cast aspersions on the great Cheng. But the truth was just too astounding to accept. If you do not provide an explanation, we cannot trust you. If you refuse to explain, we fear your retribution. Cheng Junjiang recognized that if he did not handle this matter delicately, the martial world would soon be rife with rumors of his complicity in sheltering a criminal. His heart raced at the thought, and he spoke urgently. "I have spent my life upholding justice. Though misfortune has befallen my family, it will never alter my commitment to the path of righteousness. That ungrateful child is incorrigible and malevolent. I shall personally strip him of his martial prowess and guide him back to the right path. Seeking atonement for the innocent lives lost, a hero must act justly," Cheng Junjiang declared, his voice filled with conviction. "I owe my standing to the principles of heroism. I will not let you down." Upon hearing Cheng Junjiang's resolve, the others were moved, their concerns alleviated significantly. The great hero was determined to uphold righteousness, even at the cost of his kin. The notion that a tiger would not consume its own offspring rang true. He was willing to sacrifice his flesh and blood for the greater good of the martial realm. They could not help but applaud and cheer. "Hero Cheng, your noble integrity shines bright." Cheng Junjiang stood at the center, surrounded by admirers, radiating righteous energy. Yet, just then, an urgent voice pierced through the air. "Little sister?" Cheng Junjiang's expression changed drastically as he recognized the voice of Chengyu. He turned swiftly to see his youngest daughter, Qing Xixio, pale and shivering, her body cold as ice. Zhao Shichuan, unable to grapple with the reality, stood frozen in place. Upon noticing her daughter's recurring ailment, she rushed forward in a panic to embrace her. "Mother, do not let father. Second brother will never forgive you. If that happens, he will have no family left." Qing Xixio, utterly weak, managed to utter her last words before fainting. Her heart was filled with despair as she succumbed to unconsciousness. In her final moments, she recalled the words of her second brother. Could it be that the path of righteousness was also steeped in hypocrisy? Amidst her grief and terror, her emotions spiraled out of control. Triggering her affliction once more, Xixio. Zhao Shichuan clutched her tightly, tears streaming down her face, her heart heavy as lead. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Cheng Junjiang. "You are not to strip you of his martial prowess. He is obstinate by nature, and to cripple him would be tantamount to killing him. Xixio suffers so greatly yet still worries for her brother. If you cannot even protect your own son, what kind of hero are you?" In that moment, as a mother, she realized the truth. No matter what, she could not bear to harm her son. With that, Zhao Shichuan picked up her youngest daughter and, employing her extraordinary lightness skill, made her exit. She needed to tend to her daughter's ailment before searching for her eldest son. As an 8th-tier martial artist, her speed was remarkable, and in an instant, she arrived outside the sword-forging manor. The onlookers gasped in shock. The Cheng family did not seem to be in agreement. "My lady." Cheng Junjiang felt a tumult of emotions. Rage and helplessness surged within him as he hurried after his wife and daughter. He grasped Zhao Shichuan's hand, imploring, "If I do not strip you of his martial prowess, he will face certain death. His actions are too heinous. The martial world cannot tolerate them. Only by confining him to my side can I ensure his safety." Zhao Shichuan shook her head. "I do not care. I cannot let you be utterly disappointed. We have already let him down too many times. Is a mere reputation worth more than our own flesh and blood?" After more than a decade apart, upon their reunion, she realized how little attention she had paid. She could not afford to make another mistake. Cheng Junjiang, struck by her words, hesitated momentarily but quickly gritted his teeth and replied, "While reputation may indeed pale in comparison to our flesh and blood, have you considered the implications for Feng and the others? If you insist on favoritism, what will others think of Feng and the rest? What future do they have?" The couple had poured countless efforts into their other children. This struck a chord with Zhao Shichuan, leaving her momentarily speechless. What about their other children? Tears streamed down her already reddened eyes. Could life not be filled with joy for all? Cheng Junjiang, seeing that Zhao Shichuan had not insisted on leaving, felt a weight lift from his heart. He hurried to support his wife. "Shichuan, do not be overly concerned. As long as you turns back from the brink, repents, there will still be hope. This pressure might very well be the opportunity for our family to reunite. Under heaven, what parent would truly wish for their child to suffer?" Cheng Junjiang spoke soothingly, and Zhao Shichuan lowered her head in silence. If there was any chance of reconciliation, she was willing to pursue that glimmer of hope. Cheng Junjiang felt a sense of relief as his wife finally seemed swayed, but thoughts of Cheng Yu's actions in Xinjiang Prefecture filled him with frustration and anger once more. In a wonder that ungrateful son would rather sever ties than refrain from becoming a court lackey, berating their couple incessantly. Now he seems to have gained clarity. It sounds pleasant enough, but isn't it evident that he has developed a penchant for bloodshed? Remaining in their company would surely spell disaster for the martial world. Just as Cheng Junjiang resolved this in his mind, he suddenly heard a commotion erupt at the foot of the sword-casting manor. Looking towards the manor's entrance, he was met with a swirling cloud of dust and a cacophony of noise. A cold, furious voice rang out. "The sword-casting manor has cruelly exploited and slaughtered millions of laborers. Those responsible, step forth to receive your punishment." That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to his estranged eldest son. Cheng Yu, Chapter 53. Am I not right? Cheng, the great hero. At the sword-casting manor, Cheng Yu dismounted and stood coldly, gesturing for the attendants of the imperial guards behind him to halt. The manor was abuzz with activity, as numerous martial artists had gathered, drawn by the presence of many esteemed figures, and the sword-casting manor had opened its doors wide to welcome guests. Upon seeing Cheng Yu clad in his feathered attire, they exchanged perplexed glances. Why had the imperial guards come here? Cheng Yu addressed the manor's hosts with indifference. Summon He Qin to meet me. The disciples of the sword-casting manor, drenched in sweat from their labors, scowled at the audacity of someone who dared to call their master by name. One disciple, upon realizing Cheng Yu's attire, became even more brazen. So it's a court lackey. Get lost. The heroes of the manor have gathered. Do not disturb our spirits. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air with a sharp whistle, striking the disciple squarely in the chest before he could react. He crumpled to the ground without a sound. Ah, a murder! The onlookers gasped in horror, scattering in all directions. Who dares to kill at the sword-casting manor? Seeking death. Enraged by the death of their comrade, the disciples unsheathed their swords, ready to retaliate. But before they could act, several more bolts flew forth, and more disciples fell into pools of blood. At last, they understood. Their manor was under siege. They turned to flee, desperate to summon help, but the bolts continued to rain down, each one a harbinger of death. Cheng Yu coldly observed the scene, his voice icy as he commanded, "Do you not understand my request to bring He Qin before me? Bring me someone who can comprehend human speech." His authoritative shout, infused with powerful internal energy, reverberated through the air, toppling those around him. They stared in awe, fear etched upon their faces. This young imperial guard appeared to be just over 20 years old. Yet his strength was formidable. It was only the second time they had heard of such a fierce young imperial guard. In that instant, a name that had brought bloodshed and terror to the rivers and lakes of Xinjiang emerged in their minds. Cheng Yu. Why had this harbinger of death come to the sword-casting manor? Surely he did not intend to raid the manor. The absurdity of the thought struck them as utterly ludicrous. The sword-casting manor was not one of the lesser sects of Xinjiang. It was a titan of Jiangnan, a renowned sect across the entirety of Deqian. Only a madman would dare target such a stronghold. Host. Reward internal energy. As Cheng Yu felt a surge of pure internal energy course through him, he paid little heed to the thoughts of those around him. He gazed indifferently towards the manor's entrance. A skilled fighter from within the sword-casting manor rushed out, sword in hand, his strength around the fourth rank. Upon seeing the fallen disciples, he erupted with rage, demanding to know who dared to kill his people. But as he took a closer look, he noticed a seemingly ordinary man in a hemp robe standing beside Cheng Yu. Accompanied by an elderly figure, the man appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any internal energy, just an ordinary person. Yet, as a steward of the sword-casting manor, he was well versed in the craft of weapon forging. A single glance at the dark red sword behind the hemp-clad man revealed it to be a weapon on the verge of attaining sentience. This was a master. Quickly suppressing his anger, the steward inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to my sword-casting manor? Why have you killed my disciples?" Finally, someone who could engage in dialogue. Cheng Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "These fools lack vision. So I took the liberty of clearing them out for you. As for who I am, that is of little consequence. Simply summon He Qin to meet me." The steward furrowed his brow. The master is currently occupied with visiting heroes of the martial world. He has no time to attend to you. Though he held some trepidation regarding Lu Xiong, he showed no respect for Cheng Yu. The court lackey. Oh? Such a spirited response. Cheng Yu's cold laugh echoed as he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong, understanding the cue, drew his sword with a flourish, the bloodlust emanating from his blade as he sliced towards the steward. Taken by surprise, the steward could barely raise his weapon in defense before Lu Xiong's sword struck him, leaving him gravely wounded on the ground. "Master, handle this." Cheng Yu nodded, stepping forward to seize the injured steward. "Since you refuse to convey my message, I shall take matters into my own hands." He lifted his gaze towards the sword-casting manor and, gathering his internal energy, bellowed, "The sword-casting manor has cruelly exploited and slaughtered millions of laborers. He Qin and his associates, step forth to receive your punishment." His voice, amplified by his pure internal energy, rang out like a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the sword-casting manor. Many nearby disciples furrowed their brows, anger flashing in their eyes as they were drawn to the sound. They were eager to discover who dared to make such brazen proclamations within the sword-casting manor. Upon realizing it was a young imperial guard, their shock was palpable. How dare he act with such audacity? He was courting death. In the next moment, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, its chilling arc radiating immense power. a formidable figure descended from the sword-casting manor, landing with authority. "Who dares to accuse me?" He Qin coldly snorted. Cheng Junjiang's eyes widened, his inner fury overshadowed by a wave of terror. Initially, he aimed to plead for a sword on behalf of Cheng Feng, but upon learning about Cheng Yu's predicament, he found himself overwhelmed with a flurry of pressing concerns, ultimately overlooking a crucial piece of information. The sword-forging manor had been excavating the colossal sword-forging mountain in search of treasures suspected to be linked to a dragon vein. Over the course of 5 years, they had summoned 1 million laborers from across Longyuan Dao. No matter how well concealed, the sword-forging mountain could not possibly accommodate such a multitude. It could only mean one thing. The majority of these laborers had likely perished from toil. The mere thought sent shivers through Cheng Junjiang's entire being, engulfing him in regret. How could a renowned hero like himself be complicit in such a heinous act, colluding with those who would endanger 1 million lives? If word of this got out, his hard-earned reputation built over decades would be utterly ruined. It wasn't just him. The entire Zhejiang sect and the Qing family would be severely implicated. In a moment of panic and anger, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. It was not that he had overlooked this matter, but rather that he had unconsciously chosen to disregard it. The upright Cheng hero seemed indifferent to the lives of the common folk. As this notion took root, Cheng Junjiang felt an icy chill envelop him and bellowed at Cheng Yu. "Unfilial son, be silent. Cease your deceitful words that mislead the masses." Cheng Yu had long anticipated Cheng Junjiang's desperate denial of the truth, and he let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha. Am I to be silenced by your accusations of deceiving the public? Do you truly believe that if I remain silent, those lives will not have been lost?" In the vast expanse of Longyuan Dao, tales of families shattered by this calamity are everywhere. Though you think you can silence all the common folk, present your so-called reputation and authority to make them hush. Upon hearing this, Cheng Junjiang's expression darkened to an unprecedented extent, regret piercing through him. The lives of over 1 million people could not simply be silenced. A myriad of emotions flooded him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The other martial artists from various factions stood frozen in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. Initially drawn by the allure of a master's inheritance, they had not given much thought to the plight of ordinary laborers, dismissing their lives as insignificant. How could they compare to the importance of a master's legacy? Now, they realized the enormity of the trap they had stepped into. Cheng Yu had first spread rumors to lure them to the sword-forging manor, and now he was questioning the matter of the 1 million laborers, effectively casting them as accomplices in the loss of countless lives. Bewildered, they turned their gaze towards He Qin, seeking an explanation from the master himself. "He Zhuangzhu, you must provide an account for this matter." He Qin, besieged by their accusations, gritted his teeth in fury. There are no good people in this martial world, only beasts. They are eager to reap the benefits but quick to cast blame upon the sword-forging manor when consequences arise. Were it not for Cheng Junjiang's presence, I would have thrown them all out. After all, the deed is done, and there's no point in regretting it. Why should I share the spoils with these ruffians? Once we obtain the dragon vein and reclaim the Longyuan sword, the sword-forging manor will rise to the status of a major sect. Who would dare question the fate of those laborers? Yet, under the pressure of the situation, he could only force himself to respond. The excavation of fire essence is a matter beneficial to the martial world. With fire essence, our sword-forging manor can better assist the heroes of the martial world in vanquishing foes and upholding justice. The sacrifices made are for the greater good of the righteous path, and certainly not an act of malice. Furthermore, all the laborers we recruited signed contracts and were duly compensated. They accepted their fate upon signing. How can we be blamed? He Qin argued vehemently, casting an accusatory glare at Cheng Yu. Did not the great Qian dynasty also recruit laborers extensively at the dawn of its establishment, with countless laborers perishing without compensation? How can you, as a lackey of the court, dare to question us? Upon hearing this, the others grasped the implication. He Qin refrained from mentioning the dragon vein, focusing instead on the fire essence, fully aware that the revelation of the dragon vein would incite the wrath of the great Qian emperor, resulting in their loss of any gains. They quickly rallied in support, exclaiming, "Well said. He Zhuangzhu is right. All for the greater good of the righteous path. How dare the court's lackeys question us, the heroes?" The crowd cheered in agreement, fully aware of their own shamelessness, yet resigned to persist in their complicity with the sword-forging manner. Cheng Junjiang, meanwhile, stood by, his eyes wide with inner turmoil, as a hero of great repute. He could not afford to act as shamelessly as these others. Any statement he made would be scrutinized and magnified. He could only look at He Qin and let out a deep sigh. You have your reasoning, but had I known of this sooner, I would never have associated with you. The fact that I was unaware is true, and I nearly caused a grave error. Once this matter is resolved, I shall guard the northern borders for 10 years, protecting the people from the barbarian and demon tribes as penance. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood in solemn respect. The hero truly lived up to his name. Despite being able to shirk responsibility with a few evasive words, he chose instead to atone. It was no wonder his reputation had spread far and wide. Only He Qin trembled in rage. Cursing inwardly, Cheng Junjiang is the most shameless of them all. Cheng Yu, observing this scene, could not help but chuckle coldly. A hero for the nation and the people? How laughable! Just then, in a fit of exasperation, He Qin fixed his gaze upon Cheng Yu. I have already explained. All those laborers were bound by contracts, willingly excavating fire essence for the benefit of the martial world. Sacrifices are inevitable, and our sword-forging manner has shown compassion. Your claims of exploitation and murder are mere fabrications. Now be gone. His indignation towards Cheng Junjiang had dulled his courtesy towards Cheng Yu, as he unleashed an overwhelming aura upon him, a mere fourth-tier warrior. He considered it a display of restraint that he simply eliminated Cheng Yu on the spot. However, Cheng Yu remained unfazed, exuding an air of ease as he smiled and shook his head. I shall not take my leave. I have matters to attend to. What matters? Cheng Yu surveyed the multitude of martial artists gathered at the sword-forging manor and coldly remarked, if they have come for a purpose, then so shall I. Surely they cannot all be here merely as guests. The martial artists furrowed their brows, realizing that Cheng Yu likely did not believe in the fire essence narrative. It was evident to any discerning eye that they were all waiting to claim a share of the excavated treasures. According to the customs established a century ago, anything excavated from the Great Qian territory would inevitably warrant a share for the imperial court. Cheng Yu was effectively forcing them to reveal what the sword-forging mountain had unearthed. Should he uncover that it was indeed a dragon vein, and the royal family of Great Qian learned of it, their predicament would be dire. He Qin, upon hearing this, sneered contemptuously. These individuals are here seeking weapons from my sword-forging manor. Does Cheng Baihu also wish for a weapon? Indeed. Cheng Yu replied nonchalantly. What, am I not permitted to ask? Seeking a sword. The crowd erupted in laughter at this audacious claim. A mere lackey of the court daring to request weapons from the sword-forging manor? How presumptuous to them! Cheng Yu was insignificant, despite possessing some ability. The most formidable ally, Cheng Junjiang, was effectively at odds with him. With such circumstances, who would entertain his request? He Qin shook his head in disdain. I am afraid, Cheng Baihu, but the weapons of my sword-forging manor are reserved for those of virtue and righteousness. You, simply put, are unworthy. The onlookers regarded Cheng Yu with increasing scorn, finding his predicament utterly pitiable. Among them, Cheng Feng stood out, reveling in Cheng Yu's humiliation. The fallen dog brought shame upon himself. Compared to his own treatment, it was as if they occupied entirely different realms, as siblings born of the same mother. He, Cheng Feng, was infinitely superior to such an ungrateful wretch. Cheng Yu raised his head, meeting the cold disdain of the crowd, and shook his head gently. So it seems my virtue is lacking. Let me demonstrate whether it is sufficient. With that, he signaled to his retinue of imperial guards to sound the horn and wave their banners. The crowd furrowed their brows in confusion, only to feel the ground tremble beneath them. Amidst their bewilderment, a voice shouted, "Look in the distance." Instinctively, they turned their gaze, and their mockery transformed into sheer astonishment. Before their eyes lay an astonishing sight. Dust swirled, and the sound of hooves echoed like thunder. The singular thought racing through their minds was, Cheng Yu has gone mad. He dares to march upon the sword-forging mountain. Chapter 55. I have stated before, my blade shall not return to its sheath without tasting blood. Before the sword-forging manor, an unbelievable scene unfolded before the martial artists, who could scarcely comprehend what was occurring. The forces of the Great Qian dynasty had arrived. Nearly 100 figures clad in flying fish attire, brandishing embroidered spring blades, rode forth on horseback, exuding an aura of cold, murderous intent, like specters come to life. Their strength was unmistakably of the first tier in martial arts. They hailed from various regions of Longyuandao. All members of the Imperial Guards, trained in the techniques of the Imperial Guard's cold ghost blade. Their combined presence was chilling. Beside these first-tier warriors stood nearly 1,000 Imperial Guards armed with crossbows. All the officers and strongmen from the entire Xinjiang prefecture, fully equipped with crossbows. A select few among them wielded exquisitely crafted Shinhan crossbows, each loaded and ready to fire. Behind them, 1,000 soldiers in armor, equipped with weapons, stood in precise formation, prepared for battle. This formidable assembly halted behind Chengyu, nearly filling the entrance of the sword-forging manor. The martial artist stood wide-eyed, questioning Chengyu's intentions. He Qin watched in shock, recalling Chengyu's previous actions in the Xinjiang prefecture, his heart swelling with rage. Chengyu intended to raid the sword-forging manor. What audacity! The very thought infuriated him. As it seemed, Chengyu regarded the sword-forging manor with utter disdain. Although his forces appeared numerous, the absence of top-tier experts meant that they posed no real threat. Once the top-tier masters of the sword-forging manor emerged, any number of soldiers would be as inconsequential as mere chickens or dogs. But in the next moment, a scene unfolded that truly sent shivers down his spine. The bulk of the troops parted. Clearing a path, a figure approached on horseback, hands clasped before their chest rather than gripping the reins, a gleaming imperial spring knife sheathed at their waist. Wherever they passed, they resembled a chilling specter, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Clad in a dark red python robe, a radiant gold insignia of the Jinyui swayed at their waist. Hiss! The martial artists extended their necks, gasping in shock. A golden insignia, a master of the Jinyui from the grand capital of Deqian. At the very least, a Jinyui commandant, an 8th-tier martial artist. What could this mean? Fanxiu dismounted proudly behind Chengyu, his formidable aura of internal energy unabashedly displayed. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he actually bowed to Chengyu before stepping aside, a dignified 8th-tier master, yet he obediently took orders from Chengyu. Strangely, Fanxiu bore an air of indifference. The martial artists realized Fanxiu's intent. He had come under imperial command, thereby shifting the responsibility onto Chengyu. No one wished to oppose the sword-forging manor, except for a madman like Chengyu. Chengyu, however, paid little mind to their sentiments. Noticing that his side's combatants had gathered, he turned to He Qin with a faint smile, inquiring, "Well, Master He, is my virtue sufficient now? Is it adequate to request a weapon? If it's not enough, that's fine. In Longyuandao's 13 prefectures, there are still several thousand soldiers at our disposal." "What do you mean?" He Qin gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Fully aware that Chengyu could not possibly summon so many soldiers, a few ordinary soldiers of mediocre strength would make little difference. Yet, it conveyed a message. The Daqian court could easily deal with the sword-forging manor. "It's nothing much. I merely wish to request a blade, but alas, the sword-forging manor seems unwelcoming. I can only demonstrate my virtue." "Is this what you call virtue?" He Qin cursed inwardly, realizing that he could no longer afford to act arrogantly in front of the 8th-tier Jinyui master. Even though Fanxiu was not responsible for the matter, he would certainly not stand by and watch the Jinyui be humiliated. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Since Cheng Baihu seeks a blade, the sword-forging manor will naturally not neglect him. How about this? You may return for now, and in a few days, once the weapon is forged, the sword-forging manor will personally deliver it to Xinjiang Prefecture. With so many people present, it would be inappropriate for the sword-forging manor to entertain guests." He Qin spoke through gritted teeth. As a prominent figure in the martial world, he never imagined he would have to bow to the court's hounds. The host demonstrates strength, compelling the strong to bow, reaffirming the might of the Jinyui, rewarding with Tianxiang Dan. Chengyu noticed He Qin's concession but shook his head. "There's no rush. This time, I have gathered nearly all the Jinyui of martial rank from Longyuandao, except for the 1,000 households of Longyuan Prefecture, totaling 1,000 warriors. Coupled with the tiger talisman Zhaoi provided, we can mobilize 2,000 soldiers from each prefecture. The might is boundless, with troops poised before the sword-forging manor. We cannot simply return empty-handed. I have already pledged to forge weapons for you." "What does Cheng Baihu mean by this?" Do you truly believe the sword-forging manner is easily bullied? Seeing Cheng Yu's refusal, He Qin's anger flared once more. With his words, the other martial artists resonated, rallying in shared indignation. When did the court's hounds begin to ride roughshod over martial artists? What audacity to be so arrogant over a mere request for a blade. We will not stand idly by. You misunderstand me, Cheng Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. According to the rules of the martial world, I arrived last. Naturally, I must wait until you have secured your weapons before it is my turn. He had already sent Ai Peng to investigate the true nature of the sword-forging mountain. The dragon vein was too mysterious and precious, sufficient to warrant the Emperor of Deqian dispatching 2 8th-tier warriors. Yet, relying solely on the testimony of a 5th-tier steward from the sword-forging manor would not compel them to risk their lives to eliminate it. He needed to verify the situation personally. As long as Cheng Yu kept a close watch on He Qin and a few others, no one could obstruct Ai Peng. He would not overly impede, lest Ai Peng be tempted by profit. My men have brought a month's worth of supplies. After you finish forging the weapons and depart, I will come slowly. There is no rush. Upon hearing this, He Qin and the others furrowed their brows. They now understood that the request for a blade was merely a fade. Cheng Yu was forcing their hand. No one would leave early, for to do so would mean losing their share of the dragon vein. Enough of this, I relinquished my place for you. A 7th-tier martial artist from Longjing Island voiced his dissatisfaction. He was among the earliest arrivals, and being the farthest from here, he understood that if Cheng Yu's words held true, the more people there were, the less each would receive. You need not concern yourself, lest you accuse me of disregarding the rules of the martial world. Moreover, why are you so eager to return home? Are you perhaps plotting something nefarious? Cheng Yu shook his head dismissively. You? The master of Longjing Island seethed with rage, yet he could not voice further objections. The others now comprehended that Cheng Yu was deliberately tormenting them. Whoever left would miss out on the benefits, yet none were willing to exit. The leaders of various factions exchanged glances, with only He Qin and Cheng Junjiang remaining aloof from the matter. As they had no need to concern themselves, Zhao Shichuan stood beside Cheng Si, dazed, unable to reconcile the imposing and ruthless Jinyue with her own son of seemingly lowly strength. They were filled with grief and anger. Unable to comprehend how their son had become so vile, after a prolonged silence, the anxious master of Longjing Island finally spoke up. Since you claim to adhere to the rules of the martial world, we shall follow suit. I have heard that you killed Jingping, who ranked 101 on the list. Is this true? Cheng Yu nodded. Indeed, he dared to ambush me, so I ensured his entire household was reunited. What, are you dissatisfied? At this declaration, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Reunited. Was that not tantamount to exterminating an entire clan? To speak so casually of annihilating a martial faction revealed a heart of cruelty. Unfilial wretch! Cheng Junjiang was filled with humiliation and rage, yet found himself powerless. The master of Longjing Island snorted coldly. I care not for your matters, since you have defeated a prodigy. You possess strength worthy of the list. According to the rules of the martial world, my disciples of Longjing Island may challenge you, and you cannot refuse. Zhou Feng, go meet him. Yes, a muscular disciple of Longjing Island stepped forward. Cupping his fists, the surrounding martial artists realized the master of Longjing Island's intent. Zhou Feng, ranked 80 on the list, was a peak 4th-tier martial artist who had mastered the unique, advanced technique of Longjing Island, the Dragon Whale Power. His strikes were layered with hidden force, ideal for inflicting severe injury without death. Should Cheng Yu be gravely wounded, the Jinyue commandant would appear unwilling to intervene. With the Jinyue and soldiers unwilling to leave, they would have no choice but to depart. Zhou Feng of Longjing Island, I seek your guidance. Cheng Bai Hu. Cheng Yu gazed at the advancing Zhou Feng and shook his head lightly. No need for that. My blade does not return to its sheath without drawing blood. Zhou Feng interpreted Cheng Yu's response as cowardice and rejoiced in his heart. Since you speak of the rules of the martial world, then you cannot refuse a spar. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew 2 short halberds and charged at Cheng Yu. The force of his internal energy surged like waves, and even if Cheng Yu managed to defend against the weapons, he would surely be gravely injured by the hidden force. Zhou Feng's heart brimmed with delight, but suddenly, he felt a flash before his eyes. A blade flashed like a shadow, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The masters of Longjing Island gasped in horror. Zhou Feng! By the time Zhou Fong realized what had transpired, he found both hands grasping the halberds had been severed, the wounds charred and blackened. "My hands!" Zhou Fong cried in shock, filled with resentment. Cheng Yu had dared to cripple him. In his fury, he opened his mouth, and a small, lethal needle was poised to strike. The unique, hidden weapon of Longjing Island. The poison fish spike. Any martial artist below the third tier would perish upon contact. Cheng Yu. The poison fish spike flew toward Cheng Yu, and Cheng Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the spike would strike Cheng Yu's chest without even piercing through his flying fish garb, instead clattering harmlessly to the ground. The next moment, the blade flashed again. Zhou Fong's head fell, his expression frozen in disbelief, his face still reflecting the shock of the failed poison fish spike. Cheng Yu's gaze was icy. "I have stated before, my blade does not return to its sheath without drawing blood." Chapter 56. What? Do you also wish to be exterminated? Zhou Fong lay dead. The martial artists present gasped, their mouths agape in shock. How could this be? He killed Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong was ranked 80 on the list. Yet Cheng Yu had rendered him powerless with a single strike. Did this not indicate that Cheng Yu possessed strength at least within the top 80? How dare he kill Zhou Fong? This would surely provoke a bitter feud with the master of Longjing Island. They had heard tales of Cheng Yu's feats in sweeping through the Qingjiang Prefecture's martial world, but hearing was one thing. Witnessing such power was truly terrifying. His murderous intent was also alarmingly fierce. Cheng Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan stood in stunned silence. Aside from the flying fish garb and the embroidered spring knife at his waist, they could not reconcile the domineering and ruthless Jinyui before them with their seemingly weak son. Their hearts were filled with sorrow and rage, unable to accept their son's descent into such villainy. Meanwhile, the master of Longjing Island contorted his face in fury, his anger reaching a boiling point. "Disciple, you dare to kill my student!" With a thunderous roar, the master of Longjing Island unleashed a torrent of internal energy. As if he were engulfed by waves, wielding a giant hammer and advancing menacingly toward Cheng Yu. The crowd gasped in shock. The mastery of Dragon Whale power had manifested, revealing the externalized internal energy of a peak third-tier martial artist. The master of Longjing Island was intent on killing. A seventh-tier martial artist targeting a mere junior, Cheng Yu found himself facing certain death. Zhao Shichuan, still enmeshed in her sorrow, suddenly caught sight of the scene before her. Her son, clutching Cheng Si, unable to move freely, she called to her husband, "Save Yuer." Cheng Junjiang instinctively moved to intervene, but as he did, a thought flashed through his mind. Cheng Yu had killed a disciple. What would it mean for him as a father to oppress others again? In the midst of hesitation, time seemed to stand still for a fleeting moment. Turning his gaze to the other side, he saw that the master of Longjing Island was nearly upon Cheng Yu. Leaving no time to intervene, the couple's pupils constricted, their hearts heavy with anguish. No. But in the next instant, a sinister, shadowy figure abruptly materialized before Cheng Yu. Its clawed hand striking fiercely, a pitch-black, armored specter roared forth, forcefully intercepting the power of Longjing Island's master. The supreme technique of the Jinyui, cold ghost break. Longjing Island's master widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to withstand the onslaught of the ghostly figure, and was sent hurtling backward. The assembled warriors gasped in shock. A master of the Jinyui had made his move. Fan Xiu stood protectively in front of Cheng Yu, casting a cold glance at the warriors. Cheng Yu must not perish. He turned to an elderly man beside Cheng Yu, who held a wooden cane, and silently retreated. "Cheng Yu, you must return my disciple's life." The master of Longjing Island, wounded by Fan Xiu's claw, clutched his darkened chest and cursed vehemently. He realized he had no means to retaliate against Cheng Yu, and could only vent his impotent rage. Others, witnessing the death of Longjing Island's disciple and their own injuries, felt a deep sense of shared sorrow. They glared at Cheng Yu with hatred. "How dare the court's hounds brazenly commit murder? Do you wish for death?" Cheng Yu faced the assault of a top-tier warrior without a trace of fear. Remaining aloof with his hands clasped behind his back, if he insisted on competing, I might as well use hidden weapons. Now that he is dead, he seeks retribution. Is this the chivalry and code of conduct of you martial artists? With that, his previously indifferent expression turned cold. Grasping the head of Zhou Fong on the ground, he declared, "I do not seek trouble with you. How dare you question me first? I never consented to this duel." And your attack on me constitutes an assault on a court official. By law, it is a capital offense, and you will reap what you sow. With a forceful strike, he crushed Zhou Feng's head. His demeanor exuding authority. Pointing at the injured master of Longjing Island, he continued. To attack and then attempt to strike again. You, Longjing Island, are clearly acting as rebels, a crime unforgivable. The master of Longjing Island, taken aback by his dire predicament and the accusations thrown at him, looked at Cheng Yu in despair. You? What about me? Surrender quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for raising Longjing Island. You dare? I dare? Cheng Yu laughed coldly, asking if he could inquire among the people of Qingjiang Prefecture whether he dared or not. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The master of Longjing Island had unwittingly courted disaster. If this matter was not resolved properly, Cheng Yu's vengeance would inevitably follow. Now, a master of the Jinyue from Qindu had just arrived. Annihilating the master of Longjing Island was far from impossible. He Qian gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow as he looked at the master of Longjing Island. Then at Cheng Yu, he advised. Cheng Baihu has already killed Zhou Feng, and the master of Longjing Island has been injured. I hope you can give me, the sword-casting manner, some face and let this matter come to a close. If you must stir up trouble, do so elsewhere. Face, you think you are worthy of it. Cheng Yu scoffed disdainfully. Today, I shall decisively slay this scoundrel. If you dare to harbor him, you shall share the same fate. What, do you wish for your homes to be razed too? The host has instilled fear in numerous masters. Restoring the authority of the Jinyue, reward, dragon-seeking compass. Cheng Yu's voice was imbued with a commanding inner power. Though not overwhelmingly strong, it still sent a shiver through the hearts of the warriors. Instilling fear, his threat of annihilation was not a mere empty boast. He had done it several times before. A thought crossed their minds. Perhaps it would be best to hand over the master of Longjing Island to avoid trouble. The master of Longjing Island, nursing his wound and attempting to recover, suddenly sensed the odd expressions of those around him. Terrified, he realized these people were considering betraying him. He quickly glanced at He Qian and Cheng Zhenjiang. Master He, Hero Cheng. These two held the highest positions here and could save him. He Qian's eyes glinted coldly. Now, he was concerned for him, yet, he could only helplessly reply. As martial artists of the Jianghu, we have no reason to compromise ourselves in such a manner. If he dares to declare the master of Longjing Island for surrender, the reputation and connections of the sword-casting manor, built over centuries, would surely be obliterated. Others, seeing Master He's resolute stance, felt a wave of relief. At least someone was there to bear the brunt of the storm. However, the next moment, a flicker appeared in He Qian's eyes as he turned to Cheng Zhenjiang. What do you say, Hero Cheng? Your son, you will resolve this issue yourself. Cheng Zhenjiang, who had just been worried about Cheng Yu's predicament, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. A shadow crossed his face, only to quickly adopt a righteous demeanor. To kill and then to take advantage of his misfortune, even if we could allow it for a moment, can the principles of Jianghu permit such a thing? I could never stand idly by and watch a tragedy unfold. Cheng Yu's declaration to annihilate Longjing Island in front of Cheng Zhenjiang utterly crossed his bottom line. He had to prioritize righteousness over family. Truly, a hero among heroes. He Qian nodded in approval, then spoke. However, this child is indeed malevolent, exhibiting the demeanor of a fiend. How should we deal with him? The others, upon hearing this, realized they were cornering Hero Cheng. The thought of slightly offending someone as upright as him was certainly preferable to facing annihilation. They all echoed in agreement, denouncing Cheng Yu. We absolutely refuse to bow to such a villain, tarnishing the name of Jianghu heroes. This court's hound is malicious, quick to kill and annihilate families. He is indeed a scourge to the Jianghu. Yet, at merely 20 years of age, he is already so rampant. If left unchecked, he will surely become a greater threat. Cheng Yu, listening to their accusations, felt no anger. Instead, he reclined leisurely in a chair, pondering whether to harbor such villains. Unperturbed at it was merely a matter of whether he needed to kill a few more people. The crowd, humiliated by the younger generation, grew increasingly incensed. Among them, Cheng Zhenjiang's expression was the most solemn, his fury reaching a peak. Mingled with concern, these people sought his son's death. As a father, how could he stand by and watch? After much contemplation, He stepped forward and spoke gravely. This rebellious child's actions are partly to provoke me. I shall go and educate him. Chapter 57. To sever ties with my reputation is unnecessary. Why feign such disgraceful acts? Hero Chung must personally intervene. The crowd brightened at the prospect, gaining newfound confidence. Chung Junjiang's reputation was illustrious. In the vast Jianghu of Deqian, no one did not respect him, built upon his chivalrous deeds and integrity. Whenever disciples of Zhejiang sect and the Qing family clashed, they had always been impartial, upholding justice without favoritism, truly embodying the principles of chivalry. Now that Chung Junjiang would personally handle Chengyu, it was certain he would not act out of self-interest. This would spare them the dilemma of navigating the situation. As they thought this, all the warriors sighed in admiration. Truly, Hero Chung embodies righteousness. The only unfortunate aspect was that Hero Chung now faced a choice between righteousness and familial bonds. Truly, Hero Chung. Such a title is not merely a hollow reputation. Under the grateful and respectful gazes of the crowd, Chung Junjiang slowly approached Chengyu, who bore a cold and hostile expression, revealing a conflicted demeanor. It was he who had wronged Chengyu first, leaving him to fend for himself in hardship for over a decade, fostering a myriad of bad habits. Overcome with guilt, he could not bring himself to call out to his rebellious son. "You, my son." Chengyu remained silent, lifting his head to regard Chung Junjiang with a detached expression. He was eager to see what Chung Junjiang intended to say. "I know you resent me for not understanding you, for my lack of attention." Chung Junjiang, feeling remorseful, softened his tone, abandoning his previous sternness. For a person like him, who adhered strictly to rules, achieving this level of humility was no small feat yet. Recalling Chengyu's actions, his softened demeanor hardened once more. "I have made countless mistakes, but regardless, you must never engage in such reckless behavior that harms the Jianghu." Chung Junjiang resumed his paternal stance, chastising Chengyu for committing slaughter against a powerful faction in the Jianghu and brazenly killing a renowned figure. Threatening others, these deeds were entirely intolerable to him. Moreover, the perpetrator was his own flesh and blood. "I commit murder." Chengyu furrowed his brow, looking at Chung Junjiang, then chuckled in resignation. "The people I kill are always those who deserve it. My actions justified. Are you saying it is permissible for you to trample upon lives while I retaliate and be deemed ruthless? Is this your chivalry? Is there such an unfair principle in this world?" Though his methods were indeed ruthless, causing chaos in Xinjiang Prefecture, he had never harmed the innocent. To be chastised now was the height of absurdity. "You meddle so deeply. Where were you when those factions oppressed the common folk and plundered at will? Or do you belong to the same ilk, making it impossible for you to criticize your own actions?" "What did you say?" Chung Junjiang, upon hearing Chengyu's challenge to his motives, was filled with rage. His actions had always been upright and selfless, earning him the respect of the Jianghu. Yet, his own son constantly suspected him with malicious thoughts. "You claim to kill only those who deserve it. How do you determine who deserves it? Zhou Feng attacked you, yet you remain unscathed. He has lost his life. You are devoid of compassion, lacking understanding of the principle of mercy." Even though Chengyu had not agreed to a duel, Zhou Feng had still attacked, using hidden weapons. Yet, it was clear that Chengyu posed no threat. Why resort to murder? Those of the Jianghu ought to be magnanimous, winning people over with their character and morals. Chengyu found their indignation to be utterly laughable. Calmly, he replied, "To show mercy when one can. If I show mercy, then who will show it to me? You only wish for my demise. Do you not? From the very beginning, you have never cared for my life or death." He had grown up in hardship, struggling to cultivate martial skills, knowing that any sign of weakness could lead to his annihilation. The one responsible for all this, Chung Junjiang, had the audacity to criticize him for lacking generosity. It was nothing short of a farce. "Do not speak so, my child. How could your father and mother ever wish for your misfortune?" Zhao Shichuan could no longer contain herself. She entrusted Cheng Si to Chengyu and approached, tears streaming down her face, filled with sorrow. What grieved her most was that Chengyu's words were piercingly true. For 18 years, they had indeed neglected him. Chung Junjiang's heart quivered, his anger extinguished by self-reproach as he gazed at Chengyu, saying, "How can you think such thoughts about your parents? My intervention is not meant to harm you. On the contrary, it is to assist you. Your current actions have already crossed the threshold of tolerance in the martial world, and others shall not spare you. Only death awaits. Heed my counsel. Bow your head and admit your faults to the Lord of Longjing Island, and you may yet find a path to survival. I shall handle the other matters." Zhao Shichuan nodded vigorously beside him. "Do not be angry, my child. Listen to your father. Our family can start anew, and I will make amends for everything." Her tone was sincere, as if she could already envision the joy of their reunion. However, upon witnessing the expectant gazes of the two, Cheng Yu shook his head. There would be no reunion. The son of Qing Junjiang, Cheng Yu, had already perished, suffocated by despair. Have the two esteemed heroes finished speaking? If so, you may take your leave. I have matters to attend to, and I would not wish for you to be splattered with blood. His tone was frigid, full of detachment. Cheng Junjiang and Zhao Shichuan were momentarily stunned. Their hopes shattered in an instant. Tears streamed down Zhao Shichuan's cheeks as she realized at that moment that Cheng Yu would not return. Cheng Junjiang was taken aback. Even with his head bowed, Cheng Yu remained obstinately defiant, his fury surging uncontrollably. "I have told you, without me, you have only a dead end. Others will not let you go. Do not mistake kindness for foolishness. Who will not let me go?" Cheng Yu abruptly stood, meeting Cheng Junjiang's gaze with cold defiance. "Let them try. My Xiuquan Dao awaits their arrival, and you too need not feign benevolence. In the end, it is for your own reputation that you wish to sever ties with me. Why bother with this pretense of virtue?" His icy words plunged Cheng Junjiang and his wife into a chilling abyss. "How can you say such things to us? How can I not? Was it not that very thing that attacked me, and it was not you who intervened to stop it?" This statement pierced through Cheng Junjiang's hypocritical facade. He knew all too well that, at that moment, he had hesitated. Were it not for the skilled guards of the Genie Wei, Cheng Yu would have perished at the hands of the Lord of Longjing Island. Yet now, he sought to force Cheng Yu to apologize. Cheng Yu turned away, his cold voice resounding. "My patience is limited. Deliver the person from Longjing Island within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, or I shall regard you as conspirators. I will eradicate your entire family." After speaking, he returned to the ranks of the Genie Wei. The onlooking warriors were struck with astonishment, especially the Lord of Longjing Island, whose face betrayed his fear. The esteemed Cheng has reached an impasse. How can this be? A cacophony of discussions erupted, murmuring about Cheng Junjiang's failure to sway his own son. Cheng Yu felt a tremor course through him, his heart a tumult of sorrow and rage. This ungrateful child. I shall no longer concern myself with him. He is beyond reason, and if he seeks death, I shall not hinder him. With that, he turned to leave. "Junjiang," Zhao Shichuan cried out in alarm, "Yuer is our child. You cannot stand idly by while he meets with disaster. I have said all I can. He is walking the path of his own demise." Cheng Junjiang shook his head and entered the sword-forging manor. Zhao Shichuan stood dazed, her eyes filled only with endless disappointment. Could her husband truly be such a coward? In her pain and confusion, she made a decision, and no matter what, she could not allow Yuer to come to harm. She once more pursued Cheng Yu. Cheng Feng, standing to the side, witnessed his father leave and his mother chase after Cheng Yu. A flicker of anger and jealousy crossing his face as he followed Zhao Shichuan, casting a fierce glare at Cheng Yu, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. That wretched boy was once again here to disrupt his harmonious family. Chapter 58. If I do not slay this scoundrel, I shall have no face to live in the martial world. Cheng Yu returned to the ranks of the Genie Wei. According to the prior arrangement, in about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ai Peng would finish inspecting the treasures within the sword-forging mountain, verifying whether the rumored dragon vein truly existed. After all, the dragon vein was exceedingly mysterious, and it was entirely possible that the sword-forging manor had made a mistake. Only when it was thoroughly confirmed would the two 8th-rank commandants wholeheartedly assist Cheng Yu in annihilating the sword-forging manor. Dragon vein, Cheng Yu murmured softly. With the Emperor of Deqian sending people to Longyuan Dao, he realistically had no opportunity to obtain this coveted treasure that everyone desired, unless some fortuitous coincidence occurred. Yet, Cheng Yu felt no regret. Without this power, he would have no hope of striking against the sword-forging manor. He understood clearly that one must not covet what should not be coveted in order to survive. Once the sword-forging manor was annihilated, the rewards would undoubtedly be extraordinary, likely surpassing the elusive dragon vein. While Cheng Yu pondered these matters, he suddenly heard Zhao Shichuan's voice behind him. "Yuer, Please do not be angry. Mother begs you. Turning around, he saw Zhao Shichuan pursuing him. Cheng Yu faced her with an utterly indifferent expression. This woman, though not as hypocritical and revolting as Cheng Junjiang, was still a self-deceiving fool. She cared not for her own son's life or death, only shedding tears and making noise. Gazing into Cheng Yu's cold eyes, Zhao Shichuan's tears fell like rain, her heart aching as if it were being sliced by a knife. Mother was wrong. Do not remain obstinately ignorant. I only wish what is best for you. Just listen to me this once. Return home and refrain from these actions. I promise to treat you well and provide you with the best life. Cannot our family be together in harmony? Harmony? Cheng Yu scoffed inwardly. This woman was still lost in her dreams. He recognized that look from months ago, during their long-awaited reunion after 18 years, at tea that time. Zhao Shichuan had worn the same expression, making similar promises. Yet in the end, she had driven her son onto the path of despair. Though it seemed they could become disciples of the Zhejiang sect. With almost the best background imaginable, a child with such parents would never meet a good fate, and no matter how grand the promises, any hint of dissatisfaction would expose the hypocritical facade, revealing the true nature beneath. Promise me, will you? Zhao Shichuan implored, her eyes misty as she grasped his sleeve. Discovering that Cheng Yu did not evade her touch, her heart surged with joy. Could it be that Yu had a change of heart? She looked up at him, brimming with excitement. Yet all she received in return was a chilling remark. Cheng Yu shook off Zhao Shichuan's hand. Madam Cheng, aside from nearly losing my life at the Zhejiang sect, I believe I have no ties with you. Why must you persistently press me? At most, I shall forgive the esteemed Cheng. Please, do not continue to entangle yourselves with me. Zhao Shichuan's heart turned to ice upon hearing his words. Yes, aside from pain, they had given her nothing. In that moment, despair filled her heart, overshadowing the previous sorrow. She had always believed their family separation was due to misfortune and injustice from the heavens. Yet now, in the face of Cheng Yu's indifference, she realized she was not a qualified mother. She stood there, momentarily frozen, unable to utter a word. Cheng Yu noted that she had finally ceased her entreaties and thought that Ai Peng should be returning soon. If no commotion arose, he would have to remind He Qin and the others, lest they fall prey to opportunistic gains. Just then, a dashing figure approached, fury etched upon his face, sword in hand. You have driven my mother to such sorrow. I shall not spare you. Cheng Feng's sword radiated an imposing aura, imbued with the energy of Zhejiang, sharp and unyielding, as he charged at Cheng Yu. Today, he would personally rid the world of this unfilial and ungrateful person. Avenging his parents, Cheng Yu had not anticipated that, preoccupied with significant matters, he would not seek out this younger brother, who had now come to him. Drawing his waist-mounted Lei Che Shochuan Dao, he met Cheng Feng's strike. As the blades clashed, thunder roared, and the sound of metal rang out. Yet in the next moment, Cheng Feng's sword was a high-grade human-level weapon, superior to the Lei Che Shochuan Dao, unleashing a surge of dragon energy that overwhelmed the thunder and lightning. Fenger! No! Zhao Shichuan, witnessing the imminent clash, felt her heart wrench. Fenger was their pride. A renowned prodigy in the martial world, Yu would be in peril. Just as she was about to intervene, she suddenly heard Cheng Feng's thunderous declaration. Do not stop me. If I do not slay this scoundrel, I shall have no face to survive in the martial world. In his determination to rid himself of his own brother, Cheng Feng was prepared to threaten his parents with his life. Though this was not in accordance with the principles of chivalry and would tarnish his reputation, it was worth it if he could eliminate Cheng Yu. Zhao Shichuan was at a loss. Rooted to the spot, torn between the desire to save Cheng Yu and the fear that her stubborn son might truly take his own life, Adi felt as though an unseen force held her feet, rendering her unable to move. The warriors from the sword-forging manor watched in shock as Cheng Feng advanced toward Cheng Yu, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. They felt they were witnessing the biggest scandal in the martial world. The two sons of the esteemed Cheng family were about to turn their blades upon each other. Oh, quite the spirited one. Cheng Yu received Cheng Feng's strike, feeling the impact but remaining remarkably calm. After all, his opponent was a fifth-rank warrior cultivated with countless treasures and resources, a rarity among his peers. Capable of matching Cheng Yu, who had undergone the cleansing of true martial inheritance and was of the fourth rank. Given the advantage of his weapon, Cheng Yu found himself slightly at a disadvantage. Yet his true prowess in technique and swordsmanship not to mention the use of the Ding sword, had yet to be revealed. You managed to block my strike? Cheng Feng was taken aback. Astonished that his attack had not effortlessly defeated Cheng Yu, a mere commoner, devoid of any heritage, possessed such strength. If allowed to grow, what would become of him? With gritted teeth, he resolved to exert all his strength. You shall perish. He launched another attack, and the sword surged with a formidable aura, as if summoning the phantom of a mighty river. River Severing Sword. A technique of the low-grade earth level, the foundational combat art of the Severing River sect. Cheng Feng's visage twisted in fury. He intended to end that wretch with this very strike. Cheng Yu let out a cold laugh and swung his blade. The blade's light shimmered like rings. Meticulously layered yet brimming with lethal intent. The 100 Battles Reincarnation Blade Technique, born from an exceptionally high comprehension of swordsmanship. What kind of technique is this? The blade's essence spiraled, and Cheng Feng, wielding the River Severing Sword, widened his eyes in disbelief. The River Severing Sword emphasized a singular strike to vanquish the foe. But why? Amidst Cheng Yu's relentless blade light, could he not discern the vital point to strike? Caught in hesitation, he gritted his teeth and attacked. Facing the imposing momentum of the River Severing Sword, Cheng Yu sneered, channeling his inner strength to effortlessly parry with his blade. The clash of blade and sword produced a deafening noise, scattering dust in the air. All eyes widened, fearful of missing the outcome. In the next moment, Cheng Feng's sword flew from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He had been defeated. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu's blade intent remained undiminished. Pressing directly toward Cheng Feng's chest, "You are in no." Zhao Shichuan had not anticipated matters would escalate to this point. Cheng Feng was no match for Cheng Yu, and Cheng Yu intended to strike to kill. She immediately sprang into action, attempting to suppress Cheng Yu with her inner strength. However, as her 8th grade inner strength surged forth, it was met by an incredibly sharp sword aura accompanied by a piercing wind. Zhao Shichuan's eyes filled with rage and despair. There stood an elderly figure leaning on a cane, calmly observing, rendering Zhao Shichuan's interference futile. Cheng Yu's embroidered spring blade ruthlessly swung down upon the defenseless Cheng Feng. "I told you, I will avenge that slap you suffered." With that cold voice ringing out, the blade struck Cheng Feng, erupting in a flash of golden light as his inner armor shattered in an instant. This armor was extraordinary, managing to deflect a significant portion of the force, 7 or 8/10 to be precise. Nevertheless, the remaining impact beneath the immense force, dark mist swirled, and the martial artist was caught off guard. His neck brutally snapped. "Who is this?" He Qin and the others were struck with astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. A figure clad in a dark red python robe, wielding an embroidered spring knife and adorned with a golden Jin Iwei insignia, appeared beside Cheng Yu. In an instant, everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. It is over. How can there be another 8th grade expert? Chapter 60. Shoot arrows to kill thieves. Not a single soul left at the sword forging manor. AI Peng suddenly emerged. He Qin and the others were momentarily stunned. An overwhelming fear washing over them. 2 8th grade Jin Iwei masters had come to Long Yuan Dao. The Daqian court had never intended to spare them. These martial artists, each with their own hidden agendas, had united under the banner of mutual benefit. Relying on He Qin's leadership to confront Fan Xiu, they had felt a significant advantage in overall strength, emboldening their choice to act. Now, with 2 8th grade Jin Iwei present, the disparity in strength had vanished. Despite their numbers, they were not guaranteed to hold the upper hand in morale. The moment AI Peng revealed himself, he killed one man, instilling terror in them all. One wished to be the unfortunate soul beneath the embroidered spring knife. The crowd turned to He Qin, seeking his guidance. "What should we do, Manor Master?" At this moment, He Qin was equally chilled to the bone. Daqian had dispatched 2 8th grade Jin Iwei to deal with him at the sword forging manor. Such power was not meant for threats or negotiations. The Daqian Emperor undoubtedly harbored intentions to annihilate the sword forging manor. The thought made He Qin glance at Cheng Yu, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Madman, you lunatic, why do you have to target my sword forging manor? If it weren't for Cheng Yu causing such chaos in Qingjiang Prefecture, how could things have escalated to this point? Perhaps he would have already taken command of the Long Yuan sword and led the sword forging manor to greatness." Cheng Yu regarded He Qin's anxious demeanor with a cold smile. Some actions that Manor Master he dared to undertake should come with the readiness to bear the consequences. Can you truly shoulder the lives of 1 million Deqian citizens? For a century, the martial artists of the Jianghu have wielded immense power, with major sects effectively establishing their own territories, subtly opposing Deqian. Due to the court's weakened stance, the Qian emperor had turned a blind eye to certain matters to avoid losing control of the current situation. However, Cheng Yu's widespread allegations against the sword-forging manor for the deaths of 1 million men and the suffering of millions could no longer be ignored by the emperor. Deqian's confidence lay in the fact that it was still a nation of its people. Countless martial artists and scholars continued to devote themselves to the court. If such matters were met with indifference, humanity would inevitably succumb to fear, fundamentally undermining the Deqian royal family. Would Deqian remain a dignified nation or allow the Jianghu to fracture it? This is a consequence the Qian emperor could not afford to bear, which led him, under various pressures, to dispatch 2 commanders, determined to make the sword-forging manor pay a price. He Qin naturally understood the implications, which only fueled his anger towards Cheng Yu. Why must you target my sword-forging manor when there are so many sects more ruthless than mine? He seethed. The 9 major sects each held dominion like local emperors, and even the court officials bowed in deference before them. Instead of seeking trouble with those individuals, they came for him. The reason was none other than Cheng Yu. There was no point in further words. He should prepare to collect the remains of those at the sword-forging manor. Cheng Yu shook his head lightly, his tone resolute. Today, he would surely raise the sword-forging manor. Tensions escalated again, and a battle was imminent. At that moment, He Qin, his face ashen, gritted his teeth and wrestled with his thoughts for a moment. With resentment, he glanced at Cheng Yu, then turned to Ai Peng and Fan Xiao. Lowering his head in salute, "Why, lords, I bear no ill will towards the sword-forging manor. I am willing to offer treasures and apologies. The sword-forging manor will certainly provide His Majesty with a satisfactory explanation." He Qin deliberately overlooked Cheng Yu, addressing the 2 commanding officers directly in his eyes. Cheng Yu was merely a 100 household official. The true decision-makers were undoubtedly the 2 individuals of higher status and greater strength. The martial artists present, however, were taken aback. He Qin was yielding. No matter what, he refused to stand against the genie Wei. Yet, the sword-forging manor was a large and prosperous establishment, capable of negotiating with the genie Wei. What about them? They were nothing but dead men walking. The elders of the sword-forging manor also changed their expressions drastically and quickly urged, "Manor Master, you must not. If you do this, what will the Jianghu think of us? Although our sword-forging manor does not aspire to the pinnacle, we have never been so subservient. Please, Manor Master, retract your words." "Silence!" He Qin roared, his face twisted with rage. The sword-forging manor, even in its humility, was far better than being exterminated. "Come here and bow." At his command, the people of the sword-forging manor had no choice but to comply, approaching to clasp their fists and lower their heads in a show of sincerity. The other martial artists felt a chill in their hearts. He Qin had made his determination clear. Ai Peng's expression relaxed slightly upon hearing this. If a reconciliation could be reached with the sword-forging manor, it would fulfill the Qian emperor's orders while avoiding excessive animosity with the Jianghu. Truly a win-win situation. He was about to nod in agreement when Ai Peng abruptly raised a hand to stop him. "His Majesty has decreed that this operation is under the full command of Cheng Baihu." Fan Xiao had no authority to agree to He Qin's request. "You?" Fan Xiao was about to question Ai Peng's insistence on listening to a mere 100 household official when his gaze suddenly shifted. Catching sight of the calm figure of Jin, he nearly faltered. Quickly, he shook his head at He Qin. "Manor Master, you need not say such things. Discuss matters directly with Cheng Baihu." The martial artists present were nearly astounded. 2 prominent 8th-grade Jin Wei figures from the capital were willing to heed the orders of a minor 100 household official. What status does Cheng Yu possess? By what right? Cheng Junjiang's connections and reputation could not sway the Deqian emperor. He Qin was equally dumbfounded, his previous disdain evaporating, his face alternating between red and pale. It was indeed Cheng Yu, this ruthless madman, commanding 2 8th-grade experts. He could only bow his head to Cheng Yu. Speaking in a low, humble tone, "I hope Cheng Baihu can agree to the requests of my sword-forging manor." The esteemed master of the sword-forging manor, a renowned 8th-grade powerhouse, was now humbly pleading with a Jin Wei Jr. This scene struck hard at the eyes of all present. Even the rare talents ranked among the top of the human list had never experienced such treatment. All eyes turned to Chengyu, awaiting his response, hearts unanimously arriving at an answer. A mere 100 household official could not possibly refuse the sword-forging manor's request. Indeed, anyone would make the correct choice and agree with He Qin, unless that individual was a madman. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chengyu wore a cold smile. "Manor Master He, I have already given you an opportunity. The genie Wei's intent to destroy you is not for you to decide. It is for me to decree." His voice rose sharply, commanding, "Release the arrows and kill the thieves. Leave not a single soul at the sword-forging manor." Upon Ai Peng's return, he had slain a man, clearly having resolved to stand against the sword-forging manor. What lay within the manor must undoubtedly be extraordinary. It was highly likely that a dragon vein had been discovered. If He Qin were to seize complete control of the Long Yuan sword, his power would surely surge. The situation would then change drastically, if not now, when, with a single command, arrows rained down, and the Jin Wei martial artists drew their blades, while the disciples of the sword-forging manor, caught off guard as they bowed in reverence, were unable to react. Many were left in shock, their eyes wide open in death. "You madman! I regret this." He Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Chengyu would take such action. His heart surged with fury as he let out a thunderous roar, drawing his S. This disparity is certainly not one that mere numbers can bridge. It is one thing for He Qin, a mere 8th-tier warrior, to lead an attack against an individual. However, facing two adversaries presents an entirely different scenario. As the two blades of the embroidered spring knife flashed towards him, the overwhelming force demanded desperate resistance. "Disciple!" At that moment, He Qin, who had been somewhat hesitant, witnessed He Qin being slain by Chengyu, and let out a mournful cry. How could he be so naive regarding his own apprentice? Instead of recklessly charging into battle against Chengyu, he should have let the others engage first, lying in wait for a more opportune moment. He Qin had originally employed such tactics himself. The martial artists of the rivers and lakes found themselves retreating steadily against Ai Peng and his companion. Now, with the death of the first disciple of the sword-forging manor, years of investment had come to naught, and fury consumed him entirely. "Chengyu, I shall take your life." He Qin's sword radiated an overwhelming aura of sword intent as he prepared to strike at Chengyu. With a resounding clash, Ai Peng wielded his embroidered spring knife, enveloped in swirling black mist, pushing He Qin back 100 steps. "You must first pass through me." He Qin raised his sword to deflect the attack, his anger intensifying at the audacity of someone daring to impede him. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a masterful sword technique to engage Ai Peng in combat. The clash of two 8th-tier warriors was nothing short of terrifying. Ai Peng's knife techniques were fierce, while the black mist transformed into ghostly apparitions, wreaking havoc upon He Qin's sword energy. Seeking death, He Qin flipped his palm upwards, hurling forth over a dozen human-grade weapons, which, guided by his sword energy, surrounded and subdued Ai Peng. The battle between the two was exceedingly intense. Meanwhile, Fan Xiu let out a cold snort, suppressing numerous 7th-tier warriors with his embroidered spring knife. Just then, He Qin suddenly shouted, "Join me in attacking this man. Otherwise, we shall all perish." The warriors, already pressed back by Fan Xiu, immediately responded to He Qin's command without a second thought. Several 7th-tier experts rushed towards Ai Peng. Slightly weaker than He Qin, and now facing multiple foes, Ai Peng hurriedly took a defensive stance, with Fan Xiu rushing to assist him. The two commanders and the martial artists were embroiled in a chaotic melee. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. He Qin, his face twisted with rage, staggered back from the battlefield, casting a look of boundless hatred towards Chengyu. "You killed my disciple and seek to annihilate my sword-forging manor. Just wait. You shall be my next target." Ancestor's sword. As his words fell, the sword-forging mountain trembled violently, a wave of sword energy sweeping forth, dispersing the clouds and mist. Chengyu furrowed his brow and murmured, "Dragon Abyss Sword." Just as he anticipated, following the dispersal of sword energy, a beam of sharp light shot down from the peak of sword-forging mountain into He Qin's grasp. The crimson sword energy erupted, revealing the image of a soaring dragon within. The formidable presence surged forth as a magnificent divine sword appeared. The legendary Dragon Abyss Sword, renowned throughout the realm and the treasured weapon of the sword-forging manor. The previously beleaguered martial artists felt a rekindled hope. The Dragon Abyss Sword. We are saved. With the emergence of the Dragon Abyss Sword, the court's enforcers were but mere chickens and dogs. Lord He swiftly vanquished these rascals. As the martial artists expressed their excitement, Ai Peng and Fanxio exchanged worried glances. The aura of the Dragon Abyss Sword was indeed overwhelming, instilling fear in both of them. Cheng Yu, however, spoke coldly. I wonder if Lord He can wield the Dragon Abyss Sword effectively. I hope it is not merely for show, leading to embarrassment. Upon hearing this, the martial artist's expression shifted. The Dragon Abyss Sword is a divine weapon that requires a master to wield it perfectly. Since the first lord and creator of the Dragon Abyss Sword, no one of masterful rank had emerged within the sword-forging manor. The current lord, He Qin, had yet to even attain the 8th tier. It was uncertain whether he could truly control the Dragon Abyss Sword. To use it recklessly would surely invite backlash. Humph. The Dragon Abyss Sword will slay you like pigs and dogs, with but a single strike. He Qin snorted coldly, raising the sword high, gritting his teeth as he poured his entire inner strength into the Dragon Abyss Sword. In the next moment, a towering sword energy erupted from the sword, accompanied by the fearsome presence of a dragon. Layer upon layer of sword energy enveloped the Dragon Abyss Sword, forming a colossal blade of murderous intent that stretched over 10 zhong, striking terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. Beneath the Dragon Abyss Sword, the souls of masters past lingered, gritting his teeth. He Qin glared at Cheng Yu. His form weakened from forcibly wielding the Dragon Abyss Sword. His hands, clasping the sword, were bloodied and shredded. The Dragon Abyss Sword, like a maelstrom, voraciously consumed his inner strength. His first strike had already harmed him greatly. With a second, he would pay a tremendous price. Victory must come with a single blow. All of you, perish beneath the might of the Dragon Abyss Sword. He Qin bellowed, directing his strike towards Ai Peng and Fanxio. The sword energy transformed into a dragon's shadow, surging forth with inexorable force. He had instructed the other warriors to besiege Ai Peng for this very moment, to strike 2 birds with 1 stone. The martial artists could only watch in horror, their eyes wide with fear. Lord He Qin had intended from the outset to sacrifice them. Eliminate these 2, and then I shall deal with Cheng Yu, thus eradicating a great scourge from the martial world. Your deaths shall hold value. His voice was icy, plunging the martial artists into despair. Ai Peng and Fanxio were equally taken aback. Just as they attempted to evade, they found themselves rooted in place, their hearts racing with panic. The dragon's might of the Dragon Abyss Sword held them in thrall. Cheng Baihu, hurry and summon assistance. Ai Peng shouted in desperation. Yet, no one came. Under the might of the Dragon Abyss Sword, none could withstand it. He Qin, in a frenzy, screamed, as long as I eliminate the Imperial Guards and claim the Dragon Vein for myself, the sword-forging manor shall still have a chance. Just then, an elderly voice resounded. What a splendid sword! In the next moment, a colossal whirlwind erupted as if by divine intervention, revealing the aged figure of Jian A before the offensive of the Dragon Abyss Sword, his body radiating sword energy. Sharp as a blade in his grasp, the wind and cloud sword transformed into a razor-like gust, cutting through the air with a terrifying strike. The winds of heaven and earth surged forth. The collision of 2 forces resulted in a catastrophic clash, each shattering against the other. Who is this? All gazes were fixed upon the unfolding scene, mouths agape in astonishment. He Qin's eyes were filled with despair. Who was this master? Did fate conspire to annihilate the sword-forging manor? Soon, the 2 streams of sword energy collided and vanished, dissipating into waves that pushed everyone back a half-step. Jian A's form, now splattered with blood and leaning on his staff, radiated a brilliant light, reflecting his dedication to the sword. Truly, the Dragon Abyss Sword. After this battle, my life shall flourish. No one could look down upon him in this state, for he had just withstood a blow from the Dragon Abyss Sword. What mastery of the sword path was this? How could it be possible? He Qin spat a mouthful of blood. The Dragon Abyss Sword, which had cost him dearly to summon, had been blocked. I refused to believe it. Amidst the tumult of emotions, he became utterly deranged. disregarding everything as he hoisted the Dragon Abyss sword once more, pouring his inner strength into it without reservation. In an instant, he appeared aged, his hands cut and exposed to the bone. The collective breath of the crowd caught in their throats, an overwhelming fear engulfing them. Hypocrisy has gone mad. He intended to use his life to unleash another strike with the Dragon Abyss sword. Jian, having already been grievously wounded from blocking one blow, was in a dire predicament. At that moment, Jian's voice rang out, devoid of any hint of fear. Master, my incompetence leaves me no choice but to rely on you. Chapter 62. Supreme Sword Intent presses the Dragon Abyss. The demonic sword reveals its might. Master. The crowd fell silent. This master still had a teacher present. Given Jian's remarkable swordsmanship, one could only wonder about the caliber of his master. As everyone was taken aback, a familiar figure emerged. Chengyu stood forth, calm and composed. The Dragon Abyss sword, is it? Let me see what sets the world's finest weapon apart. He turned to Jian and Lu Shtong. Learn well and observe closely. The martial artists were momentarily stunned. A formidable master had called for a teacher, yet here stood a mere fourth-tier commander of the Imperial Guards. What was he doing? They acknowledged Chengyu's extraordinary talent and strength beyond imagination among his peers, but now they faced Hypocrisy wielding the Dragon Abyss sword. The world's greatest weapon, a divine artifact, a strike from an 8th-tier powerhouse driven by life itself. Capable of cutting down even a 9th-tier warrior, what could a 4th-tier warrior hope to achieve? The Imperial Guards were equally dumbfounded. What was Cheng Baihu planning? Only the Imperial Guards from Xinjiang Prefecture reacted uniquely. Having followed Chengyu to sweep through the martial world, their eyes gleaming with confidence. Lord Cheng is taking action. Though it lacked rationale and defied comprehension, they believed Chengyu could accomplish it. Hypocrisy raised the Dragon Abyss sword high. A colossal wave of sword energy surged skyward, shrouded in the power of the dragon, accompanied by roars that echoed through the air. Everyone felt themselves constrained by the dragon's might. Unable to move in his madness, he laughed scornfully at Chengyu's audacity to step forth. You overestimate yourself. Once I eliminate them, the people of the sword-forging manor shall claim your head as tribute. Laughter rang out, echoing ominously. Nearby, the surviving disciples and elders of the sword-forging manor trembled in fear. Their lord was willing to sacrifice his life to uphold the honor of the sword-forging manor. They were shaken, faces filled with sorrow, yet their anger turned towards Cheng Baihu. It was this man who had brought ruin to the sword-forging manor. They swore vengeance. Hypocrisy let out a long howl. The sword energy of the Dragon Abyss sword crashing down, unleashing an overwhelming intent that spread across the land. Wherever the sword energy reached, the dragon's might turned all to a dark golden hue. The onlookers found their heartbeats nearly ceasing as time seemed to freeze. At that moment, a voice echoed coldly in their ears, the Dragon Abyss sword, is it? Let me witness the difference of the world's finest weapon. In the next instant, amidst the dark golden sword energy of the Dragon Abyss sword, a strikingly brilliant light erupted. Unadorned by the ferocity of the dragon's might or bolstered by formidable inner strength. It was merely a razor-sharp intent in the radiant glow. Chengyu wielded a pitch-black remnant sword, its unfathomable depths evoking a sense of the surreal. With a resounding chime, the sound of the sword rang out as if resonating from the heavens. A vast expanse of pure sword energy surged forth from Chengyu's hand, emanating from the Ding sword, exuding an undeniable majesty. The sheer quantity of this sword energy was unimaginable, causing the onlookers to feel a sharp sting upon their faces, crimson marks appearing, evidence of being cut by the sword's force. Yet, they had no time to dwell on the pain, for the sight of Chengyu's imposing figure left them breathless. The sword energy from the Ding sword had actually suppressed that of the Long Yuan sword. The once mighty dragons might now resembled a frightened dog, scattering in disarray. Hypocrysy's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly unwilling to accept the scene before him, it was impossible. The power of the Long Yuan sword was formidable, yet how could a mere junior like Chengyu achieve this? How could this be? The winds began to rise, Chengyu murmured softly, and the fierce winds responded, blowing back the sword energy of the Long Yuan sword entirely. The gentle breeze felt sharp and piercing, as though it were not a mere wind but strands of sword energy slicing through the air. The sword that had transformed into a wooden crutch fell to the ground. The aged figure collapsed, prostrating himself, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. Struggling against his injuries, he bowed repeatedly to Cheng Yu. His master was demonstrating the essence of the swift wind sword intent. He had witnessed it. This was the supreme sword intent, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The sword was in the wind, and the wind was in the sword. Cheng Yu trembled slightly as he sheathed the Ding sword. Slowly, he turned away, no longer facing He Qin. The sword wind swept past him, lifting a corner of his flying fish garment. The blade's edge approached He Qin. Eyes wide and face twisted in horror, He Qin's body was cleaved into pieces, crashing to the ground. The long yuan sword fell, its dragon's might dissipating, trembling a few times before falling silent. This was a strike born from Cheng Yu's utmost comprehension of the sword. With a single blow, the dragon's might was extinguished. Host has slain the leader of the rebels. Showcasing the might of the Jinyui, reward. Internal power. An unprecedented surge of pure internal energy flooded into Cheng Yu's body. The barriers between realms crumbled as he forcefully crossed the threshold, propelling his cultivation from late 4th grade to mid-5th grade. Simultaneously, the Ding sword within the system space trembled, gradually restoring its fragmented form, revealing an increasingly intimidating sharpness. Host exemplifies the path of weaponry. Defeating powerful foes, Ding sword, fragment, can absorb the intent of the long yuan sword. Reward, Ding sword, fragment, partially restored to Ding sword, deficient. Greatly reduced consumption when using Ding sword, deficient. Cheng Yu glanced at the long yuan sword that lay on the ground, walked over, and grasped it in his hand. The sword's dragon intent was entirely absorbed into the Ding sword, its brilliance gradually fading into nothingness, rendering it mere scrap metal. Celestial soldiers? Merely that. He shook his head, feigning disappointment. The surroundings, long since quieted, grew even more still, witnessing this scene. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. In the next moment, boundless astonishment erupted. What did I just witness? The long yuan sword was defeated. How could this be? How could he possibly defeat the long yuan sword? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Snap. I was awake just now. The long yuan sword wielded by He Qin had fallen to Cheng Yu. This was utterly preposterous. Everyone present, their decades of martial understanding, faced a tremendous upheaval. Fan Xiao and the martial artists stood frozen in place, trembling as if encased in icy. Ai Peng, Lu Xiong, and others were exceedingly astonished, their eyes alight with uncontainable excitement. They had witnessed a miracle of martial arts. They had also latched onto an unfathomable opportunity. Cheng Yu nodded at the sight of the crowd prostrating before him, 4th grade power opposing the long yuan sword. He himself could scarcely believe it. This outcome was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. He Qin had been unable to control the long yuan sword and had overreached in attempting to slay Ai Peng and Fan Xiao with a single strike. Unable to wield the sword normally, he had relied solely on the sword's energy to crush his opponents but was met with resistance from the Ding sword. Forced to expend his life to unleash a second strike, he encountered Cheng Yu, who commanded the path of weaponry and suppressed the long yuan sword with the treasured Ding sword. Cheng Yu's strike had also been executed with all his might, depleting his entire internal power and spirit. Had He Qin possessed even a modicum more control over the long yuan sword, the outcome would undoubtedly have been vastly different. If the sword forging manner had been named the hammer forging manner, and the treasure not the long yuan sword but the long yuan hammer, Cheng Yu would have undoubtedly fled with his 2 disciples at the moment He Qin lost his wits. Alas, there were no what-ifs. The people of the martial world favored swords. Cheng Yu spoke coldly. The rebel leader He Qin has been vanquished. It is time to attend to serious matters. He turned to the trembling Jinyui. You haven't forgotten my previous orders, have you? An experienced Jinyui from Qinghe County, his eyes gleaming with respect, clasped his fists in reply. Not a soul shall remain at the sword-forging manor. All other martial artists share the same fate. Not a soul shall remain. The entire contingent of Jinyui echoed in unison, their gazes towards Cheng Yu filled with more reverence than they would show to 2 commanding officers. Go! In an instant, the flying fish patterns shimmered, the embroidered spring blades gleamed, and cries of despair erupted. The inhabitants of the sword-forging manor, having witnessed Cheng Yu's might, dared not raise their voices in protest. They were utterly terrified, their spines turned to jelly. Please spare me. I was wrong. I will never oppose the court again. I shall follow you, Master Chung. Please let me go, Lord Cheng, Grandfather Chung. Thousands of martial artists surrendered. Lying prostrate, more easily captured than 1,000 wild boars, at that moment, Fan Xiu approached, bowing respectfully with a smile. Lord Cheng, I admire you. Chung Yu chuckled. Fan Darren, I still prefer your unruly spirit, as a dignified commanding officer. Show some spirit. Chapter 63. Annihilating the sword-forging manor. A great demon lurks within the mountains. Chung Yu, as 100 households, calmly began to educate his superior, Fan Xiu. Yet Fan Xiu, the commanding officer, showed no signs of dissatisfaction, nodding eagerly in agreement. Indeed, indeed. You are absolutely right. He feared that if Chung Yu were displeased, he would be struck down for nearly overstepping his authority in agreeing to He Qin's demands. What do you seek from me? Qing Yu inquired calmly. Fan Xiu was certainly not here without reason. I wish to take the Long Yuan sword back to present it to His Majesty, he said, glancing at the Long Yuan sword at Chung Yu's feet, his voice barely above a whisper. You want it? Chung Yu looked down at the lustrous Long Yuan sword. Under Fan Xiu's apprehensive gaze, he lifted the sword, admiring the dragon patterns on the blade. After a long moment, he indifferently tossed the Long Yuan sword aside. Fan Xiu gasped in shock and instinctively reached out to catch it, but then suddenly recalled that this was a celestial-grade divine weapon, and he withdrew his hand in fear. Just as the Long Yuan sword was about to hit the ground, an elderly pair of hands caught it. Brushing off the dust, Jianna glared at Fan Xiu, causing him to tremble in fright. To give it to you would be an insult. In your hands, this sword is degraded. Indeed. Fan Xiu realized that he could not offend anyone, and thus could only force a smile. Cheng Yu, observing this, chuckled. What is there to fear? This sword is already useless. Take it if you wish. It still possesses decorative value, and its name is the Long Yuan sword, quite fitting for His Majesty. With that, he turned to leave. Useless? Fan Xiu stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the Long Yuan sword now devoid of its former might in Jianna's hands. Jianna, though reluctant, recalled his master's words and offered the sword to Fan Xiu. Do you still want it? No, no. Fan Xiu waved his hands frantically. Had he not just witnessed the sword's power, he would never have believed that this was the Long Yuan sword. Simultaneously, he resolved not to take this item back. Doing so would surely offend Jianna, a formidable master. Moreover, if he dared to present the useless Long Yuan sword to His Majesty, he would undoubtedly have to explain the circumstances. Who would believe that a mere 100 households had rendered the Long Yuan sword useless? His Majesty would surely punish him for deceiving the throne. Jianna, seeing that Fan Xiu declined, felt immense joy. He looked at the Long Yuan sword with delight. Celestial-grade divine weapons, while incredibly precious, could not compare to the sword he nurtured himself. Even if he took it, it would only allow him to harm others through sword energy, yielding little effectiveness. The Long Yuan sword held profound significance for him, as it embodied Chung Yu's swordsmanship. For him, this value outweighed that of 10 celestial-grade weapons combined. Half a day later, the vast sword-forging manor, once the pride of the Long Yuan estate, now lay in ruins after being swept clean by 1,000 Jinui. Chung Yu stood within the main hall as the system's voice rang out. Host has raided a massive rebel force, achieving great merit, the name of the Jinui resounding throughout the martial world. Reward, Thunderstrike Embroidered Spring Blade, Human Grade Mid-Tier. Upgraded to the 1000 Forged Ice Thunder Embroidered Spring Blade, Earth Grade Low Tier. Reward, Cold Origin Flying Fish Garment, Human Grade Mid-Tier. Upgraded to the Dragon Silk Cold Origin Flying Fish Garment, Earth Grade Low Tier. Reward, 500 Divine Arm Bows. Reward, 10 Divine Might Crossbows. Reward, 10 Thunderbolt Catapults. With the rewards received, the Thunder Strike Embroidered Spring Blade grew even more formidable, the blade now adorned with snowflake patterns in addition to its lightning designs. Exuding an icy aura, the Flying Fish Garment became increasingly exquisite, the patterns of the four-clawed flying fish adding an air of majesty. Dragon Silk. Besides the upgrades of the classic duo, what captivated Chung Yu's attention were the latter two rewards, the Divine Arm Bow and the Divine Might Crossbow. The Thunderbolt Catapults, these were not items typically wielded by the Jinui, a special forces unit. On the path of striking first and then raiding, he was poised to achieve further glory. Chung Yu felt quite pleased. At that moment, AI Peng and others entered, their eyes immediately drawn to the array of weapons suspended from the hall's ceiling, all of which were of mid-grade or higher quality. For ordinary martial artists, acquiring even a single one throughout their lives would be a rare feat, yet here they were merely for decoration. Ai Peng gazed upward, arms crossed, marveling at the opulence of the sword-forging manor. The renowned giant of weapon crafting in the martial world. Cheng Yu subtly raised his head, a cold smile creeping across his face. It is merely a plundering of the people's hard-earned resources. To cultivate a single blacksmith at the sword-casting manor, it requires the wastage of at least 10,000 caddies of raw iron. The process of extracting the iron and firing the furnace, in accordance with proper regulations, involves numerous intricate steps, yet these blacksmiths are seldom seen participating. They merely sit in the grand hall, awaiting the materials to be forged into weapons, claiming a significant share of the credit. If raw iron is treated thus, one can only imagine the effort required to refine 1 caddy of fine iron from 100 caddies of raw iron, or 1 caddy of pure gold from 100 caddies of gold. Each weapon produced by the sword-casting manor bears the name of its blacksmith, yet it seems to overlook the countless laborers who have contributed far more effort behind the scenes. They are even unable to secure their own compensation. Cheng Yu has long been aware that the sword-casting manor possesses numerous large mines and workshops along Longyuan Dao. Generations of blacksmiths toil day and night, laboring diligently to meet their quotas. This has been the way of the sword-casting manor for a century. Upon hearing this, Ai Peng's expression turned to one of admiration. Most ordinary warriors consider themselves above the common folk, paying little heed to the plight of the masses. How could they contemplate the myriad struggles behind a single weapon? His respect for this young, well-regarded Jinyui, esteemed by Zhao Gong, only deepened. It was not merely his ability to thwart the Longyuan sword, but also his remarkable demeanor and broad-mindedness. Were it not for his exceptional lineage as the son of a prominent figure in the martial world, he surely had a bright future ahead in the court. Cheng Darren, unexpectedly, harbors a deep affection for the common people of Dakian, and has devoted considerable study to such matters. This truly commands my respect. Cheng Yu gently shook his head. I hail from humble beginnings. My parents were merely ordinary ironworkers, and thus I am well aware of these realities. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Isn't Cheng Darren the son of Cheng Junjiang? They knew of Cheng Yu's profound estrangement from his family, to the point of enmity. How could his parents now be reduced to mere ironworkers? Sensing their confusion, Cheng Yu spoke softly. Some tumultuous years. There's no need to elaborate. Everyone's thoughts raced, and their admiration for him grew even stronger. Rising from such a harsh background to achieve his current status is a feat 100 times more difficult than being a hero's descendant, showcasing both innate talent and dedication. That moment, a Jinyui officer outside the hall saluted and reported, My lord, the sword-casting manor has been thoroughly searched, and the gold and silver treasures are still being accounted for. If they cannot account for everything, so be it. Let them take what they can. Cheng Yu waved his hand decisively. With the annihilation of the sword-casting manor, the people of the martial world would undoubtedly be stirred. The swift eradication of the sword-casting manor was only possible due to the element of surprise. No one could have anticipated that the Jinyui would strike just as the sword-casting manor was being obliterated. Otherwise, given its reputation, it would have surely summoned allies for aid. The news of the sword-casting manor's demise spread quickly. Any delay would likely invite trouble. Cheng Yu, however, was unperturbed by the prospect of complications, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. He turned to Ai Peng. Ai Darren, what can you tell me about the so-called dragon vein mentioned by the sword-casting manor? Upon hearing this, Ai Peng's expression suddenly grew grave. With a hint of trepidation, he replied, That place is exceedingly perilous. I ventured only a few steps in and found it fraught with danger. It is likely not a dragon vein at all. Rather, it seems to be the lair of a great demon. The others were taken aback at the mention of a great demon residing in the sword-casting mountain. How could that be possible? Only Cheng Yu nodded calmly. We must first investigate. Only by seeing it for ourselves can we ascertain the truth. The others could not discern the angle he possessed, yet the dragon-seeking device in his hand began to spin wildly. Drawn by the dragon's energy, Chapter 64. Enjoying the whip, today you shall have your fill. The imposing sword-casting mountain loomed majestically. Its front was adorned with pavilions and halls, arranged in an orderly yet dignified manner. interspersed with geothermal caverns used for casting. This was the faade of the sword casting manor, which had held sway in Jiangnan for centuries. At the summit, peculiar stones jutted skyward like swords descending from the heavens. The rear of the mountain was shrouded in dense forests, towering trees standing sentinel. Within the woods, countless makeshift huts and shanties housed a multitude of emaciated men, their clothes tattered and barely covering their bodies. Most bore severe injuries, some missing limbs. Their gazes were perpetually filled with fear as they looked towards a massive cave, a cave that had claimed innumerable lives. Deep within the cavern, laborers laden with picks were crammed into several rows, struggling to carry heavy stones outward. Some, lacking the strength, paused to wipe sweat and rest, causing the tightly packed line to come to a halt. Crack! Several disciples of the sword-casting manor, clad in martial attire and wielding exquisite weapons, emerged and ruthlessly struck a laborer blocking their path with a whip. He fell to the ground, blood erupting from his wounds, flesh torn and raw. Dare to slack off? Seeking death, are we? Hero, spare me. Hero, spare me. The laborer, already advanced in age, was further weakened by years of toil. The forceful strike broke his ribs. He suppressed his pain, crying out for mercy, desperate to lift the stone and continue. Yet, with broken ribs, every effort was agonizing, rendering him unable to rise. Hurry up! The laborer, in excruciating pain and overwhelming fear, mustered every ounce of strength to stand. But the next moment, he stumbled and collapsed, the stone pinning him down heavily. Help me! Help me! His cries echoed, and after struggling for a moment, he fell silent. The other laborers, witnessing this scene, were filled with dread and sorrow, yet none dared to speak. Useless. The disciples of the sword-casting manor flicked their whips, sending the body flying into a corner. The corpse shattered further upon impact. Stop looking, get moving. You altogether can't repay the debts of the sword-casting manor for generations if you delay our important work. The other laborers hurriedly resumed their work, their eyes filled with profound sorrow and despair, their hearts yearning for an end. They did not expect anyone to come to their rescue, only hoping for a swift end to their torment in this hellish existence. The disciples of the sword-casting manor nodded in satisfaction and approached a wooden platform by the giant cave. A powerful, white-bearded warrior sat upon a delicate mat, meditating with his eyes closed. Surrounded by an array of fruits and fine wines, Elder Chen, the deeper we go, the stronger the dragon's might becomes. These laborers will likely be useless in 10 days. Being too close to the dragon vein, even warriors cannot endure. The laborers, let alone excavate, will be lucky to survive without perishing on the spot. 10 days, you say? After 5 long years, we have finally reached this point. Elder Chen nodded quietly, eyes still closed. Indeed, the Longyuan Dao has been quite tumultuous lately. Our laborers, both young and old, have been crushed to death from time to time. Some of the disciples expressed their disdain. They have been coming to this cave for years, with strict measures for entry and exit, rarely aware of the happenings outside. They only know that the quality of laborers being sent has been poor lately, with the old, weak, and sick frequently encountering misfortune. Requiring me to address the issues, Elder Chen nodded again. The manor owner visited me a few days ago, mentioning that we have indeed faced some troubles. The martial forces in Xinjiang Prefecture have been eradicated by the Jinhui, and they have been spreading word of our treasure excavation, causing quite a stir for us. The disciples were taken aback. Jinhui? These mere lackeys of the court dare to confront us. They believed the sword-casting manor was supreme in Longyuan Dao. How could any Jinhui dare to cause trouble there? It was sheer folly. Elder Chen nodded in agreement. The manor owner has not sent anyone from their side lately, as they are busy resolving this matter. They have just summoned the Longyuan sword. I trust that all enemies will soon be vanquished. He had just sensed the aura of the Longyuan sword emerging. The heavenly warriors had been dispatched, ensuring their plans were foolproof. Once the dragon vein was unearthed, it would mark the sword-casting manor's resurgence to the pinnacle, reclaiming its status as one of the top 10 sects of Dakian. Not only would the petty thieves dare not cause trouble, but the entire martial force of Jiangnan would also bow in submission. Upon hearing this, the disciples' eyes gleamed with anticipation. When that day arrives, they, who had managed this place for years, would be recognized for their hard work and contributions, and a bright future awaited them. One disciple inquired, Elder Chen, what shall we do with these laborers in 10 days? The deeper we go, the stronger the dragon's might becomes. Laborers without internal power will be of no use. Naturally, they must all be dealt with. Elder Chen spoke indifferently, for the sword-casting manor's resurgence to the pinnacle of the martial world. They should feel honored to contribute. You all should go outside and keep watch. It has been rather unsettled lately. Do not let any petty thieves sneak in. The disciples nodded in compliance. Half a day ago, a shadow had infiltrated the depths of the cave and was spotted leaving by Elder Chen. It was a small thief with a heart full of greed, but lacking the courage to act. Just then, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted from outside the cave. Elder Chen opened his eyes. Go see what is happening. Yes, at the cave entrance, a swarm of dark figures emerged from the forest like phantoms. As blades glinted, the disciples stationed around the cave fell one by one into pools of blood. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The disciples responsible for guarding the laborers were caught completely off guard in their panic. They called for help. The newly arrived laborers, witnessing the warriors engaging in combat, feared for their lives and scattered, crying out for mercy. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Laborers who had been there for some time stood frozen in shock. Refusing to flee, they had endured so much torment that they preferred a swift end over continuing to suffer. One laborer, emaciated and missing an arm, stood among them as he watched a black-clad figure with a knife approach. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he knelt on the ground, silently gazing up at the sky. Mother, I have broken my promise. I cannot return to care for you. In the next life, I shall be your son. In this world, ordinary people are treated as less than human, their lives worth little. No one would come to save them. Clang! The blade flashed before his eyes. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized something was amiss. Why am I not dead? He turned, dazed, and saw the body of a disciple from the sword-casting manor sprawled on the ground. A Jinui officer pulled the stunned laborer aside. Find a place to hide. Don't stray too far, or it will be difficult to send you home later. With that, the Jinui pressed forward to continue the fight. Why? The one-armed laborer asked in confusion. The Jinui officer frowned and turned back. Recalling Chang Daren's teachings, he smiled faintly. Because you are a citizen of Dakian. The same scene repeated itself. Some recognized the saviors as the Jinui, their hearts filled only with shock and immense gratitude. The dark, cold figures before them appeared to shimmer with golden light. The host leads the righteous expedition, greatly enhancing the reputation of the Jinui, rewarded with a heavenly-grade weapon. The demon-slaying staff, ineffective against humans, specializes in slaying beasts. Chang Yu strolled forward with hands clasped behind his back, stepping over the corpses of the sword-forging manor disciples. Surrounded by fleeing peasants, a fifth-rank sword-forging manor steward emerged from an exquisite wooden house. Wielding a whip, upon seeing the peasants scatter in terror, rage surged within him. Have they lost their minds? With a swift crack of the whip, several laborers fell, howling in agony. The surrounding peasants, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. Upon recognizing the attackers' flying fish attire and embroidered spring knives, the steward's fury intensified. How dare these mere court hounds oppose the sword-forging manor? Kill them! Yet, in the next moment, thunder roared, frost formed, and the glint of blades flashed. Chang Yu slowly sheathed his embroidered spring knife. Ah! The steward's hands were severed, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. What happened to your bravado just now? Chang Yu's cold laughter echoed as he picked up the fallen whip. Well, since you enjoy wielding it, allow me to indulge you. Crack! Ah! The whip cracked repeatedly, each sound resonating like thunder. The frenzied screams filled the air. Capturing the attention of all, a fifth-rank steward, typically a formidable master in other realms, was reduced to being whipped like a mere beast. Witnessing the steward's pitiful state, the sword-forging manor disciples were paralyzed with terror. Collapsing to the ground, completely stripped of their will to resist, if even a fifth-rank master faced such a fate, what could they, mere third-rank disciples, hope to achieve? The Jinui, though not necessarily superior in individual strength, utilized their coordinated teamwork and ranged weaponry to swiftly dispatch the disciples, sending them fleeing in panic. The Jinui easily subdued their foes, and seeing Chang Yu's imposing presence as he targeted the strongest among them, admiration and respect swelled in their hearts. Truly, Cheng Yu was remarkable. Even the peasants, momentarily forgetting their flight, stood dumbfounded at the scene. The once merciless steward, known for his brutality and countless offenses against the peasants, now faced his own day of reckoning. Tears, long dried, once again streamed down their faces as they wept loudly, bowing deeply before Cheng Yu. Heaven bless us. A bodhisattva has come to our aid. Bodhisattva? For 3 years, I have prayed day and night, yet the bodhisattva did not save me. It is this great man who has. Long-standing tribulations had extinguished their hopes and faith, but in this moment of miraculous survival, their once dead hearts ignited with renewed light, inspired by the radiant figure before them. Cheng Yu. The peasants looked at the Jinyui beside them. Heroes, who is this great man? This is the esteemed Cheng Yu, captain of the Jinyui from Xinjiang Prefecture, a genius of our Dacian dynasty. A proud Jinyui member from Xinjiang Prefecture declared, "Is there anyone from Xinjiang Prefecture here?" "Yes, we are," several peasants responded eagerly. "We were deceived by those wicked martial artists from Xinjiang Prefecture and brought here." Escaping seemed impossible. They recalled the treachery of the martial artists who had betrayed them, their hearts boiling with hatred, yet fear gripped them, worried that leaving this place might invite further retaliation. Noticing their distress, the Jinyui member chuckled and shook his head. "Fear not. Under the wise command of Lord Cheng, there are no longer any martial factions in Xinjiang Prefecture." Huh? The peasants fell silent, bewildered. What did it mean that there were no longer any martial factions? Was such a claim reasonable in Dacian? Seeing their disbelief, the Jinyui member casually remarked, "Have you heard of the Yi Dao sect? Their leader, Bai Han, is the head I have hanging from the city gate of Xinjiang Prefecture." Bai Han of the Yi Dao sect? Upon hearing that the leader of one of Xinjiang Prefecture's 3 major sects had been beheaded, the peasants' eyes widened in shock, finally believing the reality before them. Such matters could not be fabricated. If the Jinyui dared to attack the sword-forging manor, what were those minor sects in Xinjiang Prefecture? As the Jinyui member spoke with pride, Cheng Yu's strikes against the sword-forging manor steward grew slower, not from fatigue, but because the steward no longer had the strength to scream. What was the point of not crying out? He halted, silently observing the steward. As the steward saw Cheng Yu pause, he gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain. "Hero? I was wrong. Crack? Ah, what did you call me?" Tears streamed down the steward's face. "My lord. Crack?" Cheng Yu's expression remained impassive. "Is that pleasing to hear? Isn't it pleasing?" The steward's mind reeled, overwhelmed by the dual blows to his psyche and body. He could adapt to the continuous strikes, but the sudden questions caught him off guard. Please, my lord, no more." The once proud 5th-rank master sobbed in distress. "Very well, just one last strike." Crack! Cheng Yu delivered a final blow with added force, causing the steward's brain to splatter as he collapsed, lifeless. Just then, a booming voice filled with fury rang out, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden grounds of my sword-forging manor and commit murder?" Cheng Yu looked up to see numerous sword-forging manor disciples rushing out from the cavern, among them a white-haired elder radiating formidable energy, standing out prominently. Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow. Previously, Ipang had encountered a late-stage, 7th-rank warrior during his reconnaissance here, and upon questioning the sword-forging manor members, he learned that an Elder Chen was in charge of the excavation. This must be the one at Elder Chen. Upon witnessing the scene of carnage and the steward being brutally beaten to death, was engulfed in fury. "How did you come here?" Cheng Yu smiled. "What do you think? With such a large-scale incursion, the sect leader and others could not possibly be unaware. There is only one possibility. Something has happened to them." Elder Chen's heart sank like a boulder, unable to believe what he was hearing. "You audacious wretches shall pay for your insolence." With that, he brandished his long sword, its cold gleam aimed directly at Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu showed no fear. "Ipang, this one is yours. Be sure to leave him alive." In the next moment, Ipang shot forth like a shadow from the Jinyui ranks. As a commander of the Jinyui, "Do not doubt my expertise." Dark mist swirled around his embroidered spring knife, embodying the fearsome cold ghost blade. The ghostly shadow lunged at the astonished Elder Chen, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, Iping's figure loomed before him. Seizing his neck, Elder Chen writhed in agony, his heart tumultuous, so powerful. How could a Jinyui of such caliber come to our sword-forging manor? Has the sect leader truly In an instant, Elder Chen was subdued. The other disciples who had rushed out of the cave turned pale with fear, quickly being apprehended. Elder Chen, rendered powerless, lay before Cheng Yu like a dead dog. "Are you the one in charge here?" Cheng Yu inquired casually. "You will not extract anything from me," Elder Chen spat, gritting his teeth. "You have some spirit," Cheng Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow, "but it matters not. No one will lament your principles. They will merely call you stubborn." "What do you mean by that?" Elder Chen seethed with rage. Cheng Yu sneered. "Your sword-forging manner has slaughtered countless peasants. You are already a notorious rebel, deserving of condemnation from all." Upon hearing this, Elder Chen exploded with fury. "You court hound! You slay my sword-forging manner disciples like flies, and yet dare to accuse us of wrongdoing." Cheng Yu laughed. "You regard the lives of common people as nothing more than livestock, while I now view your lives as no different from that of pigs and dogs. How is that any less justified? Warriors and commoners cannot be equated." With a swift motion, a head rolled, and Cheng Yu wiped the blood from his blade. "Indeed, they are living beings, while you are mere beasts. Thus, they cannot be treated the same." Ipeng, observing from the side, felt a sense of helplessness. So it was that Cheng Yu sought to kill after all, despite his earlier request for a live capture. Truly, he had style. The host has eradicated the evil rebels, enhancing the reputation of the Jinyui, rewarded with a dragon-binding rope. After dealing with the last vestiges of the sword-forging manor's power, Cheng Yu gazed into the vast pit before him. It was the allure of what lay within that had drawn the sword-forging manor to it. "Lord Cheng, the peasants in the pit have all escaped." Cheng Yu nodded, hands behind his back. They had reached the end of the pit, where the weak could hardly stand. Just then, a roar erupted, shaking the ground and causing many of the less powerful Jinyui to topple over. Even the likes of Jian A displayed caution. Ipeng stated gravely, "What lies within is incredibly terrifying. When I came here previously, it had just awakened, and its presence nearly scorched me." It seemed the sword-forging manor had been gradually excavating. Fearing that premature extraction of internal energy would lead to great trouble, they likely intended to wait until the excavation was nearly complete before attempting to handle the contents with the Longyuan sword. The others furrowed their brows at this revelation. For 5 long years, the sword-forging manor had refrained from acting impulsively. It would be difficult for them to change that in a short time. "Perhaps we should report to the court and have the emperor send someone to handle it," Fanchio suggested. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere turned icy. If the emperor were to send someone, it would surely be too late. Fanchio's suggestion revealed his fear. He wished to retreat. Sighing, Jian'e leaned on his cane and rubbed his back, causing Fanchio to quickly fall silent. Cheng Yu spoke up. "Since we have come this far, why not break through the final rock wall and see what lies beyond?" Hearing this, Fanchio felt a chill run down his spine. Break through the rock wall? What if we awaken something within? Wouldn't that be courting death? Cheng Yu smiled at him. "Indeed, I believe that Lord Fan is exceptionally suited for this task." Chapter 66. The Celestial Serpent Bloodline Demon can be recruited as a snake general. At the bottom of the sword-casting mountain's vast pit, Fanchio stared wide-eyed at the stone wall before him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Even with the thick stone barrier in place, he felt an overwhelming, terrifying aura from the other side that left him breathless. Ever since he ascended to the upper 3rd rank, he had never felt such fear. The enemies he had encountered were either beneath him or he could escape from. But today, there was no escape point. 2 figures, one young and one old, stood behind him, watching. "Lord Cheng, must we really smash it?" Fanchio implored. Cheng Yu's calm voice replied, "What do you think?" With wolves in front and tigers behind, Fanchio swallowed hard and conjured an immense dark mist in his hands, striking the stone wall with all his might, simultaneously cursing Cheng Yu in his heart. Once he returned to the emperor, he would surely expound on the other party's repeated disrespectful behavior. As he struck, stones flew wildly, and a thunderous roar echoed as the entire pit shook violently. Cheng Yu watched with satisfaction, arms crossed as Fanchio worked. Ai Peng sighed. "The sword-casting mountain villa has done well with their pit. Such might won't cause a collapse. After all, this is where their sect resides. A collapse would be disastrous." Cheng Yu remarked blandly that the sword-casting mountain villa would have never anticipated that after 5 arduous years, all their efforts would ultimately benefit others. Just a month ago, It was merely a small banner of the Jinui. With gritted teeth, Fan Xiao dug harder, his speed increasing. As the digging sounds grew clearer, everyone's eyes brightened. This indicated a vast hollow space beyond, and undoubtedly, something awaited within. An opportunity. The arduous journey of martial cultivation had led to a chance to soar into the heavens. Just as everyone was filled with excitement, an unexpected event occurred. A far more powerful dragons might suddenly erupted, and the entire pit trembled violently. Chengyu felt his heart race, as though someone had gripped his throat. A thunderous roar erupted from the mountains, paralyzing the martial artists with fear. Something was inside. A great demon, Jianna shouted, for in his quest for sword mastery, he had traveled the world and had seen terrifying demons in the vast marshes. The presence emanating from within the mountain was no less formidable than the master-level demon he had encountered at that time. In the next moment, a deafening crash resounded. Boom! The rock wall Fan Xiao was excavating suddenly collapsed, knocking him back and causing him to spit blood as he fell to the ground. Yet no one had the heart to concern themselves with his plight. Their gazes were entirely captivated by what lay beyond. The stone wall had given way, revealing a vast, dark space where only a pair of gigantic blood-red eyes were visible, emanating an aura of dread and authority. All mouths fell agape. Was this a demon? You all go first, Chengyu shouted, directing the stunned Jinui to flee the cave. Their strength was too weak. They must leave at once. Ai Peng pulled the fallen Fan Xiao to his feet and glanced at Jian. Even this formidable expert, who surely ranked among the best on the Earth list, displayed an expression of profound fear. This entity was not to be reckoned with, Jian declared solemnly. Naturally, everyone turned to retreat, abandoning any lingering desires for fortune or treasures. Though opportunities were precious, one must retain their life to seize them. They sought to leave. Yet the enormous entity within the mountain seemed unwilling to let them go so easily. Roar! A thunderous roar, accompanied by a foul stench, erupted as two blood-red eyes rapidly expanded. It was approaching. The massive body scraped against the stone surface, producing a rumbling noise that shook the entire pit. The group felt the terrifying pressure bearing down upon them. The heat from behind intensified, and they hastened their escape. Chengyu unleashed his internal power without reservation, utilizing his body technique to flee rapidly. Thanks to the purged internal energy and the accumulation of insights from long-term training, his speed was no slower than that of the three upper third-rank martial artists. However, Fan Xiao, who had been digging too close to the demon, suffered a grievous blow and was now slower than usual, falling behind the others. The heat behind him grew ever more intense, and Fan Xiao felt his heart leap to his throat. He could almost sense the demon's breath. "Help me!" A wail echoed as the terrifying dragons might overwhelm Fan Xiao, silencing him completely. Chengyu realized Fan Xiao was dead, a chill coursing through his heart. Fortunately, after dispatching the one who disturbed its slumber, the great demon seemed disinclined to pursue them further. The group quickly escaped the pit. Chengyu surveyed the terrified crowd and commanded sternly, "We cannot linger here. You must take these civilians away." "Yes," the Jinuri complied, beginning to escort the civilians to safety. Ai Peng, pale from Fan Xiao's death, detected something amiss in Chengyu's command. They were to leave first? What of Chengyu? "Lord Cheng, what are you planning?" Chengyu's expression was grave, laced with determination. "I have matters to attend to." Ai Peng understood Chengyu's intentions, his eyes widening in alarm. "You wish to go back inside? That's far too dangerous." Zhao Gong had given him strict orders to protect Chengyu. He could not allow Chengyu to venture into danger. The great demon's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even a dignified 8th-rank martial artist like Fan Xiao could not withstand it. Chengyu's return would undoubtedly be a death sentence. "You mustn't go," Ai Peng urged through gritted teeth. "Chengyu, a prodigious talent, must not perish in such a reckless endeavor, master." Jian was equally concerned. He recognized that Chengyu's swordsmanship was unparalleled, yet his strength was ultimately limited. Approaching that demon was not a wise choice. Chengyu shook his head. He was not someone who disregarded life and death. He had chosen to remain and further explore the pit because he had just heard a voice in his ear from the system. Detected celestial serpent bloodline demon. May utilize true martial aura to recruit it as a snake general. Chengyu had caught a fleeting glimpse of the demon's form. Though it radiated a dragon's might, it was undeniably a colossal white python. The system's prompt reminded him of the turtle and snake generals led by the true martial emperor, and he had accepted the demon-slaying classic, acquiring the true martial legacy. If he had the chance to subdue this giant serpent, his power would receive an incomparable enhancement. He had to take the gamble. If successful, he would possess the strength to stand atop the martial world of Deqian, dominating the rivers and lakes. Cheng Yu looked at Ai Peng and Jian A.My life has always been forged through battle. With that, he stepped into the cave. The two watched Cheng Yu's retreating figure, utterly at a loss. They knew Cheng Yu possessed the strength to confront the Dragon Abyss sword, yet they still found it hard to believe he could face the great demon. Cheng Yu was ruthless. Was this how a genius treated themselves? Within the cave, Cheng Yu ventured deeper, noticing that the giant serpent seemed to retreat deeper into the mountain. He refrained from expending too much internal energy on his journey, avoiding provoking the giant serpent. As the pressure intensified, Cheng Yu found himself back at the place where the giant serpent had burst through the rock wall. Before him lay an expansive space, revealing an array of extraordinary items scattered across the ground. Among them, a massive, fearsome figure heaved with each breath, exuding a powerful aura. The giant serpent seemed to sense someone watching. Its two enormous blood-red eyes fixated on Cheng Yu, while its forked tongue, as thick as a tree, flicked out as if to gauge what this tiny ant intended to do. Cheng Yu's expression turned cold as he activated the demon-slaying classic. The otherworldly power slowly manifested, exuding an imposing presence. The giant serpent suddenly became agitated. It sensed danger. It lunged toward Cheng Yu, sending dust and debris flying. It intended to crush this ant that had disturbed its slumber. Yet in the next moment, the giant serpent was astonished to discover that it had not crushed the ant. How could this be? As the dust settled, a majestic figure emerged, standing firm against the giant serpent's assault. This was an apparition. Cheng Yu stood within the apparition, arms crossed. Ding! Currently subduing the snake general. Host, please wait. Chapter 67. The astonishing taming method. Cheng Yu was taken aback in the vast heart of the mountain. One serpent and one man faced off. Gazing at the enormous apparition before him, Cheng Yu was caught off guard. Wasn't it said that one could subdue the giant serpent merely with the true martial aura? What was this domineering apparition? From his understanding, demons, especially powerful ones with awakened intelligence, possessed fiercely volatile tempers. Only by thoroughly subjugating them could one claim them as their own. What good was summoning an apparition? He scrutinized the apparition's form, which was that of an imposing and formidable man. Barefoot, his long black hair flowed freely, a divine light radiated from above his head, and he donned gleaming golden armor, beneath which lay a meticulously crafted dark robe. A jade belt encircled his waist, and he wielded a sword that looked remarkably familiar, pointing it at the giant serpent with a fierce glare, seemingly intimidating the creature. While the appearance was indeed impressive, how did this relate to subduing the snake general? Cheng Yu pondered. He saw no sign of the giant serpent bowing in submission to the apparition. Instead, it continued to snarl fiercely, its gaze fixed on the apparition, its body slightly recoiling, poised to strike at any moment. Indeed, as he observed, the giant serpent showed no signs of fear from the previous impact being halted by the apparition. Rather, its ferocity only intensified. It lunged at the apparition once more. The apparition reached out, yet the giant serpent nimbly dodged, missing its target entirely. The tail lashed out, striking the phantom with such force that it caused the illusory figure to shudder. An astutely clever trick had indeed succeeded. The colossal serpent narrowed its blood-red eyes slightly, the corners of its gargantuan mouth curling upwards, revealing an expression remarkably human. Like it was mocking the phantom. The phantom seemed taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Rendered momentarily speechless, the giant serpent's laughter grew increasingly raucous, even prompting it to roll about, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. I had foreseen this. Mere intimidation would not suffice. Taming a pet requires love. The gentle caress of affection. As Cheng Yu pondered this, he suddenly sensed a shift in the phantom before him. After being ridiculed by the serpent, the once dumbfounded phantom began to quiver. Its form grew increasingly solid, an overwhelming aura radiating outward. Cheng Yu was struck by a sudden awareness of the phantom's current emotions, not anger, but excitement. The sprawling force unexpectedly bore down upon the rolling serpent, inciting its fury once more. A roar erupted, The serpent unleashed its dragon-like might, preparing to strike again. Yet this time, the serpent's wrath did not have the opportunity to manifest. A massive bare foot came crashing down upon the serpent, sending it hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall and causing a violent tremor. Enraged, the serpent bellowed. How dare this creature lay hands upon it? As it attempted to rise for retribution, it was swiftly kicked back down. The blow was ferocious, forcing the serpent to spew forth a torrent of scalding dark red blood. The blood, upon touching the ground, evaporated instantly, leaving in its wake a plethora of spiritual herbs and plants. Chengyu gazed in awe at the phantom's commanding demeanor as it kicked the serpent, increasingly bewildered by the nature of this taming. What manner of subjugation was this? Just then, a phrase flickered across his mind: the gentle caress of love. The gentle caress of love? Chengyu's eyes widened. It was as if the phantom was conveying this message to him. To tame the giant serpent, it was resorting to a struggle of affection. After expelling its blood, the serpent lifted its head once more, glaring at the phantom with renewed malice. How dare it inflict injury upon it? The aura of dread erupted forth unabated, rushing toward the phantom. However, the phantom chose not to continue glaring at the serpent, but instead turned its gaze toward Chengyu. "What are you looking at me for?" Chengyu was momentarily startled when a flash of insight struck him. He retrieved 2 items previously rewarded by the system: the binding dragon rope, a heavenly grade weapon, and the demon-breaking staff. The phantom nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to take the 2 items. Instantly, they transformed into colossal forms in its grasp. Exuding an intimidating presence, the serpent, sensing the aura of these artifacts, shifted its gaze in apprehension, attempting to retreat. Yet, the phantom seized it by the nape, ensnaring it with the binding dragon rope, which tightened around its body. The serpent writhed in agony, its pain driving it to lash out at the phantom once more, but to no avail. The demon-breaking staff came crashing down upon its head with a thunderous impact. The serpent collapsed to the ground, causing another tremor. Despite this, it did not relent, struggling to rise once more, only to be swiftly struck down again. The phantom planted a foot firmly on the serpent's body, unleashing a commanding aura, its gaze fierce and unyielding. At that moment, 3 words flashed through Chengyu's mind. "Are you subdued?" The serpent's blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, roaring defiantly once more. Chengyu understood its intent. It was unyielding. In the next moment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The phantom stomped down on the serpent, while simultaneously tightening the binding dragon rope around its nape. The sheer force nearly halved the serpent's massive form. In excruciating pain, the serpent thrashed violently, but each attempt to escape was met with yet another fierce kick, causing it to spit blood. Chengyu stared wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief. He had gained a newfound understanding of taming beasts. Outside the cave, Jian-A and AI Peng anxiously observed the commotion within. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently, heightening their sense of urgency. They yearned to descend and investigate, but were met with further violent tremors. Surely, it was that beast wreaking havoc. What fate had befallen Chengdu Run? Their anxiety mounted, yet they were powerless to intervene. Forced to wait, Jian-A gritted his teeth. That damned creature dared to harm my master. In the future, the sword-bearer shall not spare it. If anything were to happen to Chengyu, he would seek out the sword-bearer leader to slay that great demon. He had yet to assume the role of leader himself. After some time, the quaking of the sword-forging mountain finally ceased. The villagers who had descended from the mountain no longer bore the weight of worry. The tremors had come to an end. Inside the cave, the once mighty serpent lay prostrate on the ground, devoid of any will to resist. Its pristine white scales littered the ground, its head entirely stained crimson. Its mouth and tongue had turned a shade of dark purple, as if it had consumed something foul. Only then did the phantom relinquish its tools, nodding with satisfaction before gradually dissipating. Chengyu's mouth had remained agape throughout the spectacle. The method by which the phantom had subdued the serpent was utterly astonishing. The gentle caress of love, he cautiously approached the nearly lifeless serpent. Observing the insignificant creature drawing near, the serpent's eyes flickered with disdain. However, the next moment, slap, the sound of the binding dragon rope hitting the ground echoed. The serpent trembled, its colossal form suddenly shrinking to that of an ordinary python. It slithered over eagerly, affectionately nudging its head against Cheng Yu's hand, as if reuniting with a long-lost master. Cheng Yu caressed the cold, smooth scales, his admiration for the phantom reaching unparalleled heights. So this is the true essence of taming a demon beast? Congratulations, host, you have successfully tamed the heavenly serpent. Do you wish to appoint it as your serpent general? Chapter 68. Although the wind had indeed struck first, that does not justify the rebellious offspring's retaliation. Appoint it as my serpent general. Cheng Yu had no intention of refusing such a formidable ally offered freely. As his words echoed, a profound and mysterious power surged forth from within him, intertwining like threads around the serpent demon. The serpent shuddered, its dragon-like might dissipating, as the golden essence within it began to be drawn out, leaving only the purest bloodline of the heavenly serpent, as the serpent general under the true martial emperor. It was not necessary to possess an ostentatiously noble lineage from the dragon clan. Being a serpent was sufficient. Simultaneously, Cheng Yu felt a vague yet profound connection manifest in his mind, linking him with the serpent demon. Congratulations, host, you have successfully tamed the serpent general. Please promptly seek and tame the turtle general to gather both turtle and serpent generals, thereby mastering the path of yin and yang interaction. This is it. Under the true martial emperor, there exist the turtle and serpent generals. Cheng Yu, having received the true martial legacy, had now tamed one general. He glanced at the serpent demon nestled against him, its movements becoming increasingly affectionate. With a slight activation of the Tao of Demons, the serpent demon instantly assumed a serious demeanor, awaiting Cheng Yu's command. With a powerful strike of its tail, it struck a massive boulder, producing a resounding crack as the stone shattered. The serpent demon had completely submitted to Cheng Yu, now obediently following his orders. However, Cheng Yu discovered a significant issue. While the phantom had an exceptional talent for subduing the great demon, instilling fear and complete submission, it lacked the ability to govern it. Initially comparable to a master in strength, the serpent had frightened countless experts into retreating with its mere presence. Yet, after the vigorous education it had just received, its power had diminished significantly, now hovering at the level of a 9th-grade martial artist. Fortunately, Cheng Yu was not overly concerned. Even without the masters present, a 9th-grade martial artist stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. He could devise a means of healing it later. Looking at the serpent demon, he nodded. From now on, I shall call you Su Su. According to the information he had acquired, the serpent demon was female, and thus he bestowed upon it this name, devoid of any intention to emulate a certain esteemed figure. He simply could not bear the weight of such an association. Moreover, the Tao of Demons records that the turtle and serpent generals represent the true martial emperor's symbol of yin and yang convergence, evolving the path of all things. Although the turtle general was still a distant prospect, fate had decreed them a pair. Cheng Yu held no peculiar obsessions. Upon hearing her name, Su Su looked at Cheng Yu in astonishment. Though she had slumbered for a millennium, her immense form now belied an intelligence akin to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Once she grasped the meaning, her tail began to wag joyfully. She had never known her parents, but now she had a name. Cheng Yu paid little mind to the exuberant Su Su, instead surveying their surroundings. Who could have anticipated such an expansive space beneath the sword-forging mountain? Now that Su Su had shrunk, the true nature of the nearby environment was revealed. Numerous spiritual plants and herbs flourished amidst the stones, and various spiritual treasures lay scattered about, though a fearsome demon had previously occupied this space. The assessment of the sword-forging mountain had proven accurate. It was indeed a land of fortune. It must have been a remnant left behind by an immensely powerful being from ancient times. Cheng Yu even noticed a faint aura of dragon power emanating from the ground, a dragon vein. A millennium ago, before the establishment of the Great Qian, when great demons roamed unchecked, the Qian ancestor vanquished these demons to found the Great Qian. At that time, Su Su had been nestled in this treasure-laden ground, absorbing dragon energy to grow. A millennium passed. Su Su had reached an extraordinary level of strength and awakened, her movement causing an outpouring of dragon energy. The Long Yuan sword sensed this dragon energy. The sword-forging mountain believed the area beneath it to be the core of the dragon vein, prompting them to excavate. Ultimately, their efforts were in vain, resulting in their demise at Cheng Yu's hands. Cheng Yu would not squander this opportunity. He drew forth the Tao of Demon sword, channeling the dragon might of the Long Yuan sword. The dragon energy within the underground vein was rapidly absorbed, significantly amplifying the sword's dragon might. If Cheng Yu were to wield this dragon might now, it would undoubtedly surpass even He Qin's formidable presence. However, his martial arts cultivation was presently too weak. Forcing its use would yield consequences no less severe than those faced by He Qin. Thus, it must be reserved for the final showdown. Nevertheless, as a trump card, it was immensely powerful. The heavenly materials and treasures were promptly collected into his possession. The Tao of Demons was all-encompassing, encompassing numerous alchemical formulas and techniques. These items could be utilized to their fullest potential. The most delightful surprise for Cheng Yu was discovering an exceedingly unusual item among the pile of heavenly materials and treasures, a tattered black banner. Though it appeared dilapidated and devoid of power, the ancient, intricate patterns upon it captivated Cheng Yu's attention. It was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. He reached out to grasp the flag. The system's voice echoed in his ears. He acquired Zhenwu Ultimate Treasure, one of the materials for the Zhenwu soap carving flag, heavenly grade flag-type weapon. Please gather the remaining materials promptly. Cheng Yu could hardly believe what he had heard. The Zhenwu soap carving flag, according to the records of the demon-slaying Dao canon, it is also known as the sky-covering flag, possessing the divine power to obscure the heavens and veil the earth. Even at the pinnacle of martial prowess, such a level is exceedingly rare. This is another supreme treasure used by Zhenwu. On par with the unblemished demon-slaying sword, He Qi had already proven this with his life. The Tianbing Longyuan sword on the list of the world's finest weapons pales in comparison to the demon-slaying sword. If Cheng Yu could acquire the Zhenwu soap carving flag, although it is highly probable that, like the demon-slaying sword, it would not be a complete, authentic version. His strength would reach unimaginable heights. It would not be impossible to reverse/ninth-grade martial artists. With Su Su's assistance, Cheng Yu could trample over the various sects. Extinguishing the might of the 9 major sects would no longer be a mere fantasy. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Cheng Yu's eyes. The 9 major sections Zhejiang sect, await my arrival. Cheng Yu, having subdued the formidable Su Su and gained immense support, simultaneously harvested numerous treasures, causing chaos throughout the martial world. Particularly in the regions of Jiangnan, such as Longyuan Dao, martial artists were left speechless. Each one gripped by fear. Their elevated status rendered them vulnerable to terror, all due to a singular piece of news. The Jinyuri had annihilated the sword-forging manor. He Qi and many elders and disciples perished on the spot. Those disciples who survived, guilty of grave offenses, were executed on the spot. The others were imprisoned by the Jinyuri, awaiting a fate of martial disarmament and servitude. Once exalted disciples of the sword-forging manor had become mere prisoners. The valuable possessions of the sword-forging manor were completely looted, and the grand doors were sealed with enormous seals. When experts with ties to the sword-forging manor arrived, all that remained was fury. For the place had been thoroughly purged. The once thriving sect was now shrouded in an eerie silence, littered with blood and scattered graves. Cheng Yu, with his benevolent heart, worried about the plague and made sure to bury all the corpses. In the same Jiangnan region, on Jiannan Dao, a mountain shrouded in mist and ethereal aura stood tall. A mountain path was filled with individuals carrying children, some adorned in elaborate garments, while others wore plain hemp attire. They all sought the healing of the renowned physician, Ma. In several scattered courtyards along the mountainside, Zhao Shichuan sat by the bed of the unconscious Cheng Feng, tears glistening in her eyes. Not far away, Cheng Junjiang paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Why had the physician not yet arrived? What would become of Fenger if his injuries were delayed? Cheng Yu, hearing her father's complaints, could only shake her head in helplessness. The physician would not arrive until noon. Her father's anxiety was of no avail. She gazed at her severely injured younger brother, feeling an overwhelming ache in her heart. Cheng Junjiang grew increasingly furious, shouting in anger. That ungrateful son had indeed sunk to the depths of depravity, concealing his strength to such an extent, and even attacking his own brother with such ferocity. Though Fenger had struck first out of desperation, how dare he retaliate? Chapter 69. 7th on the human ranking, Cheng Yu, alas. Upon mentioning Cheng Yu, Cheng Yu shook her head and departed, intending to visit another courtyard to check on her younger sister. Ever since witnessing the sword-forging manor's attitude towards the deaths of a million laborers, her heart had been in turmoil, and she wished to ponder no further. As she left, Cheng Junjiang's fury reached new heights. His ungrateful son had brazenly flaunted his power at the sword-forging manor, severely tarnishing his reputation. How could he, the esteemed Cheng Daxia, renowned for his integrity, be seen as shielding the sword-forging manor, which had caused the demise of 1,000,000 laborers? This served as irrefutable proof of his failure as a father, with his son becoming a pawn of the court, slaughtering the martial artists of the world. The rivalry between his two sons had escalated into violence, one grievously injured. With such a series of events unfolding, Cheng Junjiang could hardly fathom the depths to which his reputation had sunk. Not to mention the implications for the Zhejiang sect, which was closely tied to the Cheng family. Had he not been so anxious about his beloved son and preoccupied with bringing Cheng Feng for treatment, he would have surely sought an opportunity to incapacitate Cheng Yu and atone for the massacre of the martial world. He must keep a closer watch on him to prevent further disturbances. Humph! Cheng Junjiang scoffed coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. A mere pawn of the court dared to flaunt his power in front of a major sect, truly believing that a modicum of strength granted him impunity. He had left days prior, not out of concern for the sword-forging manor, but because the matter of their culpability in the deaths of 1,000,000 laborers was too difficult to explain. Departing early was a means of severing ties in Cheng Junjiang's eyes. The Daqian court had long since decayed, weakened beyond measure. With his status, he could keenly sense the court's attitude regarding the Zhejiang sect's stronghold in the north. Controlling millions of people, the court's stance was clear. Endure. With such an attitude, even if Cheng Yu were to go mad, the Jinyui would certainly not dare to provoke the sword-forging manor. That ungrateful son must surely have left in disgrace, devoid of righteousness and only relying on brute force. They wouldn't spare him a second glance. Cheng Junjiang held nothing but disdain for Cheng Yu's taunts. Though his hidden strength was indeed remarkable, it was ultimately trivial skirmishes. To sever ties with him meant he would never rise to prominence. He would never achieve the same renown as his younger brother. While Cheng Junjiang simmered with indignation, Zhao Shichuan's excited voice resounded. Fenger, you're awake. Your mother was so worried about you. Fenger woke up. Cheng Junjiang promptly turned to the mother and son, and indeed saw Cheng Feng open his eyes. He hurried over. Father, muttered, where is this? Cheng Feng was in excruciating pain, his voice weak. This is the mountain of divine physicians. Physician Ma has already examined your injuries. Your father has provided you with many rare treasures to ensure that your martial path remains unaffected. Zhao Shichuan said, tightly holding her son's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Mountain of divine physicians. Cheng Feng mumbled, his mind racing back to the events leading up to his unconsciousness. He had been struck down by Cheng Yu's blade, losing the ability to resist. Had it not been for his protective armor, he might have perished on the spot. Cheng Yu. Cheng Feng clenched his teeth, trembling as he uttered Cheng Yu's name, filled with rage and terror. How could he, a celebrated prodigy on the human ranking, have been defeated by that scoundrel? How could this be possible? An overwhelming tide of anger and humiliation crashed over Cheng Feng, twisting his features into a grimace of pain. Fenger! Zhao Shichuan sensed Cheng Feng's torment over being grievously injured by Cheng Yu and felt a profound sorrow in her heart. She also harbored resentment towards Cheng Yu. It was one thing to be discontent with their parents, but how could he lay hands on his own brother? Such actions were those of a beast. Observing this, Cheng Junjiang gently reassured his younger son, Fenger, do not dwell on it. Focus on your recovery. Physician Ma will come to examine you again shortly. You are a chivalrous person, and it is natural to suffer losses against those who are ruthless and treacherous. Do not let this anger you. The anger within him remained unabated. Such fratricide had occurred within the Cheng family. Hearing this, Cheng Feng began to calm down. Sneak attack? Yes, that scoundrel had indeed ambushed him. Otherwise, he would never have lost. That ruthless fiend, he would surely seek revenge next time. Fenger, the human ranking has been updated. Let me read it to you, Zhao Shichuan, fearing that Cheng Feng would overthink, quickly changed the subject. Knowing her son well, she understood what he valued most, reputation, this time, having broken through to the 5th rank and easily defeating He Qing, who was ranked 30th on the human ranking. Cheng Feng's standing would undoubtedly soar. Zhao Shichuan had already arranged for someone to monitor the changes in the rankings, eager to inform her son at the first opportunity. Hearing about the update, Cheng Feng naturally felt a surge of excitement. Thank you, mother. Seeing Cheng Feng's spirits lift, Zhao Shichuan nodded with delight. From her sleeve, she produced the latest human ranking. Human ranking 20th. Zhejiang Sect's Cheng Feng, martial realm at the 5th rank, having obtained a superior grade weapon. Record, easily defeated He Qing of the sword forging manner. 20th. Upon hearing his rank, Cheng Feng was immensely excited. He was now among the 20 most exceptional heroes of Deqian, a rare breed. More importantly, the human ranking was reserved for those of chivalrous and righteous standing in the martial world, untouchable by the court's minions. This proved that he was indeed recognized as a prodigy by the world. While the likes of Cheng Yu could never achieve such status, 20th, Cheng Junjiang was overjoyed, his heart swelling with pride equal to that of his son. The higher Cheng Feng's rank, the more it proved his prowess as a father. Let me see it, my dear wife. Cheng Junjiang beamed with joy, sharing a smile with his wife as he took the list. Upon a closer look, he indeed saw Cheng Feng's name at the 20th position. His elation palpable. However, at that moment, Cheng Junjiang's gaze fell upon something unexpected. 19th on the human ranking, Deqian's Divine Might Army, Qi Yun. How could members of the Deqian army appear on the human ranking? His brows furrowed. It was an unwritten rule that the Tianji Tower did not include court officials in its rankings. How could this happen? Suddenly, a thought struck Cheng Junjiang. If those from the Deqian court were included. Then he instinctively glanced at the top of the list and was stunned to find a name he recognized all too well. Cheng Junjiang stood frozen, uttering the contents of the ranking unconsciously. 7th on the human ranking, Jinyui's Cheng Yu.N01 could have anticipated this. Cheng Yu, ranked 7th on the human ranking? How could such a thing occur? That scoundrel is ranked 7th. A thunderbolt struck Cheng Feng's consciousness. His eyes widening in disbelief, he had been overshadowed by Cheng Yu. His last shred of pride was utterly crushed. Viewer is 7th on the human ranking. How could this be possible? Zhao Shichuan, upon hearing Cheng Yu's name, could hardly believe it as she took the human ranking, her body trembling. She increasingly realized that she knew nothing about her son Cheng Yu. Recalling the descriptions on the list, achievements, a single strike severely wounding the armored Cheng Feng, a single blow killing He Qing, the foremost disciple of the sword-casting manner. Who? Cheng Junjiang could hardly believe his ears. His rebellious son had slain He Qing, the most esteemed disciple of the sword-casting manner? What had he done? At that moment, a frail voice echoed hauntingly. The sword-casting manner was annihilated by the Jinyui, with the manor lord He Qing and others perishing on the spot, and many experts of the Jiangnan martial arts world losing their lives. The valiant Cheng Daxia had just arrived from there. Might he have learned something? Chapter 70. If I am not mistaken, you have a daughter receiving treatment, correct? Upon hearing these inquiries, Cheng Junjiang's fury ignited. What did it mean that he had come from Longyuan Mansion, surely knowing something? Such words implied he had betrayed his fellow Jianghu comrades. A man of integrity like Cheng Daxia would never commit such an act. Furthermore, how could the sword-casting manner possibly? Realizing this, Cheng Junjiang suddenly processed what he had just heard. What did you say? He felt as though struck by lightning, incredulously gazing at the speaker. The sword-casting manner has been destroyed? How could a Jianghu giant of such stature be obliterated? In the midst of shock and rage, an overwhelming aura of power erupted from him unabashedly. In the next moment, upon discerning the visitor's appearance, he saw a simple-clothed, mild-looking old man with white hair, exuding an aura of kindness and warmth, the essence of a healer. Cheng Junjiang swiftly reined in his aura, suppressing the tumult within as he bowed respectfully. It turned out that the renowned Dr. Ma had arrived. Might I inquire about your earlier statement regarding the destruction of the sword-casting manor? Dr. Ma nodded, seemingly indifferent to receiving a bow from the illustrious Cheng Daxia. To him, he was merely a relative of a patient. It appeared Cheng Daxia was unaware of the matter. 5 days prior, a large contingent of Jinyui stormed Longyuan Mansion, directly obliterating the sword-casting manor, resulting in a river of blood. The manor lord He Qing and several influential figures of the Jiangnan martial world perished on the spot. Now, the warriors of Jiangnan were gripped with fear. Their hearts filled with dread. Bang! Cheng Junjiang's bloodshot eyes widened as he crushed the stone slab beneath him. 5 days ago, the sword-casting manor was destroyed, and He Qing was killed. Was that not the very day his son Cheng Yu had provoked the sword-casting manor? If so, it was Cheng Daxia's own son, Cheng Yu, who had annihilated the sword-casting manor. At this realization, Zhao Shichuan beside him collapsed into her chair, her eyes filled with shock and terror. She too had grasped the situation. Her son Chung Yu had destroyed the sword-casting manor. The two? Dr. Ma observed the couple's pale faces, their vitality dimming, clearly displaying shock mingled with sorrow. He found it curious that Chung Daxia and his wife were so noble and righteous. The misfortunes of other sects were, after all, none of their business, so why were they so sensitive to remember? No wonder their reputation was so illustrious. Chung Junjiang then regained his composure, declaring with righteous indignation, "How dare the court's henchmen act so arrogantly, committing such heinous crimes that provoke the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people? They dared to obliterate even the sword-casting manor, a force renowned for gathering heroes. It is utterly intolerable. I shall rally the righteous champions of the Jianghu to seek justice for the sword-casting manor and avenge their grievances." Yet within, he was consumed by an overwhelming fury. If it were known that his own son had destroyed the sword-casting manor, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. That ungrateful child, Dr. Ma, witnessing Chung Daxia's fervor, was momentarily taken aback, casting a strange glance. There was no need for Chung Daxia to be so agitated. The destruction of the sword-casting manor was not necessarily a matter of heavenly wrath and public grievance. Chung Junjiang furrowed his brow that a major sect of the Jianghu was annihilated by the court's henchmen, and he had witnessed their arrogance firsthand, slaughtering chivalrous figures of the Jianghu. How could that not be worthy of heavenly wrath and public grievance? Why was this so? Dr. Ma shook his head with a sigh. The rumors that the sword-casting manor had exploited millions of laborers over the past 5 years were not mere fabrications. Tens of thousands of laborers were rescued from the sword-casting manor, and the atrocities they had committed against them were truly heinous. Their destruction was, in essence, merely a consequence of their own misdeeds. He lamented as he recounted the rumors he had heard during his earlier consultations. The sword-casting manor had captured millions of laborers, subjecting them to cruel mistreatment and forced labor, ruthlessly killing countless souls, leaving behind countless families shattered by the loss of their men. Upon hearing this, Chung Junjiang and his wife were left utterly stunned. Most of their attention had been focused on Cheng Yu. Momentarily neglecting this matter, they had not anticipated the sword-casting manor's insanity. At that moment, Chung Junjiang experienced a flicker of relief. Thankfully, he had departed. Dama nodded slightly, her brow still tightly furrowed. Yet, I suspect this is not an ailment. If it is not an ailment, then what is it? Chung Junjiang and his wife were left speechless. They had always believed their daughter to be suffering from a chronic illness. How could it now be said otherwise? It seemed more akin to what the enigmatic figures from Tianji Tower spoke of, fate. Upon uttering these words, Dr. Ma completely stunned the couple. Is there an issue with Chung Si's fate? Chung Junjiang's expression changed dramatically, and he became enraged. How could this be possible? How could the destiny of a descendant of the illustrious Qing family be flawed? Destiny is not determined by one's family lineage. Emma shook her head, speaking in a mysterious tone. I possess some understanding of the concept of fate. Let us discuss the birth details of the patient. Hearing that the doctor was knowledgeable in this regard, the couple instantly rejoiced and hastily revealed Cheng Si's birth date and time. Upon hearing this, Dr. Ma's gaze deepened further, and she began to recite incantations in the year of Bingtian, the month of Wu. At the hour of Gingyin, her fate is profoundly troubled by water. Moreover, she possesses an innate icy water energy. She shook her head. This clash of destiny with water is exceedingly arcane. I can only suppress the icy energy with medicine. The couple's expressions changed dramatically upon hearing this. They trembled all over and quickly bowed to Dr. Ma, pleading, "You must save our daughter." "It is not that I do not wish to help," Dr. Ma replied, shaking her head. "While one may perceive the essence of fate, to attempt to alter it against the heavens is a thought even Tianji Tower's master would not dare entertain. Only the deities above may hold dominion over fate." Ma, with a sense of helplessness, intended to take her leave, as she still had more patients to attend to. "You cannot go. My 2 children still need your healing." Chung Junjiang urgently blocked her path. "I have but a few children. I cannot bear to watch them suffer." As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from him. He is Chung the hero. First, save his children before attending to others. Dr. Ma's face contorted with disdain. Is this the behavior of the honorable Chung the hero? Hearing this, Chang Junjiang quickly retracted his imposing demeanor and bowed in apology. I acted out of desperation. I hope you will forgive me, Dr. Ma. Watching D'Ardeme depart, Chang Junjiang, while worrying for his children, couldn't help but reflect on the strangeness of this doctor. With unparalleled medical skills, she seemed indifferent to wealth and power, choosing instead to practice medicine in the mountains. She treated both the martial world and the imperial court with equal disdain. Her only principle was to save the virtuous and not the wicked. Eventually, she found this principle burdensome. For someone of Qing's renown, it was manageable. However, in public consultations, encountering a myriad of individuals made it nearly impossible to discern good from evil in a short time. Thus, she established two rules. Treatments would be free, and medicine would only be charged at cost. However, she would only treat children, and those children must be carried up the mountain by their parents, regardless of their wealth or status. This was to prevent exploitation by those with ulterior motives. For over a decade, she saved no less than 10,000 children, earning the gratitude of the people of Jiangnan. Chang Junjiang could not comprehend. There are countless chivalrous individuals. Why must one be so meticulous in distinguishing between good and evil? This eccentric D'Ardeme seemed reluctant to even give Chang the hero face. It remained a mystery whom she would wholeheartedly respect. Feeling utterly helpless, Chang Junjiang approached the bedside of Qing Feng, sitting beside his sorrowful wife. He grasped his son's hand tightly. Fenger, do not worry. Once you awaken, I shall impart to you the ancestral secrets of the Qing family, ensuring you will not be inferior to others. Seer, I will also save you. The Qing family, with its 1,000-year legacy, must possess a method to alter fate. Several thousand miles away, in the heart of the Great Qian, within the grand and majestic city of Qiandu, a figure radiating an aura of authority and nobility sat upon a high throne, the Emperor of Great Qian. Facing his ministers, the emperor listened intently as Ai Peng reported on the events concerning Longyuan Dao. The destruction of the sword-forging manor and the death of Fan Xiuxian were indeed unexpected occurrences. After rescuing tens of thousands of laborers with Chengyu, that great demon suddenly attacked in the cave, and it was then that Lord Fan was killed. Ai Peng knelt, supporting himself on the ground. Reporting with utmost respect, he omitted the part about Chengyu re-entering the cave to deal with the demon and acquiring the opportunity, stating only that they had departed without knowledge of the situation. Even now, he remained in awe of Chengyu's unscathed return, truly deserving of Zhao Gong's favor. He possesses great fortune. Upon concluding his report, the ministers in the palace were filled with admiration and praise. 2 deputy commanders and 100 households had resolved the sword-forging manor incident without suffering any losses, showcasing not only their skill but also avoiding public scrutiny, a significant boon for the Great Qian court. I understand, the emperor nodded. The sword-forging manor affair, aside from Fan Xiuxian's demise, could be considered a resounding victory for the imperial guards. He had sent Fan to investigate precisely due to his dissatisfaction with the latter's excessive dealings with the martial world. With his death, it was hardly a matter of great concern. He then inquired, with the destruction of the sword-forging manor, has the Longyuan sword been brought to me? The mention of the sword-forging manor inevitably called to mind the Longyuan sword. As the son of the Great Qian, he naturally had an interest in the finest weapons of the realm. Ai Peng contemplated, knowing that the Longyuan sword was rendered unusable, making it impossible to retrieve without causing trouble. He explained, the lord of the sword-forging manor, He Qin, forcibly activated the Longyuan sword, resulting in explosive energy that caused his own demise. Thus, the Longyuan sword was lost as well. We have searched extensively, but celestial weapons possess their own spirit, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. He wished to avoid provoking Chengyu and antagonizing Zhao Gong. Therefore, he had coordinated a narrative that He Qin, in his hubris, had forcibly activated the celestial weapon, leading to his own death. In truth, the imperial guards present were of lower strength and could not clearly discern what had transpired amidst the chaotic energy. As for the martial artists of the Jianghu, there were no eyewitnesses left to survive. Upon hearing that the Longyuan sword was lost, the emperor's smile vanished instantly, and his expression turned cold. However, everyone understood that matters concerning celestial weapons were shrouded in deep mystery. Even if the Longyuan sword had not been lost, Ai Peng and the others would still be unable to retrieve it. Unable to confront Ai Peng directly, he could only express his anger. The sword-forging manner is truly audacious. endangering the lives of my millions of subjects and still daring to act against my imperial guards. They deserve to be eradicated. In the next moment, the emperor's tone shifted. However, why was there not a whisper of this matter during the past 5 years of grand undertakings? He cast his gaze to one side, where Lu Ji, dressed in a bright red python robe and wearing a dragon-patterned saber at his waist, stood as the acting commander of the Imperial Guards. Lu Ji, is this your answer to me regarding your management of the Imperial Guards? Lu Ji, who had attained his position solely due to his father being a master, immediately knelt. I have sinned. I have tarnished my father's reputation. Please bestow punishment upon me, Your Majesty. Chapter 72. One is not enough to kill. Wipe out the whole nest. One family is not enough. Wipe out a whole area. Upon hearing Lu Ji mention the old commander, the emperor's ire dissipated, as he could not afford to offend someone who was a crucial asset to the Great Qian. Lu Ji, you must enforce strict reforms. Such incidents must not occur again. If they do, I will spare you, but your father, the old commander, will not let you off lightly. Lu Ji quickly replied, I shall obey your command. Thank you for your grace. Your Majesty, in this matter, the Imperial Guards were culpable, and their merits and faults balanced out, so I shall not reward you. Ai Peng immediately bowed in thanks. The Emperor's greatest fury regarding the sword-forging manor incident stemmed from the fact that the Imperial Guards had not reported the situation and had colluded with the forces of the Jianghu, particularly individuals without loyalty or familial ties, who conspired with outsiders to slaughter their own colleagues. Had not the culprits already perished, he would have wished to drag their corpses out and whip them. The Emperor felt disheartened. Why could his ministers not embody the selflessness and loyalty to him that the Jianghu pursued? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. What about that 100 households who had sent a secret report regarding the sword-forging manor? Your Majesty, Ai Peng replied, lowering his head, Cheng Baihu is but 20 years old and already possesses a martial prowess of the 5th rank, having entered the Tianji Tower's human list at 7th place. He is truly a prodigy. Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking ministers present were astonished and began to whisper among themselves. 7th place on the human list? The human list had not included any court officials for many years, and they had not paid much attention to it, thus unaware of such news. They all praised the 7th place on the human list. He is bound to have a bright future. The younger generation of our great Qin court is no less than that of the Jianghu. Among the ministers praising Cheng Yu, an elderly man with white whiskers sat in the front, continually stroking his beard, his face filled with a beaming smile. 7th on the human list, truly my great-grandson. This man was none other than Zhao Yi, who had returned to the court to observe. Beside him, Li Exine looked astonished, finding it hard to believe. They had only been gone for a few days. How had Cheng Yu reached 5th rank and 7th on the human list? He could guarantee that Cheng Yu had not hidden his strength before. What remarkable talent was this, indeed, a worthy member of the imperial army. Such youthful brilliance is to be expected. The emperor nodded in approval, commending Cheng Yu. Ai Peng continued. What is even more commendable is that Cheng Baihu, unafraid of formidable foes, eradicated treachery, acting solely for the country and the throne, with all his actions aimed at your Majesty's glory. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression subtly changed. Why do you say this, Your Majesty? Ai Peng replied, Cheng Baihu is a man of upright integrity, wholly devoted to your Majesty. Eliminating internal traitors and slaying treacherous foes, with only thoughts of the great Qian and your Majesty in his mind, entirely devoid of any personal gain or loss. Ai Peng's words struck deeper in the emperor's heart than Cheng Yu's talent. He did not lack for exceptionally gifted ministers, but yearned for those loyal to him. Is that true? Ai Peng nodded, absolutely true. If Cheng Baihu did not hold the great Qian and your Majesty in his heart, how could he dare to take the initiative to eliminate internal traitors and destroy the sword-forging manor? He spoke of Cheng Yu's experience in intimidating Longyuan Dao while declaring the emperor's might. The more the emperor listened, the more pleased he became, unable to refrain from exclaiming in praise. Excellent. I need such loyal individuals. Indeed. What was Cheng Yu's motivation for taking down so many houses? Is it not merely the case that the image serves to display the dragon might of His Majesty the Great Qian? Could it be that he simply relishes the act of seizing property? Now that the Great Qian is in decline, his subordinates are filled with trepidation. The Qian emperor requires individuals who are both ruthless and loyal. Such capable ministers should not be overlooked. Is he not of the 5th rank? It is only fitting to promote him 2 ranks to become a Qianhu and assume a position in the general command. Upon the utterance of these words, all present were left in awe. The general command, the very headquarters of the Jinyui in the capital, stands beside the Son of Heaven. Its primary duty is to protect the emperor and other significant matters. Chengyu is favored by His Majesty, destined for greatness. Yet, at that moment, a formidable minister emerged, exuding an air of authority. Your Majesty, this individual has just been promoted to Baihu, and while he has merits to warrant a rise to Qianhu, transferring him to the capital is inadvisable. His recent actions against the Zhujian mountain manor were excessively violent, inciting enmity among the martial artists of the rivers and lakes. Further promotion may provoke significant discontent among them. This statement fell like a bucket of cold water upon the heart of the Qian emperor. Once again, it is that damned group of martial artists, taking advantage of the great Qian's vulnerability. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Xian noticed the obstruction of Cheng Gongzi's future and subtly reminded Zhao Yi, Zhao Gong, should we? The court's attitude towards the martial artists is divided into 2 factions. One faction, represented by the minister who just spoke, adopts a conciliatory stance, preferring to avoid conflict. The other faction, led by Zhao Yi, is comprised of staunch hardliners, whose sole aim is to trample the rivers and lakes. The 2 sides have been at odds for a long time. The radicals had previously held the upper hand, but after that unfortunate incident and Zhao Yi's resignation from office, they have been utterly overshadowed by the moderates. Now, as the moderates seek to impede Cheng Yu's advancement, only Zhao Yi possesses the authority to effect change. Yet, Zhao Yi merely shook his head, taking no action. The Qian emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, could only shake his head in resignation. Was not the Qianhu of the Jinyui in the Jiangnan region missing? Let him go there instead. There are traces of the remnants of the king of Qing. Allowing him to investigate on my behalf. The moderate minister nodded slightly but did not withdraw. Your Majesty, the remnants of the king of Qing are no trivial matter. They involve numerous complexities. A careless investigation could lead to significant troubles. I propose dispatching an imperial envoy for oversight to prevent chaos from arising. Other moderate ministers also stepped forward. We concur. Upon hearing this, the Qian emperor found their reasoning persuasive. While the court could not afford to lose face, it also could not withstand great disorder. That Baihu, though capable and loyal, employs excessively ruthless methods. If he were to engage in indiscriminate killings again, there would be no advantageous rationale as with the Zhujian mountain manor affair. It would be prudent to send someone to oversee matters, which would also serve to placate the moderates. Granted, you may arrange for someone, he decreed. Below, Li Xian furrowed his brow, watching Zhao Yi with increasing confusion. Zhao Gong, they intend to target Cheng Gongzi. Your grandson is being scrutinized by the moderates. Why do you show no sign of concern? Yet Zhao Yi remained indifferent, shaking his head. You are as hasty as you were 15 years ago. This situation is a blessing disguised as a misfortune. Why should I not embrace it with open arms? Li Xian gaped, further baffled. Dio cut off Cheng Yu's path to success. They wished to monitor him. How is that a fortunate turn of events? Thus, you must learn, Zhao Yi replied, stroking his white beard with a smile. Why grandson possesses great ambition. His aspirations are lofty, and what is more admirable is that his inner strength matches his ambition. If he were to navigate the intricate affairs of the capital now, he would find himself constrained at every turn, rendering his endeavors unfulfilling. Were he to serve as a Qianhu in Jiangnan, there would be ample opportunities for achievement. Zhao Yi's expectations for Cheng Yu extend far beyond merely becoming a favored genie Iwade. To trample the rivers and lakes, one must first accumulate power and establish a formidable reputation. These are endeavors that are exceedingly difficult to pursue within the capital. Li Xian grasped some of this, nodding in understanding. Then how is it not a good thing to send someone to balance the scales? A flicker of disdain for the moderates crossed Zhao Yi's eyes. Balance the scales? You flatter them. They believe they can outmaneuver and suppress you, yet they fail to comprehend that my great-grandson is a latent dragon in the depths. To achieve greatness, one must first address these spineless entities, who are content to compromise. To dare extend a hand is precisely to show them the capabilities of my great-grandson. In Zhao Yi's view, if Cheng Yu is to achieve great things, he must find a way to contend with the moderates in court and subdue the local martial artists. That is the true test. Let us see what methods my great-grandson can devise to break the deadlock. A method? What method? Is it not simply to kill and seize property? In the city of King Jiangfu, Cheng Yu sat within the hall of the Jinui Baihu. If one kill is insufficient, then let there be a massacre. If one household is inadequate, let there be a sweep of an entire area, and they shall naturally cower in fear. Yes, my lord. Half kneeling and bowing, the Jinui subordinate took his leave. He had just inquired of Cheng Yu regarding the handling of the tens of thousands of laborers. Most of these individuals were farmers, whose families became vulnerable after their abduction, their lands usurped. Now bereft of their fields, they sought the compassionate Cheng Baihu for resolution. The landlords and gentry who had seized the land also had their say, claiming it was all legitimate land transactions, substantiated by contracts. Cheng Yu appreciated their legal awareness and decided to order the return of the original price in full. Those who refused would face confiscation of their property and imprisonment. Cheng Yu picked up the reports returned by his subordinates and began to review them. Each of them has taken quite a bit, their mouths full of oil. Which household shall I target first? At that moment, a decree regarding his promotion arrived at the Baihu office. Cheng Yu received the edict, raising an eyebrow slightly. Qianhu of the Jinui in Jiangnan, investigating the remnants of the king of Qing? His expression became exceedingly peculiar in a certain sense. Am I not myself a remnant of the king of Qing? The king of Qing is not merely any king. He is the same king of Qing whose ancestor, the progenitor of the Cheng family, aided in rebellion a century ago. The king of Qing, allied with the aristocracy, attempted a coup but failed, and the forces dispatched to assassinate him suffered a devastating ambush. Thus, the rebel army faltered and never regained its strength. The king of Qing himself was captured and executed, while his descendants narrowly escaped with their lives. For centuries, his descendants have inherited the ambition of rebellion, becoming the remnants of the king of Qing. Every few decades, they would emerge once more. Yet increasingly they have become a mere topic of conversation in the rivers and lakes. The rebellion led by the king of Qing once elicited the ire of the great Qian emperor, who commanded the extermination of all involved. Ultimately, it proved impossible to eradicate the Qing family, a prominent lineage with a history spanning a millennium. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that Cheng Yu and his kin are indeed descendants of those rebels. When it comes time for retribution, no one speaks of severing ties. It is merely a matter of bloodline. Thus, the identity of being a descendant of rebels cannot be dismissed. Cheng Yu shook his head nonchalantly. He was curious to see how Cheng Zhenjiang would respond to such matters. If it were reported that the Qing family is a remnant of the king of Qing, the emperor would not dare utter a word. The remnants of the king of Qing that he is to investigate in Jiangnan are those descendants who occasionally resurface. Generally speaking, this is a troublesome affair. With the current weakness of the Great Qian court, the investigative functions of the Jinui have significantly diminished. It is not as straightforward as in the past, when cases could be solved by simply arresting individuals for questioning. Investigating cases within the rivers and lakes is fraught with complications. No one would cooperate, and one can only plead for assistance, inching along in their inquiries. Should one encounter martial artists hostile to the Jinui, it would pose even greater difficulties. Moreover, Cheng Yu had heard that Jiangnan, particularly the Jiangnan region, occupies an ambiguous position. The rivers and lakes consider it under the influence of the Zhujian mountain manor. Yet, it does not compare to Longyuan Road, as King Jiangfu is located near Zhujian Mountain, a place where the heavens are high and the emperor distant. Certain local factions have grown unchecked, and some significant powers have infiltrated and supported numerous smaller factions. For instance, one of the 9 great sects, the Pujuan sect, has established connections with many local forces. Jiangnan is also the wealthiest region, where factions contend with one another, engaging in open and covert struggles. The Jinui hardly has an opportunity to interject. To investigate in such a place would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. However, Cheng Yu was not particularly concerned about this. Some individuals are prone to flaunting their power, but in truth, they are merely cowards. Once confronted with violence, they will quickly yield. Furthermore, his objective in assuming the role of Qianhu could not merely be to investigate rebels. He must trample the local rivers and lakes and suppress their power. Those who refuse to submit must be dealt with ruthlessly. Even if they ultimately agree to negotiate, he would remain unwilling. If they do not thoroughly fear and submit to the Jinui, where then will the rewards from the system come from? Those who are unwilling to yield have no reason to continue existing. It would be better to transform them into rewards for the system, accompanying me and becoming a nightmare for the entire rivers and lakes. In Jiangnan, the capital city of Jiangnan, within the opulent chambers of the Gao residence, a corpulent middle-aged man reclined in a rattan chair, casually perusing an ancient text. The fragrant incense wafted through the air, and several enchanting young maidens attended to him, providing an otherworldly indulgence. This heavenly enjoyment was abruptly interrupted by the hurried entrance of his son. "Father, trouble has arisen." The nominal governor of Jiangnan, Dao Tai Gao Song, set down his book, furrowing his brow as he looked at his flustered son, Gao Guobang. "What is it? Have we been discovered regarding our plans against that Qianhu?" Not exactly." Upon hearing his son's denial, Gao Song shook his head slightly. "Then why the haste? In Jiangnan, could there truly be anything of great consequence that I cannot handle?" He cast aside the ancient text and rose with an imposing demeanor. In this tumultuous Jiangnan, a Jinui Qianhu is hardly a figure of stature. Yet, Gao Song, relying solely on his wife of the 7th rank, has managed to maneuver himself into a position of power. Just months prior, an ill-fated Jinui Qianhu, brimming with arrogance due to his status as an imperial guard, had offended Gao Song and was promptly ensnared in a trap, leading to his demise. There were no repercussions or blame to be cast. In Jiangnan, as long as he did not provoke the martial artists, who could bring him trouble. Despite his father's nonchalance, Gao Guobang remained unsettled. With beads of sweat adorning his forehead, he exclaimed, "Another officer from the court has been dispatched. A captain of the Jinui, and he requests to see you." "A new captain?" Gao Song raised an eyebrow. "Then let him come to me." "No, father. He has summoned you to the Jinui headquarters." Bang! Gao Song slammed his hand on the table in a furious outburst. "Absurd. I have just dealt with one insubordinate, and now another appears." Although the Jinui were indeed the emperor's personal guards, endowed with the authority to execute orders without prior approval, a mere captain, being of the 4th rank, was hardly worthy of a 3rd-rank Daotai like himself making a personal appearance. It seemed that, like the previous captain, he was merely a braggart relying on brute strength. Gao Song donned his official robes. His anger simmered. "I shall show him who truly reigns in Jiannan City and whether he possesses the audacity to be so arrogant." Noticing his father's fury, Gao Guobang dared not interject. Gao Song, fully dressed in his official attire and seething with rage, prepared to leave. "Father, do not be hasty. That captain is. Who he is matters not. He is merely a captain. You handle matters here and ensure your mother remains unaware." Watching his father depart, Gao Guobang initially wished to inform him that the new captain was none other than Chengyu, the ruthless figure responsible for the downfall of the sword-casting manor. However, seeing his father's disdainful demeanor, he thought better of it. His father must surely have a well-laid plan. It would be prudent to address the current situation first. If their mother returned and discovered these women, it would indeed be a far more dire affair. He turned to the household servants. "Clean this up thoroughly." As he spoke, a cacophony of terrified wails erupted, gradually fading into silence. The Jinui headquarters in Jiannan City. Who was this audacious individual, daring to summon a 3rd-rank official for an audience? Gao Song stormed into the hall, his expression a mask of indignation. Had it not been for the mysterious disappearance of the previous captain, he would never have willingly come here. Upon entering, he beheld a strikingly handsome young captain seated at the head of the table, clad in an exquisite purple-red flying fish uniform, his waist adorned with a shimmering embroidered spring blade. Before Gao Song could utter a greeting, Chengyu, with a sardonic smile, rose to acknowledge him. "So, you are the esteemed Daotai Gao Song." "Indeed," Gao Song replied curtly, his hands clasped behind his back as he nodded slightly. Refusing to meet Chengyu's gaze, he sat down, and after a servant poured tea, he lifted the cup, took a whiff, and disdainfully tossed it aside. "You are the new captain of the Jinui. What is it that you seek from me?" Chengyu found Gao Song's demeanor amusing. His confidant, who had accompanied him from Longyuan, raised an eyebrow. What a pretender, attempting to flaunt his might before Chengyu. Did he believe his stature was so grand that he could afford such arrogance? Chengyu approached Gao Song with a smile. "I had heard of your diligent service in Jiannan and wished to pay my respects. However, it seems there has been a misunderstanding, and my subordinates have brought you here first." "Ah, a perceptive one," Gao Song thought, finally cracking a smile. Did this captain think he could flaunt his power before him, merely because he had vanquished the sword-casting manner? May I inquire, what is your family name? Captain? Cheng Yu drew closer, grinning. My surname is Chung, with the single character Yu, which means to encounter misfortune. Gao Song nodded, a realization dawning upon him. Chung, your name is the same as that merciless figure who annihilated the sword-casting manor. He began to voice his thoughts but abruptly fell silent, his expression frozen in shock as he murmured, Chung Yu. In the next moment, a glinting blade pressed against his neck. Indeed, that would be me. Chung Yu replied coldly, I have a small personal hobby, and I hope the esteemed Dao Dai will indulge me. Gao Song's face trembled with fear. What do you want? Cheng Yu grinned. Where does your family reside? Chapter 74. Drink when I ask you to. Why so much unnecessary chatter? The guards who had accompanied Gao Song sensed their master's peril and shouted fiercely, brandishing their weapons, their gazes fixed on Cheng Yu. Release the Dao Tai, or else, before they could finish, their eyes widened in horror, their bodies turning rigid. Dozens of cold, menacing crossbows were aimed at them, their shafts gleaming ominously. The guards immediately fell silent, realizing that a single shot could turn them into pincushions. The Jinyui stood in formation, their voices icy. Master Chang is engaged in a discussion with the Dao Tai. Do you dare to rebel? Discuss? With knives? The guards felt utterly helpless, glancing at Gao Song. Dao Tai. Cheng Yu chuckled. It appears your subordinates lack understanding. The blade remained poised against Gao Song's throat. Gao Song, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently commanded his guards, put away your weapons. Do you wish to see me dead? Reluctantly, the guards complied, sheathing their weapons. Cheng Yu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it, Dao Tai. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The matter? Trembling, Gao Song recalled Cheng Yu's earlier inquiry. Where did his family reside? Confusion washed over his face. Why would Cheng Yu ask such a question? It was common knowledge, easily gleaned by asking anyone in the vicinity. He dared not voice his disdain, forcing a strained smile. Master Cheng, what is the purpose of your inquiry? He faltered mid-sentence as Cheng Yu's earlier words echoed in his mind. A small personal hobby, and I hope you will indulge me. What sort of hobby could a ruthless individual like Cheng Yu have? Surely it could only be the eradication of entire families. As this realization struck him, Gao Song's eyes widened, his heart filled with fury. Cheng Yu was threatening to annihilate his family. How could he, a dignified Dao Tai, come to see a mere captain, only to be met with such an ultimatum? Cheng Yu observed the trembling Gao Song with a cold smile. Before arriving in Jiannan, he had heard tales of this man, who, relying on his wife of 7th-rank status, colluded with local forces, plundering the populace while living in opulence. Those close to him, including family and servants, felt entitled to act with impunity. Anyone who dared oppose him within the Jiannan bureaucracy faced slander and peril. Rumors even suggested that the previous captain of the Jinyui had vanished after a confrontation with Gao Song. Cheng Yu was well aware of Gao Song's inflated sense of self-importance. You think to intimidate me? You have chosen the wrong target, he thought with a cold smirk. Channeling his internal energy, he subtly infused it into his embroidered spring blade, sparks of electricity flickering forth. The moment the blade grazed Gao Song's neck, he felt a jolt of pain. Gao Song cried out in agony, yet he dared not move, fearing the blade might slice into his flesh. Filled with fear and rage, he did not believe Cheng Yu would go so far as to kill him. Yet he feared the unpredictable nature of weapons. Madman. He dares to use internal energy. While he was certain Cheng Yu would not kill him, his body betrayed him, reacting in fright in a moment of terror. The distinguished Dao Tai found his trousers soaked. He cursed his son, Gao Guobang, 100 times in his mind for failing to mention that the new captain was the one responsible for the sword-casting manor's demise. Had he known, he would have kept his mouth shut. Now filled with regret and rage, he could not express his feelings with the blade at his throat. Cheng Yu was a lunatic, capable of destroying the sword-casting manor. Gao Song could only console himself, thinking that Cheng Yu had a reason to eliminate that establishment. He had no solid evidence against him now. He, Gao, was not afraid. Forcing a humble smile, he said, There is no need for the captain to personally seek out my humble abode. As a young hero newly appointed to Jiannan, bearing a royal decree, you must be destined for greatness. I should be the one to invite you to my residence for a warm welcome. Host intimidates treachery, fulfills the duties of the Jinyui, reward. Enhanced agility comprehension. Seeing Gao Song's complete capitulation, Cheng Yu sheathed his blade with a smile. You are too courteous, Dao Tai. I have often heard that those with virtue and righteousness can go anywhere. I was skeptical, but it seems you have proven them right. Virtue? Righteousness. Gao Song was left utterly bewildered. Cheng Yu had entered without a word, brandishing a blade against his throat. What manner of virtue or righteousness was this? A ghastly smile overtook Gao Song's face as he nodded in agreement. Indeed. Indeed. How well said. Internally seething with rage, he felt Cheng Yu's intimidation was excessive. As a captain of the Jinhui, appointed by the emperor, he could not dare take real action against him. Thus, he resorted to such threats. Sitting in his damp trousers, his resentment reached a boiling point. This insolent wretch dares to belittle me to this extent. If I can deal with one captain, I can certainly handle another. No matter if he is a renowned figure or even a dragon, he must bow before me in Jiannan. Resolute in his decision to seek revenge against Cheng Yu and regain his lost dignity, he thought, Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow, perceiving Gao Song's malice hidden behind his obsequious gaze. It was clear he was plotting revenge. Cheng Yu's heart filled with cold amusement as he inquired about the tea. I hear, Dao Tai, that you are fond of tea. Why not partake? Because this tea is rubbish, Gao Song inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly maintained a cheerful facade. I am quite particular about my tea. I only drink what is brewed at home. Even the tribute teas from outside do not suit my palate. Is that so? What makes your family's tea so special? Cheng Yu asked with a smile, curious. Mentioning this, Gao Song's eyebrows involuntarily perked up. He produced a small pouch of tea leaves from his sleeve and instructed someone to brew it. I have a discerning taste for tea. It must be harvested at dawn in the deep autumn by young maidens. Plucking the frost-kissed leaves, sipping it feels akin to being graced by a beauty, refreshing the soul. I shall certainly bestow upon you, dear sir, 2 boxes. Upon finishing his declaration, he beamed with pride at Cheng Yu's astonished expression. A rustic bumpkin, how astonishingly naive. Cheng Yu, gazing at the steaming tea, inquired, Is this tea quite expensive? Gao Song chuckled heartily in response, Not at all, not at all. For someone of your esteemed stature, why should one need to spend on tea? Free of charge? Cheng Yu's brows furrowed deeply at this notion. Tea harvested in the early frost of autumn, without cost. Was this not a form of torment? Such pride taken in this manner, considering oneself cultured. What of the common folk of Jiannan Dao? This was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was the repugnant smile of Gao Song, who was crammed in his presence. Cheng Yu scoffed, lifting the scalding tea and offering it to him. Since it is so precious, dear sir, do not let it go to waste. Gao Song accepted it with a grin, thinking Cheng Yu had begun to show goodwill. Surely he was not bold enough to act out of line. He remained a man easily manipulated. Just as he was about to take a sip of the fragrant brew, Cheng Yu's icy voice interrupted. Gao sir, in my hometown, there is a custom. When offered tea, one must drink it down in one gulp, or it is deemed impolite. Gao Song stood frozen in place. Drink it all? This tea had just been brewed and was scalding hot. Would he not scorch his throat? Rage surged within him. Cheng Yu was once again intimidating him. To remain restrained yet so loquacious was an utter humiliation. Cheng Qianhu, you, before he could finish, a hand swiftly grasped the teacup and forcefully poured the contents into Gao Song's mouth. Ah! The boiling tea surged down his throat, eliciting a wretched scream. Cheng Yu cast the cup to the ground, coldly stating, When I say drink, you drink. Why all the needless chatter? Chapter 75. To achieve great ambitions. The Jinhui require such talent. The scalding tea coursed down his throat, causing excruciating pain from mouth to stomach. Gao Song's lips were instantly blistered, and the agony in his throat and belly felt like fire. Unbearable and relentless, his pitiful cries echoed throughout the Qianhu office. Gao Song clutched his neck, writhing on the ground. Gao sir, witnessing the once powerful Dao Tai of Jiannan Dao in such a state. Gao Song's guards stood aghast, rendered helpless. They had planned to draw their weapons, but upon seeing the rows of cold crossbows aimed at them, their strength evaporated. Host punishes treacherous vermin, purges unlawful practices, rewards with a stack of ever-changing paper. Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow. This reward was splendid. It could vanish once written upon, yet reappear when blank, a treasure for fabricating evidence. Some matters he could ascertain without investigation, saving him effort with this tool. As for the concern over the authenticity of the evidence, nonsense. What evidence uncovered by the Jinhui could be deemed less credible? Surely, the embroidered spring blade was genuine. He rose, hands clasped behind his back, regarding the writhing Gao Song as one might observe a dog. With a cold snort, his formidable inner strength radiated, striking terror into the hearts of those present, rendering them immobile. The Jinhui, brimming with pride, cast disdainful glances at Gao Song and his ilk, mere scoundrels who had plundered the common folk and preyed on the weak. How could they possibly stand on equal footing with Master Cheng? They were seasoned warriors, disciples of the sword-casting manner, destined to aid Master Cheng in restoring the glory of the Jinhui. After a lengthy interval, Gao Song finally regained his composure, his face flushed as he looked toward Cheng Yu, his swollen lips quivering as he shouted, You. Were it not for his two-rank inner strength, he would have been utterly incapacitated by Cheng Yu's actions. Yet in the next moment, as he beheld Cheng Yu's calm demeanor, his anger dissipated completely. This man was a lunatic. Cheng Yu was intent on driving him to his demise. Fear engulfed him, and he hastily knelt, casting a pitiful glance at Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu, seated in his chair, smiled. Gao sir, is your tea to your liking? Gao Song, with his swollen mouth and face as red as a pig's, knelt like a servant and croaked, Delicious, Master Cheng, I beg you to spare me. I lack martial prowess and cannot endure such torment. Oh, Cheng Yu feigned seriousness. If you enjoy tea, then surely it is not torment. Now, do enlighten me about the situation in Jiannan Dio. Is this not torment? At this moment, Gao Song's mouth, throat, and voice remained agonizingly painful. Speaking itself was torture. Dio assert that this was not torment. Cheng Yu's request for him to elucidate the conditions in Jiannan Dao nearly made him spit blood. As the esteemed Dao Tai, he had always wielded authority, with others bowing low before him. Today, however, he found himself humiliated before a mere Qianhu. Even so, he had no choice but to nod vigorously. Indeed, as Master Cheng is new to Jiannan Dao, I must certainly provide an introduction. Proceed, Cheng Yu commanded, noting Gao Song's hoarse voice, filled with fear. He nodded in satisfaction as Gao Song began to outline the situation in Jiannan Dao. Master has not been informed, but Jiannan Dao is uniquely positioned as the northernmost region of Jiangnan, unlike Longyuan Dao, which is under the stringent control of the sword-casting manor. The mention of the sword-casting manor. Gao Song's gaze flickered nervously toward Cheng Yu. He spoke hesitantly. Currently, Deqian is somewhat weakened, and Jiannan is controlled by several significant martial factions. Among them, the Yu Mountain Prefecture's Yu Mountain Escort is the most powerful, boasting hundreds of escorts and extensive connections, facilitating transport across the region. The strongest figure in the Yu Mountain Escort is the chief escort, Zhua Hong, rumored to be a late-stage 7th-rank martial artist. Striving for the 8th rank, late-stage 7th rank, Cheng Yu frowned. Such strength, in a place devoid of major sect influence, was indeed noteworthy. However, this did not cause him undue concern, not to mention the presence of Su Su, who lay dormant in his sleeve, and Jian, who was diligently practicing the Wudong's innate 8-trigram stance in the courtyard. Cheng Yu, with his inner strength and martial prowess, might very well challenge him. Upon observing Cheng Yu's slight change in expression at the mention of a late-stage 7th-rank martial artist, Gao Song felt a twinge of fear. Most importantly, Zhua Hong's son seems to be apprenticed to a renowned master at the Po-Jun sect, holding a high position on the Renbang. This relationship constituted the Yu Mountain Escort's greatest asset. The mention of the Renbang made Gao Song's heart race, recalling that this very individual was also a notable figure on the list. Ranked 7th, it was known that those who entered the top 10 of the Renbang before the age of 20 were hailed as potential masters. He quickly flattered, regardless of their prowess. They pale in comparison to Master Cheng's might. Cheng Yu, uninterested in flattery, analyzed the information he had just received. Zhua Hong's son, apprenticed to one of the 9 great sects of Deqian, the Po-Jun sect, seemed to hold considerable standing there. Otherwise, he would hardly have such connections. Should Cheng Yu wish to take action against the Yu Mountain Escort, it could involve complications with the Po-Jun sect. The 9 great sects of Deqian undoubtedly had 9th-rank masters and hidden grandmasters. Provoking them would certainly spell trouble. However, Cheng Yu remained unconcerned. One day, he would lead the Jinui to traverse the martial world, sweeping through the sects until all were beneath his heel. At that moment, he would inevitably face opposition. Why fret over it now? The other martial factions were relatively weak, including Taiji Mountain, Mei Dao Wu. Gao Song, enduring the searing pain in his throat, hoarsely detailed the prominent martial factions in Jiannan, finally concluding with a series of coughs. Master Cheng, that is all? Gao Song lowered his head, unwilling to meet Cheng Yu's gaze. For he had concealed a personal interest, deliberately omitting mention of his own family, the Gao clan. Leveraging his position as Dao Tai, Gao Song's wife had cultivated a power of her own at the 7th rank. Cheng Yu nodded, disinterested in exposing Gao Song's omission, and inquired about another matter. Have heard that Jiannan Dao is home to a renowned physician, the divine Dr. Mountain? Gao Song promptly nodded. Dr. Ma is unassuming and uncontentious. I almost forgot to mention him. He proceeded to elaborate on Dr. Menung. As Cheng Yu listened to Gao Song's account of Dr. Ma's character and conduct. He found himself nodding involuntarily. A healer with a benevolent heart, yet possessing an eccentric disposition, he sought no reward for his aid, adhering to peculiar principles, treating only the virtuous. More commendably, he refused to associate with the hypocrisy of the martial world. Disregarding the so-called ideals of chivalry, he had bluntly stated that many who considered themselves knights were merely pursuing fame and fortune, unworthy of being called good people. His attitude towards humanity was refreshingly straightforward. The more virtuous he healed, the more wicked he dispatched. This was commendable. At this juncture, Gao Song clicked his tongue, with such medical skill. Who in the world does not respect Dr. Ma? Alas, his eccentricity keeps him from a more prominent reputation. In his view, life was merely about gain and fame. He could not comprehend the significance of Dr. Ma's temperament. Cheng Yu, however, held a contrasting perspective, greatly admiring and affirming Dr. Ma. Such a person, possessing high standards and quality, was indeed a talent of great thought. If the Jinui were to achieve grand aspirations, such talents were precisely what they needed. Chapter 76. In Qin, could there truly be officials who do not oppress the common people? After Gao Song had elucidated the martial factions of Jiannan Dao, Cheng Yu had a clearer understanding. He then posed another question. Moreover, there is one more matter I wish to inquire about. Gao, sir, His Majesty has dispatched me to Jiannan Dao to investigate the remnants of Prince Qing. Do you have any knowledge of this? Upon hearing Cheng Yu's inquiry, Gao Song's already fearful countenance shifted to one of alarm. The remnants of Prince Qing. He struggled to suppress his rising panic. That, of course, I have heard of it. The previous Genie Wei, Yang Qianhu, was indeed a victim of the machinations of the remnants of the Qing Wang. However, I have not gathered further information regarding Yang Qianhu's disappearance while pursuing the bandits. The audacity of these rebels to murder officials and incite rebellion is utterly detestable. Although Gao Song publicly condemns the Qing Wang's remnants, he is all too aware of the truth. There are no remnants of the Qing Wang in the Jiannan Dao. This is merely a ruse he concocted to obscure the truth of his involvement in the assassination of the former Qianhu. Now, with inquiries being made, if they persist, the investigation will inevitably lead back to him, Gao Song. The thought of this fills him with increasing trepidation. Cheng Yu nodded in response. The descendants of the Qing Wang are indeed relentless in their rebellion and have accumulated considerable experience in concealing their tracks. If Emir Dao Tai could uncover the truth with ease, they would have been eradicated long ago. It is prudent to proceed with caution. The immediate priority is to manage the local martial forces in Jiannan Dao, for they are the key to Cheng Yu's enhancement of his power. I will inquire no further. If you are busy, Master Gao, you may take your leave. Gao Song, upon hearing this, was nearly moved to tears with relief. He could finally depart. He had been on the brink of despair. I shall take my leave now, Master Cheng. You may send word whenever you require my assistance. Observing Gao Song hastily retreating, Cheng Yu could not help but smirk coldly. Jiannan Dao is unlike places such as Long Yuan Dao. Here, the martial practitioners are subservient to the top-tier sects, capable of thoroughly suppressing the court and brazenly pursuing their own interests, engaging in deceit and tyranny with impunity. The various factions in Jiannan Dao present themselves well. At first glance, they appear to be law-abiding citizens, leaving no room for suspicion. In truth, they are in collusion with court officials, committing nefarious acts in the shadows. Those who come here in hopes of achieving greatness either find themselves without excuses to act or are subjected to collective oppression. much like the previous Jin Yiwei Qianhu, whose fate remains unknown. Alas, they are not dealing with an ordinary individual, but rather with Cheng Yu. He raised his hand to summon his subordinates. Bring forth the Jin Yiwei troops to eradicate the bandits daily. We cannot neglect our long-standing duties. Yes. The others promptly accepted their orders, resolutely executing Master Cheng's commands. At this moment, a local Jin Yiwei by who furrowed his brow. Master Cheng, is there any word of bandits in Jiannandao? The martial forces here are numerous, each vying for territory. Where is there room for robbers? How can one eradicate what does not exist? Cheng Yu chuckled and shook his head in response, gesturing toward his old subordinate from Qingjiangfu. This is where your understanding falters. The Daqian Empire is never short of bandits. You simply need to learn from them. Having said this, he departed to guide his disciples' swordsmanship practice. The Jin Yiwei by who was left bewildered. No bandits means no bandits. Can the facts truly be denied? He looked at his colleagues from Qingjiangfu with a puzzled expression. The others wore knowing looks and explained. Bandits would never declare themselves as such. It is we, the Jin Yiwei, the Emperor's personal guards, who hold the authority. The Bai who, accustomed to being suppressed by the martial forces, believed the Jin Yiwei's status to be inferior to others. Upon hearing this theory, his mouth gaped in confusion. Then what constitutes a bandit? Those skilled in martial arts, who privately enslave others, engage in deceit, and partake in rebellious acts. If they are not bandits, then who is? They ought to be eradicated. The Bai who was taken aback, suddenly frightened. Does not every faction in the martial world of Jiannandao partake in these matters? By this reasoning, all the martial factions in Jiannandao are bandits. They can all be eradicated. The newly appointed Qianhu's ambitions run deep. Outside the Jin Yiwei Qianhu's residence, Gaosong, suffering from burns inflicted by scalding tea, hurried off for treatment. Passers-by witnessed the Dao Tai emerging from the Jin Yiwei's headquarters. His face covered in bruises and his lips swollen, sparking astonished discussions among the crowd. Why would Dao Tai emerge from the Jin Yiwei headquarters in such a state? It is rumored that a new Jin Yiwei Qianhu has arrived. Seemingly a formidable figure. Could it be he who has reduced Gao to this? Heaven has eyes. This rotund Gao, who occupies a high position solely to line his own pockets, has never cared for the plight of the common folk. He deserves this. The populace buzzed with chatter, though most regarded the incident with a sense of detachment. They had long held disdain for Gao Fu's arrogance, and were in no way inclined to revere Gao Song as a benevolent official. What are you saying? Gao Song, having hastily departed, found that some of his guards had not strayed far. Already vexed by his superior's woes within the Qianhu's residence, he now felt his anger flare at the public's remarks. How dare these lowly commoners mock those of the Gao household? Those who just declared my master deserved this, step forward. Have you forgotten what the name of this city is? The guards of Gao Fu drew their weapons, their internal energy surging as they bellowed. The passers-by, terrified, quickly fell silent, lowering their heads in regret for having engaged in the spectacle. Seeing no one respond, the guard's fury remained unabated as one seized a common man's collar. Was it you? The man, caught in this unwarranted calamity, was filled with terror and lamented. I merely passed by. I said nothing, my lord. Slap. The lead guard, indifferent to the man's protests, struck him hard across the face. I heard you speak. Take this man to prison. He then glared at the other frightened onlookers. Though you see, to dare speak ill of my master or the Gao household in Jiannan City results in this fate. After this display of power, the bystanders cowered in fear, all expressing remorse. The guards, feeling somewhat appeased, nodded in satisfaction as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Put down your weapons and raise your hands. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Everyone was taken aback. Who possesses the audacity to provoke the Gao household at such a time? The guards, enraged, turned to face the source of the voice. Who dares? Before they could finish their threats, the words caught in their throats, for before them gleamed the sharp blade of a Xiao Chun knife and a formidable crossbow. The lead guard, seeing they were Jin Yiwei, hastily changed his demeanor, clasping his fists in greeting. Ah, so it is the brothers of Jin Yiwei. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt suddenly flew through the air, piercing his shoulder, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. Ah! A cry of pain erupted, sending shivers through the crowd. Why did they strike? Who are your brothers? You think you are worthy. I warned you that failure to disarm would result in consequences. arrest these men and throw them into prison. The head of the Genie Wei commanded, recalling the scene of the newly appointed Cheng Qianhu dealing with Gao Song. The guards of Gao Fu were thrown into a panic. They were no match for these individuals. Fear coursed through them as they faced the imminent threat of being captured and thrown into the Genie Wei prison. In the territory of Deqian, oppression of its citizens would not be tolerated by the Genie Wei. The Genie Wei surveyed their surroundings, coldly declaring their departure. The common people stood agape, shocked to see these unfamiliar Genie Wei members. It was evident they were subordinates of the newly appointed Qianhu. They were utterly astonished. Could it be that Deqian truly harbors officials who do not oppress the common folk? Chapter 77. Since we are here, we might as well raid a household. How outrageous! How outrageous indeed! When has Gao Song ever been subjected to such treatment? Inside Gao Fu, Gao Song bellowed, shattering exquisite ornaments across the floor. His face was smeared with a dark ointment, rendering him a comical sight. His servants trembled in fear, dreading the wrath of their master. Gao Guobang knelt silently at the door, listening to his father's furious tirade, too afraid to make a sound. He had overestimated his father. Believing Gao Song to be a formidable figure, unafraid of Cheng Yu's arrival, requiring no heed to his name. Instead, he found him to be a coward, rushing unprepared into the Genie Wei Qianhu's headquarters, only to find himself at the mercy of a blade to his throat and water forced down his throat. After enduring humiliation, he finally returned, humbled. Though Gao Guobang harbored doubts, being his father, he felt the disgrace reflected upon the Gao household. When Gao Song berated him with a bamboo stick, he experienced a mix of shame and humiliation, vowing to transform the indignities suffered by his father into motivation to reclaim their honor. Fortunately, Gao Song, noticing his son's understanding, set aside the stick, deciding to tend to his wounds. Gao Guobang felt a surge of gratitude, vowing to remember this humiliation and repay it in kind. However, when Gao Song emerged, his injuries tended, Gao Guobang could no longer contain himself. His father, with a burnt tongue and smeared with dark ointment, was simply too ridiculous. He laughed. The bamboo stick shattered. I could die from anger. Gao Song smashed the last exquisite vase in the room. Finding some calm. Come in and kneel. All right, father. Gao Guobang quickly rose from outside and entered, clearing a spot on the floor among the debris to kneel. He then raised his head to display an attitude of deep remorse. However, upon seeing Gao Song's appearance, he quickly lowered his gaze. Good child. Gao Song, observing his son's trembling form, felt an immense sense of pride. He must surely empathize with his father's humiliation, though his son may lack cunning and intellect, and not possess the physique for martial arts, having only reached the initial stages of cultivation. At least he is obedient and dutiful, a good child, my son. So many have witnessed my disgrace. If we do not avenge this, how can we maintain our standing in Jian Nandao? The situation I have painstakingly cultivated over 20 years is now precarious. Gao Song spoke earnestly. Having suffered humiliation himself, and with his guards imprisoned by the Genie Wei, he understood the reality. Cheng Yu was intent on suppressing the entire martial community of Jian Nandao, and he was coming for him, just as he had once done in Longyuan Road's Qingjiang Prefecture. He slaughtered with such ferocity that rivers of blood flowed, leaving no one daring to speak. Gao Guobang trembled all over upon hearing this. What should we do, father? They have already killed so many. What does it matter if they kill a few more? What if they come after him? Gao Song shook his head with a grim expression. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The Jianghu of Jianan Road is not like that of Longyuan Road, where people act so ostentatiously. This time, he cannot summon the masters from the Jinuri headquarters for assistance. At the end of the day, he is merely a junior of the third realm. Gao Guobang's eyes brightened as he lifted his head. Indeed, the times have changed. Cheng Yu is not accompanied by two 8th-rank Jinuri masters. After all, he merely gained the emperor's favor through significant achievements, which allowed him to be promoted to the rank of Qianhu. Cheng Yu's personal cultivation level is clearly stated on the ranking. He is merely at the 5th rank. He was filled with excitement. So it turns out Cheng Yu is not that formidable, and thus, the grievances of the Gao family can surely be avenged. Seeing that his son had devised a plan, Gao Song nodded with satisfaction while stroking his beard. How do you intend to take your revenge? Of course, we shall summon your mother and directly use thunderous means to suppress that young Cheng Yu. Gao Guobang replied passionately, even standing up in his fervor. Suppress Cheng Yu? Upon hearing his son's response, Gao Song's hand, which was stroking his beard, froze in place, and he was momentarily stunned. The smile on his face transformed into disappointment and anger. Is this your plan? They are worried about not having an excuse to raid our family. Gao Guobang, witnessing his father's sudden fury, hurriedly explained, if Chengyu intends to raid our home, we need not fear him. Without the assistance of Jinyui masters, he is but a mere 5th rank. Mother can easily crush him. I'll crush you. Gao Song seized a broken stick from the corner and struck Gao Guobang heavily, causing a scream akin to a slaughtered pig to resonate. Are you trying to endanger the entire Gao family? To act against Chengyu simply because he lacks expert assistance? What will happen after that? At that point, the experts will surely come. To dare kill a Jinyui Qianhu personally appointed by His Majesty is tantamount to seeking death. After being struck, Gao Guobang understood the gravity of the situation. Chengyu's current notoriety far surpasses that of the previous Qian. To act against him recklessly is to slap the emperor's face. The Da Qian may be weakened, but not just anyone can afford to do so. What should we do, father? Are we to let him run rampant? Gao Song, having vented his anger, cast the stick aside and spoke coldly. It is not that we cannot act. Rather, we must not be too hasty or conspicuous. We must deliberate carefully. He is inquiring about the Jianghu situation in Jianan, seeking to recreate the scene in Xinjiang Prefecture. Is he not? Then let us grant him that wish and see if he can truly handle the consequences. Having navigated the intricate dynamics between the Jianghu forces and the Daqian imperial court for many years, Gao Song understood best which powers could be leveraged. Chengyu, fond of raiding homes and exterminating families, would naturally attract the attention of those very individuals. This is where someone like Gao Song must maneuver. Yet, this requires time. He cannot be seen in his current state. Settling on a plan, Gao Song instructed Gao Guobang and my son, have someone spread false news in Jianan about the remnants of the Prince of Qing appearing. It need not be too widespread, the more remote, the better, to keep the Jinyui occupied. But the most crucial point is, under no circumstances should anyone discover that this news has been fabricated by us. Yes, Gao Guobang accepted his father's instructions, nodding earnestly as he left to carry them out. Gao Song, having devised his plan, envisioned Chengyu futilely searching for Jinyui in vain, returning home in disarray. Meanwhile, he could use that time to engage with the Jianghu forces. Ultimately, he would resolve the troublesome Chengyu once and for all, avenging the humiliation. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he felt his injuries healing slightly. Watching his son depart, Gao Song felt immense satisfaction. Believing himself to be orchestrating everything, with Chengyu entirely in his grasp and his delight, he decided to secretly indulge in a little beauty he had been keeping outside the estate, without his wife's knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, his son, Gao Guobang, was concocting a rather dreadful scheme of his own. Where could he spread false information? Remote, how to arrange for someone to convey this information. The best place would be the Gao family's ancestral land 100 miles away? Far enough, and all relatives, so no fear of exposure. It was thus decided. 2 days later, my lord, someone has reported sightings of the remnants of the Prince of Qing. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Chengyu furrowed his brow. He was somewhat perplexed. How could there be results so soon? Is the remnant of the Prince of Qing so reckless? However, since there was news, Chengyu could not afford to miss it. He quickly summoned the Jinyuri to investigate. After all, even if it led to nothing, it would not matter, as the old saying goes. Since we are here, we might as well make the most of it. If there are no remnants of the Prince of Qing, we can still seize an opportunity to raid a home nearby, which wouldn't be a bad choice. Chapter 78. Unconventional Rules. My rules are the only ones that matter. Under the blazing sun, 100 miles north of Jianan City, amidst the lush and dense forest. My lord, we have searched this area thoroughly and found no trace of the remnants of the Prince of Qing, I understand. Chengyu nodded at the subordinate who bowed respectfully to report, then turned his gaze toward a tree before him. On the rough trunk, a deep palm print caught his attention. The martial artist capable of leaving such a mark must possess considerable strength. This location is remote, far from roads and villages, and very few passers-by, mostly non-martial practitioners. It was a hunter who first discovered this palm print. According to the current investigation results from the Jinyui, this is the only lead we have for now. Logically, The presence of such a distinct mark in such a secluded area could very well be the telltale sign of the elusive remnants of the Prince of Qing. Cheng Yu, with his hands behind his back, silently observed the palm print, though he felt a twinge of doubt. The remnants of the Prince of Qing would undoubtedly not wish to be easily discovered. Why would they leave such an obvious trace? At that moment, a Jinyuri suggested, "My lord, should we not bring in more personnel to thoroughly search this forest?" Cheng Yu shook his head, having made his decision. He had long deemed the sudden appearance of the remnants of the Prince of Qing to be rather peculiar. Stepping back a few paces to examine the palm print on the tree once more, he indeed noticed a clue it was perfectly aligned with the direction of a forest path, seemingly left intentionally to ensure it would be discovered. Upon hearing this, all the subordinates felt a jolt of realization. "Right, I said earlier how strange this palm print looked. Only upon your mention did I realize it seems as if someone deliberately left it. The remnants of the Prince of Qing leaving traces must have been unintentional." Indeed, that is a possibility. The Jinyui felt enlightened, their admiration for Cheng Yu growing. Truly, Master Cheng, so young yet possessing extraordinary martial skills, his observational and judgmental prowess far surpassing ordinary individuals. This is the caliber one would expect from a Jinyui as recorded in books. The host inspires and motivates his subordinates, showcasing the caliber of the Jinyui, rewarding inner strength. Feeling the surge of inner strength, Cheng Yu spoke faintly again. "Go search this forest. Even with all the Jinyui from Jianan City present, would take 3 days and nights. Should we search and find nothing, it is very likely that we would indeed play into certain individuals' hands." He looked at the gathered Jinyui. "There is no need to search this place. Let us return," the Jinyui complied, gathering their ranks and returning. After a while, "My lord, everyone is gathered. Shall we head back to Jianan City now?" Cheng Yu shook his head at his subordinates. "Since we are here, how can we leave empty-handed? Are there any Jianghu forces in this vicinity?" Upon hearing this, the old subordinates who had accompanied him from Qingjiang Prefecture suddenly brightened, filled with vigor. Finally, it has arrived. In the past 2 days, it seemed that the gambling houses and brothels near Jianan City were aware of something, conducting their businesses very decorously. The local bullies and ruffians had also vanished without a trace. They had only dealt with a few small gangs that were too conspicuous to hide their crimes. And some were itching for action. "Oh, my lord, this place is isolated, with no nearby villages or inns, and the nearest Jianghu forces are dozens of miles away. However, there is indeed a formidable presence. Speak of it. It is the ancestral home of the Gao Daotai family from the day before yesterday. They have several capable martial artists from the Gao family, making them the sole power in this vicinity." Cheng Yu's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "What a coincidence. Others may return, but I shall leave 20 people to accompany me for a visit. Have your steward come out? My lord wishes to inquire." Before the grand estate sprawling with gardens and pavilions, a Jinyuri warrior clad in a flying fish uniform pointed at the Jinyuri behind him, explaining their purpose to the Gao family's gatekeeper. Yet, the gatekeepers of the Gao family did not even glance at him. One even spoke sarcastically. "Where do these little cats and dogs come from? They don't even announce their names and think they can enter my Gao family?" After that, he displayed a proud demeanor. The Jinyui warrior felt disgruntled by such treatment, reaching for the embroidered spring knife at his waist. Tio acted arrogant before the esteemed Master Cheng, seeking death, but just as he was about to draw his weapon, a hand pressed down on his shoulder, preventing him from doing so. Looking up, he was startled to see none other than Cheng Yu, the esteemed master himself, causing the warrior to immediately become fearful. "My lord, my subordinate has failed in his duties. You have done well." Cheng Yu shook his head, tossing a bottle of tiger strength inner strength pills to the overly excited warrior. He turned to the